A new day dawns, and it's another day filled with Dota 2. We're here for the Blast Slam. I'm Gareth, joined by Misery, as a lot of games here ready for us, Misery, to start off the first Blast Slam with a big old group stage. Are you excited?
Yeah, very much. Looking forward to see some good Dota. I think there's a lot on the line for every team here. So yeah, it's going to be really fun to see what teams are bringing.
Absolutely, yes. And we've had tons of qualifiers, tons of tournaments, absolutely loads of Dota going on. And this one a little different because we're moving away from the BO2 group stage, that kind of thing. We've got these play-ins. We've got 10 teams, 2 groups, 20 best of ones, which end up in this kind of king of the hill moment where the better teams from the group stage get seeded later into the playoff bracket.
Yeah, like we talked about this yesterday as well, how this format is actually, it's pretty hype because no team is getting eliminated from groups, but at the same time there's a lot on the line, since the winner gets pretty much secured top 4, I think. So the better you do in groups, the further you get in the tournament automatically. It's interesting, for sure.
Yeah, I guess there's this argument about. I remember the Animajor years back where they had the wild card into groups, into play-ins, and we saw these teams that kind of went through the wild card and played more Dota, had more time to develop, did better than the teams that got seeded in. Do you think there's this element still, or have teams got to a point now where everyone's so good the playing field is kind of level?
I think there is a tendency to, the more group stage games there are, the better chance every team has to kind of get a hold of what the meta is like.
Right.
I think sometimes when there's a tournament out of nowhere and there's a lot of games, the games can be very skewed. But if there's a lot of group stage games and a lot of time for teams to adapt, then the games usually gets better and longer and more even. But yeah, there's a lot of Dota going on these days, other tournaments as well. So I think the teams are, they're pretty prepared overall.
Yeah, so we don't have that big gulf between them, and of course we do have the prizing for the tournament as well. For the first Blast Slam, plenty of money on the line there. And first place, you're saying getting seeded later into the tournament gets you kind of top 4. That's pretty big money already, locked and secured.
Yeah, that's also a good way of looking at it, actually. So if you win the group, you're guaranteed 80,000, if I understand correctly.
Yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, so it's an interesting format. I also think that since we've been doing this BO2 format most tournaments, it's nice with something fresh and something different. Yeah.
It's really fast-paced, bloodthirsty Dota, I feel like. Because
yeah, there's also something about the BO1 that's kind of hype, right? You only play once, and yeah, you don't have the time to kind of get to know each other that much. You just have to give it up everything you have.
You get cheesed. You can't look back and think.
Yeah, the coin toss also might matter more, right?
Ooh.
I'm not sure what the meta is like right now in terms of picking Radiant versus Dire and first pick, second pick, but in BO2 usually you just exchange the one team picks first pick and then you reverse it because clearly one thing is a bit better than the other ones, right?
That's true.
So it's going to be interesting to see what teams pick, because usually there is a kind of meta where first pick is better because there's only a certain amount of first picks that are really strong, or like the 18 pick is really good, or it could be a lot of different things. It shifts.
It's like, do we get to pick into ban? Can we ban Doom, pick Alchemist? This kind of thing.
Something like that. Yeah, there's like a meta going on.
That's a good question. I feel like last time I looked into it, the Radiant Dire thing was like team specific, like preference based, I think. But yeah, first, second pick, definitely. Well, I mean, I'll send a message to Knoxville and find out. Maybe we can look into that. We've got a couple of games under our belts as well. Yeah. But yeah, an action-packed day, and maybe we can take a look at the groups, I think, as well as Group A over on the mainstream. Bet Boom Falcons, Heroic Paravision, Extreme Gaming. Both these groups have got heavy hitter teams, but you look at Group A, you're like, who do we feel bad for?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think every team in this tournament are very even, right? It's really hard to predict who's going to be going up ahead. It seems like the Group A is a bit different with the regions. There's a mix of regions, whereas Group B is more European-based. But yeah, in Group A here, we can see that there's pretty much every region presented, right? Except for maybe EU. But some South America, some MENA, and some China in there.
Yeah, that's true. Then you get into this kind of inter-regional, they've not scrimmed against each other, could surprise each other. And then Group B, I'm kind of asking, who do we feel sorry for? We look at that and you think Gaimin Gladiators, Liquid, Spirit, Tundra, feel sad for OG. But then you think about their recent results in the ESL Bangkok qualifiers. They dumped Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra out of the tournament. So this group could be super competitive.
Oh, for sure. I'm kind of happy that we get to go cast Group B, because these teams they all kind of have a lot on the line. They all want to prove themselves. They all had questionable results in their last tournament. So I feel like it's going to be really hype to watch these teams.
And of course, the schedule for today as well. Both streams going to have 10 best of ones each. Misery and I will be casting the first 5 here on the B stream. So Tundra OG to kick things off as our first match. Spirit versus Gaimin Gladiators. And it's like you're saying, right? You just list off these games. You're thinking, this is the group stage for a major LAN. There's no messing around. These are the best teams in the world attending and playing.
Yeah. I can't keep almost repeating the storyline for these teams, right? Because you have OG, who just finished their new roster. They really want to prove themselves. You have Gaimin Gladiators, who's really struggled since the roster swap with Ratio and Watson. Then you have Tundra, who didn't qualify for the last event, Bangkok, and also had not the best showing in Dream League. Of course, Liquid just won an online tournament, but I would also say that they also have a lot of pressure on themselves, right? With Saberlight, and with Saberlight joining. So I just think there's a lot on the line for these teams.
Yeah, then Team Spirit, the kind of swap around from the TI winning roster, adding in Satanic and Malik.
I would say Team Spirit has really surprised me, at least. It looked like they lost all the big guys, right? With the collapse and Yatoro, and the new roster had some, just some new names, and they've been doing much better than I think most people would expect. Satanic has looked like an absolute beast in the games I've seen. Pretty much always top net worth. So I think maybe those guys are the small favorites.
Definitely a spooky team coming into this. And then speaking of the storylines as well, you mentioned Gaimin Gladiators and Liquid. That kind of grudge match, right? Okay, grudge match is probably the wrong way to look at it, but definitely a storyline there, the thread underlying, with 3-3 leaving, wanted to make his own team. And like you say, Saberlight coming in as well. Having Liquid against Tundra could be a spicy match between those two. Both wanting to prove themselves.
There's a lot of players who used to play with each other. They have a lot of history, basically, right? Also, the teams among themselves from last year. So I do think, though, that they have to focus more on themselves right now. I think the grudge is less important than their own internal kind of struggle, at least for Gaimin Gladiators and Tundra. But maybe it's going to be a factor as well,
trying to figure themselves out and kind of, find their identity again. Because, thinking about Team Spirit and the way that the new players have kind of slotted in there around Miposhka, definitely kept the Team Spirit identity. Whereas we're still waiting to see that Gaimin Gladiators, Phoenix rise from the ashes almost after the disappointing results that they had recently. And I know Celery did a little interview at the end of their run at Dream League saying that he kind of struggled to find, what his place in the meta is, what heroes he should be picking. He mentioned like Pugner. He saw Snaking winning with it. He's like, right, well, I guess I'm playing Pugner every game until the next tournament to kind of slot in there. But it's those little things where, you kind of glean information from a team that's doing well. If you're struggling, just a little bit of copy paste can definitely get you into the mood and the rhythm again.
Yeah, it's just, the copy paste can both be good and bad, right? If you're just copying without having much idea yourself, it usually doesn't work. But if you're copying, understanding what they're doing, and like you kind of get it, then it can definitely work. But let's have a look at the rosters.
Yeah, first game up. I'm so conditioned to say series now because we always have best of twos. First best of one going to be Tundra against OG, and of course here's that Tundra lineup that you were talking about before. The few shift ups and swaps around with 3-3 kind of leaving Liquid. I believe it was stated that he kind of decided that, pre-TI, he wanted to make and build a roster around himself. So bringing in Nightfall, Lorinov, keeping Saxon and Whitemon as those two Tundra supports as well. On paper, it's a scary lineup, and they've definitely shown these kind of glimmers of, supremacy that you'd expect. But from what I saw in the qualifiers recently, not on the same page yet.
I think there's also something about the 33 hero pool a bit. That's kind of always the thing with him as a player, is that sometimes when his heroes get nerfed, it takes a bit of time for him to find something new. Like we saw, Visage was really broken at TI, right? And same with Beastmaster, and you know, all his heroes were actually so strong a couple of months ago, whereas now they've fallen off a bit, right? And yeah, I think that's kind of what we saw in the last tournament, where he kept picking Beastmaster, but it's just not the same anymore. You have to go power treads now. People have been experimenting with the other facet, attack speed facet. So it's just not the same as it was before, right? And maybe we're gonna have to see him pick up some other heroes like Broodmother or Tidehunter or some of his old school 33 heroes to bring in something new.
Keep the like identity of up in your face win lanes, but diversify heroes definitely useful. Of course, OG, their opponents in the set one as a kind of newer roster as well, you know, bringing in a bit of South American and Southeast Asian flavor through Whisper and 23 Savage. I looked at that roster and I thought, yeah, cool, 23 Savage, like that, nice addition. But X-Nova was the one that stood out to me as like, that's a game changer. Like X-Nova, he could be the guy that like brings OG back.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a very interesting roster, right? And it's been a roster that's been, they've been swapping around a lot, also in recent times. But maybe this time it could be the time where it gels. It's definitely been looking a little bit better, in my opinion, the last month for them. And maybe it's a tribute to X-Nova, like you said. The guy definitely has a ton of experience from China, and playing multiple TIs and with LTD and things like that. So it's a hot hitter they got there.
It's just like the depth of knowledge, right? You bring in one of these players and it's not just like the in-game gameplay, the button pressing, but that, you know, draft knowledge, gameplay knowledge definitely goes a long way.
They have 9 as well, right? TI winner, also a player that's really interesting to watch. He used to play all types of stuff mid. I mean, he used to play the Wyvern mid, Dazzle mid, things like that, right? I think he also plays some Night Stalker mid, things like that are completely out there, you know, normal heroes. So that's really hype, and that's something that Tundra needs to watch out for, right? When they think about his hero pool.
Yeah, he's kind of like the Thompson that, you know, kind of won a TI as well, but people don't often put him in the same boat as him. But you're right, there's a lot of kind of fruity hero picks that he can bring out. And then there's the normal heroes now in the meta, where Invoker is such a solid hero for a lot of these players, and 9 is a spectacular Invoker. We saw that, like, first ban phase, that guy's kind of got to go.
Yeah, possibly. It's going to be very interesting to see what the meta is like right now, because it does, even though it's pretty much the same patch, it tends to switch still, you know, quite fast, because teams are so good that they understand how to counter the strategies. So yeah, even though nothing really changes in terms of nerfs and buffs, the heroes tend to switch. But yeah, we see here that Tundra took second pick actually.
Interesting.
They had the choice. They took second pick, and OG chose a Radiant. So I guess maybe second pick is the preferred choice right now. So second pick is obviously you have the very last pick, which is where all the cheese comes in, perhaps, with the very powerful last pick. You also have they pick the first, and then you pick 2 heroes in a row, which can also sometimes be quite strong, because you ban into pick in the second phase. So there might be something there. I guess the hardest part about being second pick is what you would call 16, 17.
Like the middle of the draft?
Yeah, you have to show 2 heroes, right? And you have to show a core, or 2. You have to have shown 2 cores at that point, right?
You show a lane, basically, right?
Yeah, which allows you to be countered, potentially, right? So that's the tricky part of the draft.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring that up, because that's what we saw OG struggle with, was a little bit in the drafting department. I remember a game where they I think they were second pick, and they like third pick Monkey King to make sure it didn't get like stolen. But the Monkey King then was a carry that just got like completely dumpstered, and they very quickly like remedied that later on in the series to kind of come back into it. But you know, kind of trying little things like that when it feels like drafting has become quite algorithmic and systematic nowadays. Like, yes, you can come out with cheese picks and things like that, but from what I saw in the past month or two, I guess in the last 6 months to a year even, as the progression has happened, Dota drafting has kind of become formulaic somewhat.
Yeah, I would say a lot more. It's very rare that you have a last pick Huskar, right? People usually are aware of these type of shenanigans. If they pick some melee hero mids, then they're gonna be banning Huskar, right? So it's not as often anymore as we used to see. But yeah, I guess
there's definitely like traps you can set, especially with like first phase of bans. But I think we can see how it all pans out, though. Tundra against OG, I think, is just about ready for us to get up on the screen. Draft is beginning, and we'll find out if, we have the continuation of, Naga Siren being 100% contested, banned 98% of the time. Do we let her through? Heroes like the Chen, the Doom, the Alchemist, Medusa, all these heavy hitters. Because it's kind of felt like Shadow Fiend and Luna, the two big ranged cores of the past couple of months, have fallen by the wayside a little bit, and we've got some newcomers coming in.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I think the Naga is very team specific, right? Some teams still prioritize this guy, and other teams don't touch it at all. But yeah, it's interesting to see Tundra's bans here, right? Targeting the supports, the RE heroes, the Nyx and the Bat Rider.
Exactly, yeah. And that next assassin gave them.
Then you have the monkey ban as well. Yeah.
Kind of targeted not just the 23 Savage, but also I guess 9 mid lane Monkey as well is kind of spooky. Like you were talking about that Huskar pick against melee heroes. Monkey being flexed between carry and mid is like, yeah, don't pick Storm, don't pick Ember, none of these fun heroes mid.
Yeah, it's also one of those classic OG heroes, right? Even from back when it was the TI winning squad, Monkey King has always been one of OG's favorite heroes.
You're right, yeah.
And so they first pick Earth Spirit. That's probably gonna be their mid for 9 year. I was gonna say that one hero that OG's also been playing a lot is Magnus, both as support and offlane. So that's still in the pool.
Yeah, definitely a funny one. Because like Ari's played at support with the reverse polarity. And I think Whisper's been doing just the normal Magnus with reverse polarity. So there's that kind of mind game in the draft of which one is he gonna go for?
Yeah, the
support or not.
The reverse polarity is, you would think it's counterintuitive. It doesn't really make much sense. But when you have the Magnus support and he blinks in behind the guy and RPs, he basically pushes the target to your team, right? So.
And then all the save heroes away. Utility. Like Shadow Demon's in the fog. Like I'm gonna disrupt you. Nah, you can't do that.
Right, so it's a bit of a different dynamic, but it's also very powerful actually. And his Magnus Shard is very strong too. But anyways, they picked Doom. Classic 33 hero. They get to secure that early on, which is, I guess, kind of strong for them. Because like we talked about before, if his hero pool is a bit smaller, it's nice to get that out of the way early on and feel good about it.
Kind of a straightforward hero in terms of what you want to do with him as well. Earth Spirit initiate, just doom him, make sure he can't cast any more stones or spells. Kind of take the Earth Spirit out of the fight a little bit. Or if there's another target later on in the draft, you've already got this doom set up for it. And you never know really what the doom's going to be buying. Like if he has a really good game, we've seen sometimes this Midas Blink BKB, like the old, initiation doom.
Yeah.
But there's also the Aura Doom, which, is more conventional and consistent nowadays, I guess.
I think the auras that got nerfed, you might see it if it's a very good game for something like Pipe or Crimson, but I think drums maybe.
Yeah.
And then drums is almost like a must, right? Because it's such a good, it's such a cheap item, and it allows you to use all the charges and sell it back, right? So unless he just chooses to go straight Midas, I would imagine there's going to be a drums. Then depending on the enemy lineup. Yeah, I see the Dawnbreaker also being banned out here. It's just such a popular hero nowadays. It's very strong. It's a super strong laner and it scales really well. It's very tanky. Kind of just annoying to deal with.
And just the global threat you have. Like if you've got Earth Spirit already, but just Dawnbreaker with a Storm or a Timbersaw, some tanky hero that frontlines or goes in, and all of a sudden you've got 5 heroes appearing from nowhere, basically, with Dawnbreaker being so global. A DK now for Tundra, so that's 2 of their cores locked in already.
Yeah. But, I mean, it kind of works in a way, unless OG can... I mean, you do show a lot right now, so if OG can counter it, perhaps, maybe the Timbersaw, or they banned it themselves, actually. But like we talked about before with second pick, is that they anyways have to show their cores 16, 17. So now they're probably just gonna pick up 2 supports, right? 2 backline supports probably, and just to follow up on the DK. Like they need a bit of damage right now from the supports. As for OG, they pick up the Phoenix, also pretty strong against Dragon Knight. Can the Sunray can kind of eat through his HP. Ooh, techies.
Not seen him in a while.
No, me too. Not in competitive, at least. I saw some people started playing it again in pubs, and actually, once you haven't played against the Zero for a while, these mines they're annoying. You know, you have to walk up high grounds, and there's this beeping sound, and you take like 600-700 damage. It's quite annoying to deal with.
Because they have that magic resist reduction or something still, right?
Like it removes magic resist? Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
So like when you've got tons of magic damage and a techies, and you're looking at this DK thinking your armor, your physical protection means nothing.
Yeah, I kind of like it. I kind of like the Zero. But let's see how it goes. It's always a bit different to play it a bit in pubs and then play it in competitive. Let's see what they pair up with in the lane, because I think the lane is very important for techies.
Like, do you want some kind of like Mars? Do you want a hero that fights with you level 2, level 3?
I mean, you just want to make sure that you win a lane enough so that you can keep staying there, stack, and get levels, right?
Okay.
If you lose the lane and get kicked out, like for example this Pugna, if he starts, I'm not sure how the matchup is, but if the Pugna beats you in lane and you can't really get experience, the hero becomes very useless, right? So it is a matter of doing well in lane and then transitioning that into a fast 6. Then the hero can snowball.
Well, 2 supports from Tundra, Muerta, and Pugna, both kind of ranged squishies, but some save and a lot of damage coming from them, like you mentioned.
Yeah. Yeah, also very solid laners. Probably 2 of the strongest laners right now. Tundra pick up, so they have a very solid foundation right now to pick the mid last. And this is kind of what you're looking for, a second pick, right? Now you can pretty much pick anything mid, and your lineup is going to be solid, because you covered pretty much all your bases with the 4 first picks. OG right now, they need they have Earth Spirit to start the fight, but I would think that they need a more solid stun, because if Earth Spirit is the only guy that goes in first, it's pretty hard to play Earth Spirit. So I would think that they need maybe it's going to be Mass, Terrorblade. Interesting. So that guy doesn't give them actual stun or initiation. Both Phoenix and techies, they kind of want somebody to set it up for them to cast their spells.
And I feel like we looked into this because Terrorblade was super popular, well, it still is off lane, right? And I don't think OG had played it at all. This was always a 23 Savage TB. Yeah.
I don't know. I think this Terrorblade pick, it sets up the techies nicely for the lane, as Terrorblade is a beast in lane. So that's a plus. But again, I'm a little bit worried that they don't have, that their lineup is a bit wonky, if that makes sense. Like they need some way to start the fight, or it's gonna be hard to play. But they could still salvage it with the last pick. But if it's an offlane TB or a carry, I'm not sure. I would think it's offlane, because I think playing carry TB into Doom is not the best, at least historically.
Definitely an interesting one. And it's not as though you're keeping the flex, because you have to pick first anyway.
But then again, I think what your lineup needs is a sort of offlane type hero, not another carry. Just because how I'm understanding it, you want the Mars or the
Beastmaster with War.
Yeah, you want something like that, in my opinion, to make it easy to play.
So you want multiple layers of like going in. It's like Earth Spirit goes in, Techie's with him, then someone covers the egg.
Right. I think the carry matchup doesn't matter as much as having your solid draft, right? Because the carry at the end of the day is just going to be some guy who deals a lot of damage, right, in the fight. But if he cannot deal damage because the enemy is glimmering away, forcing away, running, just kiting backwards, it doesn't matter what carry you have, right? The carry just can't attack.
You just go jungle. So when you ban the Mars and maybe you ban the Magnus here?
Yeah. Oh yeah, Mag Techies. That's a classic.
Yeah, sounds fun, huh?
And it's OG classic as well.
And what does that leave in? That leaves Beastmaster. We're supposed to play Darkseer a bit.
Nah, I wouldn't like Darkseer. It just because it's the same.
He's too greedy.
We have the same problem, right? Where you don't have clear stuns.
Right.
I wouldn't mind seeing Centaur.
Yeah,
I think this hero is good against Pagana. It's good against Doom, right? Can run away. I think you have a pretty free lane here as well. Get the stun going. It's nothing too fancy or glamorous, but it gets the job done.
Yeah, you're tanky, you're annoying, staying power in lane.
They did nerf the bracers though, which is a little bit of a hit to Centaur, but you can still play it.
And then Tundra need their mid lane hero as last pick, right? So they've got a lot of freedom to do what they wanna.
Maybe they think it's a... What is this Jaravan?
DK's flexing, I guess?
Yeah, I guess so. They banned the Gyro to protect the beast. That makes sense.
Okay.
So, mid hero, you're playing as Earth Spirit. So in a way, it's also not the easiest hero to shut down a lane, Earth Spirit. And even if you do, he still does his thing.
What does Lorna play when there's no Storm?
Okay, Alchemist. So they actually put the DK mid, it seems, and pick Alch.
Okay. Wow. So I can't remember, did we talk about it off camera? But the Doom Alchemist like conundrum gets solved by Tundra with the first pick Doom into last pick Alch.
Yeah.
Protect him with that first pick. That's pretty nice. Acid Spray against Beastmaster in lane, laning with a Pugna. Beastmaster Techies have a lot of damage though. Like if this is wild axes early with Techies magic damage, like Pugna Alch could suffer a bit.
Actually, I think it's pretty even, the lane. I think it probably comes down to how they play it out. Both have very strong heroes. I'm just thinking that Tundra might have drafted themselves into a point where their heroes are a little bit too greedy, where none of them can really do anything before, like, DK wants to farm. He might go Blink first, but like if Alchemist doesn't pop off and get really fast Radiant Blink, they might have some issues fighting back against OG. Because OG does not need that many items, or they don't need much to fight. They just need Earth Spirit. He's gonna go Vessel. Great Vessel game against all these tanky guys. You have the Terrorblade Reflection against the Radiance. So yeah, I think the Beastmaster lane is going to be important for OG's game flow. But kind of not sure about the Alchemist last year. I think it would have benefited that draft better to pick a mid, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, is it like what's Terrorblade's timing like nowadays? Because usually you'd think Terrorblade going kind of mid to late game against Alchemist would have a good time. Does Alchemist come online in that bridge period before TB's super ready?
I think the Terrorblade is pretty happy against Alch in general, but there's also a Doom, right? I think Doom is what Terrorblade don't like. If Doom is also farmed. But yeah, there's definitely going to be a timing where Alch is have a lot more gold than the Terrorblade. And if he ends up dying a couple of times, then it's a problem.
And it goes hard.
Where did I
We'll
go?
see how it goes though. And best of ones all the way through the day here. Group stage, Grand Slam. If you're just joining us, it's OG against Tundra. And these two, of course, do have that little bit of history where OG recently dropped not just Tundra, but also Gaimin Gladiators out of the ESL Bangkok qualifiers. So a bit of a chip on the shoulder of Tundra here to try and, again, prove themselves. And OG, a bit of momentum. Even though they didn't qualify for Bangkok, I think it was still a very good sign for OG in the way that they've developed and how far they've come with a new roster. Seed money for the Alchemist. Lovely. Bit of money for him and the Devil's Bargain for the Doom. The economy hero.
By the sword, die by the dragon.
What's the Dragon Knight? Is he going to run with the red? Yeah. The red facet. So no funny business there.
No. I don't think I've cast a game of DK when he hasn't gone red facet. I've had offlane DK, mid DK, safe lane DK. They're just all red dragons. They want to hit the creeps.
안녕. 안녕. 안녕.
The chat wheel spam
You
begins.
can't cheat that.
So the techies is interesting, right? So we have the backpack. I haven't seen much of the zero actually. Even with the facets. What can you do with that? So you have you just have more branches in there.
You fought and died.
More stats.
More stats, 2 extra branches. I don't know what. Does it make him better mid to late game, I guess? Like, what's he got queued up? Tranquil Soul Ring. So later on in the game, you can just have a Soul Ring in your backpack and use it.
I guess, but I mean, what are you gonna do with all the other slots, right?
Branches.
I guess it makes his early game slightly stronger, right? Because you can have the extra branches. You can also have wards and sentries in there, which makes it a lot more convenient to play later on. Clarities, stuff like this, right? Maybe the lotuses. So there are some nice utility there.
A couple of little things you can do. Let's see if Ari's got any tricks up his sleeve. I mean, he's definitely one of these newcomers that, you know, has played a lot of the new heroes. Have found funky ways to play old ones. A lot of ideas. This Ari fella. Let's see how it all goes.
Actually, late smoke from Tundra here.
30 seconds to battle.
Just more of a preemptive smoke, just to make sure that they know if somebody's coming, and to get the wards out later.
3-3 sneaking out an observer ward. Up on the high ground, down in that bottom lane. Sentry already blocked his large camp. Tries to wander over for the bounty rune here, which X-Nova's kind of left the area. And Lorinoff steps up at the top rune. 4 members of Tundra here guarding the 2 northern runes, while 3-3 try to steal the bottom one. That's going to be balanced though. 2 for 2. So Whisper, starting out with the boars. Ari with the little bomb. Quite a bit of like long-range harassment and nuke damage can come out of this lane. And Whitemon is going to have a lot on his plate here to zone back the techies and keep Nightfall safe. Because like you're saying, right, Alchemist, he wants to keep on farming. He wants to accelerate quickly. Needs a good solid lane for himself.
Elk is also surprisingly strong in lane, because he just keeps spamming stun on you, right? He's not just a guy who sits there and lets his creeps, right? He's proactive as well. But maybe the Pugnam will have issues with the techies. Look at the damage he's already taking there.
And his techie's like close to. What's his range? He's definitely got more range than Pugna, right?
6. I think it's pretty even though, but I think his range got nerfed last time.
Wait, Pugna has more attack range than techies?
Yeah, he's also faster.
Huh.
But techies has his Q, right?
That's true. Keeps trading back.
And has a lot more armor. Yeah, has 2 more armor, so.
I was so sure techies outranged the Pugna. Man, how wrong. How wrong am I?
I think it's one of those things that, one of those changes, because it used to be like that, but they nerfed it.
It's like ingrained in my brain.
Yeah.
I just non-stop nether blast into the sticky bombs over and over again. Trade it back, trade it back. Well, Alk kind of pushing the lane through the acid spray. Pretty decent up there for them. DK coming out ahead in the top, in the mid lane, 11-1 against this 8-0 Earth Spirit for 9, who's also dropping pretty low, but has his bottle to refill. Feels like
think this is
Dragon never loses lanes.
Yeah, true.
Whisper up on top, though. You said Alchemist, no slouch, just gets up in the face with the Beastmaster. Whisper's dead, while Saxa also fell down in the bottom lane to X-Nova's Phoenix.
Yeah. Well, that's actually very big. This Phoenix is getting so close to level 3 already. Once he hits level 3, it becomes really scary to play against Phoenix. This Birds just deals so much damage.
And half the damage.
Cooldown goes down too. Yeah.
Non-stop right clicks. Metamorphosis and Reflection here, put back onto 3-3 and Saxa. Yeah, you're right. As soon as X-Nova hits 3, this lane starts to get a bit nasty. I mean, 9's job in this lane just to get level 6, right?
Yeah, I think I was gonna say before. I think 9 is very happy with how this draft developed. They first picked Earthbird, now he gets pretty much a free lane against DK. It's not a free lane against DK, but it could be much worse. You see, he has already 16 CS. He's gonna get his 6, like you talked about, for free pretty much. And I don't know, he's on his way to a nice, you know, a nice game with 3 tanky cores. I think he could really pop off this game. The DK is gonna free farm too, but like you said, DK doesn't really lose his lane. It's just kind of the nature. This guy is always gonna free farm. It's more about the what can they transition with the farm, right? They get.
Yeah, I'm super curious if he goes for, like you said, Blink Dagger Rush maybe. We've seen a couple of these Mage Slayer builds as well for DK, like Mage Slayer into Blink, or vice versa. Or if he just says, screw it, I'm buying Armlet anyway. We'll see what Laurenov decides, depending on the tempo of the game. As he stuns 9 back. Doesn't want to get kicked on the tower, but he still does.
Yeah, he's gonna 10 sticks them.
He's going to get punched a lot by 9. Does he have another roll to go for this dive? Not really. Not much mana for it.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Whitemon with a cheeky little deny. But yeah, seems like Alchemist is perfectly fine up here.
Yeah, I wonder what the Beastmaster's gonna go for.
Like irritating for Laurenov. 9 starts to take a bit more control in that mid lane. Whiffs his roll under tower, or lands it if he's trying to just pull that creep wave. And drops the what in all chat. Well, top lane, the spam continues. Hang on, that's a dead shot to push 9 back in, but a good kick. He's still dead though.
He had Fairy. That's a costly mistake actually. He was doing so good. He got both the water runes, harassed the DK down.
And then I guess he tried to keep that momentum going by diving the DK again. Gets punished hard for it. While Ari up a top lane doesn't get a chance to use his wand.
I think what we talked about during the draft is happening a little bit. That the Beastmaster pick is kind of... The Techies and the Beastmaster are kind of, in a way, ruining each other's games. Because Techies wants to be like winning the lane, and Beastmaster wants to... kind of wants the same thing. I don't know. This is also why Beast is not as popular anymore. His lane is just not as strong as like Dawnbreaker or something like that.
Yeah, he's
then
kind
the
of like
Techies now.
dragging the wave away to like farm it closer to his tower all the time, and then Techies is playing very forward.
Yeah, what's gonna be Techies' purpose if he is struggling low level?
It looks like that's gonna be go grab bounty runes and maybe get into that jungle, find the Alchemist. 9 though looks like he's in trouble again, as both Tundra supports have made a rotation in to kill him off. And 9 drops the ping saying, guys, I'm here near your top lane, but X-Nova and Ari, they're looking at Nightfall's Alchemist instead. He's got so much HP, raindrops, phase boots. Nightfall just walks away from them.
This is a 4k lead, by the way. At 6:30. That's outrageous.
It's an Alchemist, but that's wild.
And Doom, but yeah, that has not really kicked in yet. I think it's just that they're losing their lane so badly.
I mean, Ari will come in with a nice blast off and axes to cut down Whitemon. Nightfall looks like he's okay. I mean, he's alive. Not super happy to have been forced out of the lane like that.
Check out Saxa. He's gonna steal the rune maybe here.
Oh, that's painful.
Oh my god.
Oh. I mean, 23 Savage denies the one on the other side, though. TB illusion goes to work.
That's something at least. But still, again, like we talked about it before, the techies, man. What is he gonna do if he doesn't get a wisdom rune? He's losing his lane. Then maybe that's the reason we don't see that hero that much. Meanwhile, the mid tower goes down.
Yeah.
Not what OG wanted from the early game here.
Yeah, it just feels like such a departure from what we expected from Earthspirit having a good time. Like, now he's died twice in lane, lost his tower, can't really move, and there are these observer wards from Tundra here that's going to spot him when he does move. Like, Tundra knows... Look, they're pinging it now, right? They know Ari, X-Nova, and 9 are all in the Ancients area. So 3-3 has free time bottom. Mid lane, DK can kind of step up and deal with 9's Earthspirit, who's gone very deep again.
Oh my god. He actually... That mistake he made earlier really destroyed his own game. He lost his tower shortly after, and now he died back to back. I feel like that's not even necessarily a hero issue. It might just be... I mean, they were gonna be behind in gold a bit by the Doom and Alchemist factor, but it's more that they have no heroes to actually play the game now. The Earthspirit has no game, the Techies has no game. Phoenix has... It's very hard now. They need... All their heroes needs to recover, and meanwhile Tundra are just gonna be hitting creeps and get further ahead.
Yeah, because it's not like Tundra need to go and do stuff, right? They're not under pressure to like have momentum. They're super happy to be like, farming time.
Yeah, and then we're on our way to fast drums, fast radiance for Alchemist. It's definitely not looking that good for OG. I think they need to try to get levels as fast as possible on their supports, and then try to take a fight with Earthspirit 6. They do it already now, the smoke, but I'm not sure if this is too early, because... Can you kill Alchemist? I'm not sure.
That's the big question, right? It's like,
Yeah.
if they find the Pugna, it's like, cool, we got a Pugna kill. It's something. But if they go on the Alchemist and fail, it could be so disastrous. They're going to try, though. They roll in on the Nightfall, kick him back. Concoction's going, but he's being roared up. Decrep to save him. In comes the blast off from Ari, but the life drain is there. Terrorblades arrive, trying to deal with Nightfall, but they don't get the kill on him yet. He's still alive, not dived upon, but he's still going. Gets off his chemical rage, and the Doom's over on the TB. 3-3's found his man. 23 Savage dead. Tundra turned the fight. Saxa and Nightfall back in onto 9, and Concoction again take down the Earthspirit with a killing spree for Nightfall. Whispers on the run, and OG just in shambles against Tundra here as they're about to get wiped in their first fight of the game. Tragedy.
Oh my god. Yeah, that was a disaster. And the Tundra was so ready for that, right? Even the Pugna broke the smoke and saw the Earthspirit, so they had so much time to prepare a defense for that. Even if they get to kill the Alchemist there, you know, they're still gonna bleed heroes. It's just desperation, you know, for OG, and yeah, the stack. 8k. 8k lead. I wonder what the record is at this time. I think we're cutting it close here. 8k at 10 minutes, that's... I don't know. That doesn't happen that often.
It really doesn't. For like modern day Dota, they're just like unheard of.
Yeah.
Like the whole, you know, 1k per minute meme is usually like minute 20 when that's like possible, right? Minute 11 having an 8k lead is insane.
Yeah, for sure.
Like your Earthspirit is what, 3.5k while the Alch is 7?
And it's not gonna get easier for OG now, because now actually Tundra is ready to be aggressive. Even though they have the greedier heroes, all this gold is becoming items like on DK, we see now, right?
Yeah. Straight in onto Whisper.
Yeah.
There's no escaping this. Concoction steal? Lorinov has it.
You're gonna have the Radiance on the Alch now, you have the Drum and Doom. Basically you don't have to slow down and play defensive anymore. You can just start running at OG. And Phoenix is not even level 6 yet. How are you supposed to fight back against this?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have the answers. It's a real tough one. Like they need Yeah. They need the perfect team fight, and they have to have that supernova for that. Techies are still level 5. Don't have those little proxy mines. Desperately need them to really get involved at all. And it's and not just the gold either, right? You know, like winning lanes and then winning that big team fight sets you up in levels too. Like DK is 3/4 of the way through level 11. He's gonna be level 12 soon.
Yeah, that is crazy. Even Doom is also almost level 10.
Yeah, it does get.
He probably decides the way the game is going. He can just like he's queuing up the pipe, right? How is OG gonna fight if you just can keep using this net worth lead to make your heroes unkillable? Then it's gonna be so hard for OG.
Yeah, because it's like, what's OG's way back in the game? It's not the TB right now. It's Beastmaster Ags and Supernova. I think.
Yeah,
like,
you need the Vessel online on the Earthspurt as well. You need to somehow catch Tundra in a situation where they're perhaps not ready with all 5 heroes at the same time. So you need to outnumber Tundra as well, and then slowly climb your way back like that. I also think that your timing to win this game is almost has to be like very late. It seems hard to imagine that Tundra is gonna throw away all this lead the next 10-20 minutes, right? Like you might need to get to a point where you're playing for minute 40 or something and getting like items on your heroes.
But at the same time, you can't just like sit back and relinquish control of the map. You kind of have to.
Yeah, you have to fight
You're
back.
going to be giving up
smart.
heroes and deaths here and there.
Of course, yeah. No, it's a very hard situation for them, obviously.
Yeah. And OG are going to try and push back a little bit on this push bottom. TB throws out a reflection and they're smoking up. Is there a smoke to run away or is there a smoke to turn and fight? Like Beastmaster's nowhere nearby. Doesn't look like he's ready to TP just yet.
Nah, I mean, I guess it's a smoke to like see if something happens, if somebody gets too aggressive. Like if Saxa, we saw earlier on the map there, would move a little bit too close, then you could perhaps snipe him and then see what happens, right? But if or Whiteman right now, right? But it's still hard because like talked about before, who's gonna start the fight, right? It's not obvious. You need to land somebody needs to run into you, and then you pressure spells, or Earthspurt has to land some magic roll, right? But it's so hard to hit a roll like that against a good team, right? People are not gonna be out of position like that. Tundra are aware of this fact, right? They're gonna play accordingly.
Nice, soak up the rest of the map. Alchemist goes top. And Doomsday's bottom. And then Saxa goes back, gets that next Wisdom Rune. Can think about stacking some more for his team. Like the entirety of the map here just swarmed by Tundra heroes, getting a lot of efficiency. OG still waiting for this Whisper Aghanim Scepter, and that might be what allows them to click into action a little better. 500 gold away from it. But this is where he gets run at. Look at Tundra. They know.
Oh no.
Whisper, you're farming your Aghanims too quickly for our liking. The blink stun. And the kill on the Beastmaster, as easy as that.
Ah, it's so rough, man. I also feel for 9, like he has such a rough spot now. He made some mistakes in the early game, but it's also very hard to play Earthspurt in a game like this, right? Where your team are not ready to fight, and like, what are you really supposed to do, right? The ideal scenario was you got to rotate to a winning lane and start pressing your spells and getting some kills and getting that vessel fast, and then maybe you can snowball from there. But when your side lanes are losing so badly, you just can't do anything.
And then we had the lane bleed as well, right? Where side lanes were losing so badly, both Tundra supports came mid. Like he, made a mistake, died once, and then got killed twice in a row in the next 2 minutes. Because Saxa and Whitemon were like, it's free run to mid lane.
Because like you can imagine a different play out of this game where the Beastmaster techies, perhaps does better in top lane, which is not unheard of, I think. And then the 9 just keeps up the momentum he had the first 4 minutes before he dove the tower.
Like there's a world in which 9 is like 4-0 instead of 0-4, like easily.
I think so too. And then the Phoenix gets his level 3, right? Maybe the 4 or whatever goes through the gate. Earthspirit comes top with his 6, and then suddenly they win that fight, and then suddenly they actually all have good games, right? On OG. Instead, it just felt like it collapsed before the wisdom was even up, right? I think the net was it was 3 or 4K at 6 minutes, which is crazy. And then they lost the wisdoms. Yeah.
And just like compounding issues.
It's just understanding how, I think, really just being content with the game state, not trying to do more than you can at the time, right? If you just play in the lane and you don't overextend, you keep playing for your own game, and then understand that you have this really strong timing with the gate, then you can make this lineup work for OG.
So it's not like inherently a draft issue where the heroes they have too small of a window or don't have combat mechanisms. This is more like in-game, like slight adjustment to what you feel and think in the moment.
Well, I think now that the game is playing out, and also we touched on this during the draft too, it might be a bit too hard for OG to start a fight in general before you get Blink on Beast, which is like, minute 15, 20, depending on how his game is. But it's hard to judge the draft because I felt like OG's draft or game collapsed before 5 minutes even, right? Obviously, if you can't do anything, if you make some mistakes and you can't do anything after 5 minutes, maybe it's a draft issue. It's hard to say. It would have been nice to see if OG played the first 6-7 minutes clean and did those correct moves. What would have happened then? Perhaps they still would have. They could have potentially snowballed, right, with their aggressive heroes, and Tundra would have been on the back foot trying to farm their items on their greedy cores.
And then non-stop run at by Earth Spirit techies.
Exactly, with the Phoenix, right? Like this gang, the squad of 3, and then the Beast Terrorblade joining in when needed. Like they could have potentially made it very hard for Tundra. But the fact is that those are the heroes that have, basically no game.
And then you also get locked a little bit in a box. Like the big fight that Tundra won in that top jungle. We're kind of looking at it thinking, OG, like you said, right? Off the back of Nine's level 6, they need to do something with his techies, make a play somewhere. OG kind of grouped up looking for that fight. Tundra knew it was coming. And they were able to prepare because OG had fewer options than they would like to have in this kind of game. They were on the back foot. They have to fight back. So Tundra kind of able to read that situation and make sure they put up the brick wall. Yeah,
I mean, when that move was happening, I mentioned that it's too early, right? You have a level 4 techies and a level 6 Earth Spirit, and you're smoking to the Alchemist. Like, you're not gonna kill this guy for free, You're gonna bleed a lot of heroes trying to kill this guy. I felt like that was pretty obvious when it happened, but yeah, they were definitely desperate at that time.
Yeah.
I mean, another thing is that Tundra is such an experienced team, and they have 33 Saxa combo who are so strong at playing this from the old Tundra, like this farming game, right? This calculated, smart game, and they obviously know they can feel that this game is. If we don't, do something crazy here, if we don't let our alchemist or start feeding heroes, the OG has no game. They have low level supports, they can't do anything. Suddenly, it becomes so easy for Tundra to play, right? All they need to do is sit in their lanes and play conservatively and farm their items, and they're gonna almost win the game automatically when they get their item timings, and then they know that OG is they're gonna come to them, right? So yeah, it just shows once again how important the laning stage is in modern Dota nowadays. It's so crucial. Once you get behind like this, it's almost impossible to come back.
Yeah, like Tundra in such a privileged position right now, like miles ahead with kind of greedier heroes as well. Like the fact this DK, has Blink Mage Slayer, he's set for a while now. Can just think about raw damage if he wants to for the rest of the game. Nightfall, Radiant's done a while ago, and I'm assuming Sanjin Yasha, is coming up next for him. So he's going to be able to tank through the one thing that he's really scared of, which is the raw.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if OG is gonna try to understand that, give up a lot of map and just try to defend the base, or if they're actually gonna like try to fight back and make something happen proactively, and try for like a Hail Mary play.
It's a hard choice to make, right? It's like one of those, are we playing to win or just like waiting to lose kind of situations? Do we cut waves with Terrorblade, play behind the enemy with this Earth Spirit and try and hold them back? Or meet them head on at one of these objectives?
They get the tier 1 bottom, which is nice. I think it's pretty good if they can keep bottom lane shoved out all the time. It's gonna create a lot of space for them to farm their own jungle. They're gonna give up the triangle of doing that, but there is right now a lot more farm in their own jungle to get. But they decide maybe they want to take back that triangle to secure the beast Zaganims. He has it now.
That's good.
Yeah, it's a small timing here for OG. They have the Vessel, they have the Manta, Sobanova. It's a decent timing to try a fight now. And this could be a way to crawl back in if they get the right angle here.
Yeah, I mean, even the potential here to like find a team fight, a couple of pickoffs, go into Roche, kind of steal an Aegis a little bit.
Yeah, I find that unlikely Tundra's gonna let you do that, but yeah, it's something like that they're looking for.
We'll go on to the Muerta. A little poking from 9 and Ari, but the response from Tundra comes quickly, and 9 gets blocked mid-roll, just getting walloped by this Nightfall Alchemist. And now OG on the run. Ari trying to TP out, but the dead shot's there. And no chance of diving that tower, and it's not going to be an OG steal, it's going to be a Tundra sweep and take. Things just get harder and harder, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, we saw it. I mean, we didn't see it exactly on screen, but you can just imagine if you look at OG's draft, like how are you gonna kill that Muerta? He's alone under the tower, right? All your heroes are there. But how do you get onto him before he can cast his calling, his Atos? Like you can't. How? Before Tundra can react, it's so difficult. So 9 rolls in, and obviously he's gonna miss because it's Saxa knows. He's not gonna let him make it easy for him.
I just wish this Beastmaster was a Mars or something.
But even Mars needs a blink dagger too, right?
Yeah.
So when
It's
you're,
like
once you're
Blink
behind
Spear
like
back.
this, yeah.
Well, Whispering 23 going to play into mid. An OG very tight-knit group now, all together. 5 heroes holding hands. Doesn't feel like there's much of another way to play. And Tundra, they bring the reinforcements. Try and defend this objective. Keep the TB illusions back. OG very quickly kind of scurried to the hills. We're now looking at Alchemist with Aegis. Doom with Pipe. Dragonlance, Dragon Knight.
Another way of looking at the net worths in this type of games is that you look at the obviously 16k gold, right? They're 16k behind, which is a pretty bad position to be in. But if you look at OG's net worths individually, you also see that they are getting some ground, right? Like the Beast is getting its Aghanims, the Terrorblade's getting some net worth. So understanding the OG's hero timings based on their net worths also means that the net worth lead does not always mean as much as it looks like. Does that make sense?
I like more about item timings than just gold in the pocket.
Yeah, so like, obviously Tundra is still very far ahead, right? But once OG's heroes start getting net worth as well, like for example, if Earth Spirit gets 2k more net worth, he has his BKB, right? If Terrorblade gets another 2k net worth, then he gets his next item. And Beastmaster gets another couple of thousand, he gets his next item. And then, even though the net worth lead is the same, OG's heroes are effectively so much stronger than the net worth lead implies, right? So that's my point, is that...
It's like, what does this like bracket... It's like a tax bracket, right? It's like, what does this bracket of 2,000 gold give you in terms of effectiveness or power level or whatever you want to call it?
So there are some timings for OG still where they can be very strong. And just in general, when there's a big net worth lead early on in the game, there are still some timings where one team can fight back. It's obviously a pretty small window, but it's still there, and it's worth thinking about.
The poor thing had just spawned. Tormentor immediately taken, and then Tundra quickly moving to the other side of the map, where 9 is forced to try and kick away the Alchemist. Does get caught by the Concoction and Rod of Atos. Saxa sets up for another potential kill on 9, who tries to roll a little further away, but 3-3's on his tail. Should be able to take him down without too many more issues. So still Tormentor, get a kill on the enemy mid, come back and grab your own Tormentor. A little bit of wiggle room for OG to play the map now. They know that Tundra are over in that corner. Still not a good place to be.
It's gonna be like this a lot. It's gonna be playing one side of the map, wait for Tundra to come, and then get out, you know, because you cannot fight.
Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, so you're gonna feel like you made some space, but probably you're gonna get further and further behind in net worth, even though you are somewhat dragging Tundra across the map.
Just imagine what 23 Savage is saying. You know, don't worry, guys, I can carry this.
He might actually be saying that. Yeah, you're right. Just need to delay long enough so I can get some Skadi and some... I don't know, he needs a lot of items.
Just a Skadi is fine. Yeah,
okay, they
get a kill on Saxa.
That's good. Something.
Yeah, cool little observable there. Season as they just come through the twin gate.
Oh no.
23 Savage though. Oh, he's found in the trees. Terrorblade doomed up. Caught out by Nightfall and 33.
That's a rough death, right? Because you just maybe get some breathing room killing Saxa there. And then your carry dies. So it looks like Doom is just gonna go full auras. Probably comes back to what we were talking about earlier, is that if you get the full auras this game, does OG have enough damage? Probably not. Then you can end the game somewhat early. You also have the potential of going high ground right with Pagna and DK.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Enough damage to do what? Kill one core? Two?
Yeah.
Definitely not these three
Nah,
tanky cores, man.
you're just not gonna kill any of the cores. You might kill one support, right? But yeah, what's that gonna cost?
It's going to cost them a tier 3 for now, it looks like. Glyph used, but Nightfall doesn't seem to care all that much. 9 go in on him, though.
Aegis is running out.
Yeah, it is. 1 second remaining. It's gone down, but he's got Chemical Rage still going. He turns and fights. Sunray burning him, but Nightfall's able, with Lorinov, to take down Whisper, and 3-3's on the tail of 9 to get a double kill.
Oh
Tundra is coming into this one with an Alchemist last pick for themselves and cruising from lane stage through to minute 23, where they're taking Elena Barracks.
Yeah, we just talked about the pipe and the Crimson, right? They even get the perfect setup on the Alchemist, but that's just no damage. No damage.
Can't finish anyone off. And 9 buys back. I mean, it's a best of one, you know, you don't want to just give up and call it. Try and fight until the bitter end here. OG's got another glyph to maybe hold Tundra back, but Lorinov and 3-3. They see a target right on top of X-Nova and 9 to take them both down in a matter of seconds. And now it's 23 Savage, kind of alone against the world here as he watches his buildings get demolished. Oh, it's definitely been clean from Tundra. OG gonna lose Ari right on their doorstep, right next to the fountain. Oh, there we go. Well enough for the last touch. And GG called. I mean, a rough one. A rough one for OG,
yeah,
but Tundra really showing
sure.
that revenge is sweet, right? Getting dropped out of the AS1 Bangkok by them and coming back in his best of one just to shut the door on them. Nightfall just seems like, yeah, I told you Alchemist was good.
Yeah, nice.
Good stuff from them. Victory for Tundra there over OG, as we'll head to a break and come back for the next round of games. See you in a bit. Welcome back, everyone, to Blast Slam as we get ourselves into the second game of the day already. We've just witnessed Tundra Misery absolutely handle and dismantle OG completely from lane stage to what, 24 when the game ended.
Yeah, that was a very brutal loss for OG. Welcome to LAN, you know. No more qualifiers, online gaming. Now you actually have to win from the very beginning, and you're also playing against the best teams in the world, right? So,
yep.
So yeah, back to the drawing board, as you could say.
Definitely, and yeah, fast-paced day as well. Best of ones, 10 of them. I think every team going to play 4 BO1s today to try and find their way, navigate through the group stage, as of course you head into this kind of King of the Hill situation where we talked about earlier on. First place in the groups, you know, you get a bit deeper into the playoffs, a bit more guaranteed money, getting seeded into the single elimination playoff brackets. Don't forget that, not the double elimination that we usually see. As we do have our second series waiting in the wings for us. Gaimin Gladiators against Team Spirit is the next BO1 coming up. That should be a pretty interesting one here, as Team Spirit, we're talking in the kind of pre-show dialogue, this kind of newer roster, you know, definitely starting to prove themselves already, even with just a few results. So you took a look at that man on the far left there, Satanic, the young kid, the shining star brought into the squad.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it in the preview earlier that they have been looking really strong in comparison to what people expected of them, I would say. Just also shows how, I think, an underlooked factor is Miposhka's ability to captain and play his support. I think this guy is one of the absolute best players of all time.
Yeah.
And he probably doesn't get the credit that he deserves. But that, once again, he's built himself a team now with so much potential, and yeah, I expect a lot from them here as well.
Yeah, I mean, we often hear about Seb and No Tail bringing together the ragtag group of OG, winning 2 TIs. Miposhka basically did the same, if not a similar thing with his roster, and now looking to do it with this one as well.
Yeah, and he's still here and going strong. So yeah, for sure, very underrated player. If you could call a two-time TI winner that, probably not. I don't know. It's a matter of perception, I guess. But
I guess maybe not underrated by the right people, but underreported.
Underreported is a better way of saying it. Yeah.
I definitely need some more true sights and stuff. Watch the Miposhka magic in action, and of course their opponents in this best of one, Gaimin Gladiators, and it's no news that they've been struggling since TI, and their roster change hasn't made things immediately better, but growing pains are expected when you make such a big change.
Yeah.
Taking out Duraccio, bringing in Watson, 2 quite different play styles from what we've seen previously. And kind of slotting in with this matter as well.
One thing that's really kind of interesting to take into account with these 2 teams is that the immediate pressure you have on yourselves, right? Because you have Team Spirit, like we just talked about, who makes this new team that nobody expects much from. So there's no pressure on them at all. But Gaimin Gladiators, you win pretty much everything the last year, and then you kick your carry player for a supposedly higher ranked player, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you have all the pressure on you. Like it's so hard to be in this type of situation where everybody kind of hates you for kicking a successful carry player, right, for another guy, and now you have to perform and show that it was worth it.
Even though everyone hated him as well, like the amount of flack Duraccio got was wild.
That's another factor for sure. Whereas you actually have a guy in your team takes a lot of the flack, and that helps everybody else perform because there's no attention on them the same way. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, I think that's a very important thing about gaming that they have to overcome, especially once you start losing and you start perhaps, if not directly, then subconsciously question, was this the right decision that we made, right? They must have thinking about these things internally, because they had so good results last year.
And I guess also that big difference between bringing in one player, like swapping one player, or swapping 2, 3, 4 players. Because I'm thinking back to when Team Spirit brought in Larl to replace Toronto Tokyo. They had a similar transition period where Larl just did not look good when you're comparing him to what Toronto Tokyo looked like on Team Spirit at that time. But over 6 months, being drilled into Miposhka's style, being sort of fitted in with, hero diversity, hero pool, drafting, etc. And Lyle now, looks top 5 mids in the world. He's become that kind of guy. So there's, that chance for Gaimin Gladiators to try and, obviously hone their metal and get into the rhythm of things again. But it's been a difficult transition period for them for sure.
But it worked out for Team Spirit, right? It was a bit rough in the beginning, but they came back and won TI again, right? So that's a success story. Whereas, so it is possible to make things work, but right now it's been looking pretty rough for Gaimin. And they're not where they want to be for sure. They really got used to winning a lot of majors last year. I don't think they like being where they are at right now.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember who was interviewing Quinn, but he was talking about the chaos that was kind of within their gameplay recently. Watson kind of coming in expecting this well-oiled machine and being met with, the chaotic sort of kind of learnings of the team, trying to figure out where they are and who they are identity-wise.
Yeah,
they've got plenty of Dota to play, right? There's lots of games for them to find the groove. Maybe this is step one of many, or maybe this is where Team Spirit really starts to show their domination as a new roster under the
I guess
teachings of Miposhka.
one thing that happens when you kick a player and get Watson in like this is that you actually need to go back to a lot of hard work, right? You have to, before maybe you were just winging it a lot, you knew each other so well, you could always fall back on some old strategies or you understood each other, whereas now not only does the meta shift, but you also need to, adapt to a new player. And maybe Gaimin Gladiators, I mean, who knows, is reaching a bit perhaps, but it's just a lot of work, right? And you play a lot of Dota, so maybe you were not completely ready for that transition.
No, that's true. We'll see, how it all starts to pan out. Best of ones all the way through today at the group stage, and we've got the next one on the screens in just a moment as Team Spirit will take on Gaimin Gladiators and the Battle of the Minds begins. But I think a good example of what you're kind of saying here, maybe going back to basics a little bit, that reading of situation, trusting and understanding your team. We always used to see Duraccio became kind of a meme that he was the carry who did, the 3 or 4 minute gate rotation, right? He moves from safe lane to off lane, gets a kill on enemy carry, and he did that so well and consistently that it became a thing everyone tried to do. And now Watson, those are big boots to fill. To read a game and understand when the carry should move pre-level 6 is a very difficult skill to learn.
Yeah, for sure. It's also a thing that shifts in general in the meta. Like sometimes it's not worth it. Sometimes people have wards early on the gate, right? So it's not gonna be worth the effort to go there. People know it's coming. Like it shifts a lot. There was a time where gates were rarely used, and then suddenly it's used a lot. And once people start using it a lot and people back off in time, then you're suddenly wasting a lot of energy going through the gate and not getting anything in return, right? So there's a meta game in that aspect as well. But
there's so many things like that in Dota. Like that topic always comes up with heroes like Rubik or Io. These super core Dota heroes that get played by everyone. It's like they look in the hands of FY and Miposhka, Rubik looks super good. Like, oh, that's amazing. But then everyone else is just like, hot garbage, can't make the hero work properly in competitive play. And you just have this constant cycle of he's popular, but is he good? Is it worth picking? Is it worth doing? Just copying what the best people are pulling out.
Yeah, it does feel like though that the most successful teams are the ones that are able to sort of dictate the meta a little bit. Maybe the meta is established, they have their own flair to it, they have their own niche picks or their own kind of structure that makes it a bit less predictable or harder for the enemy to kind of counter or understand. I remember Gaimin Gladiators when they formed the team, they were doing this double mid support rotation every game, right? They came to Quinn's Ember Spirit or Dragon Knight or Pangolier or whatever, and they just pressured the enemy mid so hard and took his tower by like 6 minutes. And this kept happening for 3 to 6 months. Nobody could stop it. They were just ahead every time, and they drafted for it. They had like Bane Chandra supports coming mid, and the games were just over in 25 minutes because nobody could stop this, right? So this is kind of what I'm talking about. Is like they bring their own flair and their own idea to the game, and nobody knows what to do against it.
it's funny, funny you brought that up because that was one of the first things I thought of as well, was this Enchantress pick in general. But that's also like an extension of what Tundra used to do with Snaking, which was an extension of what AUI used to do back in the day with his like Naga Siren and his Enchantress as well. Was that kind of go mid, pressure tower. If they leave and we've got a DK, we shove it super hard. Just keep that pressure going non-stop. Like, yeah, there's kind of Dota in the meta. There's that representation of like university degrees that always comes to mind, where you have like general knowledge, and then you've got your master's degree, which is a smaller set of that knowledge, and then your PhD is like bursting the edge of the circle, that little bit of a bump that goes outside of general knowledge into new knowledge is what these teams, the top teams, bring.
I mean, one thing is understanding Dota really well and everything. That I guess that's kind of why it's like meta, unmeta, right?
It's like innovating, right?
No, there's a meta about going mid with your supports, right? Let's say that's the meta right now. But then the meta shifts, dictates that now you have to pick other mid heroes, because you cannot pick certain mid heroes that rely on sitting. Like you can't pick OD or something, right?
Yeah.
Because OD is just gonna get shat on. He won't have time to even have a game, right? So that's kind of what ends up happening, and then that puts on more and more layers, right? Maybe you start picking different offlaners that can pressure the carry while the support leaves, right? Then the support has to stay longer, and then you can freeze up. There's so many layers to this that keeps changing.
Like everything has pull and push and pull on everything else.
Right.
Such a deep game.
Oh, that's a early Drow Ranger ban.
Explain? Because I've not seen a Drow pick or ban in a while.
I guess we might see it a little bit later if we have something in mind. Maybe there's something from scrims.
So it's not something you're familiar with?
Not really. I mean, Drow is definitely a bit underpicked maybe right now, because it's a strong carry. But I'm not sure what this means. What happened to Shadow Fiend, by the way? Was he just so nerfed that
So him and Luna, I don't know, this is my opinion from what I've seen. Luna and SF both had this problem where they were being razored in lane and in game. Just like outlaned and outfought and outscaled by like Razor off lane or some kind of like Blink Skewer Magnus or whatever. That they're heroes that everyone was playing and just started to look bad. So maybe they're now underpicked?
I mean, Luna certainly got nerfed.
Yeah.
And SF got nerfed a bit too, but I think the hero is still strong.
Because they kind of got replaced by like DK, Alchemist, Medusa, Morphling. Like Medusa, Morphling all came back in a big way. Alchemist seems really good. DK is like first pick material.
Both Luna and SF are kind of squishy heroes that if they don't, like, maybe the line between being picked every game and not being picked at all is fairly thin, right? So maybe that is just it. But yeah, let's see what Gaimin Gladiators have in mind. Maybe there's something gonna come now where the Drow ban makes sense. Because were Team Spirit really gonna 16-17 the Drow Ranger somewhat blindly? It might also just be to protect the Dragon Knight carry, because the Dragon Knight carry is susceptible to, well, Drow Ranger's ultimate, right? Piercing the armor and everything. So we go Bad Rider.
Yeah, I don't know.
Weaver, huh? So it's support Weaver, I guess? Maybe Tofu? We don't play Weaver?
Cool. But that means Celery's on the bat then, huh?
I would think so. Unless you're doing some flexibility type thing where you have Weaver carry and Dragon Knight offlane, Dragon Knight mid. We might see something like that as well. But Weaver used to be a Tofu special and like a staple of his heroes, right?
Yeah.
It just doesn't feel like it's the same anymore. It doesn't feel like he offers that much in the game as a hero. He's annoying and stuff, but he doesn't have any big powerful spell. So interesting to see how that works out.
It's like, what's the upside here? I'm assuming he's still going to think about, like, as a support, is like buying Solar Crest. Maybe you think about his urn. Do the bugs stay on you when you get disrupted? Like Shadow Demon gets bugs on him and disrupts himself. Do the bugs disappear?
Ha, that's a good one.
Because there was the is it like Yule Scepter? The bugs stay?
I
Or am
think
I dumb?
maybe actually they disappear.
Okay.
Just think about it. Is there a ball and then a bug underneath? I don't know. That picture
can't
is
think
not
of it.
really like. Yeah. But I guess the Weaver pick is decent against Shadow Demon as a hero, and not bad against Doom, because they don't have immediate disable. I mean, you can obviously Doom the Weaver, but as a support, then you might not mind as much. Yeah. So they go with Ogre Gyro. That's probably gonna be their safe lane. And then we see the same structure as we saw last game, how you have a solid safe lane, solid off lane, then you have the option to pick pretty much anything mid, right? As your last pick.
Yeah, pretty much.
And just to refresh, did what choice this game? So Gaimin won the coin toss. Yeah.
And they took first pick?
No. Actually, I'm not sure. But anyways, we'll figure that out later.
Well, they come out with a Centaur now.
Ah, that's what OG should have picked last game.
Yeah.
But that confirms that DK mid or carry, and maybe the Weaver is still up in the air. Centaur is one of those heroes that are very strong in lane, which does not necessarily need a strong 4 to get a good game.
And you can kind of just leave them. Go get
to
that
some
runes,
extent,
go roam mid.
yeah, to some extent for sure. Like Gyrocop, the Ogre has a lot of magic damage though, so it could be problematic for Centaur if he's left alone.
And then, yeah, ban out a couple of LoL heroes. A couple of spirits, like Earth Spirit's already gone. Storm Spirit now banned. Is that, again, that's one of the things Team Spirit needs here now, is kind of a way to play forward. Like, Ogre can frontline a bit. He's going to be tanking up this Gyrocopter. SD plays from Fog. Doom wants to see a target before jumping. So you want a hero that can just face tank stuff.
I think you need Spirit needs another way of starting a fight. It's not enough that they have right now. Like why gaming draft is so strong right now is that they have DK to start a fight, they have Centaur potentially, they have Batrider later on, right? They have 3 jumpers, a lot of stuns. If gaming gets a little bit more scaling and a little bit more damage, I think their draft is looking really strong. Then the Weaver is the question mark for me, like how much does this hero actually do in the game? Because there could be a time where the game goes to 30-40 minutes and then this Weaver is just like a Spirit Vessel, Solar Crest, Yules type items, and then what does that hero actually provide? That's kind of what I'm thinking, whereas Spirit's heroes are all scaling really well right now.
Or do you play the Weaver like Hoodwink and say, screw you guys, I'm buying Gleipnir?
Maybe you do that. Maybe you go carry from support. That doesn't seem, then maybe pick Hoodwink, right? Or Willow or something instead.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what this hero does.
I mean, maybe you're right from the beginning, and this is just carry Weaver, and they're picking a celery hero last. Like we're gonna get surprised by a Sproing last pick.
I could see them putting Weaver carry here. I would not mind that at all. And then picking another sort of 5 with or 4 for Tofu, and putting Bat 5. Let's see what they do. I was just told that Gaimin won the coin toss and selected first pick. So, yeah, Tundra took second pick last game. Okay, so they go Invoker. So it's probably DK carry then, and then Weaver support.
Okay, so DK Bat top. Yeah, Weaver Centaur bot, Invoker mid. Interesting.
I would think so, unless Celery is gonna play a Weaver. But yeah, I'm not sure. Tofu can definitely play bad too, so.
Yeah. I'm super curious to see what this Weaver does. And Team Spirit now with the last pick, laning into Invoker. And Quinn Invoker, this hero gets real nasty. So you kind of want a hero that can leave the lane and go play side lanes if necessary, and Tiny is going to do that job tremendously.
Yeah, I mean it fits what the box that we were talking about earlier, how they need a hero to start a fight later on, right? So right now they only have, without the Tiny, they would only have kind of Doom with Blink Dagger, which is far away, right? And it would be hard for them to play the game, but now at least they have a guy that can run around and threaten the map. It's not the best Tiny game though on paper, because you're playing against Centaur and DK, heroes that are very tanky, hard for you to kill, and then there's also probably going to be Quas Vex Invoker, I imagine, right? Draining your mana early on. So this is more of a probably more like a scaling type pick. It's maybe not going to snowball as hard as most Tinies would, but let's see how it goes. Team Spirit are one of those teams that play for the late game quite often, so I'm sure they don't mind slowing down the game.
Yeah, and he fulfills that role you're talking kind of in two ways as well, right? He can blink, start, initiate a team fight, but it can also toss people back like into the gyrocopter. Okay, you're trying to stampede or Shikuchi away. We've got this extra bit of chase and reach through the Tiny, which is real nice. And I'm assuming, I think the last time I saw Tiny was this kind of Tread Soul Ring Magic Wand, like the delayed Blink Dagger build has looked a lot nicer. Is that still something he wants to go for?
I think yeah, maybe yes. I think definitely having some kind of mana item before Blink is gonna be better. Like going straight Blink it's very risky, right? You basically need to make that happen, make that work with a couple of kills right away, or it's not gonna work out. So yeah, probably Soul Ring also into Invoker sounds good. I think the Tiny pick is also sort of balanced in a way that it gives the draft the initiator that they need, but it's also a hero that scales really well in the game with the Kanda, right? You have the Gyrocopter and the Doom that also scale, and then you don't mind just sitting back and waiting, right? So I do think you outscale the game in draft right now.
Yeah, it kind of feels like the whole draft is like that, right? For Team Spirit, where I don't want to say it plays itself, but it seems quite straightforward in what they want to do and what timings they've got, and it feels like this is a game where Gaimin Gladiators have got to come out and like upset and play their hearts out to get things going.
Yeah, I mean you have all the Blink Dagger timings on Dire, right? On Gaimin. Once they get those on Celery, for example, on Ace, then they can start. I'm not sure Ace is gonna go Blink. He's typically not the biggest Blink buyer, but we'll see. If they start getting these items and start putting on the pressure, that's where Gaimin's draft can really snowball. I think one other thing to mention is that what Spirit were always really good at, and I think that's probably partly because of Miposhka, is that this, like, putting your enemy on a timer mentally so that you feel like you're getting outscaled. And that's how they were always really good at that at TI when they won, like putting enemies on sort of in a situation where you have to go high ground now, or you're getting outscaled by this Magnus, for example, right, with Collapse, or having these multiple carries in the game. And I feel like they're doing the same thing here a little bit, right?
And then if you do try push high ground, you've got like toss back, skewer back into Fountain. Here you've got toss back into Disruption and Doom.
Yeah, it's not just putting the enemy on a timer. It's also making yourself feel really comfortable, right? So that you're not gonna end up in a, for example, situation that we just saw with OG, where they just crumble in lanes and then get really frustrated and desperate to win it back right now, right? Because your draft does not just sit back and farm.
You got safety nets.
Yeah, you got safety nets. It allows you to play more chill and be just mentally relaxed about how the game state is. Certainly underrated factor to consider.
The battle begins.
It sure is. On Gaimin Gladiators right now, Tofu walks up, gets the bounty rune. Might be dying for it though. Blood grenade chucked at him, but a good 3-man stomp from Ace is gonna save the Weaver. We'll put a bit of damage onto him, but Centaur doesn't care all that much. Miposhka's still chasing here, but another Shikuchi is ready for Tofu.
It's a big brain play by Miposhka there, though. I think this is gonna set the Gaimin back quite a bit in the laning phase. As you can see, they're both half HP already. Obviously, Ogre Magi having no spell level 1. But His level 2 timing is going to be very strong.
Yeah, suddenly level 2 ignite, just running at people.
Yeah.
Okay, he already trades decently into this Weaver. Punches back into him. Ace kind of forced to stomp. And Satanic, yeah, off to a good start already. Definitely curious what that Weaver's going to bring to the table. As top lane, we already see Celery guarding up the Dragon Knight for Watson, forcing that Shadow Demon back quite nicely. I mean, Batrider Pos 5 also something I've not seen in a little while, but pretty good at kind of trading out and getting that early magic damage to force people out of lane.
Yeah, the napalm can be quite problematic, for sure. I do think Shadow Demon is pretty happy in this lane, right? If once the napalm stack starts getting high, you can always just use disruption and stay back. And obviously, the weakness of Batrider and heroes like that is that you give away a lot of stick charges, right?
Yeah.
So we might see Rue going poison, right, and also start spamming back because he knows that he's gonna have a lot of mana.
Spam on spam. Okay, here's step 1 of the Weaver gameplay. Deep Observer Ward, spot couriers, snipe them as often as you can. Get something going for you. All right, now up at top, Celery kind of 1v2 zoning them back. Gives Watson complete free farm up there. But you know, Malik's Doom, Rue Shadow Demon, like you said, not like massively bothered, just constantly resetting, coming back to the wave, gathering what they can.
Yeah, I guess you might not be too worried about losing the lane here, because the DK is not really an aggressive carry, right? It's not like we saw last game with the Alchemist that has a lot of kill potential. So I think Doom is gonna be... He's gonna lose the lane, of course, because once again, the Dragon Knight... Yeah, I say that, and here it is.
They go.
DK, the angry Dragon Knight, comes in. But nah, DK, like we talked about last game too, that hero just seems to win the lane no matter what.
Oh, go down at the bottom. Just look at that, they go on him. He pops a bit of heal, and suddenly Ace is the one that's kind of in trouble. Yeah, DK. Always such a strong contender in these lanes. But it's like you said, you know, the napalm stacks up, you disrupt, you reset, fall back to farming.
Yeah, I mean, but if you can keep doing that over and over, right, it's gonna add up, because Doom does not like getting poked like this, right? He also likes a sort of static laning phase where he can just sit on high HP and hit creeps. And also Quinn is doing really well mid, right? You see, he has 11 denies already, which is quite a lot.
Pretty monstrous. I've seen a couple of times Laurel struggling to secure the last hit, even with his crash landing toss. And Invoker has become such a strong laner. Like, he doesn't even really need all that much. It's just like this double Wraithband build, then he's unkillable, untouchable, permanent, you know, armor, regen, damage.
Yeah. That's very annoying and very solid, for sure. Actually surprised they got that on from first pick, right? Because it's one of the more annoying heroes to counter pick last pick. Nothing really beats that Invoker.
No.
You can't cheese it.
He's always going to have a good time. Rue disrupted the DK. Right. Still dead. And Watson gets the first blood with that breathe fire. Again, all set up by that Celery Batrider. Satanic stepping up down bottom. Try and pressure back Ace. Tanky Centaur. Not too bothered by things as Tofu kind of plays that left side of the lane. Maybe even think about pulling here of the Ogre.
Yeah. I also haven't seen that much Centaur recently, especially after the Bracer nerfs. It felt like the obvious triple Bracer build with the horsepower facet. It's kind of maybe not as good anymore. So he's just gonna go one Bracer. Then a wand on Centaur. That's also kind of at least unusual from what it used to be. But it makes sense. And then straight into Blade Mail. So I wonder if he's gonna be having enough regen on the Centaur, or if he's gonna get spammed a lot.
That's a good question. For now, seems like he's okay.
Yeah, he's doing fine. Might also need the Weaver to bring some more tangos, or just even buy a couple himself. But yeah, it's like very strong laning phase from Gaimin, right? All the cores get what they want. Last game we watched, OG had or like Tundra had a, what was it, 4K lead at this time? So
Yeah.
not quite as bad.
That 2K lead is pretty good though. And just look, like all the denies on that CS board as well. You're saying all the cores are getting what they want, but they're also denying away from their counterparts at the same time. Like now Quinn has a DD rune, Trid's delivered. Like does Lars Tiny start to think about rotating? Does Tiny have to move?
No, I think it's he needs more time. He needs, for sure he needs boots first. And then as long as the lane is in a bad spot, he's not really gonna move, I think. I think he has boots coming now, then maybe.
She would have a top. And there's Rue to hold them back. So Firefly spent, Disruption kind of traded out. Down the bottom lane, Ace again, just having to stomp back Miposhka. TP rotation from Quinn's Invoker is coming in. Tornado clipped the Ogre Magi and Miposhka. He's going to die to that move.
Yeah. But Tiny is definitely happy for that. I don't think Spirit really mind.
A bit of poking onto Malik top lane as well. Watson getting some good body blocks in there to add on a few more hits, and the damage over time is actually enough to kill him.
I'm actually a bit, a bit surprised that they didn't skill Infernal Blade on Doom and try to also be aggressive in this lane. Because I feel like they could have potentially done something back. It's just when you don't pose any threat to the DK, then he's just gonna sit there, right, with full HP all the time. I think you had to spam Infernal Blade on him early on and try to fight back and use the stick charges you got from Bat to try to win the lane. Because now it's looking really grim, right? Look at the net worth difference. It's like 1.5k already.
Yeah, the DK never felt not even a gust of wind, not like a breeze. It had the easiest time completely. It's like if you put him like level 1, level 2, if you put the DK down to, you know, like half HP, at least then you're thinking, oh, I've got to be a little bit careful.
I'm actually very surprised.
Did Watson think?
Most Dooms I've seen now, and when I played it, I usually always skill the Infernal Blade level 1, even,
Yeah.
and then just start spamming it right away. And yeah.
I think that's what I've seen as well. And you go back into this Scorched Earth, like even level 2 Devour is not something that I've seen at level 5.
Exactly. I also think that the Scorched Earth level 1 is very bad now. It used to be better. He has that facet too.
The gluttony.
Maybe there's something with that. Not sure. I guess you get 2 charges, so you can eat 2 creeps and push the wave. Maybe there's something there. I'm not sure.
Still digesting the delicious creep. Gotta love Dota tooltips. Miposhka grabs the bounty rune as we do see a little bit of movement across towards this mid lane. Weaver shifting there, so Ogre tracks back. Shadow Demon here to defend Lol as well.
They're behind 3k, but I would still say that compared to OG last game and just in general knowing Spirit, they are very comfortable in this type of position. Like we also touched on before, right? Their draft allows it, and they have been coming back in a lot of games before, even with this roster. So against that team, I would say you need to make sure you stay focused throughout and close the game out properly, because like they're very good at coming back.
Oh yeah. Like sort of surprise factor of Last Tiny in a little bit. There's Gyrocopter who scales immensely with what I'm assuming is going to be that Chrysalis Ag Satanic build. The Gyrocopter definitely can just, you know, stand there and be a meat shield while dishing out some serious damage.
I like this move by Spirit, the over gyro rotation. Open up this tower. It's actually, I think, very crucial that they do this. If they allow the Gaimin to do the first move on the gyro and then Doom never gets to open top, it could be impossible to play for Spirit after that.
Lol, Invis. Got a bit of vision over on him for that lasso, but not enough damage to finish him off.
Certainly not. Force a rotation. I think they probably expected, I don't know, more damage maybe.
Just put the fear of God into the tiny, like, we've got you. Maybe expecting Team Spirit to all be there after that tower kill top. But either way, Spirit now looking down at his bottom lane to defend their own tier 1 at the same time as keeping Satanic's farm rate up.
Yeah. It's just a matter of time before Satanic's gonna take the top net with Spot. He always does. That guy is a super farmer.
He's a monster. And Quinn, he made a move up here onto Malik's Doom. It's like he's just accepting his fate, knowing he's dead, gets a bit more damage onto Celery. Yeah, knows there's no backup coming. So Gaimin Gladiators kind of roaming around as this trio now. Invoker, Weaver, Bat, looking for any openings they can find. I think smoking up and heading down south now as well. Team
This is a
Spirit.
cool move actually. They just smoked the Ogre and the Gyro to mid. It's sort of unexpected. They might bait the Tiny and then turn around. Oh, but the Bat
Celery,
Riders
the smoke break. And he's going to die for it here, maybe. Ignite thrown out. Satanic doesn't want to go too far in. Miposhka just turns onto Quinn, forces the Stampede as they disengage. Lots of poking and prodding from both sides, looking for that immediate chance to blow someone up. It's kind of cool, yeah, bringing that Gyro and Ogre across, defend the Tiny, expecting Gaimin Gladiator's next move. Nobody dies in the end, but it kind of shows... That shows Gaimin Gladiators that Team Spirit are going to bring numbers to fights, right?
Yeah, it also showed how the move could have worked out, right? It didn't net them a kill there, but it was a very good idea at least to allow for I think it was also the rune coming up, right? So it's like very, very good move by Spirit.
And then the two off-laners. Ace and Malik just like, yeah, you guys, 4v4 mid, we'll keep farming these side lanes.
Here as well, this move I also really like by Malik, right? Coming down here with the aura and they actually pressuring this tower. This is very good play by them.
They're like really speeding things up by doing this. Like, Gaimin Gladiators, are you going to respond? What's your answer? Let's bring Quinn down here. Nice EMP dodge with the disruption, and tower dead. So Quinn's made a move. Ace gets booted out of his bottom lane as well. And now Team Spirit have that freedom to choose their place on the map to play. Like, Gyro can sit behind this tier 1 bot, farm in the pocket. Malik can go back up top, clear out that. Or they can do Ancients, start building up some stacks for the Gyrocopter.
Yeah, very, very nice. I mean, they're down 3k, right? They have this really strong Invoker mid and everything, and they're actually the ones dictating how the game is going. Doom pushed out top lane and gated bottom to secure that tower. I think that was a very good move. I don't think many teams, many Doom players would even be doing that, right? They would just keep farming top and just keeping the status quo.
I think it comes back to that point you mentioned as well about Team Spirit and this draft. Kind of Gaimin Gladiators, pressure is on a little bit. Go make fights happen. Try and use every timing they've got. And so far, yes, they're ahead, but they've been met with some resistance. Team Spirit, no pushovers whatsoever. The constant reminder of, are we on a timer? Are we good going late game? Can we deal with this Gyro? What's the Tiny going to be doing in the next 30 seconds as his blink gets delivered?
Now. Yeah. Interesting to see how they chose to do this. It should also, I mean, Gaimin Gladiators should be aware that the blink dagger is coming any second now. 2 towers are down. He has a decent game on Tiny, right? Hasn't died or anything.
Yeah.
So he should have his blink. Let's see if this is gonna... I would be surprised if this gave them any big kill. Just because, yeah, it's fairly predictable timing where...
But like, the bat should die.
Maybe. I mean, he's also being sneaky top, right? I don't think they can dive this Invoker, then they're gonna die for it.
And Malik shows up top. Laurel breaks out the smoke mid. So blink, yeah, for sure revealed. I don't think he's holding that bottom lane now. And Gyrocopter very well defended by 3 heroes, making a nice wall in front of him. Laurel being looked at by Quinn and Tofu, but it's down a bottom lane where Ace is forced to stampede away. Feels like there's a lot of staring contests going on in this game where it's just like, we see you, and we know we see you, and we know you see us seeing you.
Sort of unpredictable though.
Malik, dead to the
Centaur.
DK. Centaur's still going to get gone on. Yeah, Ace, having spent his stampede, stomps them back. A good 2-man tornado from Quinn. Catches Laurel and Poshka. Disruption buys a bit of time for the Tiny here, but now he's caught in the ice wall. Tosses the illusion forward to kill off Ace. At least get something from it, but Gaimin Gladiators getting a kill on Doom top and then responding. Very nicely to that move down bottom.
Yeah, and look at DK's network now. Actually, he has such a free game. I'm sure they're feeling really comfortable now, Gaimin, after this sequence happening there. Can't help to think that this this top lane, Spirit, slowed their game down a lot. If they had been more aggressive up there, it would have been
Tower is under attack.
perhaps a slightly different game we would have been watching here.
Yeah, it feels like they could have put their foot down a bit more. Looks like Rude's gonna get picked off right in front of his tier 1 down bottom. Cold Snap, such an annoying spell.
Tower is under attack.
He's now looking at Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider coming out shortly. I'm glad.
What is so Centaur is going pipe? So yeah, the Blink Dagger is gonna enable them to play really aggressively, and every lasso they're gonna look to either smoke or
Radiant's bottom tower is
just
under attack.
make something happen. They have pipe as well now. I feel like they could really turn up the tempo. The DK looks invincible right now.
And this is where you can really kind of get on top of the Satanic Gyrocopter. Make his life a little more challenging before he hits that big critical mass timing. And take over the map a bit more here as Gaimin Gladiators. Playing around some nice high ground vision down in this bottom right hand corner. It's getting close to minute 20 as well, so daytime, Roshan, all considerations here for Gaimin Gladiators. They're going to play around.
Dire's middle tower is
Team
under
Spirit, though, making their way into that northern jungle, so tying in with a Doom. Laurel and Poshka kind of sweeping through, seeing who they can find.
This is also where the game is gonna maybe, even though we talk about them having all these timings, the game could also slow down because the map is very big right now. All the tier 1s have fallen for gaming. So if Team Spirit wants to just dodge and farm, play the map, they can really avoid gaming for quite a while here. But gaming might force the issue on mid lane. They were at least thinking about it there. But it's very hard to run into Team Spirit's lineup, right? You don't want to go in and throw your lead right now into this Doom, BKB, and yeah, Gyrocopter.
It's like Invoke in particular doesn't really want to show. Don't want to get jumped by this Tiny.
The Doom BKB is a big problem actually for gaming. Then he can just run through everybody and either Doom the Invoker or DK.
Celery quickly away from Laurel. Ace, Stampede, but stunned. Team Spirit, they're turning back here as Rue has found a target further to the left where Tofu Shikuchi's swiftly into the trees. Has a time lapse and another Shikuchi if need be, and it looks like he's away as well. Gaimin Gladiators good disengage there from Team Spirit's aggression and even looking for a turnaround. The smoke, I think, immediately broken on... No, Malik gets back under cover of smoke and moves to the high ground as Celery gets annihilated by this Gyro Tiny. And the drums pop, trying to catch up to Watson. But Dragon Knight flaps back to safety himself.
Is it somehow a bit easier for Spirit to play the game? Like, they have this very simple way of killing heroes, whereas for gaming, it's not that obvious. Like, you actually need to lasso somebody and need pretty much you need 2 or 3 heroes next to you, right, to have the damage to bring somebody down, and then there might even be a disruption save. So I think it's hard for Gaimin to kill Spirit's heroes, whereas if you turn it around,
Dire's middle
it's
tower
very easy for Spirit to kill Gaimin's heroes. At least the Weaver, Bat, you know. So I would say it's perhaps easier for Spirit to play this game out, play the map, which means that usually transitions into them just getting more out of the map in the long run. They can go further around. Yeah.
It just feels like they've got more options.
Yeah, they also have the Doom, right, which is very scary for these heroes. And we have Miposhka going Midas. I like
Hell
it.
yeah.
I feel like you're not playing Ogre properly if you're not gonna at least
Try.
at some point eye for that Midas. Yeah.
Can I get away with it? He says, hell yeah. Get the hand of Midas. But yeah, it's like, I kind of felt that after the draft, you know, I said it's not a, you know, I don't want to say it plays itself, but it definitely seems simpler here for T-Spirit to pick their moments, find their targets. The Gaimin Gladiators, they are here ready and waiting. Second trap onto Lal. Watson looks at the Ogre now as they turn back with Seller and Tofu to kill Miposhka. Malik, though, is doomed up DK. Watson on the run, pops BKB, but still being chased and harassed by Malik and Lal. But in comes Ace. The Centaur jumps to stun and stomp on the gyro. A bit of save from the Shadow Demon for now. Buys a bit of time, but it's an inevitable death for Gyrocopter there as Lal will clean up some of the pieces on the outskirts of the fight. Still a good resounding victory for Gaimin Gladiators here, though, to kill that gyro, stay alive on their cause.
You really see the SNY paying off there against the Doom, right?
Yeah,
it's such a big difference. I don't know if they're gonna give them Roshi, are they? Maybe they don't feel like they can. They don't even know, perhaps, that this is happening.
I guess the gyro's still dead. No BKB on Doom. Even if he knew it was happening, he wanted to. Hard to contest.
Yeah, true. I mean, they were moving away from there, but definitely hard without your BKB and your Doom and everything.
Radiant are scanning.
So in
But I
Team
think-
Spirit's comms, they're just like, we need more time.
Yeah, I think you want to farm your BKB on the gyro. Yeah, I mean, gyro going to want to keep farming, right? But I also think that they just scale really well. I don't think they need to take the fights like that. What ended up happening last fight was that they saw Shadow Demon use Disruption on a ward on himself to scout with some Illus, right? And then Tiny was literally under the ops as well, so they had a free access to start the fight. So I think that was kind of fortunate, you could say, for Gaimin. But I don't think Spirit should be put in this type of position very often again, where they're not ready to click their spells properly.
So they're
So
like a
if-
victim of circumstance.
A little bit, yeah. Like obviously now there's Aegis on the DK, so they're gonna be dodging for a while.
Where's the Ogre? We need Ogre Cam. Has he used it already?
Yes.
Hand of Midas. A very important moment. I'm sorry to.
You also have level 2. What is the alt called?
Dire's middle tower
Multi. Is that just multicast?
Is it still
Yeah,
called multi? Yeah,
multicast.
it is.
Radiant's
So
bottom
level 2,
tower
so
is
you have
under
the
attack.
potential.
Oh, a little bit of money.
It's nice.
Radiant's bottom
I mean, for example, like we talked about with the Weaver support, right? Right now, Gaimin Gladiators, it looks comfortable for them, but if Spirit just keeps dodging and keep delaying the game, and this Midas kicks in, and the Shadow Demon starts getting a couple of items, you might see this Weaver just completely fall out or flat, right? Be irrelevant in the game. And then you have an Ogre with a Shard, with, I don't know what he's gonna choose to go for, maybe Solar Crest, something to buff up the gyro. Yeah, he has Solar Crest queued up, so you might see the Team Spirit just outscale Gaimin in the long run here.
So Weaver becomes a carrier of items. Batrider becomes a Blink Lasso. Whereas
Exactly.
Shadow Demon and Ogre are far more impactful.
Yeah, they get the items plus they have the better spells, right? I mean, The Batrider obviously has really good spells if he gets to the point where he has Aghanims and Force Staff and all those items, but I don't know. I have a hard time imagining maybe Celery getting there. He's 5. Also Weaver. What are you really offering? Yeah, I just think that might occur later on. So I think it is a little bit up to Gaimin Gladiators to push the tempo here and start making use of this advantage that they have.
I mean, they've got 3 minutes on Aegis. Nice. Big old Daedalus for the DK isn't that far away. And then BKB for Invoker is about 1,500 off. So it feels like, yeah, this Aegis maybe nets them a kill somewhere, but primarily farming into Daedalus BKB for 2 of their cores. And Team Spirit. And bringing 5 heroes up north. Now playing under dire vision, sadly for them. And Gaimin Gladiators knows exactly where they are, and you see how wide they spread out across this map now. Invoker plays bot, Weaver shoves mid. Just try and tighten things around Team Spirit as quickly as they can.
That was sort of a nice smoke break by Tofu. An instant ult out, right? He saw 5 heroes and immediately got out, which meant that Gaimin could farm the map freely everywhere. And then you can even see it in the net worth. It was 3k. Yeah, it actually changed so much.
Oh, Satanic. Saved by the disruption, but the lasso drags him straight back into the Centaur. He's forced to BKB up here. Has a Lotus to play with as well. A bit of heal can come as Tofu does get turned on by the Tiny. Time lapses back to safety and then chases forward to give vision. Allow the DK to keep on chasing. Rude dead. And Gyro still being harassed back. Tofu very low, but Malik, he's actually turned here to doom the Batrider. Gaimin Gladiator is just walking over them at this point, though. We'll see if Celery even dies as he's surviving through all of the onslaught. It's ticking down, but it looks like he's going to be okay in the end. And that's it. Gaimin Gladiator is 2 kills. Nothing lost in return.
The Doom dying there makes it pretty expensive, right? He was actually fine. He just chose to stick around and see if he could help the Shadow Demon. But if they just got out and only lost the Shadow Demon, wouldn't be that bad. But now they lose the Doom. They used the Doom. They used the BKB. So this 1 kill on Shadow Demon became another kill and a tier 2 and a tier 1. So this was very costly for Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, definitely something to be said with this Weaver Shikuchi, like, position for Weaver in general, in tandem with Stampede and Blink Lasso. Because they've got, like, jump and catch, but they've also got this, like, chase and give, like, Tofu's just giving vision all the time. You mentioned his smoke breaking earlier, but he's just, like, opens the eyes for the DK and the Invoker to do what they want.
Yeah, I mean, for now, the Weaver is super annoying. And it's going to be for a while.
And they've caught Lyle. Disruption, again, is just this delay factor. Gyro is in, though, blowing up Celery, so Team Spirit gets something. Going for the BKB TP home, and it looks like, yeah, he's successfully back in the fountain. Lyle might not be so lucky, though. It's Tofu's Weaver on his tail. Sunstrike going to get dodged. Avalanche toss as an attempt, but Lyle dead. And now Gaimin Gladiators, again, just go back to that wide map play. Take over enemy ancients. Play down bottom to push out waves. Gather up, you know, a vacuum cleaner. Taking up all the farm on the map that Team Spirit would so desperately want. This has all been like pre-BKB Invoker too. Centaur, maybe a bit too far forward.
Big kill for them to get for sure right now. Aegis is out as well, so that's a nice breathing room for Spirit now to come back and get some map control. Are they actually gonna fight this?
Oh, looks like they're trying. Quinn's got that BKB and he's going to show it off here. Satanic just getting lassoed and dragged around right back into the damage from Gaimin Gladiators. Watson now unstoppable as Rue gets cleared up by Tofu. And Malik, a bit of a scramble here from Team Spirit. BKB Doom trying to run away. Is he trying to catch Celery? As he yules into the sky, Sunstrike's going to come into play here with Watson getting a double kill on this DK.
Yeah, the Invoker also has his BKB. The Gyrocopter the DK matchup is pretty rough for Gyrocopter for a while. Like he just gets hit back, right? He can't really man fight. So Gyrocopter needs like another 1-2 items maybe. Then the matchup might switch. He needs the Satanic, right? Then he can perhaps fight back.
Yeah, it's like Daedalus Satanic Butterfly needs quite a lot. And then do you start thinking about, I don't know, like Silver Edge for Tiny or something like that, maybe? Law right now looking at a BKB of his own.
So at what point do you sell your drums and just buy a Midas on Doom? And just start like farming? But it doesn't look like it's here.
It's like, who's scared of
like
there?
Yeah, it doesn't look like Spirit has the same read in a way that they should be dodging and like trying to. Maybe they feel like they can't if they're gonna lose all the map and towers and stuff like this. They feel like they should be fighting back,
Radiant are scanning.
which is probably true. It's more about how do you get the right angle to the fight.
Radiant are scanning.
It just does feel like it's a bit hard for them to actually fight right now, unless you can somehow jump the supports first or burst Invoker first or something like that. It's quite hard to fight into this DK.
Yeah, it's honestly been super hard for Rue and Malik. Like talking about how this Weaver is doing a great job getting vision for his cause to allow them to do what they want to. He's also making it so Rue can't really like disruption save anyone cleanly. He's got to use it in some kind of scuffy, chaotic manner. Doom is having difficulty just finding a Doom on people. Like what he doomed Bat, he doomed DK, but more reactively than proactively. Like,
Yeah.
Ideally, he'd want to like jump Doom the Invoker, right?
Yeah, ideally. I mean, the thing is, he's also really poor, right? He doesn't have the items needed to be this boss Doom that goes in with Shivas and shows everybody, right? He's quite squishy. If he goes in and doesn't get the proper initiation,
Celery. Okay. I throws the lasso there, but he's dead. Gaimin Gladiators still thinking about fighting this with Tofu and Watson showing up. They see Lal. Gets the Solar Crest put on him, so Tanky Tiny trying to stand and fight. Disruption again, just delaying what possibly could happen to him. BKB TP not going to work because the physical damage keeps coming. It feels like just like the order of operations gets out of hand very quickly. You know, the layering of spells, who are we targeting, what should we do here? Team Spirit seem a little bit messy today.
yeah. I feel like it's also hard for them to. Now it's hard for them to start a fight, right? Because they're always the ones getting pushed in. The creeps are pushing into their face. Their map control is really bad, right? So they're the ones who have to watch out for the blink lasso, the blink PK stun, and so on. Where, yeah, they need to be a bit more proactive now, or like reactionary.
Oh, can they get this? Rue's there to back up
He's
Satanic.
dead, man.
Has the BKB. He's going to walk back away from Gaimin Gladiators, but they're not done with him just yet. Sunstrike off the mark. Satanic getting tornadoed along with two other team members. Icewall down. Satanic dead. And now Eposki's in trouble on his high ground as Gaimin Gladiators converting this lead into something bigger and wanting to shut Team Spirit out with this one completely. And Gyro's gone for a while.
Yeah, might be a Rex here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Glyphcast forced. No Gyro for a minute.
Under attack.
I guess you do have to still be a little worried about tossbacks. There's one. And the DK back in towards Malik here, but they've got a lasso on Lal and Tiny being dispatched with quickly. While Watson didn't really feel the pain at all. Just stands there as the DK says, come at me. And turns back to kill the buildings. Might be two lanes. Let's head down to bottom now. No buyback on Tiny. Gyro's alive in like 10 seconds now. Again, Gladiators, they've carved themselves a real juicy lead.
Yeah, this feels like almost like game over, right? It's like almost too much to handle for Spirit now. I feel like they bled way too many kills in this game. Like the idea of dodging them like 15 minutes ago, I felt like was the better approach, but obviously we also have the whole picture, right? Like dodging the first ages and just farming, getting more items, waiting for the proper like using the Devour a bit more, right? Getting some more gold on this Doom. So that you actually have a stronger timing where you can fight. It felt like they were just trying to skirmish all the time and not really waiting for any particular timing. You have a Midas Ogre, right? You have a Doom. I feel like you should be thinking more about that.
You're like aiming later.
Trying to scale a bit with your heroes, right? Before you start taking fights.
It's giving Gaimin
Perhaps
Gladiators.
easier said than done, right?
Yeah, I mean, you made that point, you know, like 15 minutes in, right? If they don't fight back, they just relinquish control of the entire map. This Gaimin Gladiators just swarm over them. Team Spirit, I guess, in the moment, feeling like they've got to offer some resistance and punch back a little bit.
I mean, it's a balance, right? You don't want to be completely timid. You want to strike when it's good to strike, but it's and it's not easy.
Oh, Celery just walks straight in onto the gyro with a lasso. Malik does make the move back in, though, towards Ace and Watson as the DK taking a lot of damage with a time lapse from Weaver. The Aghanims upgrade out of Tofu brings the DK back to full HP. He can keep on going, backed up by Quinn and Ace now. A double kill for your Invoker. Team Spirit being handled. It was a good attempt. They nearly had them, but Tofu on the money with his support Weaver all throughout the game. A well-deserved tip from Watson as well.
I guess the scaling of Weaver is Aghanims.
I guess so.
It was never really that potent in the past, I feel. So
There was like...
they're also so far ahead now. It's hard to judge the Weaver from this game, I would say. It definitely did some work, but...
there was like a period where... I feel this was like 6 years ago, something like that now, where Weaver Aghanims had like a 1,000 cast range or something, and then they giga nerfed it like twice in a row, like 700, then down to 500, and then it never saw play again.
Exactly.
But yeah, seeing it come out, just one, you know, buys it, uses it once, the game is over. That was the big difference maker right at the end. But yeah, Gaimin Gladiators, well done from, you know, their cores in the lanes, having tons of denies, having a good setup for the mid game. Team Spirit struggled to fight back here, as Gaimin Gladiators will take that best of one victory. As we take a quick break and come back with our next game. Welcome back to Blast Slam. Here we go with our third best one of the day. It's the group stage. I'm joined by Misery as we've had a couple of kind of straightforward victories already in our first couple of games. Now heading into our third one, Liquid against OG. Liquid obviously going in this with the upper hand and OG the underdogs with something to prove. Do you think they've maybe woken up since that stomping they suffered against Tundra early on?
Yeah, I think they definitely had some time to talk over what they need to adjust, right? So this is Liquid's first match of the day.
Sure is.
So we'll see if they're better at coming out, blasting, or they also need some time to get settled.
Yeah, I mean, there was, God, I'm trying to remember what it was. There was a kind of a funny meme stat put out last year about the, I guess, the older OG roster, where they had like a 60% win rate if they played after 2 p.m. and like a 30% win rate if they played before midday. So there are definitely situations where you can look at teams and think, yeah, they are not early risers. They need a bit of warm-up time. They need the later day to start for themselves. I'll see if that plays out for Liquid
That's
against
true.
OG.
I think that's the case for most teams, actually.
Yeah.
They prefer to play later games, yeah.
The 10 a.m. start, that's not the life for them. They want the 2 p.m. start. Yeah, definitely.
Seems like OG has choice this time. So it's going to be fun to see what they choose. So we had Tundra choose second pick, and last game
Gaimin Gladiators took first pick, right?
Gaimin Gladiators took first pick, yes. That is right.
There's Liquid up on your screens.
So maybe
Save
there's
Light, the
like
new edition?
yeah, he's been doing really well. I think Liquid is finally finding their footing again. The first tournament or two or quarterfinal did not look that hot, but now they're actually looking much better. I also think Saberlight's hero pool is really good right now for him. Like he's always been, when I was coaching him in TSM, he was really good at Dawnbreaker, like Mars. He likes this kind of a little bit more unconventional offlaners, or like basically not 33 heroes, I would say. It's more like a different type of player, and that's kind of the heroes that are popular right now.
It's more the kind of like less steamroller building and more bursty aggression. Like when I think of Saberlight, I often think of like Night Stalker, where you're picking your moment, your target, and it's like this is the time to go.
Yeah, and it's actually a situation right now where you can pick him his hero pretty early. Like you just first pick Dawnbreaker and you don't care because the hero is just so strong right now. So I think Saberlight excels in this type of situations where you can just pick his hero early and then he just does his thing, right? He doesn't care. Then you can get more important heroes for Nisha or Mickey later on.
Yeah, and then makes it easier for your boxy heroes to come out as well, like the Muerta or whatever. If you want to pick that, just go with the Dawnbreaker. You'll be fine. Of course, their opponents, OG, and did suffer against Tundra early on.
So I would hope that OG picks some more, how do you say, like heroes that are easier to execute, perhaps.
Do shit heroes.
If they pick Phoenix techies, I want to pick them to pick heroes with frontlining and stun, right? That makes it playable for them. And then I would also like to see them get out of laning phase so we can have some Dota play, right? It was really rough the first game.
Yeah, it was a 24-minute win for Tundra, which was, I mean, it felt like it was over minute 7, minute 8. It got out of hand very quickly. But yeah, we can get the draft up on your screens and see what Liquid against OG is going to bring us if we do have OG, you know, coming out of their shell a bit more, something with a bit more firepower to get a few punches back into this, because they were just out, you know, round 2, round 3 of the fight. They were done for.
It's a nice angle.
Oh yeah, the whole squad. Insania just stretching it out. They've all just got just rolled out of bed, game alive.
Oh, for sure.
It's best of one.
Here we have a little bit less team-oriented drafting, perhaps. Maybe you have a different structure on how to do it. Kesu and Ari perhaps drafting.
Yeah, would imagine so.
Yeah.
It seems like you know, everyone's communicating.
Then you have the bans here. Once again, it seems like it's exact same bans as Tundra did. Prioritizing the Nyx and Bad Rider. Monkey as well. Meanwhile, OG banning out Terrorblade, Magnus. Let's see what they choose to first pick here. The Dragon Knight is available, which would fit OG quite well, I would say, because then they get the stun, right? If they want to play techies or this type of heroes, then they get the insta-stun set up for it. It's what other teams are doing, at least. This Dragon Knight hero seems still really strong. I guess he was also one of the heroes that didn't really get nerfed much compared to like the Shadow Fiends and Lunas and other heroes like that.
Well, I guess the downside of the Nyx ban is it allows Enchantress to be picked that little bit easier.
In a way, that is true. But Inch did get nerfed. Like the heal is much weaker now, and there's something happened to the enchant as well. Let's have a look. Yeah, so the enchant costs 70 mana at all levels, which is something. The heal lasts 3 seconds less level 1. So it's a bit weaker in lane for sure.
And then the no surprise DK.
Yeah.
X Nova with a wry smile. Like, are they ever going to pick anything that's not DK there? Unlikely.
So I mean, maybe that's also it tells. Maybe the old Inch pick might tell us a little bit about their prioritization in terms of laning phase. Perhaps that they want to have more early game so that they can play the game. If
Does
you
it
at
feel
least
like
have a look at the first game, right?
Does it feel like an over adjustment though?
I think the DK is a lot more valuable than the Inch personally, because I think there are other heroes that can do, I mean, not exactly what Inch does, but if you are looking at just winning lanes or securing your safe lane, I think other heroes like Pugna, maybe the ban we saw last game, like there are other options for that position. Ban is banned, but yeah, I think they can't ban all the strong fives. Lich, so I think that now you're giving away this Dragon Knight hero again, and just looks so ridiculous. Like
because
he
he's
go any
flexed
lane
all three. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, he goes any lane, he wins it. He offers you stun. He gives you the scaling and frontline. Like the hero just gives you so many things.
That's kind of the angle I was coming at. You know, why not pick the DK and then think, oh, we can pick Enchantress next round. Are they going to steal Ench? Maybe, but a bounty hunter. That was a Saberlight hero for a long time, like the Ags build and just bouncing shurikens everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, right now it's primarily played as a 4 in pubs, even a 5. But I know Boxy really likes this hero, and I know that Liquid have been talking about him having like almost like a cooldown on trying bounty hunter. He always wants to, and that team is like, okay, let's try it, and then they lose, and then it's on cooldown.
2 months later.
So, yeah, exactly. So maybe now it's actually back on, and then giving him another chance.
Yeah, who did? So there was another discussion about bounty hunter. We had him a little bit in the mid lane, I think, against Ember Spirit. There was like a specific couple of matchups where it was like bounty mid. That was kind of cool. But you're reckoning this is a Boxy 4, maybe with the French chance of it being a core.
I mean, the place that they pick it in the draft makes me think it's a 4. I think it's also pretty good against Inch, right? You don't really care. He has so high armor. You don't care about the right clicks. You can hit him until he presses heal and then run away. Like I feel like it's a pretty good response to Inch. And then it makes no sense to pick mid bounty hunter when you only see 1 Inch, right? So I think it's just gonna be a 4. Boxy. Maybe if OG picks something, they could still flex it to offlane or whatever, but most likely just gonna be a 4.
Yeah, like right here, right now, it's like 95% chance. It's a 4. Maybe more.
OG picks Hoodwink. Maybe just a casual hero. They have to pick something, right? Need something with damage, something that works decently with Ench. Strong laner as well. They need an Ari hero, right? They just no particular reason. Maybe you can break the DK. Scale late game, of course. Add some more damage to the DK as well. Let's see what they pair him with. Again, I would really like OG to pick a stun. Because once again, you have these backline supports that really want somebody to go in for you, right? okay. It's not a stun, but it's a front line at least, and it's a flexible one at that. You can put it carry and off lane, right?
Yeah, good tempo hero. He plays very fast with the Hoodwink and the Enchantress. Like, needs one key item. Loves farming ancient stacks, which both these supports are pretty adept at doing. Build up the ancients for you.
Yeah, you do give a Liquid a show the Bristle pretty early. Maybe you can look at picking a punishing it somehow. I wonder what Insania is gonna play. He's just gonna play Pugna. Jakiro, okay. Actually, also Jakiro, one of the only teams that carries Jakiro right now is Liquid. They played it in the online tournament that happened a couple of days ago as well. And Invoker. So I guess that they are kind of flexing DK, but I would say most of the time it's just gonna be carry. Then they're leaving Saberlight for last.
Yeah, like why Jakiro here and not Pugna? Like,
Jakiro adds a little more stun, yeah, and perhaps more team fight as well. Obviously the Pugna ward is strong, but I think the Jakiro with Bounty Hunter maybe makes more sense because you get that more disable. I think it might also just be a player preference thing. Like Insania just liking Jakiro more right now.
Just him and Miposhka, the two Jakiro players. Nobody else touches it.
Doesn't the Ice Liquid Frost also deal? No, it doesn't deal percentage damage, right? It slows. Okay. I wonder if he's gonna go which fastest he's gonna go actually, because I could see merit for both. I think the Liquid Fire is pretty underrated, and then you actually will fill the job of the Pugna in a way, right? You can take some towers with it as well.
Yeah.
Okay, but OG picks up Puck. I like that for them at least, and now they have a way to set up simple kills on the enemy heroes. Just coil and then follow up. That's something. You have only the DK to some kind of worry about for the Puck. Otherwise it should be fairly easy to not die if the game progresses past the laning phase like we did last game. Totally. Obviously you can still get bullied so hard in the laning phase that you can't do anything. I can see the Bounty Hunter running to mid, stealing his runes and just throwing shuriken at this Puck, and then the Puck never gets a chance to play Dota. I could definitely see that happening as well.
Or like Dragon Tail into Ice Path combo, or Ice Path over a Phase Shift or something.
Of course, yeah.
There's like no saving supports from OG here, so if you get caught, you're caught. They don't even have like big team fight reset either, right? This is OG kind of need to do well in lane stage, snowball, get that momentum going. And yeah, Alchemist fits that really nicely because you just hit that timing and you go. But this feels like like maybe this is just me, you know, having hindsight and thinking of game one or of that first game they played against Tundra too much. If things go poorly in the laning stage, can OG catch up? Because that's what they struggled with, right? Fall behind and stay behind.
I mean, I think... if they fall behind as hard as they did last game, I would not give them much chances, right? I think that's hard in any case, but this time, I mean, you have Alchemist Edge lane, very strong. I think the Bristleback Hoodwink is strong too. They just need to make sure they don't overextend. Yeah. They need to play a slower game where they get levels and get some items, right? And then there's pretty much the Edge and the Hoodwink who has to move and be solid. Slardar.
Oh, okay. That feels like a pretty good Slardar pick. I mean, we always used to see this guy against melee position ones to just bully them.
It does look like a good Slardar game on paper, that's for sure. But is that hero Is that hero good? That's a general question.
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you buy on the zero? Does anyone ever play this guy, right?
That's the question, huh? The pipe rush Slardar guys.
I mean, for sure, Saberlight likes it. Let me just have a look what people do on this guy.
Yeah, I'm curious. But I guess it gives you, like, amplified damage against the Bristleback's nice. Laning against the Alchemist should be solid. Another stun, another teamfight starter to play with your Jakiro, with your Bounty Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, I like the idea behind it. Usually there's this thing you say where you don't want to pick bad heroes to counter good heroes. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
sometimes there are bad heroes in Dota on occasion, right? And even though they look good on paper, you don't necessarily want to pick it just because that the badness of the hero outshines the value that it counters it with.
I mean, I'm racking my brain to try and think of when I last saw him, and I feel like it was the Aghanim Scepter meta, where you just buy Blink into Ags.
I think that should something like that should still be the build.
Okay.
You still want to get BKB Aghanims, and you still want to be this guy who's really hard to bring down. I like Liquid's draft, to be honest. Even though the Slardar is there, I just feel like the Bounty Hunter, Invoker, Jakiro, like these three together is gonna make it hard for OG. I just really like Bounty Hunter. I always did, so I can't
go against it.
Nah, not really.
But, yeah.
Let's see. Zero just feels so strong right now.
And also gonna be Invoker versus Puck in the mid. Bristleback Hoodwink versus DK Jakiro. And then Enchantress Alchemist against a Slardar Bounty Hunter. I mean, there's wiggle room here for OG. There's ways to kind of bolster their lanes, get things accelerated, farm Ancients in particular. Looks like something that they really want to do with this Bristleback to get the ball rolling for him as well. But this is OG needing momentum and needing laning stage to not be a repeat of the game against Tundra. I think that one just, put it at the back of your mind, forget about that. New game, a new draft here against Team Liquid. You are bringing a little bit of Liquid spice to the table. As Division 4 Bounty.
It should be better this game, I would say. I also think I'm not sure about Ench. Like, I think this hero could pop off this game as well, because it's not that easy for them to kill the Ench like early mid game. They don't have this like Timbersaw or Pangolier type heroes that usually likes to kill Ench really fast, Batrider or something like that. So yeah, maybe he's gonna have a really good game, some nice rotations, and set a good game up for OG.
And it's X-Nova Ench as well, right? Like, he was always known for his like Chen and Enchantress, these kind of heroes that play from lane into playing the map. And you talked about that potential for heroes like Enchantress to play into the mid lane when we were talking about Gaimin Gladiators. They come out of the laning stage, play into mid, play into towers.
That type of thing usually felt off. I think you can still do it sometimes, but I think nowadays the gate or just staying in your safe lane seems more reliable. You can come for the rune, but
yeah,
this just seems like there's more to gain on the side lanes as an Ench.
That's true.
You might wish to
we need to watch for the level 3 timing. For Ench, it's really strong. The level 5 timing as well. The creeps just become so much more powerful every time they level up.
Well, already a D ward for OG. And Foxy scouting ahead, looking at Ari Hoodwink here.
Oh no,
setting up for a potential first blood off the Dragon Tail and Dual Breath. I've got Foxy moving forward to slice down the Hoodwink and get that first blood. A lot of money for your Bounty Hunter already, who I guess is like saving up for boots now.
Another. They did get the D-ward, but dying to first blood after the first game we had, it's like not what you want to see, right?
Wait, where was that ward D-warded?
Right on the OG banner in the mid lane.
So they had 2 wards there, huh? Or is that a sentry? Oh my god, that's a sentry ward.
Oh, the one on the low ground. in the river?
No, there's a Radiant Sentry that I thought was another Observer Ward because it's got yellow eyes.
Oh, yeah, I see. Okay, so they dewarded the ward, I think, and then the bounty came and placed another one.
So then they can deward that ward. No, that is a Radiant Observer. I'm not losing my freaking mind.
Oh yeah.
my god.
Yes.
I'm getting double debated by. They called it a Sentry Ward, but yeah, that. So Liquid placed 2 Observer Wards in the same-ish place, and one got dewarded.
That's right.
Right. Caster loses mind live on stream, trying to figure out the Sentry Ward, Observer Ward bullshit all over again.
I thought they fixed that. That you could call your Observer Ward Sentry Ward.
No, it's still here. Right. Concoctions being thrown. Saberlight having a lot of his regen burnt early on. And X-Nerva going to take control of that large camp again. So far, not too bad for the Alchemist and the Enchantress in this lane.
But just level 1. Makes sense considering he's versus Slaughter, right? Just gonna click him. It's not something that I've seen much.
Oh, well done by Boxy and Saberlight there. Hold 23 Savage back. But yeah, Impetus level 1, I guess, yeah, like you say, kind of double melee lane. Try and keep that damage coming as quick as possible. Down at bottom, Whisper's right in front of his tower, so he can kind of safely farm there, while Ari's Hoodwink went on a bit of a journey. Feels like, again, just the conversation about Dragon Knight. I don't know, just so dull to keep repeating that he never loses lane, always is just full HP, hitting creeps non-stop. Seemingly untouchable.
Yeah. I think people also overestimate maybe how strong he is level 1, and then they don't really bother like harassing him. Then he just sits on full HP all laning phase.
Oh, he's already got 11-1 charges.
Yeah.
It's good to be a DK. Whisper is a pretty good bristleback player though. We'll see if he can get off the ground. He's starting to step up here with Ari's Hoodwink onto this Nikkei DK. He's got the nasal coup spamming out onto him, but onto the one. The kill sprays are coming, and Whisper close to killing Mickey, but not quite close enough. And now the DK surviving. Boxy's rotating. Ari getting turned on here as Insania and Boxy will take down the Hoodwink. I mean, it's so close to perfection
it's exactly
from OG.
this is exactly what we talked about them not doing, right? Going all in for this kill, and then they're just gonna heal this DK up again. I feel like this is what happened last game a little bit, right? Where they did this overextension on the lanes. Like they could just sit and farm, right, and just play it slow. It's not like the DK Jakiro is gonna kill. Like they're not gonna really go on you that much, right? You can just trade farm and get a game going. Instead, now they both die, and I hope we don't see this similar situation as last game.
Yeah, I mean you can't just fall apart now with a Titan up. And it's like kind of cool here. This Snot Rocket Bristleback. Very often we've seen the Seas Red facet.
Oh,
the
yeah.
Snot Rocket sometimes I think New from China has done it a couple of times from the off lane. Definitely can surprise you. Just a ton of minus armor kind of stacking up onto this DK, and Mickey nearly died. If that was a kill on Mickey, Whisper could maybe survive. They get that kill, look decent, but
True.
a very fine line.
It could have worked. There might also be a scenario where you go on the Dragon Knight, but you don't extend all the way through, right? You don't. You make him half HP or down to like 25%, and then you back off, and then you're winning the region battle, right? Something like that.
But then it's like next time he's like within that threshold.
Then he has to be scared. Then he has to be careful, right? Then you're winning the lane slower.
Next Nova. He's dead up top now. Boxy's just on a killing spree apparently. 23 Savage has a concoction to launch at Saberlight, but this is 900 HP, tons of armor Slardar with Lotus to play with. He's got 8 armor thanks to that ring of protection. At this point, it feels like 9 has the weight of the world on his shoulders. This puck has got to do a lot of heavy lifting. Laning against Invoker is not an easy task to begin with, never mind a niche one.
That is true. Again, pretty one-sided early games we see today. 2k up again by 4 minutes.
And Liquid, one of those teams that doesn't easily give up early game leads. 9 trying to play around the water runes as best he can. Nisha Invoker. Full wand. Has a Wraith Band. Not really too bothered by much. Oh, 23 Savage. Constantly low HP up top. Needs the Centaur and the Enchantress bodyguards to keep him in play. Sableye stepping up here. Feels like risky business, but he knows his limits. I was watching the minimap and keeping tabs on what looks like a foot race between Jakiro and Hoodwink. Ari and Insania having some fun just running through the jungle, making a lane for themselves. I guess Insania guarding against any potential courier snipes. Pug is really waiting for level 6 to hit. Lulu's making it down bottom. And Bristleback gets up in his face and basically just solo kills him, huh?
Yeah, and they got the experience as well. Jakiro got the XP for the Bristol though, so he's happy about that.
Entry expired. C1 placed. 6-minute runes down bottom, but it looks like OG here with the dust. They've got what it takes to kill Boxy and take the spree away from him. Signs of life yet from this OG squad.
Yeah, definitely looking much better than last time. Bristleback has a nice game now. Chink level 5. Ench has a good game. Yeah, completely even so far.
An Alchemist basically just wants to hit level 6, go hit some jungle camps. Maybe stack up some of those small and medium ones for him, while Ari can start working on the Ancients. Which Whispers Bristlebank will be very happy to oblige in taking out.
One of the hardest parts about playing Bounty Hunter is to get to level 6 at a decent time. So you usually get you get to this point fairly easy, level 3, 4, but then getting to that level 6, if you don't get any kills, can be quite difficult because you're not really offering much lane presence and have a natural habit of just running around invis, right? Looking for something to happen, and then time passes.
Is there someone he should be playing with? Like right now, the rest of the team, they're on from the back bottom. Nisha making this rotation to kill off Whisper here. Very nicely done. Because yeah, Boxy was kind of scouting up top, but OG have done a good job keeping tabs on this bounty hunter with sentries and dust. It's an economic battle for sure, they're investing in it, but they've kind of stopped Boxy in his tracks now.
Like if you had to be pesky critical in this situation, he could be taking mid lane, for example, right? Towards his 6, while the Invoker was bottom lane.
A decent catch here.
Kill him.
To 9. From 9 on to Nisha. And they do. Yeah,
That's a very good kill.
23 Savage in the meantime. Getting bashed and crushed. Oh, is he surviving? Boxy shuts it down just in the nick of time. Sableye killed by X-Nova.
That was an optimistic TB. Say.
Yeah.
Maybe, but then again, if Ench misses uphill there, then he's probably out.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Pretty close on that Alchemist kill as well. Hey, it looked like he was starting to regen with the Chemical Rage. 23 Savage, yeah, can return to his lane, keep on farming. 4,000 net worth for him, and then Whisper's going to start accelerating through Ancients and stacks. But it's just a story as old as time. DK is top of the net worth, 9 minutes in. DK feeling very happy about the way things are going. I guess Bristleback not as good at taking stacks with this build.
I think it's the same, right? It just takes a bit of time. And he was also level 6, not 7.
Right, okay.
They kill Alk again here.
Right. Sacrifice.
He was level 6.
That's a lot of damage from Insania, but he denies himself with the concoction. Unlucky for Liquid. And they brought numbers up here as it looks like Mickey's made the transition to try and push tier 1.
Still pretty big kill, even though he didn't deny himself. It's not really what Alk doesn't really want to keep dying, right? He wants to. Every time he dies or doesn't hit creeps, then his Grievous Creep Gold stacks gets reset.
Ideal for him. On Boxy with a...
Actually lose mid tower on Liquid.
I do. 9 and Ari here. Tower got denied by Boxy, but he's going to die for it. And the objective dead nonetheless. Wait, Nisha, has he got that catch on 9 with a tornado just in time? Stops him from jaunting to the orb.
Very close.
And everything so far has had some kind of big response. You know, you get a kill on a core here, your core dies over there, lose a tower, you lose your puck.
Yeah, it's very even exchanges everywhere. Like you kill the Alk, he denies himself. You get a tower, but you lose mid tower, right? But yeah, like you see again, the bounty is only level 5. So that is the biggest issue for the Zero for sure, getting a 6.
Struggle bus. Having some difficulties. Slardar trying to slip away from X-Nova this time. Gets off into the trees. And Boxy and Insania spot Ari. He spots them, but Nisha looks like he's the defining factor in this move. Adds in that control and damage as they now switch targets onto X-Nova. Or they're thinking about the Alchemist because OG are the ones turning onto Nisha here with a waning rest in the coil. They've got him taken down. Slardar and Boxy Bounty Hunter on a tail of 23 Savage, but they now lack the damage. They don't have enough to bring him down through the Chemical Rage. 2 cores gone on the side of Liquid as OG brings everybody up here to deal with them. Okay, Dragonite still, you know, farming away down the lane, getting caught by Ari. But it's just a lone hoodwink.
Maybe this is it's back to the impetus Ench now, since they nerfed the heal and people are just gonna play Ench still, but they're just gonna max impetus first. And you saw it there how much damage he actually deals. It's funny how it shifts between those 2 builds depending on what gets nerfed.
Yeah.
At some point every spell of his is just gonna be awful. But not for now, it seems really strong still.
Just level enchanted stat. So
This game looks a lot better for OG now. Slardar and the Bounty Hunter, you can see it in net worth. Bounty doesn't really excel with net worth, he just needs levels early on. So it's kinda dead weight in a way. And then the Slardar's net worth is also compared, like his net worth doesn't transition into usefulness for a long time, right? So OG are much stronger right now. Once they get the Radiance, I think they could look to put on some serious pressure.
Yeah, especially off the back of 9, who seems very comfortable on his puck just to start things off. Get these fights going.
Yeah, they're gonna have a really strong timing with Witchblade, Aghanim's Bristleback, Radiance, Alchemist.
Yeah, not too long until that comes. Well, Liquid still trying to keep tabs on 23 Savage here. Try and limit his acceleration with a bit of poking and prodding, force a reaction. And this time not meeting it whatsoever.
It's also a bit like if you look at Slardar, right? If he buys like a first item now, that you better find a good fight with that item, right? Because the hero doesn't farm fast, and if there's no good fight after that, the hero's gonna fall off, and you're gonna see why the hero is not doing much.
Instant execution. Ari and 9.
this top rune area has been a big problem for Liquid this game, right? This feels like people keep dying there to the puck Ench combo.
There's constantly sentries and reveal over there from OG, who set up for it non-stop. This is pretty key now. Blink daggers are being delivered for the Dragon Knight and the Slardar. So Liquid very likely going to try and smoke and play off the back of this, but it coincides with what you were talking about. Alchemist Radiance, Witchblade Puck. OG going to feel pretty happy fighting.
This next fight is going to be very important for the game, especially for Liquid, right? Slardar blink needs to pay off. If he blinks in and dies now, it's really bad.
The one thing OG are missing is like a couple hundred gold for the Bristleback Aghanims. 400 to go. And it looks like OG completely avoiding Liquid smoke gank here as they swing south.
Yeah, they know. They were also missing for so long, right? It was kind of in the mid lane that was something was supposed to happen. Invis puck. Maybe catch somebody bottom.
Just the bounty hunter left over now.
He saw the bounty. Yeah.
Pop through the gate. Dragon Knight and Invoker just continue farming. And that's the time Whisper needed to finish off his Aghanim Scepter. And Alchemist does what Alchemist does best. Radiance quickly becomes Blink. Accelerates very quickly to the top of the net worth board now. As Boxy gets scouted by X-Nova with a dunk. Dragon Knight is here on the high ground, but Dragon Form is over. And Boxy with a swift TP home gets away from the grasps of OG this time. Yeah, 3k lead for OG now as Liquid were the one that's kind of on the back foot.
They saw that smoke, right? Crystal was at least tracked for a couple of seconds.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, Boxy definitely.
Boxy's gonna break it.
Self stun from the concoction. Nisha's Invoker already out there, miles away.
Radiant structures are falling.
Liquid not wanting to entertain this power spike out of OG. Just give them that bottom tower. Let OG do what they want to.
It's so hard for OG to fight, right? They needed to abuse their laning phase more, because like right now, what do they actually have? This bounty hunter doesn't offer much. Slardar doesn't offer much in the fight. Like, Jakiro, he can do damage, but he's also very squishy, right? Nice so easily to the puck or the alchemist, anybody really. So they really lack damage right now. I think the only way Liquid fights is if they somehow stand their ground and OG runs into them, where DK can get a lot of hits off. So it's definitely up to OG now to put on the pressure. If we take this tier 2 like they're doing now and sweep across the map.
It's like we went from Blink waiting room into the Blink not paying off, and we've entered the BKB waiting room for Liquid now.
This is the typical bounty hunter game when it doesn't work out, right? When it doesn't snowball the laning phase.
Save light.
Under attack.
They just coil in here. Dragon Knight's in. Chain stuns. Okay.
Nice play.
Dire's middle tower is under
9
attack.
just gets destroyed.
Very nice play by Mickey, like just being there right at the right time. It's such a big kill.
Now the courier snipes begin.
Yeah, yes, that's another factor that Hero can offer.
Irritating. Ari still tracked up in that mid lane, getting wrapped around on here. Blink, a crush, all the vision in the world. And OG starting to get picked apart now as another cast this time on the Whisper is going to relinquish them of that Bristleback. How quickly this went from Liquid on the back foot, OG storming the map, to a pick off on 9. Well placed, well timed from Mickey and Save a Life. Then another one, and then Whisper falls.
Middle tower.
Yeah, that's actually crazy. What the sequences that just happened there.
Alchemist just blinked in. Worried.
That all happened after the tier 2 bottom and Puck TP's top trying to catch the Slardar, and then Mickey is in the right spot at the right time. But where is Puck's teammates, right? shouldn't, if we're gonna do this TP top and catch the Slaughter, shouldn't we mass TP with Alchemist too and like overwhelm them, right? So we also kill the DK if they try to turn on the puck. Right? The puck was just completely alone. So that was a really big mistake by OG. I felt like Liquid had no business getting 3 kills and that's from that situation. That was all on OG. Just, I mean, props to Mickey of course for being there, but that could have easily ended up in both dying, right?
Yeah,
maybe you
where
kill
was
the puck
everyone?
there, but yeah, but then at least you kill the DK and the Slaughter for it, right? Instead, this happens, and now look at the networks again. Like 3 track kills, like push out the waves, and suddenly like a 5k gold swing in total.
Yeah, something.
Maybe even more. That's crazy.
Maybe close to 6 even.
Yeah.
Because yeah, that, like expectations from that was, in my brain sees a puck chasing a Slardar after what we've just seen. Does Slardar just die here? Does he just get coiled and run out? And it just doesn't happen. And then the reverse is true. And now Liquid come through the gate, take control of this Roshan area. Daytime, bottom right-hand corner. OG trying to smoke into a position here where maybe they can wrap around in onto Liquid as OG are still strong. They have the ability to get a catch, a jump onto Invoker. With DK he's in. With a DKB, stands and cleaves. The splash damage is too strong. My God, Mickey, a powerhouse in this one. Annihilates a couple. Whisper's still alive. Forcing Liquid to TP out. Ari can catch up to Insania here with X-Nova. Looks like they can stun him up and get a double kill for Whisper. It looks so good for OG until Mickey arrived, and then that second layer on top, there's Bristleback shutting the door on Liquid.
Yeah, this is how the fight is supposed to be, right? Obviously, that was a fight after the fact that Puck and a bunch of more heroes died, right? So Liquid kind of came back, but I still don't think Liquid has any business fighting OG. OG is actually ready to press their spells.
Radiant are scanning.
Bounty and Slaughter just doesn't offer anything.
And I feel much more like chasing heroes than head-on team-fight
the
spectrum.
hit on 5-on-5 is difficult for sure. But yeah, they're not gonna give up Roshan here. They'd make it pretty low. Maybe Liquid's gonna take advantage of this.
Definitely a possibility. And Puck is trying to join. Alchemist is on the other side of the map. Well, I guess you could swiftly
Radiant are scanning.
TP down and regroup.
Are scanning.
And both teams scanning here. None of them connecting. Liquid, the ones who are smoked up and hidden. See Ari at 9. Two-man blink thrust. Mickey's in. Where's the puck? Blinks off to the right-hand side. Whisper, he's trying to spam out the nasal goon, but the 2-die support has been brought down quickly. Now Liquid trying to reset off the back of this with a buyback out of OG. Sharpshooter flies across. Alchemist comes in from the south. 9 is dead though, and the Bristleback just gets turned on and pummeled. Insania's gonna fall. Yeah, sure, but this Alchemist is now on the run. Mickey and Nisha. The blink out from 23 Savage. Looks like it's good to get him out of there. Saberlight, he's managed to tank through this hoodwink and enchantress damage. And now the diebacks are in play. The 2 supports gone for quite some time. And Liquid is, looking at the way this is going, you know, no real reason to entertain these fights when you think OG is so strong, but they're able to just pick them apart, outplay them.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not really in formation, right? You see both supports being bursted. You don't have your Bristleback in front. You're not smoked. You're not actually ready to fight. You're not even 5, I think, at the start of the fight. Liquid just seems to be a bit more clutch when it comes to the right moments. But I really think it comes down to the sequence we saw earlier after the bottom tier 2, when the puck TP top. I think that was so massive for the game. It gave the DK so much more harm. Now the Slaughter is scary, right? Because the DK can follow up. So all Slaughter needs to do now is blink in, amp a guy, and run away, or like hit him once. Then the DK will follow up and stick the target. Now you have an insane burst potential. You can even burst the Bristleback now, I think, with the amp.
Yeah. Yeah, you can.
But it's also sees why the Bounty Hunter is such a strong hero, right? He runs around, and then when you do the fights, look at the golds. It's such a crazy swing with this track. I wonder how much of a factor it actually is. It's hard to say, but definitely.
Like how much is trickling in from the track?
Yeah, I guess it might be a little bit of a false. I don't know. It might not matter as much as you think, but it does feel like a factor for sure.
Well, you said
track
you're a
goals.
bounty player, right? So you want to make yourself feel good too. You're like, I'm
Bounty
getting
gets most
hundreds of
yeah.
gold.
Yeah, Bounty gets most of the gold, obviously. Yeah.
Pick it more. Pick it more. Surefire way to get your hero nerfed is making it sound good.
I mean, the hero has like 55% win rate in pops right now.
Oh,
It's very much. So allies get 40 gold per kill, and you get 130. And then level 2, when he hits 12, you get 80 for your allies, right?
that's nice.
But 40, it's not nothing, you know. It's adds up.
Yeah, I mean, if you wipe the enemy, getting a lot of gold. That's been very well executed by Liquid. Just seeing the puck. Like the fact that Boxy and Saberlight both very good at keeping tabs on 9, making sure they got vision of those pucks, there's no surprise actions. Bursting and blowing up this Bristleback who, for all intents and purposes, this Bristleback was meant to be or was the strongest hero on the map for quite some time. But
Yeah,
now
not
he enters
anymore.
fights and he's just like disappears.
Yeah, look at his net worth in comparison to everyone else right now. Like, just 5 minutes ago, I think he was top net worth with the Alchemist. His game completely fell flat. I mean, same with the puck, to be honest. Even Slaughter is ahead of them now. Like,
Yeah. And now Liquid are on the hunt. They're the ones out on the map trying to make plays. Ari's going to get away from them, but Snow is going to be found. They also spotted Whisper, I think, for a brief moment there. Saber, oh, Nisha's got him. Tornado flicks him. Now Saberlight's in. They've got chainstones for days. Meatball's up in his head. Whisper is down and out. Saberlight has the BKB and run from all the cool sprays and damage coming his way. I'm scared and afraid of being caught on the escape. That really does hurt OG now.
actually, the Invoker DK combo also looks insane, right? The Alacrity on the Dragon. Like, what is that? It's too much.
Like, DK has already felt like overtuned and does too much damage with this Armor Daedalus just on its own. And now he's got Corrosive Haze Alacrity. Put any amount of like steroids or buffs on him, and it's just ridiculous.
It's also like historically DK has been an incredibly strong hero. Let's just see guys here.
Oh, Alchemist saving the day. Construction onto Nisha, starts pummeling away, but Boxy, he tracks back and kills off 9, while Nisha gets saved up by Mickey here. Hoodwink dead. And again, OG, they've tried to go in kind of one by one, now they're scattering. Bristleback, respawns and runs bottom, and he's looking at the looking at the rest of the team like, how have you guys died while I'm not alive? Let's group up, let's play as 5. Liquid very tight together again, just swarming into enemy ancients. Saberlight leading the charge.
It's hard to play the map now for OG. I mean, I'm not sure what you're doing right now. I mean, you definitely need to finish some item on Bristol, right? Or he just dies. You need to finish the items that you have and then try to take a fight. I don't think you can't really like dodge them, right? Not against these heroes, Lada, DK, Bounty. They will find you. But anyways, about the DK, I was saying earlier, is like that hero historically has been one of the most contested, solid heroes, right? For a long time. And his biggest issue was that he farmed kind of slow. That's always been his issue, right?
Yeah.
And then now you gave him
A battlefield.
a built-in battlefield.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. And now, OG is getting picked apart here. They've got a coil out and save like BKBs. They're focusing Boxy. Bounty Hunter down. Liquid trading out 1-for-1, but Mickey is pretty happy here with ace in hand to turn and fight with a cleave. And the crit finds yet another takedown. Well, nice puck, trying to jaunt and shift away. Mickey armor toggling through some of these impetus shots, landing, but still loses his first life. OG not able to really rally and find second wind here. They've lost their Alchemist. Hoodwink's gone. Spent the coil. And Liquid really just the ones in charge of this game.
Yeah, completely. I mean, if you also look just at Alchemist's items, right? It just doesn't look scary. It doesn't deal enough damage. If you get the... Yeah, he could kill the bounty hunter there, but that now he has a Lotus. I feel like as soon he won't be able to kill anybody, right? Then he's just gonna go in, and then he has to run away. Then his ult is gonna run out. It's a very, very tricky position for OG right now.
It's like when you have to make a concerted effort to kind of, okay, Puck Alchemist, we need to coil, concoct, and kill the bounty hunter. And Boxy's just rubbing his hands together like, yeah, sure, kill me. I'm happy as a pos 4 to open the entire fight for my cause. Yeah, I mean, you're so right about the DK though. Like going from, you know, we pick DK to lane against Quap or Puck or whatever. So then, oh, we can lane DK off lane, or we can lane DK safe lane. We had a period in Chinese Dota where it was like DK AA safe lane duo. That was pretty cool. But now it's like, yeah, who was it? We interviewed Pure before DK like really popped off, and we asked him, why did you pick DK? Isn't it just like a worse Sven? And he did this little smile and laugh at us, and he was like, you guys don't know. And then for the next 4 or 5 months after that little interview, it's just like DK all the way home. Everyone's playing it.
I mean, he just doesn't. The weaknesses Sven have doesn't feel like DK has those.
It's range.
He's a fucking
it's
range. Yeah.
That's right. I mean, Alchemist just gets blown up. Good chain stuns again from Liquid to spatter 23 Savage. Whisper pop BKB, but Urax is still falling, and a jump in again, this time onto Ari. Gets Mickey a wicked 6 streak, and they're just not stopping this. Foot down, Liquid move on to the second lane of Rax. And the big Griffin with his flappy wings. And just opens it up with another blink stun. Mine's done for. OG in disarray here. It felt like they had some chances. OG did much better draft-wise, laning stage-wise to get into this game, but it felt like there were those key moments where Liquid just outshone them, outplayed them.
Yeah, I think this game there's actually something to watch in the replay and understand like what they need to do better. I mean, of course you can always learn something even from the first game they had, but this one I think like they were in a really dominant position, and maybe some of their inexperience together shown. I mean, they're also playing like a super experienced team in Liquid, right? TI champs and everything. So I think that might be a big factor in this particular game.
Yeah, this has felt more like, you know, comms issue or just, you know, how to enter the fight. 23 Savage tries to start it off. Meets a lot of resistance though. Alchemist, as tanky as you are, you're not withstanding that. Nisha picks up the kill. Whisper moves in and tries to do his best, but he's dead as well. OG tap out. Another best of one loss for them in the group stage here for Blast Slam. And a good start to Liquid's group stage here with a first game victory for them.
Yeah, I think the Slaughter also did not look bad. I was a bit worried when he bought Blink first item. I've seen people do that, and then they blink in, get coiled, and die, and then they stay at 5k net worth the rest of the game. But he was not rushing it, and then yeah, he made it work. So
I mean, it felt like we got to that point where, you know, the kind of last straw that broke the camel's back was put it out of contention for OG, and kind of another day in the office for Liquid to round that one off and finish off the game, taking down OG in that best of one. They start off their group stage. A nice solid victory there as we head to a break before our next game coming up in a little bit. Welcome back to Blast Slam here as we get ourselves back into the group stage. Best of ones galore as we've had a fair few kind of one-sided affairs so far. Misery getting ourselves some exciting Dota here and there, a couple of little team fights, but it's kind of felt like draft and laning stage has been that continual stepping stone that teams are kind of launching off to get these wins.
Yeah, I mean, we also saw OG twice, which was kind of painful games, right, from their point of view. Yeah, it seems to be hard for them to find their footing. Obviously, I mean, they're a new team, right, playing against some big names, veteran teams. So I guess it's what you would expect, but it's still painful to see them fall apart like this.
It sure is. I mean, I guess expectations were a little higher after the Bangkok qualifiers, and OG put up some good fights against Tundra, Gaimin Gladiators. But yeah, going 0-2 early in the group stage here, definitely painful for them. While Tundra, Gaimin Gladiators, and Liquid all winning their first few games there, so good starts for them. As our next game up, best of ones, all the way through the group stage here. We just saw Liquid against OG just now, but Tundra against Gaimin Gladiators next. We hope for something that's a bit closer, a bit more competitive.
Yeah, and think this one is a good contender for that. I think both teams look good in their respective series, right? We had Gaimin play their Centaur and Weaver earlier. Tundra playing their Doom. Yeah, that was the game 1 with Doom and Alchemist and stuff like that. I don't think Gaimin will allow all those heroes to be given to Tundra. But I think it's gonna be very interesting to see what Gaimin brings, if they're just onto this like Weaver for Tofu again, or if they have something like that fits their style. Even Tundra as well, if they have something new cooking. But I expect this match to be closer. Yeah, hopefully.
I mean, definitely finding like where they want to kind of fit in around Watson. And it's one of these things, right? Kind of going, finding your identity. Sometimes you just need to go back and think, what did we enjoy in the past? What brought us success? It reminds me of these old, the Drow Ranger strats, right? You forget about them for a while, you go back and like, holy shit, this was good. The Drow Visage, bring it back. Yeah, Weaver, Batrider, all worked out. The Centaur for Ace was nice as well.
Yeah.
Well,
I also would like to see Dragon Knight getting banned out, right? Like, why is this hero continually getting through and being top net worth and just this monster of a hero? Like, is there really a hero that's more important to ban than DK? I don't know. I find that hard to believe. Like, I would much rather just play against Naga support, deal with it. But this DK hero just feels like it's too much, right? So I would like to see this hero getting banned and see something else. I also think that if you want to pressure Gaimin, you ban out the DK. So Watson has to play something a bit different, right? DK is just too simple to play with this hero, right? So I'd like to see that.
Yeah, force Watson away from this kind of safe DK, and then maybe think about Nightfall and forcing him away from the Alchemist. It's felt like Alchemist has been one of his favorite heroes as well. And yeah, kind of thinking about that ban phase as well. So Team Spirit banned Naga, Chen, Terrorblade, Magnus. Maybe that Terrorblade offlane flex into pos 1 still threatening, but yeah, I'd much rather face against the Magnus than this Dragon Knight in this day and age.
For sure. I just think, like, if you look at Gaimin Gladiators last couple of tournaments, I feel like I don't know, it's like nice. It's nice for them if they can get to just pick DK first for Watson and then build a draft from there, right? But if they have to pick his hero late and show Ace's hero early or show Quinn's hero early, something like that, then their draft is much harder to execute or build.
They don't get to pick that Brood or Invoker later on.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, we've got draft up. Gaimin Gladiators against Tundra. Already, the Doom that you talked about has already gone.
Yeah.
So then, do we ban Alchemist then?
Don't know if you need to ban Alch. No, I think the Alchemist early pick is not as scary as well.
Okay.
So I think you should ban the DK, right? Wait, who is first?
It was just something that we saw a lot. Was this: if you ban Doom and you let Alch, you feel sad. And the team that wanted to pick Alch would very often pick the ban the Doom.
I mean, that's true, but I don't know if it's realistic to first pick Alchemist and play carry and get away with that always the same way as picking the DK. It kind of worked, but I'm not sure if that's... I guess Gaimin just bans it themselves.
Yeah, just ban it.
Yeah.
So we're left with a DK in. No, we're not. He's gone. There he goes. So what have we got? Like Earth Spirit, Chen. Chen is still there. No, he's gone. We'll just list off the heroes as they get banned. Earth Spirit. Morphling was one. But very often kind of second phase ban hero. Batrider. Oh, Timbersaw. Timbersaw's out there. That's a threat.
Yeah. It gets a bit more unpredictable, perhaps, to tell what people are gonna pick when the DK is out, right? It's such a no-brainer. Boom as well.
It's like, what do you shift into? Do you go back to Beastmaster? Does 3-3 have to think about
maybe
something different?
You can also just pick a support. Actually, ban Beast. Oh, they pick Terrorblade, okay.
So that's
it's
the
also
flexible.
I think it's certainly flex, but I also think that it's one of Ace's new go-to offlaners, I can imagine.
Agree.
Picking a really strong laner, like can scale into carry. Like, it just seems like a hero that he would like.
It just... What was the build? It's like treads brace a pipe, and then you have 20 armor and don't take magic damage.
Yeah,
It seems pretty strong.
pretty much, yeah. And then you can always, like, if you're, I mean, Ace is an old carry player, right? Getting a lot of items, like carrying, even from the offlane. So I think this fits his playstyle very nicely. So how does Tundra want to deal with this guy?
And then the Beastmaster ban also covers this TB as well, right? With the Aghanims. Like, you can't go Aghanims Beastmaster against it. Let's start with Shadow Demon.
By the way, the Tundra won the coin toss and chose second pick.
Okay.
So they really like second pick.
And then Gaimin Gladiators chose first pick in a previous game, right?
Yes.
Interesting. No meta emerges yet.
OG chose first pick as well. So it's very team dependent, like what they prioritize.
Well, out goes the Storm. I'd honestly imagine a Timber ban here as well. Storm and Timber, two of Loronoff's best heroes by far. And otherwise, kind of hard to choose. You know, like a Gyrocopter or something. As a ban just to throw out there.
Maybe Morphling, Sand King.
Or Sand King.
So what's left for 33 to play? You might play this Tidehunter. Could also be, there's still Magnapool. Doesn't strike me as a mag kind of guy that much though.
And Brew, if it becomes a Brood game, that's something down the line you could look at. So maybe you want to keep your 3/3 heroes like a pocket pick until the end of the round? End of the phase even?
Shouldn't Terrorblade Reflection be like super good against Brood actually? Because you just make her miss all her attacks. Like you just reflect her and then she can't. She gets slowed and misses all her attacks and she's just sad. But maybe if it's a very good Brood game, like with the spiders and everything. Maybe it's not that big of a factor anyway as well. Morphling. Could be a support Morphling. Actually.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. The position 4 Morphling. That could be a funny one. But I guess here, like Nightfall's played it a bunch. It's against the TB, so you're gonna have this like the classic, right? Morphling steals Metamorphosis.
I actually thought they were gonna ban Morph just because I think the carry Morphling is pretty good against the offlane TB. Like you don't really care that much about the reflection spam. You just You just chill there. Gaimin gets to pick Batrotter again. We saw that last game as well. Are they gonna go Weaver round 2? I mean, technically it's like against Shadow Demon. And I guess the difference now is that you don't have the stunner. You have the TB instead. So maybe prefer something else.
Yeah, it feels a bit harder to pick it straight up. And maybe against a Morphling you want a Lion or something?
Magnus. This is a bit weird. Like, yeah, exactly. Is this a support mag? I think it could be a Tofu mag. Because like, why else would you pick it in this spot, right? I guess it's still open. Does Quinn play mag?
That's what I'm trying to remember. I mean, I'm sure he has,
sure
but,
he does, but
recently it's not been one of his go-tos, right? Like he's always been this like Void Spirit, Storm, Spirits Heroes.
He has played it a bit. He's played it 4 times the last 5 days.
Okay, nice.
So it's a possibility as well. So it's a very, very good pick in the sense that it leaves us questioning and probably Tundra too. Not sure what to think of this mag. It could even be Magnus 1 and Terrorblade 3 and you still pick a bunch of stuff. Like, it's actually a possibility.
That's wild, but true. So I still want like I don't know, a Lion or something to catch this Morphling. Like you're relying on RP and Lasso right now, or maybe not necessarily Lion itself, but something with a consistent. I point at you and you get stunned.
There's your Tidehunter. Talked about.
There he is.
That's the new 33, I think. At least they're gonna try to make this guy work now.
So teamfight combo around Ravage, Supernova to kind of defend the Morphling. Like you disrupt, you back up, you Ravage, you Supernova, make sure this like RP and Blink Lasso doesn't get full value.
Tundra's heroes are very slow though, in a way, like they all need a lot of levels to be useful.
Yeah, it's kind of like everyone fights and buys time for the Morphling. Like throw your lives away. Get Morphling to this big point like 25 minutes into this game.
Yeah, I think
they still need their mid laner.
Tundra needs to have a solid laning phase because otherwise their heroes cannot do much in the game. They all need to have more time. They need to get the Phoenix level 6, 7. They need to get it. The same with SD, right? Tide needs to sit and hit creeps. Like then their heroes are good, but before they reach this point, they're pretty vulnerable to falling behind and not being able to fight back.
Who was it? I think in these recent quals we had Tide picked a couple of times and he was always met with like a Razor pick, or even Nightfall played Ursa against Tide in one game.
Yeah.
We've had situations where Tide just gets clapped in lane and does nothing at all. Him and Underlord very similar in that regard, where you pick them here and they can get exploited.
They can, but at the same time, against those heroes, you just want to skill Gush and just man up on them, right? And then it can actually go both ways. But I agree though that there could be a
Monkey King.
Yeah, potential for one of those heroes that traditional lane counters.
And then this puck now shifts Magnus more into the fall that you were kind of expecting.
Right. Could be a offlane mag, carry TB, and they last pick support. It's also possible.
Also true.
Let's see what Tundra thinks is going on. They have 2 bans obviously here. Okay, so they actually think more that this is a core mag. I think it's a good approach, right? Because you should not really be that scared of a push 4 mag. Like you have a Morphling carry. If it's a push 4 mag, you probably think, well, my Morphling is gonna have a free lane, right?
Yeah.
So banning for the Morph in that regard.
And then Tundra the ones with the overall last pick as well. Get to see what Gaimin Gladiators show before they have to respond.
Does look like a very good puck game though, right now. You really bully both supports. They can't really catch you. It's not like last game with the DK and Slada, and there's really no way to die here.
Get ravaged.
Yeah.
Line and Hoodwink. So yeah, 2 of those supports that I was kind of wanting that And hunt and kill the Morphling. They're both gone. And what do we want for Lorinov?
I actually would not mind seeing the Weaver on Tofu again here. Looks good, no? You kill the egg. They have no disables. Just like another puck, annoying, pesky, so hard to kill. You
Vessel again?
you Vessel again against the Morph. You give all the information for the mag to RP. I think it's very good.
That would be super cool.
Yeah, just question. This is almost a no-brainer, I think. So the question is, what do you ban?
Like Weaver's gone from unpicked to no-brainer. You just slam it in.
Looking at it from Gaimin's point of view, right? From last game and everything.
Yeah. But what are they afraid of? Like Lorinov Timbersaw is still out there. Is that still scary? Earth Spirit was out there.
It was Earth Spirit or Ember, I think. Now that I'm looking at it. The only worry you might have, okay, they snap for the egg. That makes sense too. Gives them more damage as well with the ults.
Yeah, now the Puck and the Magnus can just pair up with whoever they want to. Coil or RP into kisses or...
That's true. What I was gonna say is that it adds... if they pick Weaver, they like a bit of team fight, right? Against all this like Ravage and egg and stuff. That might be problematic. But now the Snapfire maybe is more balanced in that regard.
Yeah, that rounds up things real nicely then.
Tundra needs like something to fight back early on, I would say. Some kind of bit more low cooldown. Some tempo playmaker. Ember? Lina.
Who is that?
Isn't that too greedy again? I don't know. Maybe I can make it work. I just think... Maybe
Yeah, it's like we saw Lal try Tiny. I was expecting like Tiny, Timbersaw, one of these kind of Lorinov heroes.
I think Ember could have been good here. Let's see how this goes. I'm interested to see how Tundra makes this work.
Cool.
Maybe they like it because Lina bullies the puck in mid and then, from there.
This is like
you win your lanes. I'm not really sure why Lina is good here. You're playing as Mag. Mag is like one of the best heroes against Lina. You have
gap close and displacement.
Yeah, you do kill the TB with the axe build, right?
It's like a very classic Dota draft. Shadow Demon, Lina, Morphling, Tide, Phoenix. You could take this draft back 10 years and it wouldn't look out of place.
That's true.
I'm sure these 5 heroes have been on a Dota 2 poster at some point. But yeah, they've got kind of set up for the Lina through disruption. Tide, Phoenix offer you that big, beefy team fight that can be kind of fearsome to break through. Yeah, I definitely worry, I think, like you are as well, with the squishiness and the ability here for Gaimin Gladiators just to get on the back lines. If you're hiding in the fog, does it matter when there's Firefly, Bat Rider, Puck jumping over the top of you, Magnus blinking and getting cookied into the middle of the Lina?
The Mag used to be a pretty hard counter to the Lina carry when that was played a lot in the safe lane with all the what is it? Gleipnir, BKB, like that type of Lina, right?
Yeah.
Right click Lina, but this is gonna be a mid Lina with Aghanims most likely, and might be a little bit different because it's much harder to find that Lina, right? He just shows himself for 1 second, throws all his burst out, and then yeah, you might RP him, but he's already done his job, right? Whereas the old Lina was like, he has to sit there and be a turret, right? Keep right clicking. So it might not be as hard of a counter as before, but I still found that pick a bit odd and out of place, but we'll see how it plays out. They have
they do have some protection for the Lina too, right?
They do. They have the Say, they have the Tidehunter Ravage, and now you also have to deal with both Lina and Morphling.
No big surprises on any of the facets.
Gaimin Gladiators got 2 mid wards out like this without Tundra knowing, actually. So that's pretty big advantage for them going into the bounties.
Yeah, very speedy. Got smoke up, orbing across the map. Two orb swords.
And Tundra once again doing their late smoke. And I think Gaimin should be aware.
Yeah, they're playing very tight together. Quinn looking for any vision. Not gonna find any just yet. Waiting to see who comes around the corner. And it says hello to Whitemon. Dodges out some of the damage. Saxa lurking down near one of the bottom bounty runes with 3-3 again. Might be able to steal this one. Disruption. And the snatch. But Gaimin Gladiators get the other 3 out across the map. Yeah, Ace and Tofu.
Oh, you got him on the cliff.
Taking a bounty rune under the nose of Nightfall and cliffing him, yeah. Oh, minus 100 gold. One TP down. So Puck versus Lina. There's no projectiles for you to dodge with this puckish nonsense, right? So you're just continually going to be taking damage.
Sure. I mean, you can dodge the right clicks.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lina is a pretty disgusting mid hero. Yeah. It's very annoying to play against.
There's heroes like Lina and DP that always have that real annoying factor of I outrange you and I have outspam.
Yeah.
So I push the wave, I damage you, and every time you step up to hit a creep, I hit you 3 times. Snap and Phoenix trading up top. White one. Always going to be pretty low HP up here. Does have to be careful of Gaimin Gladiators, level 2 in particular. A Cookie into Skewer back is a serious threat in this lane.
Yeah, I think even Morphling needs to be careful of the Mag has so much burst early on, actually much more than you would think. The Skewer deals a lot of damage.
Especially if you can put them in a bit of a creep wave. That shit hurts. That's so far decent for the Magnus. Morphling really working as hard as he can to get any of these last hits. And Whitemon kind of has to put himself in harm's way as well. I force the dive. Dives onto Tofu. Cookie defensively, but the Snapfire in trouble and dead. And first blood for Whitemon in that lane.
Yeah.
I for sure thought that was going to go the other way. Well done by Tundra to punch back. I'm just keeping my eyes on that CS board as well, and I see the Lina. We'll come to her in a second, because down at bottom, the Terrorblade disrupted and held back. Celery tried to flame break them into Watson's damage. Sacks it on 3-3, now able to actually play forward. And be very irritating, but might have overstepped and overstayed their welcome here, as Watson and Celery get some good damage back onto them. Anchor Smash is annoying though, as the Terrorblade gets into melee range. And looks like Saxa has actually skirted around the edge for long enough to dodge away from Celery.
Yeah, Celery seems to have found himself a new hero here at the bat.
Oh yeah.
Securing the lane and yeah, just doing his thing. But Tide has 2 points in W now. What is it called? Kraken? So he doesn't actually care about much. He's just gonna be down there. Really annoying.
Is Ace dead top? It's close. Oh, it's close. It's alright.
Does he have? Did you just get regen from the courier or no? Because like, he got tangos, but the lane is looking pretty bad right now. The mid lane too is really rough for Gaimin.
The top lane's super hard right now. Mid lane we've not really looked at. I'm just 26 and 8 on Lina, 14-1 for Quinn's Puck. Lorinov, this last pick, Lina, man, not something I expected or have seen a lot of. Doing a tremendous amount of work in this 1v1 matchup.
Oh, nice deny.
Tofu's dead again up top. Ace is being bullied back, and Phoenix doing what Phoenix does best. 1v2, trading, and zoning. But yes, you bring Phoenix to low HP, but that's where he's the strongest. Yeah, Ace, like you said, right about this regen.
Oof,
Like, he gets more delivered now, but he's not been able to, like, look at a creep for quite some time.
That's usually, that's not really normal for Gaimin. Are usually so solid in that lane. He's actually gonna die here.
The white mon is
Oh my
trying
god,
for it.
it's gonna be so close. He's actually dead.
He's diving for it. Has he got him?
I think so.
Damage ticking him lower? Oh my god, you're
my
right.
God.
Tofu at least gets the trade on the killing spree Phoenix, but this is a nightmare for Ace. 3-3's having to find time bottom now as well. With Kraken Shell and Anchor Smash, Watson can't step up.
Tundra has basically put them in a situation where they have... I mean, Morphling CS doesn't look that good, but it's only gonna get better, right? He's just gonna sit there and keep blasting. They're winning 3 lanes, pretty much. And I'm not sure what Gaimin can really do to reverse this.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That's like he hits 6 on puck and get some coil skewer snaps.
You can't really hit the make moves on the Morphling now. I think it's that ship has sailed, right? The Tidehunter seems very hard to kill as well, and then maybe the only one you can kill is Lina, but at the same time Tundra should be aware of that, right, and protect him. Play around the Lina.
And then leaving Lina alone is also scary. A catapult wave comes, she just hits your tower. Or right now she's just clearing stacks apparently. We'll see how tanky 3-3 is down bottom. Doesn't even bother popping his 11-1 charges. Seems straightforward for Tundra so far. These first 7 minutes of the game going very well for them. Celery comes in, tries to steal a couple of creeps away from the Lina, doing what he can to be a bother. Force sacks it away from there as well. But it might be a case of like Magnus and Snapfire need to like push out this top lane, play through the gate into bottom. We need ultis for Gaimin Gladiators, which they're obviously quite reliant on. RP, the kisses, the coil. All necessities for them to go and take fights, or even just look for pickoffs.
Yeah,
at least they don't lose the wisdom rune.
For sure. I mean, you definitely want to hit the 6 on the snap, right? That should be a guaranteed kill on the Lina, just any coil. Of course, there's disruption that can happen. Oh, Ace is gonna die again.
He looks like he's dead. Tries to shockwave them down, but yeah, skewering Nightfall back with Whitemon right behind him. Nasty prospect.
This is the roughest I've seen Ace game for a while. He usually has the best game, right?
He's usually the carry on the team.
Yeah, they always win their lane. Well, Lorinov is very out of position here.
He's very far forward. I mean, disruption.
He has 20 sticks though.
And a lot of one charges gets him out of the danger. And they turn onto Quinn now with some magic nuke damage. Puck.
Oh my god, Whitemon.
Whitemon finds the range on that Sunray to burn him down, barely on the edge.
He's 6.5 on Phoenix. Whitemon is destroying this game.
Oh my god.
That's...
Just go use egg, like celebratory egg. Just pop it in the mid lane. Look at me, look what I can do.
I mean, he can play so aggressive right now with this egg. There's no chance they're killing it, right? I guess they have Snap. Does he have a point in E yet? Might not even...
Nope.
He's saving one. But it might be so early that he's not even... Okay, there it is.
No, you're right.
So I guess that in that way the egg is not as powerful as it could have been, but... This Phoenix is a big problem nonetheless.
But now 3-3 is kind of dragging things around. Getting a lot of free farm here while not being bothered by the TB.
This is the dream scenario for 33 right now. Like where he can just sit and do this forever, you know? And nobody can really do anything about it.
That's just wild.
Yeah.
And we've seen, again, we've seen these Tidehunters get countered by Ursa, Monkey King, whatever. And this is just the complete polar opposite of that.
Watson is gonna die
3-3 is going for it. Yeah. Ravage into damage. Something switched on for Tundra here. They seem like on the top of their game today.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, Tidehunter is played so rarely nowadays that people usually forget, right? That the zero, if you don't actually counter him in lane,
Radiant's middle
this
tower
happens,
is under attack.
where he's just he's untouchable. He's so farmed that he's gonna buy this Ring of Tarask item. Right? I don't know if it's 12 HP region or something. It's like a lot, so he's gonna be full HP all the time, and yeah.
Such an expensive item.
Like,
So what is it? Is he
even
buying
if you
pipe
bring
then?
5 heroes, he's gonna walk out. You know, like you need to actually. I don't know. You can't do anything. It's not worth the resources, right? So he's just gonna sit down here and cut waves, farm every wave plus a neutral camp, and get super early pipe.
And then that situation we kind of discovered previously as well, where the comeback mechanism from Gaimin Gladiators is primarily magic damage. You suddenly meet this brick wall where, was it Tundra against OG, right? Where they just said, okay, your comeback mechanism is to come and find us and fight us. We're going to bring numbers with these auras. But it looks like Nightfall might just be left alone up here against, the lasso and the damage coming through. He waveforms a bit of distance away from them, but the coil is there as the backup plan with the kisses to come raining in on top. But a good kill on Nightfall, don't get me wrong, but that is your entire arsenal spent on one kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely good. Like, they get the tower now as well. It's like a very, very needed kill. I mean,
Sigh of relief.
Imagine if Nightfall sniffed it out and it wasn't there. Like, it would have been so bad for them. But that's a nice breathing room. Makes the game more competitive that they get this kill and get the tower as well.
Tundra do quickly move into a position to get some damage on this mid-tier one. Catapult, full HP, and they can't drag the wave away. So they do get that objective quite quickly as they then shift into next gear, TPing down bottom onto Watson. Saxa and Loranov do a good amount of damage onto him, but he's got the Sunder to drain it all back. A bit of miscalculation from Tundra there as Watson's going to go through the twin gate. And Loranov still looking for any target he can latch onto, which might just be Celery here. Dragon Slave and the right clicks come through pretty thick and fast. Roshan's come into play though. Looks at Loranov, the juicy target. So they'll have to leave this one to Saxa to finish off with one more hit. He doesn't know where he's gone. Celery's just hidden, stuck in the trees. The shadow poison.
Ah, he saw him.
They saw him now. Hello. Hello, what are you up to? Wait,
Saxa doesn't actually have... Oh
Hang
my
on.
god, he's gonna kill Saxa.
Roshan's gonna kill Saxa? No. Oh my god, the damage of a time's gonna kill him. Roshan finishes him off. What is going on? Is Celery gonna sacrifice?
Yeah, I was thinking the same actually. I think I would have done the same. I was like, let's do it. What a memes.
Oh, it's incredible. Meanwhile, 3-3 is being chased out by Quinn and Tofu. Ravage to cancel the kisses, though. Need the coil, snap, and hold him in place, and Gaimin Gladiators finally kill off the damn Tidehunter.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I feel like the game is stabilizing a bit for Gaimin. The networks are still looking like obviously in favor of Tundra, but it's not as bad as it did in like 5 minutes ago for Gaimin.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators have definitely kind of pulled up their socks, got out on the map, and have done some stuff. And we're yet to see Nightfall's impact. Like this Morphling's not ready for another like 10 minutes, right?
Sure. The Dina has such a good game though that the pick is working out very well. Like he's done so much already. He's on the way to Aghanims. But Ace has recovered nicely too, considering his horrendous early game. Like his game is actually so good. It's kind of amazing how good he is at recovering.
Yeah, like maxed out in power, Echo Saber to farm. So now his blink is going to come faster with that second item just coming naturally quicker. This gives room now to Watson, who is still empowered, still farming Ancients. And knocked the wind out of Tundra's sails a little bit. This is the tight, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And he's gonna be in your face all the time. It's gonna be very hard for Gaming to make any moves that Tundra does not know about. Because look at the way Tide is gonna keep playing now. He's gonna keep maybe cutting midwave, running into the triangle, maybe block a camp. I don't know, some farm. It's like, and are you really gonna bring 5 to try to kill this Tide? Can you kill him now that he has pipe as well? It's like very. It's not easy to make that kind of judgment. If you can kill him, of course it's worth it, but you also don't want to spend a lot of time and energy on killing this guy and then he just walks away, right?
Yeah, or his 4 teammates TP to the tier 1 that's still alive. And turn around and fight you. And Tide is just such like an imposing force. Puts himself on the map. Ask the question, are you dealing with me or am I free farming? And right now, Gaimin Gladiators is trying to find farm of their own. Like Watson, he's found a good bit of time here to like just cycle between ancient camps. He's doing a good job just sitting up at front, but here comes 3-3. Under radiant vision, so they've seen this coming. The wraparound from the Tide enabled by Saxo's Shadow Demon. 3-3 gets lassoed up under this tier 1 tower, but he's holding the Ravage until he desperately needs to use it. RP's the distraction from Ace to try and get the rest of his team out of here. Kisses landing in onto 3-3 don't really bother him too much. So Ace dead. And Tundra still in position to continue. Nightfall into Magnus mode to skew us forward. 3-3 gushes Celery, and Lorinov should be here with the damage to launch Hellfire onto the Batrider and blow him up with the Laguna Blade. And Quinn on the run quickly off to that southern side of the fight as Tundra complete control.
This Tide is a big issue for them, right? You see it too, how he's just walking in their face. And how do you use lasso on him? You know, he just walks away. It's I wonder if that's gonna. It's kind of like that's gonna keep being a problem for them, right? Tide Hunter.
Yeah.
It's not gonna be. It's gonna be a while before they can kill him easily. No Silver Edge coming up. He needs to be completely isolated, and he needs to use to skewer him back. You know, way back into tier 2. This type of thing.
Like the blinks on Puck and Magnus seem even more important now than ever. Because like if you can't go through the Tide, you've got to go like over him or under him or around him somehow. Some way to like get on the Phoenix, the Shadow Demon.
Just try to go where he's not, right? Like he will occupy this area top and be almost completely alone, but you still can't do much about it. I feel like the best thing you can do is like just avoid him as much as possible and look elsewhere on the map, right? Just let Celery, for example, what's happening right now is pretty good for gaming, right? Just let the Celery push out top and farm this, and then everybody else just farms the rest of the map. And you just ignore this Tide Hunter. Because the alternative is just worse, right? You're gonna move a lot of heroes over to this Tide, and then you can't kill him anyway.
And then you can't farm either. He's already cleared the camps. And it's morphing now. Vlad's Manta style. Pre-20 minutes. With a Solar Crest from this Whitemon Phoenix ready to go. Aghanim Scepter on the Lina. Everything really nicely coinciding here for Tundra to continue playing together, getting up in the face of Gaimin Gladiators. We can see like Quinn's movement right here is like what's desperately necessary. Cutting waves, trying to hold them back. Celery's going to give his life here to 3-3 and Saxo just saying, we need more map space. We're being suffocated right now. And Quinn can be happy in the fact there isn't that much catch for him.
That is true. It's a pretty good puck game still. Realistically, there is no way to really kill Quinn until Hex on Lina, or maybe Shadow Blade. Looks like he's going. Could be Hex at least. He's planning.
And Ace on Empower duty. That Dar Observerboard stays around in that mid lane though. So Tundra now have a read of where they're the 3 most threatening heroes. Magnus, Snapfire, Batrider. They just moved out of mid. Tundra don't see the smoke, but they do scan, and if that turns red, which it does, Nightfall, early warning system, the alarms and klaxons are ringing, and he's already out of there. All thanks to that mid lane ward, which is like a pixel away from being sentryed.
Yeah, also nice nice scan. Whoever scanned. It was Nightfall himself probably, but it's very big to not die there.
And now they see
Instead,
this.
close.
Is Quinn good? Quinn's good. Gaimin Gladiators
It's not
even...
good for Gaimin now. Look, now they're all back here and looking at this Tidehunter that they can't kill.
The exact issue you were explaining, right?
Yeah,
the staring
this is so
contest.
bad. They need to get out of here. But they're gonna lose tier 2 now for it. I think the map state was so much better for them earlier, where Puck was just top pushing out the lane, and then they could farm the bot. That protected their tier 2, right? At the same time. Puck got creep skipper.
And now we lose Tormentor.
Tormentor, and they're gonna lose tier 2 as well. And probably they're gonna TB bot directly, take the other Tormentor, and then Roshan. At least that's available to them if they want.
This is exactly what they did against OG. Like minute 20, they stole Tormentor from enemy. They came back and took their own one. I mean, they could think about staying for Wisdom Rune if they really want to. But it's been so crisp from Tundra.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Tide is not gonna leave until he really has to, right? Or, you know, they're gonna go Roche or whatever. He's just occupying this whole area, the map.
And Celery looking at that creep wave that he'll try and cut. Nightfall is eyeing him up though, and the damage. Oh, they've got him. There goes the second Tormentor as well. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, very methodical of Tundra. Let's see if they can actually kill this Tide now. They see him.
They've got double blinks. Now is your chance, Gaimin Gladiators. Blink, Cookie, skewer back in. The Tidehunter, I mean, he's still like full HP. Now he's down to about half. 30%. Pops the Ravage and tries to run away. But Coil is here, though, leashing him up, so 33. It took a lot to kill him. I mean, Metamorphosis is an ulti in its own right as well. Coil and Kisses. Thank God they didn't need to use the RP.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the second time he uses Ravage there. I wonder if he should just accept his fate.
Just hands off keyboard. If I'm dead, I'm dead.
Yeah, I mean, the moment they coil and meta, it's like, okay, you know, I'm gonna respawn in 50 and then we go Roche or do whatever we want on the map. I mean, going Roche might be too slow for them right now. They should probably rather just run around and try to kill people. Like, going Roshan is gonna... It's free anytime they want it, right?
Yeah,
Gaimin can't really stop them.
We're waiting for Watson. Blade still needs a bit more build-up time. Oh? I heard it. Sounds like Quinn got anchored there. Dead in the water? Yeah, it was used. Like, I guess it just phase shifted and said, nah.
Yeah, he did actually. Yeah, he phase shifted it.
And then through the gate he goes, but look who's ready and waiting for him. Oh, did they see where Quinn went? They spam the pings. They know where the puck went and where he
for
ought
10
to.
seconds.
Tries to jump north. He's buying a lot of time here, but time for what? Where's the rest of his team? Are they even coming? No.
It matters not to me.
Finally, they got him. And now they can go Roche, right? Now it's efficient. They're right next to it.
Lornoff doesn't mess around with these good blades.
That's also distinguishes the... Yeah, it distinguishes the good teams from the very good teams, is knowing your head when it's good to go Roche, right? They could have... We talked about after the first Tormentor, they could have TV'd bot and gone Roche right away, right? But that would have left so much space for Gaimin to push out lanes and come back, right?
Look at the cat from Saxer.
Yeah.
Hang on
Wait
a second.
No, No way, man.
No, he's not allowed to get away with this.
Oh my
What?
god, that's actually very well recognized that he could survive there doing that, I think.
Radiant's bottom
Right?
That's
like knowing that you can
insane.
clench yourself there and survive, that's actually heads up for him. 'Cause, yeah, I thought he was gonna die, sure.
And here comes Nightfall. He's joined in, he's ready. But it's like, it's almost as if, I mean, you keep talking about, right? The amount of effort they need to put into killing Tide led to that whole sequence of events happening where they get to chase the puck. Because they had to spend spells to kill the Tide. They don't have spells then to go and team fight. Puck is left alone. They do get a good snipe on Whitemon at least, but Gaimin Gladiators are being walked at by this Morphling. Nightfall doesn't have a single fear on the map right now.
Radiant are scanning.
Tier 2 opens up
Yeah,
for them.
I think that's a very important thing in Dota, even though it sounds very, what's the word, obvious. Like, but being able to kill enemy heroes easily and simply is like
Radiant's bottom tower.
kind of underrated or under talked about concept,
Dire's
right?
middle tower is under attack.
Like if you can kill the enemies fairly easy and they can't really kill you, like they can kill you if you're out of position, but if the process of them killing you is hard, then it's so much harder to play.
Yeah, it's like ease of execution gets thrown around a lot as like a broad concept, but as like that ease of execution in terms of like what's our goal or what's the key hero we need to kill or what's the key spell we need to use on that hero, like target acquisition, understanding the scenario you're in, and then being able to execute that as well. Life is so easy for Tundra.
I mean,
Saxo.
Tundra's draft also is once they win their lanes like this, their heroes allow them to buy the items necessary if they're lacking, right? It's the snap. Delete.
Yep. Dead
Like
in the
as I was
water.
saying, like they can buy the Hex on the Phoenix, right? They can get the Hex on the Lina, and now Puck is not a problem anymore. Even though it on paper looks like a free Puck game, the items make up for it.
I don't know if Quinn has even seen Saxo or Whitemon in a team fight this game. His ideal targets have been so good at hiding away. And now Tundra ready to go high ground. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. Nightfall's Morphling just walks up the stairs. Is anybody going to answer? Oh, knock knock. Nobody's home. Watson's in the enemy ancients with Quinn. Ace falling down bottom. They're just going to relinquish control of this top lane, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do? This
Yeah,
Give
losing
the Rex.
buildings. Looks like Tundra thinking out their own bottom tier 2 there. Maybe making a call that if Quinn shows, they could go and maybe catch him. But 3-3, the one who gets skewered in. 3-man Ravage to turn back on them, but the rest of his team needs to come into play with a Sunray trying to heal him back up. But 3-3 gets burnt down by the Mortimer's Kisses. And Quinn's gone aggressive here with Celery. The lasso doesn't last long though as he gets blasted down. And his Supernova Sunray going to work, allowing Nightfall to step forward. Morphling into TB mode, reflects back onto him. While Quinn still tries to skirt around the edges of the team fight, looking to get back onto Whitemon's Phoenix, forces the dive away. And Tundra are the ones now on the back foot. Ace moves in, Whitemon's dead. Puck outputting a lot of damage in this fight with a back and forth from Quinn. And Saxo dragged back in. Self-disruption, but Ace is there with a skewer right towards Watson, who gets another kill out of this fight.
Alright. Maybe a little comeback here. 'Cause now the Terrorblades net worth is gonna skyrocket a little bit here, and we might see a Silver Age come out, and then the Tidehunter. I mean, to be fair, the Tidehunter's impact in this game is a lot more about him as a pick and as a just presence on the map.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really about the Ravage. We've only seen wasted Ravages in this game, maybe except the first one.
Under attack.
So once this hero becomes more killable easily, then yeah, perhaps they can switch around.
And it feels like 3-3 has always gotten away with a lot in games where he kind of forces you to call his bluff, right? Like I know through the qualifiers we saw this a lot in terms of how Tundra kind of fell. Oh, is Whitemon dead here? Yeah, looks like it. Coil snapped and killed. But yeah, so 3-3 was kind of not on the same page, or appeared to be not on the same page as his teammates, and getting caught out a fair amount. And this situation here, you know, he's kind of alone mid, and he's saying to Gaimin Gladiators, I've got 4 heroes behind me. If you go on me, you will die. And they go on him, and they get the kill, they force the Ravage, and the rest of the team of Tundra are like, what do we do? We've got to run back and get out of here. But the next time this happens, you know, Gaimin Gladiators won't have that simple kill tide, move on to next target. There will be 4 heroes behind 3-3.
That's true, but so far he's died alone. But that last time he got skewered into 5 heroes, right? And once the BKBs get online on Gaimin Gladiators and Silver Edge as well, then actually it's gonna be hard to stop the skewer, right?
Yeah.
So it's much harder for the Tidehunter to just frontline like he's been doing the entire time.
Those BKBs aren't far away.
The Hex on Lina could be a big factor, but Quinn is already eyeing at Lincoln's. And we talked about the Hex. The Hex on Phoenix he was trying to get it, but since he just died there, it's a little far away still.
Now a bit of breathing room for Gaimin Gladiators. Get Celery a bit of farm. Tofu gets to shove out that mid lane. They are a bit scattered right now. Like Quinn's back in Fountain. And Tundra are all 5 together right next to Nightfall. And Dire scanning the Roche pit. 50 seconds to go.
Is it up in 50 seconds? Yeah.
That's fast spawn. So it's at least 40, and then plus the 3 minutes. But I guess it's guaranteed to be daytime Roche?
Yes, it should be. I think it's gonna be hard for Gaimin to get there. I also don't know if they even care that much about the Aegis. They might just look to get more out of the map. And since it's gonna spawn early, they won't really have the time anyways to defend it. But they're gonna gain a lot of net worth. And they're gonna get the map in a good state, right? Like Puck will farm his Lincolns perhaps. Or are they looking to smoke down there? It looks like they're drawing on the map to do it.
I think I want to do something.
At least they're gonna move there and see. This is a very important fight, obviously.
It looked like Watson was just going to get free hits on that tier 2 tower, but yeah, they want to reposition. Well, this could be a big clash as the smoke breaks on 3-3. Whitemon shown as well, and now Gaimin Gladiators, they're the ones with the choice. They see a couple of targets, and Whitemon could be the first just to get blown up completely. In the back, though, Ace has been pummeled by Lorinov. Magnus down. Tide's still alive. He can get off the Ravage if he just gets out of his silence, and there it is. In onto Watson. The TB's dead. In the blink of an eye, Gaimin Gladiators have gone from great position, nice situation, to being dismantled by Tundra.
That was the whole. I am not sure. That was so weird. Like Gaimin was kind of ready to smoke to Roche, but then Tundra came and they broke the smoke, and suddenly Gaimin Gladiators found themselves completely out of position with, I mean, pretty much all their heroes. And the Phoenix went in, looked like completely out of position next to Snapfire, so he couldn't egg as well, and nobody was there to kill him. Mag dies alone to Lina, right, showing the strength of Lina in this game. Turning out to be an amazing pick. Like, he pretty much took over this game after laning phase, right?
Yeah, I mean, beat Puck in lane, and then there's just raw damage to blow people up has been insane. Well, Mega Creep's time now. Celery being hunted. Look at the wolves are circling. They caught a glimpse of him there. Nightfall makes a swift move in. A lot of damage just from this adaptive strike Kanda. Celery doing a good job though to drag a wave, do a bit of damage, and then TP away. But this is Gaimin Gladiators on their last legs now. Like, if you give Tundra, Roche, and Aegis here, it feels like you lose. If you try and contest this Roshan, it feels pretty bad too.
I think, yeah, I don't know, you lose too. I think the running to Roche right now seems like a
losing move.
Yeah, might be higher percentage, even though it's not much of a percentage, is to defend the throne.
Yeah, skewer into fountain, something.
It felt like I don't know, it really felt like Gaimin Gladiators were almost back. Like it really came down to that last fight. I mean, perhaps not all the way back, because they are still playing into this perhaps stronger draft at this phase of the game, but at least they had a chance. But such a quick one fight, and then
And Quinn's back to wave cutting. It's a slow and arduous task, though. These mega creeps put up a fight. Well, they would Aegis on Morphling. Yeah, 4 minutes of freedom. Lena gets the Wisdom Rune, has boots of travel to rejoin the team. Nightfall plants himself up on the high ground here, almost trying to elicit a reaction. Now, Ace, are you gonna skewer me into Fountain? Because I've got the BKB waveform. Nightfall has the counters. Quinn will start poking.
see if we can get a nice 33 Ravage here in the end.
And everyone's all clumped up.
He might stop the fight.
Or just go on Quinn. Just blink Ravage the puck. Why not? That's such a challenge for Gaimin Gladiators to get past this Nightfall Morphling. Stands his ground and fights back. Gaimin Gladiators, they are smoked up here, but Tofu gets scouted. Kills off the anchor. Nightfall, is that into Magnus mode? Thinking about his options, but he does get lassoed up. Saxa unable to get the disruption to save him, if that was what was even required, because Nightfall just says, yeah, BKB waveform. Off I go into the back lines. Well, Lauren the TB. Watson was there trying to wrap around. He's dead. Supernova's there to heal them back up. A buyback from Watson. Now 3-3 getting broken and stunned. Eon disc there. Gives him protection as well. He can turn and ravage with a Shiva's Guard, and the damage from this Nightfall Morphling just clears them all out. Tundra seems to have done it here as Gaimin Gladiators get clapped down. 3 dead. No buybacks. Quinn and Celery, the only ones really left standing. I've got buybacks back up now on Magnus and Snapfire. And Morphling's in the fountain, dead for the first time. But your throne is falling. 3-3, still just standing his ground. Nightfall can come back in and hit the building if he really wants to. Gaimin Gladiators holding out for dear hope here in this game. But with Mega Creep surrounding your throne, your puck dead there to Nightfall and Whitemon. Morphling opens up, and the damage is dealt. And a victory for Tundra. And another one that seemed very one-sided.
Isn't Nightfall sitting over there usually? Did he just like...
He's gone.
Run to the bathroom or right-click the throne and just went?
It's like that thing where if, you need to pee and you hear a waterfall or a tap, you need to pee more. He's playing Morphling. He's like,
yeah,
I really gotta go. Oh yeah, good solid performance out of Tundra there. I mean, signs of life again. Gaimin Gladiators definitely had moments, but a victory for Tundra, putting themselves in a good spot here in the group stage, as we'll take a quick break and come back with your next game. Welcome back to Blast Slam here as we get about halfway through the day of group stage games. They're all best of ones, and we've had some pretty one-sided ones so far, Misery, and we're going to keep hoping and hoping that we get a closer match. Team Spirit against Team Liquid coming up next, but I think we're going to take a look at the previous results of what we've seen here in Group B as well to start things off. Tundra, we just saw, well, we've seen them twice now, have very straightforward victories, and they are well-deservedly up at the top with a 2-0 record.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra just looked so solid in their games, right? I think they were the only team so far in the groups that have, in Group B at least, that has looked like they're not psychologically tilted or anything like that. Like, they just look solid. They know what they're doing, and yeah, their drafts are good. Whereas I felt like the other teams have been making some questionable fights and decisions throughout. Even Liquid, who won last game, I felt like they almost won on the back of OG making a big blunder and not their own kind of. They played good as well, but yeah, you get my point.
Yeah, Tundra are the ones who are like impressed, right? The teams have kind of done well, maybe some mistakes and stuff to kind of go back and iron over.
They also seem to be very solid in their lanes. Like, they picked very greedy kind of looking drafts that needs to win their lanes to excel, and then they just go out and destroy their lanes, and then their draft looks, imbalanced almost, right? Because they have all the team fight, the late game, the scaling, they have everything and more, and they're also winning their lanes, and then it's impossible for the enemy to play.
And then our next series coming up, Liquid against Spirit. Liquid, like you're saying, kind of, one to the good, a bit of momentum. Spirit definitely upset with dropping their first game, but early days in the group stage. We've got 4 games to play, only played 1 of them.
Yeah, it's group stage for Liquid. They had Slaughter, they had Bounty Hunter, not probably just almost like a scrim for them in some ways, testing out what works.
Testing the waters a little bit. Get Saberlight comfortable again.
Yeah, I mean, that's also, it's kind of exciting, right, to see new heroes. We also saw Techies today, which is, Tidehunter.
Which is, it didn't do well, but it was cool to see him.
I mean, I don't know if it was Techies. I mean, it's kind of Techies' fault as well.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe that's also a cool thing to see is like the trust in draft as well, because usually it's been, Mickey plus Blitz or Mickey plus, KP or Jabs, whoever it is, from the coaching staff, and then kind of looking at Saberlight and saying, hey, what do you think is good here? And that feels like a Saberlight hero shot call to be like, Slaughter, I want to play Slaughter. Giving him that and saying, we trust you, we trust Boxy on the Bounty Hunter. Definitely trying a bit of flavor there, but kind of opening up your drafts like that is, like, in the group stage, it may not feel like much because the game wasn't super convincing. The heroes didn't look massively tremendous, but later on down the line, that's, in the grand finals, that's a threat, right? Having that Slaughter or Bounty Hunter back pocket is an absolute threat. While they face up against Team Spirit. Maybe
it's like that. I think maybe it's more like a confidence thing on their behalf, right? We just pull out the Slaughter, it looked like a good Slaughter game, so we picked it and we won with it, right? It's gonna give them as a team a lot of confidence to pick whatever looks good in the moment. I don't think anyone is like shivering over the
no, you don't think so?
Incredible like Slaughter Bounty Hunter strategy. No, I don't think that's a thing.
I'm quaking in my boots.
Yeah, I don't think it's like Game 5 grand final material necessarily.
First ban Slaughter.
More like a...
Mark my words. You watch those grand finals. We'll see the Bounty Hunter ban for sure. We'll get him into that state. My goodness gracious me. I mean, in this kind of game, what do you think we're kind of looking for Team Liquid or for Team Spirit to either continue momentum or to kind of come back from that loss that Spirit had? Are there any major shakeups? Do we go for comfort picks? Do we ban DK?
I hope DK gets banned. Let's see how the draft unfolds. It's a bit hard to predict, especially somebody like Liquid, because I think they might just be testing out some stuff as well, because it is group stage. There's so much Dota to be played these days, and you can't get eliminated from this group like we talked about earlier. So they might just be testing out. Hopefully DK gets banned so we get some different type of game going. I would also love to see some some new heroes. Like, we have seen a lot of them today, but I wouldn't mind seeing more. Okay, Terrorblade, DK out. That's good. We get to see something else.
And no Naga, Magnus, Bat, or Chen either. So we're left with heroes like Medusa, Morphling, Pugna, Alchemist, Doom, Timbersaw, Monkey King. There's some heavy hitters out there, and Earth Spirit,
Right.
Invoker.
Oh yeah, Invoker, yeah. Nisha Invoker. And Earth Spirit. Okay.
So we know our mid lane matchup straight off the bat.
Let's see here. Who won the coin toss in this one? Liquid won the coin toss, and they took first pick. So they are also prioritized first pick. Maybe it's only Tundra who likes the second pick.
Maybe. Well, there goes the Alp. Opting to ban that.
So Morphling, Alchemist, Monkey King. Okay, and they instantly go for the Ogre again. They lost last game they had it, but I mean, that hero is still strong laner, buffs up Satanic, kind of everything you want, right? Boshka keeps it simple for himself.
Yeah. I can still think about Ogre Gyro. Ogre
There's
Medusa.
Jara, Medusa. I don't know if he's a big like racer player or like. I mean, I guess there's still Shadow Fiend. I would love to see Shadow Fiend again. I don't think the hero was that nerfed. He lost a little bit of damage on his souls, but I feel like he's still a strong hero. So, and Ogre Shadow Fiend was like a go-to combo before the nerfs, right?
Yeah. Super strong in lane. It was like Shadow Fiend, Clock, Tusk, or Ogre.
Sure. I mean, the laning phase has not been nerfed.
Clockwork. Say his name, and he appears.
Oh yeah. I was actually just thinking, why is Clock not picked more? It was so... Yeah. He didn't even get nerfed that much as well, so...
Well,
There he is.
yeah, one of the best. Position 5 to lane with a ranged carry. And Morris is still, like, technically flexible, but we see her position 4, like, 99% of the time. Can be played carry, but...
Do you go Medusa +1 here? What are you scared of then? Then you can get Anti-Mage. Do you care about that? You could also go Race.
Yeah.
You could also get Razored, maybe, like you said.
How much do you care about EMP?
Kinda care, but...
No, it's not a blocker.
It's not like a... Maybe it's a factor enough that you choose another hero. Like
Yeah, like Gyro, SF.
Gyro, TA maybe. TA does not look bad here as well.
It's kind of wild how it, like, a month ago I would say Luna, like guaranteed Luna pick right here, and she's just gone to being unplayable.
Maybe you
And
also
for
just
Liquid-
don't. Maybe you don't pick the carry. Even though a lot of carries are banned, you could save it for last. Then again, it doesn't make much sense since you have committed to the 5 Ogre already, meaning you kind of want a range carry. Something that also abuses Empower, so might limit your options. Might just want to pick it now, actually. What
I
about
guess
that?
you've already shown your mid lane, so you want Earth Spirit to have lanes to play into.
Well, you're just gonna go and leave Satanic for last, actually, because Satanic, right? So you go Beast, and some kind of follow-up damage. Willow, Hoodwink, I imagine, something like that.
Yeah, what is Ruse here?
You need something that doesn't get too abused by Clock, I think. Gyro. So is that support Gyro? Or are they just double coring it up?
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you said it, right? Spirit have overall last pick. Yeah,
Yeah. So it would be surprising if they last pick a 4, right?
it would be. We don't see Earth Spirit 4 all that
Maybe
often.
they are still considering what, like, maybe they're doing both in a way. Like, they have the gyro carry if it looks good, and then they have the 4 gyro if there's another carry pick. If that makes
Well,
sense.
now there's a Dawnbreaker.
Yeah,
Dawnbreaker Muerta is a pretty nasty lane.
for sure.
And then you get to
what-
double ban what?
The Willow. I think maybe the. I don't know. Do you even care about this gyro 4? Is it a thing?
I've not seen it in a while.
It feels so like
Forced.
so risky. Like you better win your lanes, or you better like snowball with the hero, or it doesn't do anything.
Maybe they are just looking for a pos 4 at the end and it's like Shadow Demon or something. I don't know.
Maybe.
Now I need Mickey's carry hero. TA out of here. Maybe they thought that they would get to this stage in the draft and then they're fighting over carries.
I mean, they might be thinking that Shadowfin is not that good anymore, Medusa is not that good anymore, whatever, and then the gyro was like the last one left. Do you need to ban Razor? Isn't that like a Mickey thing?
Yeah. Especially when you have gyro, right?
There's also, I think, still a world where Spirit might try to bamboozle and last pick a really strong carry pick if the option is there, right?
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking like they've picked gyro here because let's say they pick Dark Willow there instead, and you get into this race to the carry where you have last pick, so there's 5 carries removed before you get to choose.
Sure.
So I guess they thought gyro is the best we see right now. Let's just pick it.
Could be. Could also be that if they pick Razor on Liquid now, for example. I mean, picking Razor into Beast is always a bit weird because you know Beast is good against Razor generally, but I
Then
think
they have the choice.
But maybe if you Razor here, you could still last pick another carrier that's good against Razor. Is that, I don't know.
Like the Morpheus ban.
Drow Ranger? What about the Drow Ranger that OG was banning earlier?
Oh, the
Out
Drow
of nowhere.
Drow with Beast. Oh, with Ogre. Oh.
That could be.
That would be a spicy one. This is where, like, Liquid, you cover your bases and ban, like, a support and a core here. Do you ban 2 supports? What's the scariest hero? So difficult, because you also put, I don't know, a little more pressure on Liquid to find the right answers to a very obscure question. You know, like, what have we done? We don't know. Oh, good shout. Drow banned and Razor picked.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So your gyrocopter, your precious satanic, is gonna get linked now. What are you gonna pick a hero to somehow counteract that and pick another scaling hero, or are you gonna switch gyro to support and pick something that outranges or outcarries Razor? I just don't really know what that is. There's not that many heroes left, right?
Yeah, it's very difficult.
Considered the Medusa bad against Razor earlier. I'm not sure like what that looks like, but Medusa is an option. TA is banned. I don't know. It seems so weird to pick a 4 here. Seems so lackluster.
It does. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. Weaver? SF? Okay, cool.
So they do go back for the SF.
Yeah.
I don't know, I kind of wanted to see a Lycan or something, you know? Something just weird.
Like and carry.
Yeah.
Instance.
So that gives them SF Ogre against Muerta Dawnbreaker. So they've got a bit of range and magic damage to kind of fight back in that lane. Gyro Beastmaster into Razor Clockwork, though. Sounds interesting. A bit of back and forth there.
Yeah.
Feels like Earth Spirit's gonna have to be the one that really picks up the slack and goes and does shit.
I think it's important that Beastmaster needs to play kind of conservatively with his. I think play more on the axis than on the boar, in my opinion. Because I think if he starts fighting back into this clock Razor and starts dying, it's really bad for them. So play for his own game there, and then wait for them to come to you, so then Gyro can kind of fight back. then I think that I don't know. SF is also very susceptible here, right? Against Dawn, Muerta, and then Clock coming to the gate.
But it's not as if the SF solved the Razor problem either. Because we've seen...
I don't know. Razor needs to be very farmed to run in and link SF. SF has a lot more damage.
Yeah.
And different timings as well.
We've for sure seen this kind of BKB Razor just get on top of SF and make his life hell, though. Especially with, like, Clock... So you've got... Like, Clock and Hookshot in, cancel Requiem. Dawnbreaker saves the Razor, turns the fight around. Like, Liquid have so many ways to engage and disengage, too.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
Like, you rely on... Well, like, Spirit Wand, Raw, Requiem. After, I guess, first Earth Spirit roll into Raw, Requiem, magic damage out of Gyro and Ogre. There's a lot of disruption from Team Liquid here to get a combo break what Spirit needs.
Yeah. I also like Liquid more, I think. I'm just skeptical of this Beastmaster. I feel like this hero is pretty hard to pull off nowadays. He's so weak in lane. And once he falls behind, it just doesn't do that much. Can he ever go the Helm build this game?
I was just about to ask you the exact same question.
might be the way to go on Beast nowadays. And yeah, he did go for that Wild Hunt.
Yeah, he did. Because I think during the most recent quals, we saw like 50-50, Helm or Ags.
I mean, Axe is so nerfed, and it just doesn't feel good.
No.
Unless you have a free lane and you can get it really early.
Or like a ton of uncontested stacks.
Yeah.
Or both. I'll see what he does. Liquid already out here. High ground ward. Already set up for a deny if they need to. And Boxy scouting for any vision. The outskirts of that mid-tier 1. Team Spirit. Yeah. Relying on Laurel a lot here. There's Earth Spirit. We saw 9 early on. Wait, hang on a second. Is Boxy using his career there to tank tower shots? What a beast.
Was that intentional, or was his career just coming with the item?
I don't know. I'm going to say intentional.
The battle begins.
Nisha's so small. His Invoker's tiny, but he's got a big EMP and some cogs to trap in while. Good early. Oh, the dead shot into the Starbreaker, and Nisha draws first blood on the opposing mid laner.
Ah, that's rough. That's very rough, man. I don't know
That
if
dead shot was good.
When I see stuff like this happening at level 1 rune, I can't help but think that the atmosphere from the draft carries over into the gameplay or something like that. It's just such a stupid way to start the game, right?
Or you think they need, like, Spirit are thinking we need to make up for something, so let's get a fight early on, or?
Just like unfocused or feeling like you need to get more done than you have to. Like dying for the bounty rune just feels like it's so not worth it, you know?
Like you're already in catch-up mentality.
Yeah. Let's see.
And so far, Liquid pretty switched on.
I guess one thing to consider is the Gyrocopter flag cannon. Level 1. It's not bad against in general, like for laning. Could help secure this lane.
Top lane though, Saberlight already getting up in the face of the SF. Boxy looks like he's winning the trade out with the Ogre. Kind of expected. Ogre has nothing. It's always so funny seeing this learning curve facet. But when he gets level 2, very spooky.
He got his bottle now.
Taking some heavy hits though. Insania able to keep Rue back. Gyrocopter continually trying to block up the small camp. Mickey and Insania though blocked him and trapped him in the cogs. And looks like another kill here for Team Liquid to take down the Gyrocopter. Mickey grabs the last hit and looks like he's going to kill a boar as well.
Do you plasma field the boar?
No.
Oh my god,
He stopped microing it.
he was busy pulling. That was not so bad. We've seen other deaths that were worse. That one was like, he blocked the camp, he forced both heroes to run after him. And Beastmaster is very happy right now. He gets to level 3, his lane is actually very set.
Wait, the frame perfect? He bottled it as it was denied.
Oh yeah, I see that. Actually true.
Very close. Nisha just outputs so much damage in this mid lane.
Radiant's middle
Grabs himself a water
tower is
rune.
under attack.
Already has wraith bands up. And this lane starts to become kind of uninhabitable for the Earth Spirit in the next couple of minutes. And bottom lane feels like a similar story for Team Spirit there as well. Malik and Drew even have some good little moves. Immediately forced away again by the Razor. While Team Spirit look to try and get something going up at top, but the calling is placed down. And Saberlight comes back in with a few swipes of their hammer, but may have overextended here into the triple raises. A lot of damage, but no killing blow until Lara's arrival. Shows up level 4, Earth Spirit rotation onto Boxy. Kills off the Muerta, but can't really catch up to the Dawnbreaker.
Laurel is gonna have a big wave coming in to mid lane right now. Actually, no, what happened to the... Oh yeah, there's a double wave coming.
He rolls into the middle of it. But yeah, definitely kind of shades of what you were talking about, right? That, you know, maybe draft mentality or mood bleeding in a little bit, like Laurel level 4 rotating, kind of scrambling to try and pick up the pieces a little bit. Definitely relieves the pressure from the Shadow Fiend up top for a short while.
Yeah. He should be over it by now. This is the first blood. It happened to OG as well earlier.
Nice Nisha de-aggroes the creeps with the tornado. Lal trying to drag the wave around to secure level 6 that little bit easier. Insania. Rocket Barrage gets fogged a bit there, so Gyro couldn't quite find the finish. Okay, though.
Oh, that's a very big kill.
Completely left alone.
I feel like this is what they need to just keep doing. Like, Spirit. Like, if they keep running at this Razor. I mean, there's the Invoker counterplay, which is very scary, but enabling the Beast this game is gonna be key for them.
The TPing top again. Sablelight's raindrop's already popped here, so Lal roll in. And that finishing bit of damage from the kick, enough to kill off the Dawnbreaker. And Team Spirit finding these moments very nicely here to get out. Like the laning stage broke down like minute 3. We're just having people move around where they want, where they can. Laurel would love to hit level 6 as soon as possible, but he's even going to give up on grabbing the bounty rune.
He just hit 5 too. Yeah. And he has done some work top lane, but
Radiant's
very low
middle
level
tower
right now.
is under attack.
And bounty rune doesn't even get grabbed. Boxy just walks away from it. Yeah, Malik continues to do a pretty good job there, just dragging wave around. Some
It's
stern
Invoker.
opposition's coming though.
Invoker coming bot now. The DD. It's a big kill if they can find the beast.
Dire are scanning.
And DD's over. Dire scan. Trying to scout them out as well. As Nisha decides it's top lane time. Poshka, I guess he was trying to sneak across for a Wisdom Rune play. And Nisha's going to guard it for Boxy to go and take.
Saberlight is actually very low. That was suffering. mean, it's not so bad.
Definitely not easy when this Shadow Fiend got up to a level 2, level 3 raises.
Yeah, the Spirit also came to his lane twice, right? Considering that, it's not bad.
Radiant are scanning.
And Lal also suffering on the net worth board too.
Radiant's
Coming up to
bottom
8 minutes, both liquid supports coming to guard the rune. It looks like Lal is making his move down south, and opportunity here to kind of get pressure into tier 1 tower. Maybe find the Razor. And Liquid just letting it happen.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And no level 6 on Dawnbreaker means no global threat just yet. So a wide open bottom lane now for Beastmaster to play into there and bottom jungle.
The ideal scenario for Beast now, right? He gets his helm, and then he can just farm all everything. Hit a really early timing on the... What's it called? Overlord.
Yeah, Hungry Overlord. And then just play off the back of your auras, right?
Yeah. But,
Beastmaster
I mean,
Ogre with a pumped up SF.
it is gonna be annoying if Liquid keeps threatening this type of move. Keep protecting their jungle. Which they could do. And Beast will have to go back and farm like Ancients.
It looks like they're possibly going to start stacking up. If that's for Beastmaster or the Shadow Fiend, we'll see in a bit. Yeah, it looks like Liquid just really identifying that, you know, this Razor needs a bit more time to build up. Invoker has had a tremendous laning stage. Just play off the back of Nisha, pair up with him wherever the Invoker wants to show up. We'll be ready and waiting. And now they've got the Dawnbreaker 6, they can start playing that global style too. Where maybe, you know, Clockwork, when he gets hook shot. I mean, they'd love to have these two supports hit 6 as soon as possible, but we'll have a fight before then, it looks like.
Now they seem to be... They have the time to actually set up a move on top. And the Razor's gonna gate as well. Is Titanic gonna be able to walk out here?
Has he read it? Does he feel it coming? Boxy smoke break, they see the SF. Immediate go with a Cold Snap Tornado. And no chance to defend him, so Shadow Fiend down.
I've seen Spirits games before where they actually manage TP 2-3 heroes up in that type of scenario and try to save him, and then they end up stuck top lane. They actually didn't even react, which was very important for them. Instead they pressure mid, giving them... Yeah, it actually ends up being a... They don't get the tower, but it's a decent trade regardless, now that you have to move yourself. Could have been way worse.
Yeah, because Liquid wants to play through Anisha. You could deny.
Yeah, you get the tower, you end up defending your own tower. Like, that's something that's so important in this moment, right? If you didn't make this move on mid, Liquid would not have been forced to go back, which meant that you would have lost your top tower, right?
And they also just want to play through the Beastmaster. And he's the strongest hero for Spirit as well, so it kind of makes more sense just to play with Malik than play with Satanic. And the Shadow Fiend right now, tucked away in the trees, just on the edges there as Nisha looks for him.
This situation could backfire. Okay, they bring up the Ogre. That's very good.
The Ogre gets immediately gone on. Nisha and Saberlight, though, feared up by the Requiem, realizing Team Spirit has backup waiting in the wings. Magnetized from Lal, trying to focus down Saberlight as Nisha found a nice little hidey hole to TP away from. The ulti from Saberlight not going to work, though. Killed off by the Raze, and this time Team Spirit, they do make that move to TP and save the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, this time they actually anticipated the move, right? You saw Satanic was hiding in the woods for so long, and they used the Ogre to bait out the go. So, actually very good play by Spirit. I was just about to say, this whole sequence, the last 3 minutes, could really backfire if SF dies again, right?
Yes.
They are very aware of that, so bring all the boys and kill them. They take another tower, so yeah, good stuff from Spirit.
Like a very disciplined period of play. Like, you know, SF dying there could easily have been a scramble, all jets in the sky moment. A very collected movement from Team Spirit here to go topple down objectives, clear out enemy ancients. Satanic is already back towards his side as well.
Yeah, I also think this type of Beastmaster just looks so much stronger, right? Than the Aghanims, slow Aghanims type. He feels like a burden, whereas this Beastmaster is just playing with his team, pressuring the map, taking towers, like has so much more impact.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like one of those things again where it's just having choices. Because, like, Aghanim's Beastmasters, you're laning and waiting for Ags so you can go and team fight or take an objective, like Roshan or a big head-on. But Beastmaster with Helm is like, I can pressure tower, I can split push, I can cut wave. I can also come and team fight. So you've always got these...
Yeah, I mean, it's a what do you say, like, the Aghanim's Beastmaster was like almost like a carry, right?
Yeah.
In its own regard, whereas the Overlord Beast is more like a utility in some ways. Has different timings, but nowadays I just feel like the Aghanims has been nerfed so much. It's so rare you get a really good Axe timing.
And it feels like the size of the map playing, like, Helm just gives you wide map capabilities. So being able to play very wide feels so much nicer when you've got the ability to farm tons.
Yeah, there's also something about if it's a good, it can also be a good or bad Helm game, right? This game, it looks really good. It's very hard for them to kill like this big golem or dragon, right? Like you put that stuff on Razor or Clock, they just kind of die. So for a long time at least. It's a very good game for it. Plus he has the Shadow Fiend, so he also wants to buff up, right, and play around.
Yeah, they're gonna have it pretty quickly. And what Shadow Fiend has the Mask Madness Dragon Lance. They work on the Pike, the BKB, so pretty normal stuff there. Build up stats, get your attack speed and your farming capabilities going. Berg with the Bloodlust definitely helps. And guarding their 14-minute rune at the same time as farming up as well. While Malik just, plonks himself in front of tier 1, pushes out waves, farms jungle, defends that side of the map. And you've got Liquid kind of being funneled in towards the mid lane, where playing side lane seems a little dangerous, a little scary. Well, hang on a second, has Insania just gone in behind them? How has he been allowed to do that?
I don't know. I think it's just unlucky timing then.
But it was like
they were just there, killing ancients.
It was literally, what, 13 minutes and 45 seconds I said they've guarded their Wisdom Rune, because Miposhka was right there.
Yeah, I don't even think they were thinking about it. I think Miposhka is just bodying SF, right? So when the smoke comes, which it's coming right now, then he's the one taking the fall.
The classic body doubling.
Yeah.
Nisha and Boxy swinging out east. So Miposhka's going to be here to break the smoke. They don't really want to go on him. They know that the Shadow Fiend's right behind this Ogre, but it looks like Boxy's just given away his position there by walking a little too close to the tower. And now Satanic is long gone.
Are they gonna go Roche?
It looks like it, huh?
Actually, pretty cool move.
Drawn all the attention from Liquid.
I feel like Spirit makes some of the best kind of early game clutch moves. Like last game we saw them, they did this thing where they used the gate and they took a tier 1, remember?
Yeah.
Then this game as well, this TP to top, get they defended their tower earlier, which was really cool as well. They pushed mid. Like, I feel like they're very on point with their read of the map.
It's like check boxes of, what can we get away with, or what's the best move here? Like, do we defend bottom tower? Nah, it's a useless tower. Can we go mid? Not right now. Insania says, I want to go mid. With the Dawnbreaker over the top of me, we can just kill off this Earth Spirit. Age is gone. Cooldown's a bit annoying here from Mickey and Nisha to re-enter the fight, but they're right on top of the head of Lal, catching him out as he throws out the Magnetize. So far, no real response from Spirit, though, as Satanic is late to the party. Going to join up here and try and take down Boxy, but has to dodge the tornado first, and Boxy's still alive. Dead shot out, but dies nonetheless. And Liquid on the run, just one casualty, as they took down the Earth Spirit twice.
Yeah, just as you say, just as we talked about them doing a good move, then they immediately get careless and lose the Aegis. Because imagine this happens and they go on the Ogre instead. I don't know if they will go on the Ogre. But if they go on the Ogre and the Earthsplit is ready with the spells, it'd be really bad. Liquid.
Yeah, for sure. Or if Satanic's like a little bit closer, they're able to group up. Lots of things could have gone better for Spirit. But Liquid, I mean, sensing their moment, using the opportunity to its fullest, and now finding another catch onto Malik Beastmaster. Insania sets it up, another kill on a core. And Team Spirit left a little bit rattled. Even killing the Ancient Creep too. Nice bonus money for El Saberlito.
He has a Crimson God.
He does.
Yeah. Interesting.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Ah man, that so cool, good moves into so
Flop.
sloppy. Yeah, so such sloppy move after that. That's unfortunate.
It's got to be hard for Laurel as well. 'Cause he's had kind of a quiet game. Like, very selflessly, you know, put the side lanes on his back, saved that top lane, guarded the Shadow Fiend. Finally got himself an Aegis and was like, nice. Next team fight, I can just go in without a care in the world. Immediately loses it. And now he's back to thinking, what have I got to do to have a game?
Isn't that also why Invoker is so strong right now? It's like this. He just feels like he nullifies the enemy mid laner so much.
Yeah.
He's so hard to kill. He drains your mana. You don't want to go back to mid lane, right? So you're naturally gonna be. It's gonna be predictable, your moves, and you're gonna be low net worth. It's like it was the same last game with the Tiny, right? Like he just plays against this Invoker, and it's so hard for him to find place.
And look at this. In with the Razor and the Invoker. Dawnbreaker's ulti catches out Malik, and now Satanic's given away his position. Requiem from the trees. It looks like Liquid happy just to kill off the Golem and get another 250 bonus gold.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, Liquid with the much more decisive, like, sweeping moves where they know that they enter a portion of the map, they're going to get a core kill, they know how to get there with the hook shot into combos. And Team Spirit's still trying to get this next round of items. Like, they're itchy, they're uncomfortable. They want the Shadow Fiend to be ready to fight against them, but he's not there yet. They need BKBs.
Yeah, I mean the Beastmaster snowball is like pretty much over, right? At this point. Those two deaths he just had, so costly. Same with the Earth Spirit, right? Like, I mean, the Roshan move was so good. They had such a good timing after that. But I mean, hats off to Liquid too, right? For taking advantage of small mistakes.
Insane, you tried to sneak the TP out. Without homing missile was chasing him. Team Spirit, you have to bring 5 heroes up top. Liquid will see that with the Dawnbreaker, knowing they're all tucked away in that top left corner. And Razor can push out bottom, Dawnbreaker in the mid.
Razor is actually so farmed too.
Yeah, we're going to start seeing that problem as well. With his BKB, he can get on top of that SF.
I kind of like this move too, right? It's kind of cute move too. You know you just got scouted by the Dawnbreaker, you smoke up, everyone's scared, and then you steal the Tormentor. You could even take the other one too.
Yeah, good understanding of that map space. I see Tanic's back down here farming. The rest of them, yeah. Aposhka's Ogre gets a ward down and TP's out swiftly. But Liquid very quickly want to turn this on its head. Up into that top
no.
jungle.
Is Beastmaster gonna get left behind here with Gyro and get caught? They really need to be careful.
Oh, try the tornado. Gyro got the TPs and it looks like Malik.
No, Malik.
He's wrapped around on.
He
He's
should
in the
know
mines.
at this point. Yeah,
He's
he knows.
TPing. Good stuff. And meanwhile, they got the other Tormentor, didn't they?
They did. That's keeping the net worth even, like stealing those 2 Tormentors and getting the shards. BKB on SF now. They're getting to the point where they have a pretty strong timing now on Spirit. I guess the Earth Spirit's gonna have BKB shortly as well.
Yeah, it really is all about the BKBs for them. Still a bit of a waiting period for Invoker and Dawnbreaker to get to theirs. So maybe a chance for Team Spirit here to find some open space on the map that they can actually play into. Can't be leaving stragglers around like this though. Rue gonna get found and sniped by Nisha. Already a hero down. Team Spirit have got to start backing up, but Insania sees an opening. A kick across, the SF sent on top of the clock. Dawnbreaker ult coming in as well. And Saberlight comes in hot right on top of the Earth Spirit to bring down Lal as the chase onto the Shadow Fiend, held back by Malik. Beastmaster saved his carry, but he's gonna die for it.
They just can't really ever get a good fight going, right? There's always somebody getting caught, getting jumped before everybody's ready. That's pretty much the story of this game, right? Earlier mid lane it was Earth Spirit who got jumped, bottom lane Beastmaster, and now here again the Gyro gets found mid. This Invoker just keeps finding them.
And it's like almost no investment either from Liquid. Like either Invoker gets long range tornado starting the fight, or Insania's Clockwork just walks in. Like he gets vision from Rocket Flare, he hook shots in, he's just like 1v5, hello, I'm here. Whereas Team Spirit need to see an enemy hero, they need Earth Spirit to be ready to roll and go in. And he's the only one that can do that. Like Beastmaster doesn't want to walk in and fight.
Yeah, for sure. It's also the... Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it is easier for Liquid to find the picks. But it also feels like Spirit are out of position quite often, right?
Yeah.
They are finding themselves in the positions where they can get jumped, right? Whereas Liquid doesn't give them that opportunity. Same way.
Yeah, apart from that top tier 1 fight where they kind of baited the SF and the Ogre,
Yeah.
I think Team Spirit have always been on the run, or on the back foot. I think you're right there. Liquid just, yeah, stepping forward. See a target, kill a target.
Separation attempt unsuccessful.
Razor's getting very scary.
Yeah, Mickey Racer is scary for sure. I feel like he's one of the players who can make that hero work from carry. Him and maybe Crystallis, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just those those guys understand how to farm on this hero. But yeah, I mean, I feel like if Spirit get together with their 5 heroes and press their spells, they can still fight. You know, they're not weak, but it's getting to the point now where maybe they don't have enough damage against the Razor. The Crimson Guard, the Razor, the Dawnbreaker, Solar Crest, right? Can you actually kill this guy even if you roar him?
It's hard.
If you can't kill him when he runs in, then it's gonna be hard to fight, right?
And it's like doing that in the duration of your SF BKB as well.
Yeah.
Like Satanic, he needs to be like so careful using his BKB because he has to use that to like kill the Invoker or the Razor.
Yeah, for sure.
Malik. He's away. Nisha very quickly on his tail.
Actually, can maybe get the Roshan again. That's what they're looking for at least. Or no, they're gonna gate. Sneaky. They're gonna wrap on behind. Maybe kill the Dawn.
Ooh. That'll be big for them. Dawn has Crimson BKB though, and is that a Great Lotus as well? Difficult.
Middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they need
Double
to get the
damage bottom.
clean angle on him.
And like, what vision do they have right now? Enemy Ancients, like Radiant Ancients vision. They've got one kind of lane ward down bottom. They say, screw it, we're going back through the gate again. And into the Roche pit.
I think the rocket ran out. Rocket vision. Might not know about this.
Liquid are nearby. And Roshan
They hear
roars.
it. Yeah, they hear it.
They know this is being attempted.
Oh, I don't know. I don't like this spirit right now. The positioning.
Radiant's bottom tower
High ground
is under
vision.
attack.
They both have it. Satanic, or the two-man hook shot in with the Dawnbreaker as well. Massive damage to catch out the Earth Spirit. Lol has the BKB roll to get away. Sableye turns, and another touch will do the job. Satanic now going to be zoned away as Nisha finds an opening on Miposhka inside the Roche pit to clear him out. Satanic thinking about a Requiem play here, but to what end? Requiem into run away, probably.
You have buyback and ogre.
If someone comes high ground here, come on, Boxy, walk up the stairs. Liquid very safely just taking down the Roche. Satanic's got the TP at some point, right?
Yeah,
can't
you can
just-
still see how good Satanic is, right? How aware he is of the situation. He
Yeah.
doesn't use BKB. Doesn't.
Oh, he's come back in.
Yeah, and he's waiting on the hill there.
Trouble is, Nisha is doing a lot of work here against Malik. And Mickey, with that Aegis in hand, still has 2 lives to play with, but they focus Nisha down pretty low. Invoker's dead, all thanks to Satanic sticking around.
Yeah, I don't know. That was just so good by him, right? Because he was even about to solo kill somebody walking up there, right? Some support or Muerta walking uphill. He was just gonna ult him, get a free solo kill. Doesn't use BKB in that hectic situation with his Dawn on top of him, stuff like this. It's just so good.
Yeah, it's like, you kind of wish the game state was a bit closer so he doesn't have to make these kind of moves and decisions. But knowing he can, tremendous skill. Yeah, just the kind of incisive nature of Team Liquid there, just being able to find that angle with the hook shot. Find
This clock,
openings.
this clock does so much in this game, actually.
It's insane, isn't it?
Yeah.
Say goodbye to your Beastmaster. It's,
What
it's like,
AC on Beast?
yeah. That's more auras for your Shadow Fiend, I guess. But it's just like Clock and Invoker roaming around the map. Dawnbreaker joins in. Boxy's there.
Radiant are scared.
Like Mickey, you know, he's farmed up. He's done well so far, but it just hasn't felt like they've needed him that much.
No, he's just been hitting creeps. I don't really remember him.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, he was linking the Beastmaster early on, stuff like this. But yeah, he's just farming, right? It reflects the net worth as well.
Under attack.
I'm sure he has a lot of CS.
And look at this. Another
my
two-man
God.
hook shot. Insane. It's just absolutely spot on. Forces the BKB out of Satanic, and now Mickey can come in with a static link. Force staff isn't enough distance here, and a tornado, it clips him. You don't have the follow-through, though. It looked like this could be a deep dive, but Liquid, very deliberate with their fallback plan. I guess no ulti from the Dawnbreaker there. Yeah, 5 seconds left on that cooldown. If that was ready, they would have gone for it. Team Spirit now just bunkering down in their base. Liquid can shove out all 3 lanes, cut out into that mid tier 2 top.
So hard for Spirit to start a fight, like on their terms, right? It always feels like it's Clockwork Rocket into Hook. It's like Tornado starting the fight.
Dire's top tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
and even if you somehow would get an angle on somebody, like there's still the Dawnbreaker, right?
Yeah, I mean, nothing's easy. Miposhka just wants to come out and do a bit of de-warding. Put a gardening on his doorstep and get shut down immediately. He's dead for 40 seconds. No buyback.
Dire's top
And
tower
Liquid could start knocking on the door of the tier 3 here. Or it looks like completely suffocating Spirit with that TP from Mickey. Meanwhile, Sablelight's having the time of his life. Past 2 minutes, Dawnbreaker just farming jungle.
Yeah. Asher, huh?
Cool.
It's a luxury.
Dire's
Does it make sense against
under attack.
maybe the SF or what?
Yeah, I guess
Get on
you,
top of him and start bashing him.
you get not a guaranteed bash, but it's like with Starbreaker, you're pretty certain you're gonna bash into his BKB Requiem, I guess.
How does that actually work? Is it?
Because it's hit, you get hits from it, right? Well, hang on a second. Razor getting kicked around. Aegis reclaimed. Raw onto this Thornbreaker. A lot of damage from that Shadow Fiend, but not enough to finish her off. Now Team Spirit trying to chase this one. They've got this Earth Spirit to roll onto Razor if they want to, but they're holding back.
Yeah. Okay, so you get 3 hits actually.
Yeah.
That's decent then, Basher. But yeah, it's kind of sad when your Dawnbreaker goes in under tier 2. He gets roared. You cannot kill him.
Yeah.
And it's not like there's gonna be more damage coming later. It's like, at least not through BKB. Earth Spirit maybe, but... yeah, Satanic really has to do everything.
Like, what's the item for Satanic that solves this problem?
I mean, he's queuing up Lincolns, but maybe you just need like one more damage item.
MKB or
Getting Lincolns
Rapier?
against that. Are you just buying Lincolns for the static link or what?
I guess. That's pretty much it, isn't it?
Maybe you buy like Butterfly or MKB. There's no evasion right now, but I feel like you just need some more damage somehow. Rapier?
Yeah, that was my thought.
Could be. You have Bloodlust and...
We're getting close to like an all-in scenario. If you're in that situation already, just push the button. Go nuclear.
It feels like you need so much damage that if you get to hit just a couple of times, then you're gonna get a kill, right? Because if you don't kill people fast enough, you're gonna get... there's gonna be 4 staffs. I think there's 3 of them right now.
Solar Guard, yeah.
Maybe even more, right? Like you have Invoker. You have 3 4 staffs, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you got
You need
Cog,
to be able
Hook
to
Shot,
kill a
all
hero
sorts.
in the roar at least.
Team Spirit at least taking a bit of the map on that left side. We're always going to have to come back and defend. As Liquid edge towards the high ground. And this is Liquid now, you know, without Aegis, so they don't have that freedom just to put Razor up at the front. And now have to be a bit more delicate, back to the original game plan. And Boxy gets charged at. An angry couple of Spirit heroes. And La just keeps on rolling towards him. We'll start on Satanic though. Hook shot misses. Team Spirit, good disengage. Team Liquid back to playing the map again. It's just so much more efficient from them. Team Spirit very grouped up together, looking for any stragglers, but Boxy doesn't get scouted. They're hugging Lowell right now as he farms some jungle camps.
Yeah.
That's a free Tormentor and a shard for Nisha. 2 minutes for Roshan, so it gives a bit of room here from Team Spirit to try and grow a bit more.
Okay, Lincolns. I mean, if you look at his numbers, it does look like he deals a lot of damage, right? Plus 300, lost crits. He has the neutral item.
But keeping someone in reach of him has been the...
Yeah, that's one thing, and then, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like it's enough still. Like the armor and the Crimson Guard and... MKB next.
Yeah. He's got her. You're looking at Mickey now, who has that Satanic done. Working on Refresher Orb. And it's what, nighttime for the next 4 minutes? So Roshan in that top left corner, which Liquid have already kind of prepped for here. High ground ward near the lane. And a smoke from that top jungle heading down south. And Satanic looks like has shown himself on that mid wave. On the mid tier 2 even. Lars behind him. Nikke starts off onto the Earth Spirit who rolls away. They see the Beastmaster though, and that hook shot lands right on his head. The roar is there on the Razor. Satanic tries to run away. And Saberlight's in with a Solar Guardian to protect the Razor. And Team Spirit full scramble and retreat mode. BKB's shiny golden TP's home. Everyone trying to get the hell away from here, but Nisha's found the opening, catches Lol on the way out. And Team Liquid, they will get a kill for their efforts.
Yeah, barely catching the Earth Spirit there. So close, him getting out as well.
And now,
it's so hard for him to fight. It's like... It's just so hard. And I mean, Liquid knows it too, right? They just have to get on top of the Shadow Fiend, and there's just nothing else. To be fair, the Earth Spirit did some damage in that fight. Like, once the BKB starts getting lower, maybe he could become a factor later on. But it's hard.
That's a big old challenge. And our kill on the gyro should lead to Roche for Liquid. Just these moments where, you know, it felt like Malik was so strong, pressuring that map, but not able to kind of bring the pieces together. You know, Liquid have done a very good job when they've managed to play as 5, start out, you know, lead with Insania, follow with Saberlight, and then all the rest of the pieces kind of just slot into place after that. Whereas it's, again, kind of much more difficult for Team Spirit to find that angle, that avenue to starting a fight. Like how do you unlock Satanic? Do we need Malik to now just sell his items and go blink, you know, blink refresher hex like the old Beastmaster used to do? Just be an initiator?
Yeah, I mean, the blink is definitely needed. I think that's what he's doing. I mean, it always comes down a bit to what happens earlier on, right? That's why we're in the situation we're in now. Like, remember they took the Aegis, like all these fights, like they're kind of what makes it hard. It's like, it throws off the timing so much of Spirit and what their lineup's supposed to do.
Well, here's a roar, but they've got Solar Guardian to heal up Nisha. The damage comes through pretty fast and takes down the Aegis. Hookshot catches Lol mid-roll. He's going to overseal Totem away, and a Requiem defensively from Satanic, but Nikke and Saberlight right on his tail. Sunstrike flies in, but he was BKB TPing. He's safe and sound back in Fountain, while Rue do get hunted down in the trees. So in the end, I mean, not bad from Spirit. They took the Aegis.
I don't know, it feels like watching this, how the fights unfold, it feels it's impossible for Spirit to win. That's what it feels like. Because like, you use everything on this Invoker, he barely dies, and then you're just completely out of gas, right? You only have one BKB.
Oh, the bash.
There it is.
Oh, that's painful. And then mid lane, yeah, you're losing tier 3. Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's just not enough damage.
Nice attempt from Insania.
It's an Arcane Blink on Dawn.
Oh,
Interesting.
huh.
Is it just buying random items, or is this like a real, celebratory Arcane Blink?
I don't know. I don't remember the last time I saw an Arcane Blink. Satanic breaks away from the static link. Nisha, that damage does come pretty heavily when Satanic's allowed to open up on someone. But yeah, I don't know. Dawnbreaker's blinking around. What does it give? It gives you like the little regen. It's like shorter cooldown than other blinks, right? And HP and mana regen.
That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just a funny little item, isn't it?
Does it match the Starbreaker cooldown then, or what? Not even. But it's something. I guess he can blink in, Starbreaker, kind of run out, do it again. Maybe that's the idea, right?
Celestial
Just blink
Hammer
in on
one way,
SF.
blink the other.
Yeah.
Just fits the non-stop aggression.
Yeah, I mean, he could buy any item, I think, and they would still be hard for Spirit. Wonder what it is exactly. This feels like their draft is lackluster at this point, right? Their supports don't do that much in the fight. Like, what do you do as Ogre? You throw out the ignites. You know, you maybe you can click stun on a hero.
It's felt like this Beastmaster hero has been like a blessing in the first 15 or 20 minutes, and then just a cursed hero after that.
I mean, it really just felt like like you said, it's not. He had such a good game, right? He did so much stuff early game.
That's the thing.
Then he died twice, right? Alone.
Yeah.
Like that's. If Nisha did that as well, right? If Nisha ran in and died twice, then it just matters a lot. Mistakes.
And Mickey is just going to run in and kill Gyro. Good force down to get some distance away from the SF, but Satanic, can he deal with this Mickey who refreshes up? BKBs, they kill the Razor, yes, but you're going to get wiped off the face of the map for it. They buy back on the Gyro. No buyback on anybody else here. So 2 supports against the world, and Saberlight only shuts the door on one of them. A great hook shot from Insane. It looks like he's going to get another one here as well. Neposhka 1v5. Show us what you can do. Oh, he can call GG. Team Liquid, a smooth victory. But yeah, this Beastmaster man, I don't know. We saw so I brought up earlier, we saw a similar thing from 3-3, where during those qualifiers, he had like, I don't know, 9-minute Aghanims, like something ridiculous. And then in another game, he had like super fast Helm of the Dominator on top of, phase boots, etc. And then takes control of the map. Minute 20 comes, he dies a couple of times, out of position, whatever it is, and just never feels like a hero again. Same thing here with Malik.
Yeah. But I think it's also about just sloppy deaths, right? And maybe Liquid also just eventually enforce it by having Clock and Invoker look for kills all the time and just delaying the game over and over. And
yeah, it was hard. A real challenge for Team Spirit, but then Liquid 2-0 in their group now, looking good. And that wraps up things for me and Misery. Halfway through the day of the group stage here. One day of groups, all best of ones. We're going to pass it over to T-Gov and Fear, I believe, going to be taking over the B stream. So Misery, it's been a pleasure. Some pretty one-sided games, unfortunately for us, but hopefully things improve and you get to panel some more later on as well to see some exciting Dota as the tournament develops. But yeah, stick around for the next games coming up in a little bit with T-Gov and Fear.
This will be the time of your life. Welcome to Blast Slam, Stream B, but this is a new setup we have here. Fear, myself, there's 2 analysts. There's no play-by-play here, which means this entire cast will be analytical, reactionary, with some attempt of play-by-play, but we'll see how it goes. So, of course, we obviously have a series upcoming, but this is going to be a new thing. Good luck, Fear.
Definitely.
We don't really
Good
work
luck.
together too often, but I'm sure we'll
Definitely
go
not
well.
like this.
No, not at
Yeah.
all. How many? I think we've done, like, what, maybe 5 or 10 panels together in our lives?
Yeah, but this is our first cast, so
Yep.
that'll be interesting.
Very
So
interesting.
It's like he mentioned, it's definitely going to be more of an analytical cast. We're not going to have the hype play-by-plays unless someone really wants to pop off in the moment, but other than that, it should be fun.
Yeah, and of course we are following Group B, as you see here. Right now, Tundra with the 2 wins, no losses yet. Liquid as well, sitting there with 2-0. I think, unfortunately, for some of the fans, OG fan favorites also sitting at 0-2. Not really done very well, as a roster. They've not been able to qualify for many things recently. They have been invited to Blast Slam, so this is kind of their chance to really showcase what they've been working on. And of course, Spirit just getting into the grand finals of the 1W tournament, but also, dropping short at the moment with 0-2. Anything crazy happened for you?
Nothing crazy so far. I think OG, they did have to go against Tundra, which is a tough opponent as well. They did go against Liquid. Now they're going against Gaimin, so it's definitely a situation where they're not doing great right now, but it's somewhat expected because they are playing in some of the better teams right now. I do think in general right now, some of the teams to really look out for is going to, at least in Group B, Tundra is looking incredibly good to me. Like, this is a roster which, 33, he ended up leaving Liquid to build his own roster and really wanted to show, like, what he can do with that. He's been doing great in that regard.
Yeah, and that's the thing with, like, Tundra, they've had growing pains with, like, when they had the new roster, it took a little bit of time. Now they're doing well in this group stage. Best of ones, like, you need to know what you're doing, like, instantly. You can't have that mistake to, fix, because, again, it's best of ones.
Yeah.
So I think for OG, it's probably, like, the hardest tournament for them to enter, where they're still trying to find themselves as a team. They have to play best of ones. There's no ability to learn on LAN, and they're already going 0-2. So it's going to be very scary for them. Like, you come last in the group, you enter the entire gauntlet. So, yeah, I think for OG at least, again, they are the newer roster. They are the ones that are going to be kind of having to kind of prove a lot coming into this one. And so far, they haven't proven much. Again, like, they are 0-2. Do you think they have the ability to turn it around? Again, it is best of ones. They finished the entire group by the end of today. So, do you think they'll be able to get some wins in the final 3 series, or 2 series they have, sorry?
Maybe, but this one is going to be a tough one, I think, for sure, going against Gaimin. Like, Gaimin's not looking at their best, and I think that's definitely good for OG, but OG just really hasn't found any footing whatsoever yet. So, like, they're going to need to find that immediately, and I think this is a series that they have to do it, because this isn't the Gaimin of, like, last year where they're just, like, popping off and they seem unstoppable. They're definitely stoppable, and especially with Watson on the team, it looks like they're going through a little bit of a transition period right now. So, we'll have to see if this squad is the squad where OG can get a win. But on the reverse side here, too, for Gaimin Gladiators, they need to prove that, yet again, they are one of the teams to fear. They want to win tournaments again. They want to prove that bringing on Watson was the correct choice as well. So this is kind of like a must-win in their eyes, too, because OG, they're one of the weaker teams here right now.
They are? Yeah, like, again, I look at Group B, and every single name, and unfortunately, other than OG, they look like they could be in the grand finals. Right? Like, OG is the team that they are the underdogs. They have everything to prove.
Yeah.
So every series for them, it is like, what can they prove? Again, they're yet to do it, but Group B is incredibly scary. Like, every single team it is something. Ooh, you wanna compare carries? You're talking about carries, right?
Sure.
Let's have a little. We've got some comparisons as well. Okay, so again, Watson, very high rank in EU.
Right.
Has been able to hold down his own. Of course, you said there's growing pains in him joining. But what do you think is, like, the key difference in play style between the two that you've seen in recent time?
Yeah, so Watson, he's been really great in pubs, right? He's been rank 1 for like 2 to 3 years now in the leaderboards, but he's missing something as like that flair inside of like competitive Dota right now, where we've seen 23 Savage. He's been on LAN multiple times. His team, especially when he played on Talon, for example, had some great results, some great performances. So I have to say, like, between these two, I think the clutch comes from 23. He kind of shows up on LAN where I've yet to really seen that from Watson right now, and I think that's what they really need from him as a player. I think when they brought him on initially for Gaimin, maybe they wanted a more stable carry, right? Because Duraccio wasn't the most stable of carries, right? But yet again, he gave him that flair. He gave him opportunities to make things happen on the map. And I think maybe Watson needs to match that a little bit. On the other side, 23, he's kind of like your hard carry specialist. He's going to play all the hard carries. He knows them all. He's going to farm a lot. So it's an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I think as well with Watson, I think a lot of people just didn't from the community at least, didn't respect what Duracho brought to gaming. Because like on paper, it's like Duracho, he's inconsistent maybe in the late game, but like the journey to getting there, he did so much for the team that like his movement, his map play, like Twin Gate, when you lose that, suddenly it's like, okay, if your carry's not making that move as efficiently as Duracho was making, who's going to do it now?
Yeah, it changes everything. Like,
exactly.
Especially when you have that one player that initiates, right?
Yes.
So, yeah, like if you can go in, be an initiator, that creates opportunities. And that is something that I think Gaimin's getting used to. But moving on from that, we can go ahead and check out maybe the mid laners from these teams. And
do we have
see how
mid
they're doing.
laners as well?
Yeah,
oh, wait, we do. Oh, look at this.
Look at this. We've got a winner up, TI winner and Quinn, and TI winner and Nine. Nine, we all know that he did take a long break in between, so he's back now.
I know who's going to win the series.
Okay.
Gaimin. I've yet to play Quinn in a pub in the last 2 weeks, but I did beat 9 in some pubs in the last 2 weeks. So based on who I've beaten, if I've beaten 9, therefore I think, you know, Quinn's got the upper hand. So
I mean, I think historically that is kind of true as well. Like I used to play with 9 on a team, and an A on JStorm, and Quinn, generally speaking, did have the upper hand in this matchup. And I think, you know, 9 has improved a lot, and I think his niche has been like playing these Winter Wyvern, these Rubiks in the mid lane, and I feel like this isn't really particularly the best patch for that type of stuff, is keep the lights, right? So hopefully he came up with something new to kind of show us here, because that's always been 9's specialty, kind of surprising you with new and innovative picks.
No, I fully agree. Like even looking at his playstyle, again, we'll see it in the draft that should be, you know, coming up just now for you, but the draft as well for 9, I fully agree with you. I think 9 as a player does require finding that kind of niche to kind of carve his own, and you know, in his re-entry, looking at his hero bodies in like pub play, he's kind of having to follow the meta a little bit, and he's yet to find like those 2-3 heroes that like are his statement heroes. Like he's trying Dazzle a little bit, but again, yet to really have that statement.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it just, like, as Dota has progressed over the years, it's been harder and harder to surprise people. Like, it's not impossible, but I think there has to be, like, a big patch, a new patch, right, with lots of changes for that to come out. I feel like this patch has been out for too long now for you to really surprise people, so that'll definitely give Quinn, who is kind of like the polar opposite of 9.
Yes.
He's definitely the type of player that I'm going to play these 5 heroes and I'm going to perfect them, and I'm going to make sure that they're typically just their standard mid laners too as well. So we'll see if he deviates a little bit from that one or not. I do like to see the Dragonite go out. This hero has looked incredibly strong to me throughout the tournament.
We forgot to nerf it in the previous patch, but you know, it happens. You know, sometimes you forget to go for a Wisdom rune. Sometimes you know, forget to get a bounty or an active rune. But you know, sometimes Valve forgets to nerf Dragonite. It happens. It does happen.
Yeah.
But no, I was gonna have the point with the in regards to like hero specialists. I feel like nowadays, at least, it is better competitively with the likes of Pro Tracker and like finding all this like information about heroes much easier.
Yeah.
It is better to be the best on a small hero pool than to try and have this wide hero pool, because you're not really surprising anyone anymore. Like back in the day, like imagine if like Pro Tracker was available with like OG's IO, right?
Yeah.
Like you would instantly see, oh wait, he's playing IO in pubs. You copy paste, you're now not surprised by it. Like your coach will have it. Like it is really hard to bring new strategies that are like absolutely left field, unless you're only playing it in scrims to a select teams that aren't also maybe talkative teams. That happens. So it's like it really is quite hard to be the true inventor, because by the time you have some technology, it will be everywhere if it's successful.
Yeah, pretty much. And I think that sums up pretty nicely here. Like just being better at the mechanical small things on a hero is definitely better than trying to surprise people with new picks here. But I do like the Bat Rider coming out. This hero was one of the few heroes that did get buffed in the patch, right? You do more right-click damage with, was it the Arsonist, I think?
Yes.
His innate ability does more damage, so that gives him a better laning stage. And I noticed a lot of teams are experimenting a bit.
Oh, it's his Smoldering Resin, sorry.
Oh, Smoldering Resin, yeah. Whatever his innate is, which is Smoldering Resin. We had to figure that one out. But yeah.
There's so many more names that, I feel people just say innate now. Like when innates and facets came out, it's like, are you going to remember every name, or are you just going to say like red facet, blue facet, innate? Yeah, it's fine.
And then the Bristleback is going to come out. This hero did get a very minor nerf in the patch. Does farm very quickly.
I think just the timing of Bristleback is very enabling. That in the offlane, if you don't shut him down, if you don't have any way to invade the triangle, you know that your first 15 minutes, he will leave the jungle with a Bloodstone. He'll enter the game with a big timing. And then once you do shut that down, if you can, you also have a carry to deal with, or someone else. It's like there's just the time and resource for Bristleback to be shut down. It's the equivalent of like an old school Timbersaw or a Beastmaster. It's like it is just so much resource management that you have to do. Hence why it is often a very favoured hero in the draft. But Gaimin coming into the series with a lot of respect as well, taking away some of the kind of the OG classics. Some Next Nova Enchantress, the Whisper Timbersaw. Like again, respect has been shown here, even though OG again are the underdogs.
Yeah, and I'm curious on how they're going to respond to this. Like, some teams, like, let's just say if it was Extreme Gaming, would respond with a Viper. I think for Gaimin Gladiators, maybe we're looking more towards like a Shadow Fiend or something that can have that minus armor, buy a Silver Edge fairly early on. I think DK is definitely one of those heroes that is incredibly good versus BB, but probably why they banned it incredibly early on into this phase as well, just so they can kind of protect it there. But yeah, as you mentioned, if you get to that timing on Bristleback where you have this Bloodstone, if you become unkillable and you can walk anywhere on the map, it just shuts down the map almost entirely. You get Roshan, you can go high ground, and the game feels absolutely miserable to play.
And this is where also with OG's natural playstyle, like even when they change players and rosters and like the org stays the same but the players are completely different, I still feel the philosophy of OG kind of holds true no matter what, right? Like the fact
I saw Seb here, so
yeah,
like,
true, he is here. Yeah, also I saw him give a speech. He was like, even if you have issues and you're facing defeat and the negativity, don't let it hit you, keep going. And it was like, it was pretty inspirational, the idea of never giving up. You shouldn't do it in pubs, but like again, the heroes, right? They're banning out Monkey King, gaming against the OG. You still have Ares Hoodwink, Bristle. It's a lot of momentum from the lanes. Like that always feels like that's OG's best play style, is once you win your lanes, you keep snowballing that momentum. When the game gets difficult, often your draft might have not as much maybe catch or kind of team fight that other teams have. That makes the games a little bit more difficult, but if they get the ball rolling, that's when they are their strongest.
Yeah, for sure. And like for those that don't know as well, that Kezu's the new like coach for OG, right?
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
And so I think he's taking more of like that analytical role where Seb is still there, and he's probably going to be stepping back from like more of the strategy, I would imagine, and just being more of that motivational coach there. So
they had a lot of people. Like I walked past the room, there was like 2 or 3 social media people. It looked like they were all on their laptops. You had Seb, you had the manager, you had Kezu. It's like they brought like a small army to Denmark.
I mean, it's a big squad there for sure. Most definitely. And the Chen getting through, this is actually a hero that I've noticed even in this tournament getting banned out quite frequently in the first phase. And to allow a hero like Chen to get through and Celery to get it, that is definitely something in which you had to put a lot of thought into. I think in general, Bristleback is good versus Chen, so that already is pretty decent. You do have that ability to frontline against Chen if he wants to group up, and that strong hero, so we'll see.
The thing is though, OG only had 1 ban, right? Like because OG are second pick, they only have 1 ban in the second phase. And realistically, when do you really ban Chen? Unless you're banning
the first phase,
yeah, unless you ban it in the first phase, it's pretty difficult to get that ban out. So yeah, I think it's also a relatively forgotten hero. I think it is rising in popularity, at least in pubs. But yeah, I think it's very simple in play, right? You have the Sada for laning phase. You take that facet to then have the mana burn. Sometimes you do change it up, but I think I've seen Sada being the most popular, especially against heroes that like to use mana in laning phase, like a Bristleback.
Right. I mean, that's definitely going to be really good to burn his mana. And I think I listened to a Celery interview as well, and it's like, why do you get the mana burn? And I think his answer was pretty simple. It's the only good one.
That's true, yeah.
Like, when it comes to that situation where you only think one of the facets is good, you probably won't deviate too much unless you have a very specific matchup that could be better. But I think in this one for sure, the mana burn against Bristleback makes tons of sense. This hero does not like to operate with no mana. And the Primal Beast, this is also a Bristleback counter. It is similar to a way where we mentioned the Viper having a break. When you do get that Aghanim's online, you do have that ability to break him. And
even the Shivas as well from
that helps too.
Yeah. Plenty of options. I was trying to check the stats of Celery Chen. We're always praising him for playing it in his relatively short career.
Yeah.
If after this game he'll be tied with X-Nova for 76 games. It's still nowhere near #1 though. Puppy with 263 lifetime. Like they got a
hard to beat that.
Yeah, that's a pretty hard one. Puppy's holding down the fort on Chen, but
the guy's got like 30 years of playing Chen.
30, yeah. But it's like 50. The guy's ancient. Not in MMR though, just in age.
Yes, of course.
How old is Puppy? Is he older than you?
I don't think so. Very relevant information.
It's very Puppy's 34. Fear.
You could just ask me.
No, I'm googling it. I kind of forgot I could ask you. How old are you, Fear?
I forgot.
Oh no, there we go. It happens.
Okay.
No, Puppy is younger than you, but I won't reveal your age to keep the Chat really intrigued.
Very mysterious.
Yeah, very mysterious.
It's under 70.
Impressive. See, and age doesn't hold you back from playing Dota.
It's true.
That is it.
Dota is for all ages. All right, Drow Ranger is getting picked up here. I really do like this hero. It's getting more and more popular. I think a big reason of why it's getting more popular is because a lot of the other carries that we did see are getting nerfed. Like Medusa got nerfed, Shadow Fiend's getting nerfed on top of it. But head-to-head matchup versus the Razor, big fan of this one. You do have the ability to push them back with Hurricane Pike, and of course, being able to pierce these agility heroes' armor, quite nice. And he does fit the bill as well, being able to buy a Silver Edge if they need to for the Bristleback.
It's also kind of what I said about OGs, right? Like, they've got this tempo lineup, right? Like, Hoodwink plus Bristle, Clock plus Razor. But once you enter the mid game, other than Clock hitting a hook shot, sorry, can't put my teeth in, and Hoodwink going for a bushback, like, where is your reliable team fight? Where is your way to truly find the backline other than walking it? And Drow, if she's not against instant jump heroes to the backline, she does really well, right? Like, she has her Glacier, Silver Edge, the Hurricane Pike that you're mentioning. She has plenty of tools to always be in the correct position. And OG, if they don't create every opportunity on their, like, kind of their playbook, it will be, how do we get past the Chen with his creeps? How do we get past the Primal who's already jumped in? How does the Bat Rider, who maybe you do get behind, but then Bat with a lasso now pierces that with a BKB piercing stun, Drow's protected. So, like, OG do have some problems at finding Drow, and maybe they need to find the kind of the bans to prevent that. But at the moment, Gaming, they're preventing more scaling, right? They're taking out a sniper ban to respect 9. And we don't really see 9 playing the super jumping heroes, at least. So
he does like Earth Spirit a lot. So that is something that they could go for. I might be a little surprised if they don't ban it. It does solve a lot of their issues, right? You get more team fight. You do get the jump, which can help a lot. The silence versus Primal was very annoying for him.
So far, he's played Puck and Earth Throat. They're his two heroes.
There you go.
Earth Throat is fine. I think Puck potentially, it could be a little volatile. But
yeah, they don't have a lot of catch for it. I mean, Drow's silence is nice, but outside of that, not a lot to deal with them.
OG also has the last pick in the draft, so we're kind of getting a little bit carried away about thinking about 9 hero when realistically he's going to see his mid matchup, so he can decide, does he want to shut down the mid matchup? Because that's another way to deal with it, right? Like, if you know that Drow's going to be a problem, if you shut down Gaimin's mid laner, then it doesn't matter if you have the catch, because you're going to prevent Quinn from playing active, utilize the mid timing with the Bristle and the Razor that we expect to be aggressive, and
they go for the Viper themselves.
They banned Puck, picked Viper,
but they also banned the Sniper, so that kind of covers the Viper in some regard. And this leaves it open, honestly. Like, they could put Viper as an offlaner, and they can throw Quinn on Primal mid. Don't see Quinn play Primal a lot, but I'm pretty sure I've seen it somewhat recently. Not sure if that was a pub or not, but I know he can play the hero if necessary, so I do like this. It does give him the option to either, if you pick something weak, throw Viper mid, destroy it. If you hard counter this Viper, well, just go ahead and put the Viper versus Razor. I think that's a matchup where you can do just fine in.
It also kind of, it goes against my entire idea for OG, right? Well, it was like the idea of, like, maybe crush your lane and then stop, but not anymore. What will OG go for? They have no reserve time until 7 seconds, so it's going to be a very quick, hey 9, what do you want to play? Okay. Zeus.
So this is something that you can see every once in a while, using into a lane you know you're not going to win.
Yep.
But this one can get really ugly too. To the point where if you push the lane out and Viper just holds the wave on his hill, he can just walk up to your hill and it can be an absolute disaster. However, 9, this is a hero he is incredibly comfortable with. He has loved his Zeus throughout the entirety of the career that I've seen him play, so 100% a comfort pick for 9.
Yeah, and it is going to provide that additional little bit of vision that we might expect that OG requires. But do you feel there's a slight issue still where once BKBs and that kind of front line from Gaming gets kind of set in foundation, like Primal with the Ags and the BKB Shivas, Chen with the Auras, Bat with the Blink, like, how does OG really get through it? Like, where is their ability to, if they locate Drow with, Zeus, oh, okay, boom, he's right there.
Right.
How does Razor and Bristle get there quick enough?
I mean, they don't really have options, really. I think at some point, maybe if you want to, Razor can build a Blink. It's not too bad. However, this is a really tough Bristleback game. You're playing against a Primal, a Viper, and a Drow. So, like, it's definitely... Gaming came up with the answers for the Bristle in this particular game, which means that's going to happen. That's your first overall pick hero, right, for the game. So you have to have your other cores kind of, like, deal with the rest of the game here. And I think it's a decent Razor game. it is a bit countered by Drow, and I think 9, he has to overperform in this one for sure, because I definitely think this Zeus is good versus Drow, yes, but versus heroes like Viper and Lane, very tough and not particularly the best against a hero like Batrider, who can just get on top of you, and if you ever get lassoed, you're just completely dead. So I also think X-Nova needs to do a lot of work this game. We didn't talk about it too much, but Clockwork versus Primal, this is an incredibly good matchup, so him being able to get that running and getting these initiations will be key here. But yeah, I definitely think Gaimin has the better draft in this one.
Yeah, I mean, OG, they're going to have to go, chaotic. They're going to have to force some overlap of farm from gaming. They're going to really have to try and break down the ability for those items to come into play for gaming. And that kind of feels like the key thing. Is there any like itemization potentially with the Bristleback, where traditionally we see like the Ags into Bloodstone? It's kind of that kind of natural trajectory to I farm my triangle, I then truly get online. Is there maybe a different build that he has to go, or does he still, do you think, go for the I need Ags to get cool, I need Bloodstone for lifesteal, and then maybe like BKB?
Yeah,
is there like a hybrid build he can maybe do to be a bit more active?
I think the Ags is your active build, right?
Yes. I mean, sorry, let me phrase. After Ags, do you think there's a different item build instead of Bloodstone potentially, or does he just, are those too critical for him?
It's definitely pretty critical. Outside of that, like maybe you can sneak in a Blade Mill, like if you really need to fight right then and there.
Okay.
I mean, you do have Drow hitting you.
Yeah.
That is an option.
Okay, so Blade Mill, Razor Cloak, all go Blade Mills.
Yeah, I mean,
you hope gaming forget to stop clicking you.
I mean, if the real counter to Viper, there's only really couple items that can do it. Like it's either Manta or Yules. So if you don't want to get hit by the Viper Strike and get broke, you have to buy one of those. But both of those are incredibly awkward to buy on Bristleback. So I think he'll go with the stock standard build most likely.
And we are seeing the late smoke from OG as we hit the pre-30 second mark. But very good positioning from gaming. Ace now walks to the right hand side to get next to the tier 1 tower. And no real move being made here. Again, a change up that we're seeing from a lot of pro teams is that delayed smoke, right? It used to be when as soon as you leave base, you press that smoke, you run to the lane as quick as possible, get the ward down. But then the evolution to that was teams realized if you use your smoke at, let's say, the 30-second mark, you can actually use the smoke as your tool for vision, right?
Yeah.
If you can walk up the high ground, knowing your smoke breaks, okay guys, there's someone there, are we ready to fight? If not, walk away. The smoke was the information. You don't have to walk that extra couple steps. So I like the fact that teams have somewhat evolved the smoke meta a little bit, but didn't really net any kills early on here.
Slightly more exciting than before.
I'm still incredibly bored at the start of the game.
Compared to like the way you used to have, right, where you could just like smoke out and get a kill, we don't see that as frequently. It's more calculated. And as we'll see with the Zeus mid, he's just going to keep spamming the lane out over and over again. But I think this lane's going to get really hard around level 3 and almost impossible around level 4.
Yeah, it really depends when Viper gets to step up to the high ground, right? But in reality, even if it does get bad, Zeus can also just push out the wave. And yeah, it's really just going to be about the efficiencies. I think if 9 is picking this hero last, I'm expecting him to be able to get some extra little bit of magic there. And a lane that we haven't really mentioned is the bot lane, right? Like the Clock Razor. Clock is one of the best supports against Primal Beast. You've got Battery Assault and Cogs to help contain and punish the Primal, preventing his disengage.
I do like the build though. I think getting this early win lace is pretty nice on Ace before going the region. I don't think he needs it necessarily. Neither of these heroes are going to harass him, so he's probably going to rush down the boots right away. But Tofu getting a little stuck here, getting pushed into the tower. Oh, unfortunately misses with that next cog. Could have been a kill.
Yeah, could have been a kill. Some early gold to a Clock or a Razor really just helps break open the game for them, especially with Clock. You get that extra in that pair of boots. I think you're using that twin gate. You're now chasing down the Drow from top. You got to be careful. Like these early kills, with twin gate in mind, it does accelerate the game quicker than you expect, and that is pretty much OG's key kind of desire in this game. Like find that one opportunity to start overlapping their cores, or even their support. Sorry, it's the supports in the early game. The cores aren't meant to be doing too much.
Right.
But it's all about the supports. Give them the early game. Once they find early kills, that's when they'll kind of rally their cores once they have their first big set of items. But
yeah, I mean, speaking of supports as well, like Celery is actually prioritizing the mana burn on the Hoodwink.
Okay.
And instead of the Bristleback. And now, if you're 0 man on Hoodwink, you feel pretty bad, right? There's not much you can do in this lane.
No, I feel really good. I hate Hoodwinks.
You feel good. I actually hate Hoodwink too. Nice.
Okay, I feel like it. As much as I think Hoodwink is a technically very, it's a pretty difficult hero because like you need to think about positioning, map play, you're squishy, hitting sharpshooter.
Very
your
low skill
laning
lane.
phase is so low skill.
It's incredibly
it is
low skill.
like
you're talking to a carry player here. Like
yeah, I'm a +5 player. All right, cool. We're both in this lane against Hoodwink.
Yeah,
like,
pretty much.
Like again, Ari, great player, plays many heroes, but his first fight, maybe not even, just the hero's first 5 minutes, like, whew. Congrats, you pressed Akon shot when I just walked away from the creep wave for a brief second, and now I've lost like a third of my HP.
Or more.
Or more. So congratulations, Celery, you have punished the Hoodwink just enough to make us happy.
Definitely a fan of that one. And we're going to go ahead and get the Lotuses out now.
Yep.
One apiece. Who got the Lotus here? Was it Hoodwink? No, it wasn't actually. Chen ended up getting
Watson is
Uh-oh.
big one though. He's so dead though. Hold.
Yeah, he's
there. It is.
They ended up having enough magic charges and mangoes on top of that to be able to get those spells out. So the one counter to the Chen mana burn is definitely going to be the mangoes.
Yes.
It'll definitely help you a lot.
And Ari did have one from the start.
Yeah,
right?
he did.
Yeah.
And they might have to ferry out more if they want to continue this playstyle. Otherwise, it could be very difficult. But a much-needed kill on Watson, who has been struggling to find his footing on this game by this roster.
Yeah, for sure. Getting through that lane again, the difference in player style is key, right? It does feel like Watson from lane thinks a little bit more backwards compared to the previous carrier in gaming, and that's somewhere where other players need to step up. And here at least, Gaimin have somewhat subscribed to a everyone farm mentality, right? Like Celery can move to pressure towers, but other than Primal Beast, no one really wants to make that early smoke, break the early game. So it's going to be a little bit more of a slower game in Gladiators than we are at least used to seeing months ago.
Yeah, I mean, in Watson's defense as well, Drow is notoriously not a strong laner in most cases. And also is pretty slow at rotating. So
yeah. Oh, I have no expectations of them playing very quickly. Like, this is a very stable, like, win your lanes, set up your farm, you get to your first, like, 2-3 items, like 25 minutes, you let OG run into you, you punish them a couple times, and then suddenly you get so strong that whenever OG wants to make that move, they're always going, well, I don't really want to find this hero, but now I have to because I'm desperate. Like, there's a key window where gaming can just bait OG into these engagements and make the game difficult for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if 5 minutes is approaching here, if we're going to see any 5-minute gate plays or not.
I mean, they're very pushed up on the bot lane, so there's no real expectation of anyone joining top.
I mean, that could be a clockwork rotating, though, to the top lane, because
there is a ward there, though.
It is
Gaimin do see this. They have the ward in play, so they're expecting this rotation, but it doesn't really matter at the moment, as Whisper is...
Doesn't even need it. He's just going to go in. Rotation? He's actually forcing the bat rotation. Sure, he might die for this.
Clock and Razor's here as well.
Yep.
A bit late, but they're here to say hello.
I mean, I don't think they're late at all. They're going to come in and maybe get a clean up here. And we got the Quinn TPing in as well on his Viper.
This is so slow, you know?
Yeah, this Viper's very sad. Like, please
such
die.
Such a sad fight.
Please die.
Like
Fairy Fire? He doesn't even need it.
Okay, alright. He panics last minute, but like, even that move, it's like I was expecting Gaimin after that to kind of like, just sit back for a second, but then Ari steps back up, they kill him, and that obviously buys time for the Clock and Razor to follow up. But
I mean, you knew something was going to happen just because Watson was getting dove.
And
he's
again,
level
he's
3.
getting dove, yeah. And 23 Savage is still here, so half HP now.
But Whisper dies here. This is very bad for him as well. Oh,
does it matter though? I mean, Gaimin's carry just TP'd back into death.
Yeah, Drow's definitely a hero that if you start having a bad game with, or lane rather, it feels incredibly bad. He's sitting at level 3 at 6.5 minutes into the game.
19 CS, by the way.
19 CS. He's got a Falcon Blade. At this point, you're kind of thinking about the jungle, but at the same time, you can't. Not very well, at least. So Watson having an abysmal game right now.
Yeah,
they're taking
literally on fire.
Yeah.
Under the flame he's getting had by the team. But no, I think this is where I think Whisper and Ari have clearly identified like what is the strength of the Chen lane. The items they bring to it, they bring the mango, they go for the boots first on Bristleback, so if they see Drow away from her tower, they have that chase down. So I think the small itemization choices from Whisper and Ari enabled them to overwhelm this top lane.
Yeah, and it's not going to get any easier as well, as we saw in the last fight, as the Wisdom Runes will... Okay, they're going to go both.
Yeah.
So the way of OG, much needed there as well to help them out. The mid lane has not been going the best. I will say it's going pretty good, but what I was going to say is the fact that it won't be easier for Drow going forward, because now you only need like 1, maybe 2 heroes to run at the Drow.
Oh,
and
no,
then
the Drow again.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus ult if he wants to at some point. He's going to finish it off.
Doesn't actually have at the moment, I believe.
Not yet. But it's up soon, for sure.
45 seconds. It's soon-ish.
Soon-ish.
Next fight, yeah, there we go.
They will be cast again this game.
All right, but okay. So putting it bluntly, Bristle just fed on the tower, and Gaming reacted to it this time.
Yeah.
You dive once, you don't get punished. Dive twice, don't get punished. Dive 3 times, then you start getting the punishment. But you know, this is the pretty free game here. Sitting in the bot lane now, phasing the Soul Ring.
Sitting at level 6 now, they can't really stop him. They're actually going to go on Savage here, and he's going to have to TP out. They're even TPing or taking the gate with 2 heroes, so now you have some pressure potentially on this tower if Chen wants to stick around. I think at this point in the game, you just got to give up on Watson. Take the pressure away from him, because if you can't play with this Drow.
No, you can't.
So I think the best thing you can do is just play away from the Drow and create pressure somewhere else on the map. That way Watson can have some space. And if you don't want to go away from Watson, then you're going to get free objectives from Gaimin.
And OG are just not allowing Watson to farm, right? In the time in which Gaimin tried to create Predator bottom, they're already hoodwinking Zeus, chasing into that top jungle, trying to find the Drow Ranger, like constantly hurting her, and she doesn't farm. Like, she's not a catch-up carry like we've been mentioning. And
not a flash farmer.
No, not at all. X-Nova showed himself for a brief second. He's just going to accept his death. There was no TP cancel, but again, plenty of damage. If he was to use it, it would have just been a wasted TP. And that is maybe one critique of OG so far in the early game is they've used a lot of TPs, right? So then a lot of reaction. They've moved top. They're TPing out on Razor. So even though they are trying to shut down Drow, we do see a Zeus ult to kill off a Batrider. Again, early game Zeus. It doesn't really matter. Just use that ult whenever you can. Continue farming up. And he's actually went for a different build than we normally see. At least from back when Zeus was relatively popular, it was the kind of 4-1-1 build. Maximize your Arc Lightning, keep pushing out waves. But maybe against the Viper, he wanted a little bit more burst. Like, keep the Viper at half HP, prevent him from stepping onto the high ground. If he wants to try and pressure, now your TP support get killed. So maybe it's a Viper thing. Again, don't see it too often.
Savage, he's just going to go down there, but they might get Quinn in return here. Chen Hill, not enough to save him whatsoever.
If they get ace here, this is pretty good for OG.
He's too fast. He's even going to take a courier on the way out. Okay, is he too fast actually? Was that too greedy? Looks like he is going to go down here with the bushwhack hitting. He's going to do what he can there, but they will trade a couple there. They will lose the Razor, and in return, they'll get 2 core kills on the side of OG. So this is actually going pretty well for OG, all things considering. Gives a little bit of space for Watson, but like you're losing 2 cores just so Watson can farm a couple of camps.
It is happening. We're talking about like, is there a way that you do different itemization for Whisper?
Sure.
Like, again, the reason why I was entertaining it was like Alex Bloodstone. Yes, it is fundamental.
Quinn can't die again. He just died.
Oh no.
This is not the position you want to be in as a Viper. You want to crush your lane.
I don't know.
After that, you don't want to die.
No. I was saying oh no like I was invested. I don't care.
I mean, you're saying oh no for the fact like Vipers can't die like that.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
It's like a situation.
It sounded like I had bias, but it was more like I'm watching the Viper die, and it's like I know that if I'm on that team, if I'm in a pub, my Viper player dying bot tab, dying mid, like he is a death away from shenanigans, right? From dire situations. But no, that was
I mean, there's some heroes that can die and then some that can't, but you can go on about the Bristleback.
Yeah, I was going to say the Bristle. So it's like Alex Bloodstone, it is like over 10,000 gold just to get to a point of that play. Like kind of the big turnaround, they jump you have the life still. But the journey there is so much economy, and you get kited very easily, right? Like we mentioned with the Viper, with the Primal, there's plenty of tools to stop that big pop-off moment.
Yeah.
And once you get there, you still then want a BKB, maybe a Wind Waker, like SMY. So you're always chasing that item if you want snowball in the game.
And another good pick here.
Yeah, I mean, OG, they're kind of stringing together some good kills, but trying to keep them alive with the mech, but X-Nova now going down. Watson and Quinn helping clean up the kill there. Yeah, Whisper, he's going for the Lotus ult, right? Against the silence of the Drow, it's going to be very good to get rid of that. To prevent the Primal from pulverizing, is going to be pretty good. Viper Strike as well, turn that back around, back towards the Viper.
Yeah.
Lasso, like again, a lot of the anti-aggressive tools that Gaimin have in the early to mid game will be built around single target. So Lotus Orb, pretty high value.
No, it's a great Lotus game for sure. The only concern typically when I have builds like this is what is your scaling going to look like, right?
Yes.
If you don't manage to get a couple good uses out of these like power spike items, I'll call them, like you get in a position where you're definitely going to farm less than if you have an Aghanim Scepter.
And do you think that this build on Bristle works well when you have a Razor in the carry, or would you rather potentially have it? Again, this is maybe hindsight when the game ends if OG win or lose, but like this build on Bristle feels like it amplifies an early game carry, right?
For sure, yeah.
And Razor's having a pretty decent game right now, so I think this is going to be quite complementary. but it really, I think they need to align. Like when Bristle gets his Lotus, I need to see Razor having another item that complements the game plan of the Lotus, because then it really overwhelms gaming. But if Razor's still farming, whilst you have this like utility enabling item on Bristle, then that's when the disparity will come into play. But
I mean, for sure, and I think the game right now is going great for OG. It's in a very wonderful spot. You do have Quinn, who is not having the best game anymore. I think he had like 3 deaths in a row now, so that's really hurting his game. Watson from the beginning game wasn't having a good game, and just looking at the net worth now, Quinn is behind Watson in net worth after having what I considered a free lane in that mid lane, but 3 deaths in a row will happen to you. Of course, Ace still having a good game here, but I'm a little worried. Drow and Viper not having good games. These heroes complement each other really well in the later games, but once you get this Lotus Orb online, 23 Savage does manage to get to his item timings. It's too bright for them.
it is very bright. Again, the rooms, they've got some beautiful windows. Very nice windows there.
And you know the gamers, we can't have any glare on our screens.
Do you play with lights on, or do you have it like lights off, windows, like blinds shut?
I mean, I play with lights on, but I can't do glare. So if there's ever like a window open, right?
Absolutely hate glare.
Yeah, so
that's too much.
I don't play in the darkness anymore. I used
I
to.
was say it is literally the brand is playing in the darkness, but okay.
I used to when I was
You've
younger.
matured, I see.
Yeah, I've grown out of that phase. Ready, wait on the same team. Team synergy right there.
Lights keep coming off. Oh.
The
Maybe it's like
flicker.
Morse code. Maybe Kezu's there, like flicking the light switch on and off. Like,
what are you insinuating here? Don't know about that one.
Oh, for legal reasons, of course, OG are not doing this. They are not,
Of course.
utilizing Morse code to find victory across Gaimin Gladiators. But,
Absolutely not.
it would be very impressive if they'd all learnt Morse code.
Just to, I mean.
Just to have one game with a slight 1k advantage.
That would be very impressive indeed. All right, 9 is finally ready, and he is actually going for the Aghanim Scepter build, so we're not going to have any of that Yasha Shard shenanigans. Probably for the best. I think generally speaking, when you do play against Drow, this Aghanim's is very nice. You can just find him in the back line. You got 2 very stable nukes for him. But it will slow down your farming potential.
It is, but it does answer the question that we had earlier.
Ahri again. I feel like Ahri has just been hunting Tofu this game. Like, we've known him for his hoodwink since he came into the scene, and it's still...
But this is what happens, right? Like, when OG create this map state, it's free for hoodwinks to play, right? Like, there's no core for gaming to utilize in the early game. If Ace isn't there, what is the fight? Other than you being overextending? I think OG, they're doing it quite nicely. Ace now, with the pipe, is trying to help protect this tier 1 tower, trying to muscle up. Quinn playing behind him. They're both kind of dancing, they're not overcommitting.
Yeah, they're bringing in the Razor now. So
from the
they
bot side
definitely want to secure this one. And Bat's going in as well. Let's see if Watson wants to join here, but...
How did Viper strike? Did they have enough damage? Lasso back onto the Razor, and they can kill Vex Nova. 22 damage able to walk back as well. And eventually die. So, yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I mean, this is why we oftentimes don't see teams want to brute force these tier 1 towers.
Yeah.
It typically doesn't work out in your favor. Whisper feeling a little bit strong here, but Ahri, he's going to go down as well. And Whisper might be in a little bit of trouble too.
It's like a lot of everything but nothing. And again, like Whisper at the start of the fight, he was right underneath the tier 1 tower. He disengages, 23 Savage and walks in, tanks the Viper strike, and by doing that, then there's no real fight to take, right? You've not utilized the Lotus Orb that we were praising from Whisper. There's no real synergy. It's just OG just kind of walked in, got picked off 1 by 1, and then they walk away. And of course, Primal had the pipe, Chen had the mech. Like, they had a lot of cheap tools to continue their survivability, to bait OG into that position. And
I mean, it kind of just felt like to me, it's like 23 Savage, like, woo, who didn't invite me to the party? And he just kind of runs in by himself. Like, okay, here's the Viper strike.
Guys, go, 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 go.
Here's the lasso, and then he just kind of feeds there.
Yeah,
That's totally honest to you.
Yeah, that was a very dismal party.
Indeed, it was.
And I was about to praise OG, like, how they were doing it, right? Like, they had good vision up, they were utilizing the hoodwink, they kept farming. But it goes back to the point, right? The Lotus needs to be synced with a timing on Razor. Look at Razor's item. He has Yasha, Falcon Blade. There's no timing that we're, like, they're making this moment when he's like 500 gold away from his Manta. If he has Manta, he walks up that high ground, he presses Manta, maybe he baits a Viper Strike onto Illusion, or does something slightly different, and the fight's different. But like, the fact that they force that when he's 500 gold away from a big timing, like, OG's built momentum.
I mean, I can see where they're coming from though. Like, their timing was Lotus Orb, right?
Sure.
But I think it just goes back to kind of show in a lot of ways. Well, he's going to be out just fine.
He's fine, yeah.
But I think what they're over committing to things, because like generally speaking, this tier 1 tower is not important in Dota right now. It doesn't mean a lot.
That's true.
So like it's not worth dedicating 5 heroes for, at least, right?
Yep. Especially because look at the net worth. Like OG, all 3 cores are very even in farm, and then the Viper and Drow, they're quite far behind. But every single fight, if this happens again, suddenly the Viper, who was bottom of the cores, is going to trickle up. He's going to overtake a couple of them, and there's no real OG core that's suddenly 9,000 gold, 10,000 gold that we might see with different setups. But again, OG needs to be careful. It is the main thing that we've been saying during the draft and play. It's like, with this lineup, as soon as that momentum stops, you will face problems. And Gaimin, they need a couple items to deal with that pressure that can be applied.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams need a few more items, which is a little bit awkward, I would say, for Gaimin, because I think they wanted to be in position. Like, as a Chen player, right, you don't want to be in these type of games where you're just sitting on your half of the map. You can't really advance very much. I'm just kind of like watching Celery. He's somewhat AFK, throwing some skeletons across the map. This is not necessarily the position they want to be in, but unfortunately, this is the position that they are in for this particular game. And it's to move on to that point, I actually think the later this game goes, the better chances Gaimin will have. I think right now they're completely outmatched. And Clockwork, he's just going to walk up. See you later.
That's not your jungle boss.
That's the wrong one.
That is the wrong one.
But I think he's just going up there to get some information. Didn't expect Chen and Drow to just be waiting there, but
yeah, I hate running into the enemy triangle to find the course farming there. That's
unlucky.
Unlucky, yeah, it's rough.
It is rough. And they're going to get a tier 1 tower out of it. And I think this now breaks open the map for Celery. He's like, thank you, Clockwork. This is exactly where I wanted to be. I want to be taking these towers. I want to be in your jungle. I want to plant a couple wards. And I want to be able to farm the creeps that are away from my side of the map.
I don't think, like, in the perfect fight, how many minutes are we away from Gaimin being able to take the 5-on-5, right? Because, of course, they won that previous fight, but it kind of felt like OG used most of their resources before fighting.
Yeah.
Like, for Gaimin at least, they have Hurricane Pike on the Drow. They've already got the auras that we mentioned, so it's like they're relatively close to being able to take a pretty decisive fight. Neither team wants to rush towards Roshan, I'd argue.
Yeah.
So it really is going to be like who sets up first. Now, 3 heroes smoked up on OG. They understand that they misplayed the previous time. They have the initiating heroes together, right? The Clockwork with the Hoodwink. They're the ones that set up the fight.
Well, to answer your question about Gaimin and when they can take a 5-on-5, I think they can technically do it now. I think all they needed was Tofu's Blink Dagger, which is up.
Oh, that was very close.
He was only 0.2 seconds faster. Yeah. Maybe even less. 0.001.
Okay. Is there a... Okay, there is... Okay, no scans available.
Yeah, probably Chen creeps coming through. The Skilly Bros coming in.
Okay, alright. No little happy scan, but... It does feel like Gaimin on. Perfectly in position, right? Primal's next to the tier 2. You're not going to twin gate in, so... Okay, actually, OG just brute force it.
I think this is okay, too. I think you just give this away. Allow Drow to get some more farm. You don't have any issues staying on your high ground. You do have Bat Rider. I think what else they're waiting for is most likely those Primal Aghanims. I think that'll be a big one, too. And I don't think you're ending the game right here as OG.
The thing is, I kind of said like minutes ago, I was like, oh, neither team wants to rush towards Roshan. Because I kind of expected both teams at this point to kind of respect Roshan, right?
Yeah.
But Gaimin just fully conceded the map, and with the Gua Bristleback and 20 seconds or so, you are going to be able to take it. But I kind of expected Gaimin with Chen creeps to scout it out, or with, Bat. Like, I felt like there was a bit of an opportunity at least for them to try, but no, they actually do concede it. Which does show that Gaimin want that next round of items before they really try and take the big fight. They are respecting that. Sure, that mid-tier 1 engagement went relatively well, but again, the journey of OG feels like they're online a little bit quicker. Still, so much farm is required. This is Ags needed on Primal, Silver Edge on Drown. Like, there's so many different items that we can talk about for Gaimin, but not at the 20-minute mark, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's really just going to come down to execution when it comes to the fights and how they're going to use this Vegas. Because I also think OG are also building not very good scaling items on some heroes. Like Bristleback, he went for Lotus Orb, going in for Heaven's Halberd too. I think these are more reasons for Gaimin to kind of like chill out a little bit, because this Bristleback is very strong right now. It's going to hit a peak very soon here with this Halberd playing versus Drow and Viper. And I think you just kind of like wait that out, and especially with the Aegis.
Yeah. That's the kind of thing with Razor, right? I feel like Razor in these games, often you already have like 3 or 4 kills, you're progressing to BKB. Like every time you turn up, it's like, oh, the Razor's here, let's respect him for a minute. And then once you get to like minute 30, 35, the hero falls off. Razor needs like refreshers and satanics, but we've yet to really experience any item that 23 Savage has picked up create opportunities in the game. Yeah, right? Like he's farmed a lot for what feels like nothing. And they are going on to the Preshow back in the bot lane. He goes down, but once again, it feels like whenever Gaimin want to go aggressive, it's always trading Quinn's life underneath a tower to then get a kill. A mid for an off lane. Still victory though for Gaimin, right? When you think about like OG, the team with the Aegis, they're the ones that want to try and create opportunities. And even if Gaimin do trade off a core for it, they are preventing that grouping ability from OG for, you know, another 40 seconds. He's going to respawn, TV back out to lane.
Right.
It might look a little bit kind of underwhelming, but in the big picture, it is just helping Gaimin get to the next round.
I mean, it's just what you have to do as a Viper, right? Like it's not your traditional like Void Spirit or Ember Spirit, where you can get in and get out. When you're in, you're in. And
true.
I think, generally speaking, Quinn doesn't play these heroes more times than not. So he's in a situation where he knows he has to make a play. Yep. He goes for the kill, but as a Viper, there's no getting out. And OG's doing a good job at making sure that Quinn doesn't get away with murder and get out of these engagements, but they still have to make him anyway. They're making the best that they can do. This is not the way that Gaimin wanted their lineup to play, but they're adapting to the situation. Tofu, another smoke with Quinn, looking to catch out a hero, but he goes the wrong way.
He did a nice little bit of firefights to the high ground, get a bit of extra vision, but X-Nova with the Glimmer Cape was able to disengage. And I think for OG at least, they're gonna, looking back at this game, there's multiple times where I think they could have done a lot more on the map, but it feels like they keep giving those moments. And Tofu, ooh, okay. With the Lotus Orb, knows that he can't, you know, reposition the Bristle back. They will be contained in that position if he is to lasso them. So does walk away. And I say, OG, they have these drafts, momentum, everything, and then they make 1 or 2 mistakes, and it gets so much harder. And I feel like a little bit of a broken record sometimes. Maybe it's just the games that I get to see from OG have followed that script, but
yeah,
it unfortunately is a relatively predictable script with this team, and they will now need to find, like you were saying, like that entry to like that one smoke, that one kind of big team choice that will give them some more life. But at the moment is just stalling. Look at that. Drow's our top net worth.
Yeah.
Like at 6 minutes, it was 19 CS, 3 deaths, multiple TPs to lane, had no TP, had to walk back to lane. But now fast forward, we're 18 minutes, top net worth, right? It's where was the pressure? Where was that constant like?
I mean, they thought about it, like they tried to make it in the mid lane, as we saw earlier. It didn't really work out for them, but Gaimin Gladiators are just playing the map here. I think what needs to happen is, I think they just need to all-in Ace with the Clockwork initiation. I think that could be something that can work for them. I have not seen a single hook shot yet onto Ace. So that is definitely why Clockwork is picked into Primal. And if you look at the net worth of this Primal Beast, he's absolutely massive.
Yep. He's a great game.
Yeah, as mentioned before, he's already up to his Aghanim. He's got a pipe. Sure, he's tanky. Moving up into that Blink Dagger next. Like, they're all creating items that progress them further into making the fights easier for them. Where you look at, look at the OG items that are going to be coming out. What item are they making that's going to make the fight easier for them?
At the moment, there really isn't one. All right, it feels like all cores are relatively playing for themselves, other than, of course, like Whisper. But they are going in. Batrider, kind of botched initiation. High ground advantage to OG at the moment. Utilizing the Zeus to get a little bit chipped out.
He didn't die.
It didn't die with the pipe and the mech and all this. The 4 stuff as well. He is perfectly alive, and OG just no damage in the fight. Ace now going onto the Hoodwink. He's going to be going down, and OG, they've kind of used everything here. They need to be careful. Quinn with the haste ring.
I mean, you got to give props to Celery there. I think he played that absolutely perfectly. Yep. That is a brown boots, blink, fluffy hat Batrider. Targeted down by 5 heroes, doesn't even die. Uses every single spell available on the Chen to keep him alive. I think using perfect order as well. The mech on top of the Hand of God, with the Glimmer Cape on top of that with the Divine Favor. Just all of that keeping Tofu alive.
It's the fact that your carry just can't enter a fight. And now Celery, he has to hop, doesn't push himself to the high ground. Ace goes for the pulverize. The team is going to take an extra 5 or so seconds for them to get to the fight. And 9, he's just dead on the back line. Watson just walks up, sends him back to the base, and there's just no fight. Tofu jumping onto X-Nova as well. Half HP already, now 23 Savage. This is his big entry to the game. He's BKB, he's linked up, he's going to try and do it. With the Lotus as well, he gets one. Watson, he's going to disengage, and finally, OG, they're kind of taking a fight, but that was about it. They killed Watson.
Yeah, they got Watson. And Ari, he's going to go down on top of that as well. So.
Yeah,
I mean, a 2 for 3 exchange there, it looks like. Or did Clock die at the beginning? No, he didn't. He survived. Okay. So 2 for 3. Not necessarily
This is not
the
a win
best.
for OG.
It's definitely not, as the net worth also indicates. You're down 6 to 7k gold.
I think the draft is now hurting them quite heavily, right? Because like in these engagements, they start the fight, but it's like, where's the extra bit of damage? And then where's the extra bit of control? And the damage is coming from the carry, right? Like the carry can't step up into the fight. Because even with BKB, he's running into the Primal, the Drow who can right-click him from a distance. It doesn't matter here BKB. And then when you think about like sustainability, Gaimin has advantage. Even though like lockdown's relatively limited on both sides, it's just the sustainability of gaming eats through every chance that OG has. That unless OG fully execute a hero in their smoke, in their initiation, the longer fights are always going to be Gaimin favored, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. Their damage is definitely very much so lacking. You are playing Zeus into Mech Pipe.
But it's all damage over time, right? Like Bristle was quilled over time.
But he doesn't have Ags either. So
he also doesn't have Ags. Zeus is, you know, a lot of magical damage over time. There's a pipe. 23 Savage is static link, build up that attack damage, steal it from your opponent. Like, so there's no real burst from the cores. Of course, Zeus is some burst. But, you know, again, the pipe is eating through that. And it's hurting them. It is greatly hurting them. They didn't break Gaimin big enough in the early game to create this snowball opportunity that we kind of expected from their heroes. And now Manta and Viper as well, so better movement available, even kiting.
And Whisper, as we saw in that last fight, actually went for BKB over the Halberd, so that was kind of like their BKB reveal fight too, and it definitely did not go in the way that they wished it did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think the longer this goes, like, I think you have to have a position where you definitely get on top of this Drow. Like, Drow has to die immediately because the survivability of this hero is not particularly good right now. We all saw what happens if you try and go on Celery. He's really tanky. Forget about going on Ace. Quinn at this point, also a very hard target. If you take any fight that doesn't result in just killing Drow immediately from the get-go, it's going to be very difficult to take with this composition you have for OG.
It feels like a Hail Mary for OG, right? You're smoked up on 4 now. Roshan is back up, right? They want to get this kill. They want to, you know, do the motions that we've been talking about. If they can do that.
Batrider coming in.
Yeah, it's not really looking good. The Ari already, again, Vision, they have the ward down, but it's pretty awkward. The link up onto the Primal, they're just not getting onto the Drow Ranger. So at this point, Watson turns around, starts
Drow is freely hitting everyone.
There's nothing. They've not created a good opportunity for this. Watson just fully right-clicking through this fight, and everything that we expected OG to try and do in this, they've not done any of it, right? It's
good bushwhack there. Can they re-engage here?
I mean, they're BKB again, but where's the damage? I hope to be proven wrong at some point, but they're killing. He's even TPing out. He's not even killing Celery. They're just walking into their opponent, realizing they're there, and then slowly kind of walking away. There's like no fight in OG left. Do you think that? Do you think there's a fight that they can take right now, or? Because I'm personally, I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing them like think about doing it, but once they get there, the execution based on like their current itemization, etc., that we've been talking about, is like there's nothing to actually utilize. That they have the belief, but not the actual tools.
Yeah. I mean, I think at this point of the game, it's just very difficult. I think the draft as a whole, like, you don't have that type of hero where, like, this Batrider, this Primal that can just go and start a fight, right? Like, who's going to start your fights in this particular game? Is it going to be a Clockwork? Perhaps, but, like, the damage is also lacking. You don't have a mech, you don't have a pipe on your side, you don't even have a Crimson Guard. Sure, the Lotus is good and everything, but it's just... We're seeing a difference in utility and initiation and damage, whereas Drow, I feel like you can put out all the damage you want. This one where it's a little bit more difficult for the Racer to get in and do the damage. As mentioned before, if you don't kill Watson right away on this Drow Ranger, I feel like you have almost no chance of losing the fight. But they are going for the Roshans. This is a good one.
Objectively, OG has thought about Roshan better than Game. Right? That is one W that we can add to this one.
But can they still win this fight?
23 Savage, he's got to be so confident in this fight.
I think they back here. Reset.
Yeah, that's true. When I say this fight, I mean like this fight that they want to take on their terms, which is not like this fight, but you know, the next fight.
The next to this fight. Yes, of course. Yes, yes.
OG's always waiting for that next fight. Okay.
But I do want to see them do an aggressive play with any item timing that they can possibly think of with this Aegis. You did TP or use the gate rather to go farm that top wave. Everyone's going to farm up a little bit. I would suggest perhaps potentially pushing out mid, top a little bit, and do a smoking play. Like, I don't want to see him just like going back to farm neutrals. Like, he's not even close to an item that's really good. I mean, maybe the Hurricane Pike is something worth waiting for.
As much as I want to see them be proactive,
Okay,
my fear is like, is this now out of timing for them, right? Like, they take Tormentor. Is there a world where, like, let's think perfect scenarios for OG. Whisper steps up front, he tanks the Lasso, he takes the Viper, he takes Pride. Let's say all of gaming just for some reason fixate on Whisper. Is that the way in which they can find the Drow? Or like, do they need to do that perfect setup where like, even like if Xnova gets onto Drow, here's BKB Hurricane Pike. So Clockwork realistically needs to maybe contain the Viper or the Primal, and then they have other ways to deal with Drow, because I don't think Clock can be the Drow answer now. No, I just still don't see the Drow answer. So if they do smoke it, it needs to be when gaming are split. And gaming aren't really playing that split on the map. Like, they're all relatively in proximity, that if you jump one, the other four will be able to kind of convert on that position relatively soon. But still, OG, they are very, they're playing the map as if they're not down, you know, 9,000, 10,000 gold.
Yeah, they're also smoking out against an Aegis here. They're going to bring Ace into the smoke. Going to bring Quinn into the smoke.
They're TPing out on OG though. Will anyone stay behind? Any random? I mean, Ari's the one currently staying behind, but he's going to be using that twin gate. And there is a.
But this is like this is what I'm talking about here. It's like you have the Aegis, right?
Yep.
You're in a position of potential power, and you're still running away.
I don't think they have power though. I feel like this is an Aegis for OG, where it's like they know the game's so bad that they had to take that second Aegis, because that's the Aegis of a gaming take your high ground. So they're taking that second Aegis away to give themselves time to find items, because they've blundered their mid game, their early game, right? Like, and that's how I read the
game
Aegis,
plan,
right?
I guess, for winning the game. Like at some point, you're gonna have to take a stand, right?
True.
And potentially you can wait, but I'm thinking like with this Aegis, they can take a high ground. You know, Gaimin wants to go into you, and you can use this Aegis potentially.
So you just want them to like at least
advantage fight.
Play in an aggressive position.
Yeah, well, just defend a position.
Sure.
Right.
Okay.
Like I don't want them to like get aggressive and like smoke into their triangle. But when you know they're coming at you, hold your ground and try to take a fight where you have good vision, you have your team nearby, and you have this Aegis in your inventory.
Yeah, I can see that. Maybe their wave skipping capabilities are. I mean, they're relatively good, to be fair, from OG, so they can actually hold that position if they were to get there.
There's a Scotty on the Viper now.
Yeah. And they're just scaling so quickly. Like, we're seeing the items on the top of the screen just kind of trickle in for gaming, right? Like, minute by minute, it's a Force on a Bat or a Scotty on a Viper. Like, they are... No, gaming are very healthy. And going back to your point about the aggressive position, I think for OG at least, holding that position can also be very scary, because playing in an aggressive area, like, are you going to now commit 2 wards to hold that position? Because let's say you play there with an Aegis, you're down 10,000 gold, you place 2 high ground wards. Let's say you want to retreat from the fight. Now you've lost all your vision. You only have 1 observer to play on. So it's like, you know, you have a dark map, you've been dewarded, you tried to play aggressive, you had to retreat. Like,
sure.
This is a really vulnerable position for OG to be in, that like one mistake you'll just lose the game, right? They are so close to being out of this game. And they realistically can't be in this, right? They're currently 0-2 in the groups. They need to start getting some wins.
So like you could also make no mistakes and do nothing and lose the game 20.
That's true. They did, yeah.
It's just one of those situations we often talk about, like...
I mean, mid-tier 1 was the big undoing of OG,
playing
right?
to not lose, right?
Yeah.
Versus playing to win. And this is a playing to win move right here by OG that I like, but the Glimmer Cape does stop that Atos there. I do like the attempts there. I do think at some point you do need to do something if you are OG to make something happen on the map, where this game will get more and more difficult as you have not itemized, or nor do you have to draft to really take on Gaimin Gladiators and the late game.
I mean, there's going to be an opportunity for something. It's just on OG to find that chance. And
for sure.
Like you said, like they're kind of doing it, right? Like they're pushing out waves in a way, but in gaming they are truly respecting OG. Like, so much respect. I don't know about you, but like when I see this type of game, if I'm gaming, even if I'm against an Aegis, I'm still probably holding an aggressive position. I'm doing what you're saying for OG. I think gaming could also be doing for themselves, right?
They could be, yeah. It just depends on their confidence level, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the joy of best of ones, right?
Yeah.
They know that in the back of their mind, if they make that mistake, there is no comeback. There is no second game to recover the potential best of 3. It's just a fatal error into, okay, now I've got 1 loss next to my name. Of course, if you do well in the group stage, then you seed better into the gauntlet. The better seeding you have, the less best of 3 you need to play, the closer you get to the grand finals. It's a very, very punishing bracket if you have off days. So any group stage teams that often don't do very well, this is not really the format for you.
These are definitely the replays you go back and look at and pinpoint all the mistakes.
Oh no. Poor 23 Savage is going to have to rewatch his run into mid tier 1 tower into Viper Strike and get deleted. That's going to be on like replay probably 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, X over TP out. And the game has stalled out. The 10,000 gold lead, it's been fluctuated between 9 and 10,000 gold. It hasn't really grown in the last 6 minutes. So again, this Aegis that we were talking about, it is something that has given life to OG to farm, but not OG's life to kill and to progress the fun parts of the game, which people like to watch, which is the team fights. That isn't happening.
I will say the beauty about Dota is the later the game goes, the more anything can happen.
That is true. That is true. I mean, OG Magic is a phrase coined for a reason. They do something in the early game, they struggle mid game, and they find those moments in the late, and they are going to have to utilize it in some capacity here, that's for sure.
With a completely different roster, but
the org exists, and Seb is here. So
Seb is here.
Yep, there it is.
He's not the coach.
We are reaching so hard right now.
He's not even the coach. He's not a player, but he is here.
He is here.
Yep.
Yep. Again,
That
he
is
did one
definitely true.
speech.
Sometimes that's all it takes, especially when you're in a rut. But I feel like this roster is like not really there yet, where you need that motivational speech to get back up. Because I haven't really seen them up yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just a lot of. It feels like other than 9, it's kind of like a lot of younger players who are trying to create their mark in the scene, right?
I'd say Whisper's definitely made his.
Sure. Yeah, true. Okay, you know what? Other than Whisper and 9,
And
everyone
X-Nova.
okay, yeah, you know what? Fine, they've all had moments.
I mean, I feel I get what you're going at. I think all these players definitely are striving for more.
Even though X-Nova Whisper have had like very good careers,
yeah,
it's still like when I look at this roster, I still see like all of them coming to this team with like fresh ideas and wanting to create like what's our identity together, right?
Yeah.
It's not as if they're coming and go, this is my Dota, right? It kind of feels like they're all trying to invent something. That's what I'm trying to do.
All right, they ace. They may burst him down.
He couldn't keep him going. He has buyback, doesn't really matter though.
Yeah, too far away. You can't really do that.
Do they have any TP cancel for here? But they don't. All right, Gaimin. We're talking about random legacy and all this worthless stuff, and Ace just runs it down bot lane.
A tale as old as time, going high ground, right? And I think Ace overestimated his tankiness there, and Ari yet again with a clutch wishwhack there. And then on top of that, followed up with the hook, I believe, and just kind of locked him into place. And I think without a BKB, you have absolutely no business being there as Ace, because you are going to die every single time, and they're going to stick around.
Just gets deleted again. If Watson ever gets the right click.
But Watson?
He has BKB, but there's
TP?
no cancel for this.
Yep. Oh, he blocked the hook.
Nice from Tofu.
Very, very nice. Saving his life there. Much needed. So they did end up killing Hoodwink, and they lost Bat for it. I think they were hoping to just get a quick pick and get out, but they were prepared for that one. Unfortunately, was not the situation.
I mean, the amount of damage Drow does, it's like 2 seconds of being out of position, you will just disappear.
Yeah.
And no, again, Tofu, salute to you. 07, what an absolute lad. Watson, 1 death, 1 tournament away, maybe Daracho calls back, boss, I want to return to the roster, Tofu's like, no, I want to keep Watson, so he has to keep him alive. No, that aside, a very, very good play there from Tofu. And I feel like you talk about BKBs, both cores have gone for the we don't need it type mentality, right? Primal Beast does have BKB, of course Watson does, so we are... Quinn went for Blink Dagger, so it's like we have, only 1 BKB available for
which is interesting for sure.
And it feels like...
Did he need...
What's
he going for Blink for, actually?
What, on Quinn?
Yeah, just he wants to get on top of Zeus, maybe?
Yeah, I could see it just being the... Like, even putting on 23 Savage and preventing him from like walking throughout the fight could be pretty helpful.
Yeah, okay.
Movement is so fundamental for Bristle and Razor that Viper, depending on the fight construct, is like, if I can just stop one of these heroes moving into the fight, that'll give us enough time to kill off the other. Like, they need to play together the entire time, as they're kind of out in no man's land here. Razor on the right-hand side screen, and then also Zeus getting killed off by Watson. OG, they need to be careful. No buyback on Zeus, and Clockwork also going down. This is no position for OG.
Absolute disaster
1 by 1,
OG.
yeah. This is uncomfortable to watch.
Yeah, I mean, now Whisper's going to go down. Scotty is available as well as Drow. Just ripping through him. Ari decides, I'm just going to go farm mid lane because
Yeah, that's
this
it.
is hopeless. They're definitely going to lose bot barracks here. They've got 70 seconds, no Razor. If they want, I mean, they could go top maybe or potentially threaten the throne, but mid lane is not an option.
They're
right
just
now.
going straight for the throne. They don't
Yeah.
even take the melee.
They want to end this.
There's no glyph on Radiant, so you see from the top side, the Clock and Bristle have buyback, but is that going to be enough? With the shard on the Viper, the Drow right-clicking, your Ancient is soon to be exposed.
I don't think they can go for the throne here. They got to get the kills. Whisper, he's trying to get the wave
by
desperately,
himself.
but he's going to. Okay, the
Hold.
multi-shot is off, but he still will
he's
die.
dead. Oh, he doesn't have buyback now, mate.
Yeah, 2 minutes, no buyback on the Bristleback, so that means this barracks for sure going down.
No. The Ancient, mate, that's the thing that's probably going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, if they're keeping aware of this as well, this is probably going to be game.
It's 2 supports.
Good luck.
All right, Gaimin, they've done it.
Anticlimactic.
This is the
ending
OG
there.
magic right here. No.
Oh no.
Well, that just, yeah, what a... That's
kinda ended.
Yeah, that just left like a weird ending. OG, like, again, gaming, they played this very methodically, right? They identified in draft what they had to pressure. They identified how they wanted to approach that pressure. But just, it felt like OG, they had to do everything right. Like, the lanes had to go well. The momentum had to go well. If they ever fall flat, they disappear. And then one mid-tier 1 fight where 23 Savage runs in without Manta, instantly dies, that psychologically just kind of deleted him from the game. And I never really got to see 23 Savage do anything else in the game. Like, compare like the impact of Drow versus Razor, it felt like it was like a night and day difference between the two.
I mean, definitely. And I think, generally speaking, like, this game went really well for OG in the early game, right? As Watson, he did not have an early game whatsoever. He was like level 3 at 7 minutes into the game. 23 Savage, he had complete free farm. There's some great rotations. And this goes to show, like, OG, they're a team in which, like, I feel like they put themselves in a really good position, right? To, like, do well in this game. And all of a sudden, you have this Drow Ranger just hitting creeps at level 3 or neutrals at level 3. This Razor not being able to do much. But I think the big thing about this game was the fact that Quinn, he did not have the greatest laning stage. He died a few times, but they just kept farming. They bought the auras, they bought a pipe, they bought a mech, they went down lanes, and I feel like they just exploited the fact that they knew OG would not have the damage to deal with this. And it goes back to, is this Bristleback first pick worth it when you leave this many answers in the pool? You have to re-itemize to a point where it felt like Whisper did not have much of an impact in this game.
I mean, Whisper has Bristle, and then suddenly it's like you have a Zeus mid to try and deal with a Viper in the laning phase, and you have a Razor, but then it's like a Razor against... Like, it felt like there's so many things going wrong for OG and strategic that then the play, it's like... you're putting so much pressure on play going well.
Yeah.
Like, gaming, they can make mistakes. They made mistakes in this game, but then they did perfectly fine. But again, that's only one best of one. We still have 4 more rest in the group stage. Of course, OG still have one game left to play, so plenty of stuff can still change. But that's it for us. We'll see you after the break for the next best of one. Oh, we have the next best of one. Again, rapid fire, 10 best of ones today in the group stage. This one, I forgot that sounds potentially awful for the audio. Doesn't matter. We'll test the audio guys there with that slap. But Liquid versus Tundra. They're both sitting at 2-0.
Yep.
And do you know how important that this group stage is, the format? If you get first seed in the group stage after your 4 best of ones that you play, you get to go straight away into the semi-finals as the first seed. You are locked into top 4. You play 1 best of 3, then you're into the grand finals. So group stage kind of consistency is fundamental. So this best of one could be the decider of this team getting top 4 or not.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think this is probably going to be one of these 2 teams. Most likely are going to be the ones that do have a vacation, I guess, for a few days if they can get through the group stage. As if you do win, you do give yourself a couple days off.
True.
To prepare, kind of relax a little bit, give you that absolute certainty that you will be that top 4 or top 3 position. So it's going to be a big match. I think both these teams are very interesting to watch as well. They're both pretty hot right now. So Liquid, you do have to give them a little bit of an edge. I definitely want to start with them. I think Team Liquid is a team right now where they added Saberlight instead of 33, which makes this matchup even more unique because 33 is playing on Tundra here. But yeah, Team Liquid here with Saberlight. He's had some mixed results, I want to say, like, and as far as playing as a team. Playing on different teams. I remember at Arlington, he played as a stand-in, looked absolutely amazing. He moved to Shopify Rebellion. He looked okay there too. It feels like his stand-in career is where he's really stood out the most, but now he's playing on a very, very stable top organization, a TI winning organization, and he's really trying to prove himself.
No, for sure. I think the thing with Liquid is they obviously have growing pains post-TI, right? Like when you lose 33, who was like a, you know, that rock, that pillar, the foundation of everything, like he will be consistent in the offlane, and then you go for Saberlight, who's a bit more, you know, emotional. You know, he plays into the game. In good games, he can play great. In bad games, he can follow it. Like 33 was stable no matter what. So once you harness that kind of emotion of Saberlight, that's when they'll refine. And you know, Liquid, they just won the online tournament. They're now coming here sitting 2-0. So I think, you know, them going up against Tundra, I think Liquid is now where Tundra wants to be, right? When you look at this roster with Nightfall, Loronov, 33, Saxter, and Whitemoon, like these names are names that you expect to be a top team, right? But at least in recent tournaments, they've struggled a little bit. But I feel like they are like a tournament away, or like one concept away from becoming like the team that we expect them to be. Like this is a team that on paper should be winning tournaments at some point.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Nightfall is definitely waiting for that opportunity as well to start winning tournaments. He spent a lot of time on BB Team getting so close yet being so disappointed. But the man of the hour right there, Saberlight, he is the new addition to the recent TI winners here on Team Liquid. Big shoes to fill, as you mentioned, playing in for 33 here. Completely different play styles. Mainly when I watched Saberlight play, he was playing more of that sacrificial type of role. Didn't have a lot of net worth, but on this team, he might have to step it up a little bit because they're definitely used to playing more with 33, who does take more of the farm and has to like play more of that carry role.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of the blend, right? Like Mickey is the active carry, right? And then you suddenly have like Nisha being your securance of the late game. There you go, insurance policy. So it's like, as soon as you put that emphasis elsewhere, it struggles, right? But of course, Nisha, he is consistent as ever. Like any game, win or loss, he is there. And I think at least for Loronov, you know, he had a pretty good showing on Aurora, hence why he got picked up by Tundra. So I think it's, you know, great for Loronov to, especially when you think about him, like a couple years ago, he was competing in open qualifier teams. Like he was trying to make his name in the Eastern European scene, and now he's broken into one of the most, you know, aspiring rosters, one of the strongest rosters in a really strong, you know, Dota organization as well. So it is going to be a tough matchup for Loronov, but his career is just on the way up. And of course, Nisha, there's not many people you can compare him to in the mid lane. Like he is just often in a league of his own.
I mean, definitely. I think Nisha's definitely one of those players that will always show up, right? And I think in my fantasy league, I actually chose this to be Mickey's tournament. I feel like Mickey is definitely one of those players that he either is popping off or, you know, he's on Twitter saying, carry diff, what can you do, right? Like, I think in general, like, he's been looking really good ever since TI going into this one. I'm expecting a lot from him as well, but more than my expectations, I think Nightfall has the most expectations going into this. I feel like his time on BB Team was a little bittersweet. Pretty much, right? Like, a little bittersweet. They were so good, right? But they couldn't clutch it when they needed to, right? And they're hoping maybe with this squad, he can make it happen.
Sure, but that is also where Dota kind of moves away from just the rank meaning everything, and you need to be able to have that kind of the personality, right? But, you know, we can unpack that a little bit. We do have the draft underway. very. Oh, here it is. So, yeah, like in regards to the point, right? It's like, I think. Ooh, hold up a second.
Holding.
Who do you see in the room?
Soxa, Zai,
Yeah.
Lornoff,
Wasn't
Whitemon.
did Moon get the boot and I'm just not aware of it, or
I think he's taking some time off.
he's taking a break? Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. Just making sure. That is the power of having your director of Dota also being a very good player. You can step in when Moon takes a break.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I was aware of it, so that's pretty cool little learning for me. But very quick with the bans as well. But yeah, going back to my point I was making, it's like the idea is, I think teams, as much as you might on paper have really, really good names, you have to have that blend in and out of the game. And I think that's where, especially with like BB, like individually they had some of the best players in every role in the world. But if they don't blend, if they don't deal with problems in the correct way, then they're just never going to be able to come to the same answers, the same conclusions to get to that top point. And it's also why Liquid rose to the top, right, in the previous year, right? It's like out of game, they had such great chemistry, and chemistry is fundamental. And maybe on Tundra, with this variation, Nightfall can utilize kind of the Western European vibes to create that kind of environment that he needs to succeed, but he hasn't really found it whilst he's been on Eastern European teams.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nightfall's always been one of those players that talks a lot, right?
Yeah, he
definitely wants more space in the room. And I feel like maybe on BB team he wasn't given that space. That
There's
he
a lot
maybe
of
needs.
voices, yeah.
Where you're playing with players like Whitemon, Lornoff, probably not speaking as much, right? Sure, 33 is always going to be a voice. So I think this is definitely something that I could see Nightfall being successful in. They're going to pick the Alchemist up straight away. This is an S tier carry right now in the meta, and is good versus Naga carry, but we haven't seen Naga carry in forever. Still fine versus the support Naga. How good is the Naga still, though, after the nerfs that it did receive recently? Probably still good enough, but you do have to keep in mind that this hero isn't the same as it used to be. It does have more mana problems. I think the debuff duration is a little bit less as well.
Yeah, the mana is now 80 at all levels, rather than 50 scaling up to 80.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
It is pretty big. And even the heal with the shard at max level, it's basically just 1% less on every level, right? Maxing out at 7%. But like, fundamentally, the hero is still very, very strong, right? You can scout with your illusions, you are able to ensnare and reel people in, you then have Song to both set up fights but also disengage fights, and just that capability alone is insane. And I think often people forget to mention with Naga Siren is, if you are up against an early BKB hero, Songing during that BKB, it's now 5v1, right? Like, you put the rest of the team to sleep, that BKB hero is now in the middle of the fight, you just swarm onto him, do whatever you can. When Song expires, that BKB hero has to disengage or is dead, right? That
it forces the other team to have like good communication. Like, I know when we played versus Naga forever ago, like we would say, are we BKBing or not, right? Like as a team, like everyone has to do it collectively, otherwise there's no point, as you mentioned. One person will just get caught out and they will look really dumb just getting focused as the rest of the team is taking a nap. I do like the fact that they banned Dawnbreaker there. I feel like this is a Saberlight classic. He's already played it once this tournament, and I think just targeting out some of the heroes that are specialist for
how do you fight anyone with these heroes, right? Like, you either get Solar Guardian on top of you when you jump someone, or you get put to sleep. Like, there's no pick off a potential. With Naga 5 and Dawnbreaker offlane, it's that is the anti-aggressive combination.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, again, Alchemist, like you already said, it's a very, very strong pick. It is relatively, I'd argue, potentially exploitable by dealing with that window. Like, he has Radiance, he has BKB Blink. Once you survive that, all right, great. I now have heroes that have been able to match your pace. I've kind of dealt with your timing. So it has been in the meta long enough that I'd like to think that teams know how to deal with him. It isn't the, oh, well, we can never play the first 25 type minutes hero.
Right.
There's plenty of options.
I mean, I feel like the carry meta in general, outside of certain heroes, are kind of much like how well they get off the ground, right? Where these alchemist type of heroes, we saw Medusa for a while, Luno is popular. Like, these heroes are just like flash farmers. No matter what happens, they're gonna get their farm, and carry to carry matchup sometimes becomes irrelevant because there's a net worth difference, right?
Sure.
So you oftentimes just want to pick the heroes that can just get to their timings. If they have a bad laning stage, they can recover from it. This is why Drow, it did work last game, but it didn't look pretty, right? It definitely wasn't one of those heroes where it could have a bad laning stage and really recover from. So yeah, this is definitely something you have to keep in mind when picking a carry is, are you going to commit all the way in for the laning stage? And if that fails, what's your plan B? And if your plan B is to jungle on a hero that can't jungle, then your game is going to be pretty hard, and you're pretty much asking your team to hard carry you.
Yeah, already. Liquid is going for Dark Willow. A pretty good laner with the correct off lane, right? Like position 4 Dark Willow, you know, historically used to be good with Centaurs and Timbersaws and Primal Beasts, like heroes that have, even Magnus as well. You can just like throw them through multiple brambles, but Willow is kind of like a setup for, hey, we're going to make sure that our lane is strong, and cool. They do go for the Timbersaw, one of the kind of the few that I mentioned being one of the kind of good matchups. But it just makes the Alchemist think, okay, when I go to lane, I'm going to be put to half HP, I don't get to shove it as freely, and I might have to look at jungle a little bit earlier because of the matchup in. And that helps a lot. I think sending out to jungle, it prevents him from buying the Talisman of Evasion as a first item, standing his ground. Because I think that's also another thing, right? Carry players historically always go, I want Relic, I want to farm quicker. But in the last year, suddenly it's like you buy the Evasion, you stand your ground in lane, you protect your tower for longer, and then that time alone gives your supports more life to do things on the map. So it kind of outbrought tempo to the game through just buying a different component to Radiance.
Right, and you also kind of realize pretty quickly that you buy the Relic and then you have your Radiance 30 seconds later anyway, that it doesn't really help you farm faster, whereas
Funny it took that many years for that to be a thing.
But yeah, the Talisman Evasion can definitely help you get more CS in that interim, which can definitely help you in some matchups, but as you mentioned, Timbersaw does not care about that whatsoever, so this will most likely be a situation where the Alchemists will have to go back fairly early to just farm the jungle. Most likely get pushed out. Phoenix will come out as well. They're going to bolster their team fight here. Definitely helps a lot. So this one, so as a Naga player myself, right? Like I've dabbled a bit in like the support Naga too.
Oh, you have?
Oh, of course, yes. And I don't think I lost a single game on it when I played it, but it was
weird flex, but okay.
Yeah, definitely weird flex. But however, like versus Phoenix, this is a matchup you like to play, right? You just see the egg, and then you just pop sleep and tell your team go hit the egg, right?
That's true.
So that definitely is not something that is going to counter. But then again, it's the same situation. If you're on the same page, your whole team is buying BKBs. You pop egg, everyone pops their BKB. Maybe it can work, but that's a huge commitment right there.
But also Tundra now have a lot of ways to push people forward, right? You got Sunray, you then have the shard from Shadow Demon, a red, a little 30.
It's a classic, right?
It's a classic.
Yeah, he pops up every once in a while. I think do you have the page open? Did he get a buff?
Yeah,
I think
I'm checking.
I think he got a little bit of an anchor smash buff, if my memory calls me, at the ripe age of 73.
But he also has played Tidehunter earlier today as well. I just want to triple check that.
Perfect.
So this isn't like, oh my god, Tidehunter's in the tournament. No, he has played it, but he mana cost decreased by 5.
On anchor smash?
On anchor smash, yeah. That is crazy.
That is
That's
insane.
5 mana. All it requires.
That's more than that too. That was it?
That's literally it. That's it.
Sometimes that's all that
5 mana.
matters. Because like if you think about the changes, right? Like Mana Boots got nerfed pretty hard. And all these items that you might buy previously on Tide, like just weren't the best. And we're going to see a Monkey King response. This one is a Mickey classic, right? He does love this hero. And this has been a since forever counter to Tidehunter. However, I will say that Phoenix is incredibly good versus this Monkey King, and you can get pushed out. I would actually favor this Tide Phoenix over this Monkey King Naga lane.
Yeah, no, I think Tidehunter's going to be perfectly fine in this lane. It's more, I think, the momentum that Liquid's looking for. Once you break from the lane, so you're going to try and punish the static nature of Tundra, right? Tidehunter wants to live in one area of the map. Alk wants to farm one area plus jungle, and supports don't rotate and invade. So Tundra, once they leave lanes, it's place your wards, protect your towers, TP if needed, but don't seek that fight. Unless their mid laner is active, no one's doing anything. So now you pick a Monkey King in the carry role, he can farm. Sure, he might not kill Tide because of the Phoenix enabling him, but once he twin gates, it's like, go find the Alk, kill Alk. Are you really going to TP Tide all the way down to that side of the map? I think the speed of play that Liquid can bring will potentially punish Tundra. But one thing that I like from Tundra is they're doing something against Naga Siren that I think teams should have done a lot more, is just go tankier, right? Like, if you initiate a fight, you don't need to initiate Ravage, right? You can utilize your shard, you can start with a Gush, then Naga pops Song, and you've still got the Ravage available. Or even if you use Ravage early, you're so tanky that, oh no, I wasted Ravage, but I've now baited Song. Song's not available, I've not died, I can continue the fight. So tankiness, I think, is a really good answer to dealing with Naga Siren. But we'll see how it works out here. They will be around 20 minutes in. It's going to be really hard to kill the outside. Yes, there is a Timbersaw, but of course Kraken can get rid of the Timbersaw stacks from Wanting Death. And out with a BKB Blink, you can kind of blink past it. You can also go Orchid as well and Bloodthorn to punish Timbersaw. Have to make him think about Lotus or BKB. So yes, early game Timbersaw can do well against these heroes, but as the game progresses, there are items and ways in which Tundra can play to not make it as favored for Timbersaw.
Yeah, and I wonder what we're going to be seeing. Like, I'm assuming maybe a co-op ban here.
For which side?
Tundra against Liquid, because Liquid
Okay.
still needs a mid, right? They banned Puck already, and just looking at TI as a baseline, like Nisha was playing Puck and co-op almost every single game and just going ham. And you're not playing versus a lot of stuns, right? It's a Tide, Phoenix, Shadow Demon. Sure, maybe the Alchemist stun is pretty decent here, but they need something, I think, in that mid lane that can not only play blindly, but can pick up runes and make some space on the map and just kind of like go to Timber's lane. Whenever I say a Timber in the off lane, the number one thing I want to see is the mid laner rotating to him to make sure that he can kick out the enemy carry.
Yeah, I think obviously Invoker was the best hero, but it's been first phase banned by Tundra, so they very early was like, you know what, let's get rid of that in the first part.
Yeah, and that's Tundra has the same read. They're kind of banning out those mid laners that like to make the rotations.
Okay. Yeah. I just want to be active from Liquid. I kind of forgot they banned Magnus. I was like, oh, Magnus is good. And I was like, oh, that's also banned out. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
It is the last phase of the bans here. A lot of things will get banned out. They're going to ban out the Earth Spirit. They're going to actually take the Lina.
Okay.
This is not a hero that particularly moves very well on the map. However, it does make it very difficult to last pick here for Tundra.
Correct. It's punishing the last pick, and we're already expecting Monkey King to be active, so that's kind of the early game. We've mentioned that Tundra don't want to go aggressive too early on. Their supports don't really kill very easily. Yes, you can smoke, disrupt into Fire Spirit and get some mid kills, but it's not explosive and constant pressure.
Yeah.
So we are expecting Lina probably to have a pretty good lane and kind of free entry to her farm. Like by the time that out enters with Radiance Blink or even BKB, Lina should probably have one key item to lean on. But let's fight some range, and Lorinov now goes for his sniper.
It's fight range with more range.
More
actually.
range, yeah, sorry, my apology. Yes, I forgot that sniper actually outranges Lina.
Yeah, so that's an interesting one. Both these mid laners really prioritizing the matchup, right?
Yep.
Themselves, instead of like trying to pick a hero that's absolutely best for the game, they want to make sure they get a hero that can do well in the lane.
It does feel a little bit like Tundra has respected Liquid, of course, immensely in playstyle, because when I look at their heroes, it's like you're offering Liquid, hey, find that kill, please try and get that pick off, because if you miss execute, Out can have Chemical Rage tanky enough to survive, or SD with a Disruption, Phoenix with a Sun Ray or a Fire Spirit or an Egg, Tide with the Ravage or an Aura or something, right? Sniper so hard to find. Like everything on Tundra's lineup feels like they're offering Liquid to be the aggressive team, which is their best playstyle. It's what won them TI, right? Is the aggression. And if Liquid falter, then like I mentioned, Tundra have this like overlapping usage of spells, and for Liquid it's look for the fight, play behind Timber, Monkey finds the map. Depends. I don't really know which build Lina will go here. Of course, right click is traditional. We've seen Axe build.
I think with the buff to the shard, there's no reason not to go magic.
You think just
damage
magic?
build. Yeah.
So then it's like Lina will be hunting that with like Axe and that big burst.
Right. I mean, it's also an option to like kind of burst heroes like Tide. Like whenever you have that trump card to kill a hero such as Tide without him getting spells off, it's nice to take. Not saying Lina will get there, but she could get there depending on how the game goes, especially if Tide's lane doesn't go well.
I will prefer the magic build.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. I think I do like Tundra's build or draft a lot though. I think I would rather play their draft, but I think Liquid's draft is very Liquid-esque.
Yes.
Right? And that's like how they like to play. They're not going to really play into the team fights. They're going to play through constant aggression. Mickey is going to be using the portal. They're going to play very quick on you. So when there's a team that is playing fast and you do have a high cooldown lineup, like Phoenix and Tide, for example, that can be exploited very easily. But if it does get to a situation where you're in the driver's seat as Tundra, your lineup is incredibly good at just grouping up, getting an Aegis, walking down a lane, and feeling like you're invulnerable.
Yeah, and I think for Liquid at least, if the game does get difficult, they also do have the tools to create comebacks as well. Like
Sure.
They can bait out the potential incorrect spell usage from Tundra. Tundra, in the later portions of the game, it really is like which big spells are available. Like, do we have the Ravage? Do we have the Egg? Is Alk ready to pop that Chemical Rage and go in? Like once these cooldowns are kind of somewhat getting timed and like understood when they're up and down, then of course Liquid can create more opportunities. But yeah, I think it's like feels like very Liquid-esque draft, but maybe Tundra have baited it a little bit to create this opportunity. We'll see if what they can do, and again, I really do hope that Nisha does go for the Axe build. I think that is it is gonna be explosive. Of course, it is just you get your supercharged stacks. Just it is very, very toxic to play into.
Indeed it is, but we're going to have to
You
really
need a lot
wait.
of gold for it. Yeah, you need a lot of gold for it to feel good.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also like the less greedy build, and I also think if you're playing that hit and run type of style, where I feel like when you do play with like Monkey King and heroes like this, like a Naga, where you can just get a kill, disengage with a sleep against a team where you know they have superior team fight. Like there's no question that Tundra's team fight is way better than Liquid's in 5-on-5 scenarios.
It's true. But maybe if you never get to team fighting, because you're constantly reacting.
Yeah, exactly. And
there
that's where
it
like
is.
the boots of travel, Lina with like the flame cloak, you can just kind of split push much easier with that build. Feel less vulnerable, get picks as well. So we'll see what he goes for. I don't think the facet really shows you anything. I think it technically makes sense on paper for you to go for the slow burn, right? If you go with the magic build, but I know plenty of Linas who still go for the thermal runaway and go the magic damage build. It's just too good. It's like way too much move speed and way too much attack speed. Mid lane should be a bit of a snooze fest as we just have two ranged heroes with nukes probably just gonna
I was about to
shove the
fall
lane
asleep,
out.
honestly, looking at it. I was like, oh, God.
And it's definitely not exhilarating whatsoever, but
No,
they both will farm.
Then Lornoff also went for Giddy Suit, which means he isn't trying to go for like the explosive scatter blast style
Right.
of lane. He is just making sure that he can be that annoying in the fog player.
Alright.
But we missed it. Well,
No, I saw it. What are you talking about?
that's true. Actually, I did see it on your screen. That's a good point. But Timbersaw, you think, oh wow, he's a high armor hero. No, he's not.
It's very, very weird that would happen because he didn't even have stun. He died to an acid spray alchemist at level 1, which is definitely unfortunate when you die to an alchemist with acid spray and a phoenix at level 1.
No.
This is definitely we talked about Saberlight, right? Not
Yep.
he rides the wave,
He
whether
is,
it's going
yep.
down or up, and on that one, unfortunately, it was going down.
Good
and
thing he's on
crashing
Team
hard.
Liquid.
Yeah,
there you go.
absolutely.
Fluid gameplay, but yeah, I think it happens. But of course, what I was going to be saying was Timbersaw against Alchemist. It's actually pretty outfavored in regards to the first couple waves, just because you have the acid spray, you don't have reactive armor on Timber early on. You then have concoction to constantly pressure. So Timbersaw.
And now you get the first blood. Yep.
Yep. And yeah. You can normally get first blood when you hit 2, not 1, but of course Timbersaw kind of scales into lane a little bit more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Dying Light from Whitemond. His facet there also doing lots of damage, harassing him into. And they're going to try going in here, but I don't think you have damage for this, and indeed they do not. Back on out. But to me, the most interesting lane is going to be the top lane. And can they end up stopping 33? Because when you pick Monkey King against Tide, the goal, generally speaking, is to just crush him, right? That's what you want to do. I think these players have realized that that's not really a reality anymore, and you do kind of have to play for just like getting your farm on the Monkey King. So we'll see how he does here.
But it's just getting your farm, but try and find when the position 4 steps up, right?
Yeah, and you're kind of noticing his build too. He has no points in Jingle, so like he has no intent of just trying to out-man fight this Tide with the Jingo stacks. He's just going to play more so around just getting his farm, maybe killing the Shadow Demon. They're kind of just like forfeiting the ability to even just pressure 33 at all.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised actually that Tundra didn't put a ward on either of the Twin Gates for the early game. Because like knowing this build, the fact that Mickey hasn't gone for Jingu, like, he's going to have more burst damage when he jumps into the spring.
Oh, good stun there.
Yeah, going to unlock Insane's ability to get the Lotus, but I feel like maybe a little bit of Twin Gate respect from Tundra is needed. So say if you shut down Mickey's farm in lane because he's doing a different build and he can't go through Twin Gates, that's suddenly when the motions hit that Liquid will struggle to enter the game. But again, Tundra haven't really respected that, haven't put down that ward. So we'll see if Mickey is going to be able to utilize that at any point.
Yep, they still got time.
Yeah, plenty
if
of
they
time.
want to.
They are chasing back here. I get
Yeah.
another disruption every single time he goes to jump. But this time, no Tide Hunter to cut the tree to layer the stun.
All right. One more hit on Soxa. Can he? Oh, it's
Two more hits.
actually. Just kidding. And he's going to try to get some damage off before he goes out, but he will go down. And I think this is just how they're going to try playing this laning stage. They're going to try and bully Soxa as much as they can, or is 33. Look at him. He does not care whatsoever. Just going to run into 2 heroes. What you going to do about it? He knows he has level 1 Jingu. Does not care whatsoever.
I really miss watching when like Amar would play Tide Hunter. You know, like, back in the day, he gets like the satanic, the second, third item. He's walking around the map, fully unkillable.
I thought you were gonna be like, I really missed the back in the day when 33 bought Wraith Pact on Tide Hunter, just walking around.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's type 1 if you want Wraith Pact back in the game, guys. I'm gonna load up Twitch chat right now. Let me look. Let me see how many people want Wraith Pact.
Yeah. I'm sure it's everyone.
I would really hope people don't want to see Wraith Pacts. But we'll see, we'll see.
Saberlight goes down yet again, but they will get a turn kill on Whitemon. Decent, but look at the wave here. This is very sad if you are the Timbersaw, but Boxy realizing disaster scenario, he's going to pull the wave behind the tower. Really good heads-up play here by Boxy. You got a quadruple archer wave here. He's not going to miss too much of it because Boxy did a good job of just pulling the wave around the tower there, making sure he didn't grief his offlaner in that situation. But this Timbersaw, this is a situation where you don't particularly want to be in. You pick this Timber to be kind of immune to this lane,
Yes.
right? And he has already died twice.
It's that simple death, right? Like, as much as we might, joke about it, like, that one death really compounds into so much more aggression available from Tundra. He's suddenly got a soul ring, he now has mana, he can throw out more concoctions, right? Like, it really, you have to be careful. Like, one little mistake in laning phase and players are going to be able to exploit it. And right now, farm-wise, we're seeing kind of Tundra doing relatively well, of course. Liquid, like, another team building some incredible lead, but I think this is going to favor Tundra. The fact that they are somewhat uncontested in their start to the game. And Nisha poking into the range jungle, trying to take a little creep here. Progress his farm, 6-minute rune will be spawning soon. And Dark Widow TPs to mid, refills the bottle. They are looking to take it. Lornoff doesn't really care about runes.
Not so much.
Yeah,
But he
just
probably
a
wants
bit.
to take him away if
Yes,
he can.
don't want to give it.
Oh.
And it's an illusion rune bottom. And no one from Tundra is actually there to contest it. So Nisha will get the first rune. I think luckily for Tundra, it's pretty bad rune. It's like a
Yeah.
haste or a DD or something that can actually present opportunities for Nisha to utilize.
Dire's
But
top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, Illusion Rune typically is like a defensive rune in
Yeah.
the early game, and I don't think he's under any threat this game whatsoever, so he would have loved to have something a bit more offensive.
yeah, for sure. 3.7k net worth on the Alchemist. No contest yet. Sitting at 1 kill, 1 assist. Level 2 on the Shadow Demon. Ooh.
He's stacking though,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
So
He realized, like, he went to lane, died, and was like, he's never really going to get to go to lane again. Like, he was always going to get jumped.
Tower is under attack.
yeah.
So the Wisdom Rune. No contest from Wisdom Rune, so that is going to at least get him level 3 in a bit.
Yeah, it'll help. I mean, you are losing a bit of EXP for sure on the Shadow Demon, but at the same time, your Tide is very farmed, and he's having a pretty decent game too. So that's the
1-1-3
trade-off.
build.
Yeah. Probably will try cutting waves here, just farming everything up as you can. Monkey King doesn't really have the best D push whatsoever, so this hero does kind of struggle against heroes that are just like spam pulling waves over, but it looks like Tide is going deep into the jungle, just checking out what Nisha's doing, but
Oh, Saxon, no, you can't be here. You're not the Tide Hunter.
alright.
Laguna.
Soxa will go down here. They're going to bring 3 heroes for this one, but more importantly, they do get the Tide Hunter out of that one, so he will just retreat back. Soxa's game continues to struggle here, as he is only level 3.5 right now.
He's not even there by the jungle to get the XP. He's like, oh, guys, you're farming them without me, but I made them. Whiteman's like, thank you for the XP. Greatly appreciate it.
I mean, at this point of the game, you're kind of hoping that your offlaner just maybe go walk mid, you know, and you go use a Ravage while I take some EXP as
Just to clear that up, to farm mid, not to run down mid.
Yeah.
Fear isn't advocating the conclusion of this game at the 8-minute mark.
Of course. I mean, what else would you do mid?
I'm not a core player. I don't know.
I mean, as a core player, generally speaking, you don't want to be mid at all.
Yeah.
But I don't mind situations where if you're like an offlaner and you have a big cooldown, you just go run, go ult, maybe smoke, right? Go ult this Lina, get off cooldown.
I mean, it helps once you take the top tower, right? Like, once you've taken
Right.
your enemy safe lane tower, making the transition to be a little bit more active feels better.
On
That's
bottom
what-
lane,
yeah.
looks like they're going to go in on Saberlight. Oh, misses the chain, or rather gets stunned during it. And he's going to go down yet again. Saberlight sitting at 0-3-0 in this game. And Insania, he's probably fine. Oh, no, he did
didn't
not
time
get it. Okay.
all right.
That was contingent on the fact if he would use the mirror image to dodge that, but
Maybe he was trying to play mind games with Lornoff. Like, maybe Lornoff cancels it, so he didn't want to use it. He was trying to maybe.
or maybe he's just old, you know?
That is true. calling out all the old players now. Right, Insania.
That's what old people do.
Yeah, so it happens.
I mean,
it makes you feel younger, right? Oh, yeah, he is 30.
I mean, Insania is actually the oldest TI winner now.
Yeah.
So, congrats to him on that one. But not congrats to him on not dodging that.
Kind of think that stat's wrong, but it's okay.
Which stat?
Insania's the oldest TI winner.
Who's older?
Poppy older.
When they won TI.
Oh, you mean right
yeah.
now? Okay. Oh, that's not what. Okay.
I mean, how else did you interpret that?
I thought you meant like in the history of all TI players. I was like,
that would probably be me then.
yeah. I was like, brother.
No, I meant the oldest
Oh,
player.
I see. My bad.
to
My
win
bad.
a
Misunderstood.
TI.
I was like, wow, you've got a really cool stat. Wait a second. You're sitting next to me, and I got Puppy on the list. All right, Whiteman yoinks the haste rune. Little dip in, takes it.
Radiant structures are
2,000 gold lead for Tundra. This is we expected a little bit more pace from Liquid, but it is.
I think most of this 2K net worth disadvantage is coming from how poorly this bottom lane went for Liquid.
Yeah, that's true. Sableye, he's trying, he's poking, he's prodding, but Sax also. I feel like everything we see is either Sableye dying or Sax dying. They're two things. They're two constants in this game.
I mean, I'd rather have my Shadow Demon dying than my offlane.
Yeah, very good point. Yeah.
So that kind of like goes towards like why the net worth looks the way it does.
Ah, okay. So 33, he's going for the Vlad's build, right? Like he identifies the timings that will be created here, right? It's Radiant Blink on Nightfall. You get a Vlad's to amp that up. Loronoff and Alcool both utilize that bonus damage, being physical damage heroes. Oh, he kills the TP. So for the Boots of Travel rush from Lina, now removed. They do have plenty of TP cancels, so 33 can't just disappear. And no one's coming through the Twin Gate or helping him out. Classic Tidehunter.
Oh yeah, classic Tidehunter.
Walk it away.
Seeds of Serenity are up if
Yet to
anyone
use
sees
it.
Yeah.
Right, did not want to. Oh, even a Ravage. He is buying a. I don't know if I'll have to swear on Blast broadcast.
Oh, okay, they caught him actually, so he is going to die there.
I've asked for
Last
that.
second.
Swear.
Yeah, what was the answer?
Didn't get one.
Oh, cool.
I thought I'd say
Thanks
it again.
for the update.
No worries. I thought I'd say it again to you just in case, you know. Maybe we'll get an answer at some point. Oh, that was pretty awkward. 3,000 gold lead. And Monkey King's going Echo Saber as well. He's really going for the I need to be the aggressor, I need to make moves. But Saber, like, he's by himself. Like at this point in the game, we need some help. He needs that extra hero, but with the acid spray, the concoction,
He's
so
just
much
dead.
damage.
Yeah, it's just not happening.
And he's so far down the lane as well. Like there's not really anyone there to help him, right? Like there's no tower for him to use a TP to, like for his teammate to use.
I mean, if you just look at the state of the game here, like this
There
is
is no
first.
game.
This is a first pick Alchemist, right?
Yeah.
He's having an absolutely free game. You pick this Timber to counter, it doesn't really work out. Sure, you are countering this Tidehunter too. He's not having the best game. However, I think in this particular game, I'd much rather be a Tidehunter from behind than a Timbersaw. So I think in general, everything is going according to plan, and even the mid lane, right? Like this Sniper, Lina, in my opinion, they kind of like cancel each other out in a way.
Yeah.
And I think they're both doing well in this game. So the side lanes are just not. I guess Liquid side lane is just not doing as well as I feel like it should have in this particular game, and it's really hurting them.
The difference between Sniper and Lina will be when Sniper gets his like 10,000 gold, he's playing behind people, whilst Lina with her gold, she's often trying to look for that opportunity to create number advantage, right? Like hunt on the map, use the ag, get that burst, find that opportunity to kind of break open the fight.
Yeah.
So it's kind of on Nisha to. It feels like his ags will be the timing for Liquid to lean on as like a comeback mechanism.
Oh, Sox, that was close. And Nisha's just like, get out of here. Throws it. All right, he might actually be in a little bit of trouble, but I think he should be just fine.
Very, very close there.
I thought after he missed that stun, he'd be like, all right, let's call this off. Just throws a casual Laguna Blade at him.
I mean, Nisha has been using Laguna in that position. If we had a heat map for just Laguna Blades, like everything seems to be right there.
That is
Still,
his spot.
It does feel like Saxo is kind of like baiting Liquid a bit, right? Like even though he's under-leveled and it looks like he's not doing much, he's running into places where it's like, you've now used that spell. Okay, you can't smoke and find my sniper. I go again to bot. Okay, now you can't invade deeper to find my alchemist, right? Like he is, if you kind of watch back the replay, like a lot of his moves that he's making is stalling Liquid's ability to create those like 2 hero combinations to do a little bit more on the map. So I think the SD is doing a lot of work, and now finally we do get to see Nisha and Boxy make a move. Nisha, he's wanted to be active. He's tried TP into lane, but unfortunately his TP got cancelled. But now running to the bot side, but if you look at the minimap, there's no one there.
One's home. Yep.
Yeah, it's just minutes too late, and it's actually kind of in tandem. Whiteman and Nightfall, they themselves are smoked up. So both teams is kind of shifting their position on the map. And guess who's the one in the position of maybe dying again? It's exactly.
I mean, I think this Monkey King might be in a little bit of trouble. Yeah, he doesn't get the mischief off, but I don't know if they can fully commit to this. Maybe with the sniper just peeping him from a distance should be fine. And Sania, he found himself in no man's land. I guess he has to get away. Yes. Oh, he's
nearly
burning
died.
the Radiance.
Yeah. Do they have follow-up there?
Yeah, they have damage for sure.
Yeah, okay, good. I was wondering maybe Disruption could have disjointed that, but it's not in time.
Yeah.
Sunray killing. We'll get back up the high ground. No Laguna, no Song. Liquid, they have to respect the fact that yes, they got a big outkill, but they don't have tools to take that secondary fight right now, and they do walk away.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky there for Tundra. Like, they fully committed onto this Monkey King, knowing that Alchemist, he already popped his ultimate early on, so that wasn't available for him. It just wore off towards the tail end of that fight there. They saw that with the Song, popped it out. I mean, I definitely would take that trade any day if I was Liquid.
I didn't catch if SD had used Disruption earlier, or if like maybe he was like behind the wrong tree or something, but didn't get a one kill. Okay, alright. Couple key kills, helping draw back the lead. Okay. The one thing that could become a problem for Tundra is the fact that Tide, with the Vlad build going somewhat sacrificial, he will drop down on net worth, right? Like, he'll drag himself into more map movement, he'll get shard, he'll get blink. Like, he's not doing the ATF style of Tide, where it's like, I live in top lane, I do not leave until I have 3 items, right? Like, he is playing a bit more into the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think 33 is really good at identifying the game situation.
Yeah.
And I think he realized this game, he does not have the space to go for a more greedy build. I think if his lane went a little bit better, he may have. However, just given the state of how Shadow Demon just wasn't able to enter the laning stage, he realizes he has a sniper mid and an alchemist. He just has to play more of a supporting role in this particular game. As yet again, Nightfall stuns himself. And Mickey, he's going to get the Wukongs off, but that's kind of an awkward position here.
Saberlight gets the kill on the Phoenix, and Mickey also going down, but with the Fit, this is going to be a dead sniper. But oh, Disruption keeps him alive for a brief second.
Just a brief second indeed, as he will go down shortly after. The dead in the water comes out.
Yeah, Naga dead as well.
Naga also dead in the water.
Yeah, Tundra, they're poking them. They're whittling them down, but that is going to be disparity. I feel like Liquid's fight is all about the, hi Nisha, are you ready to kill someone? Yeah, alright. Have you killed him? Yes. Okay. Do we have to run away now? Yeah, we do. Like, there isn't that kind of that strong layering of that additional fight available to them. No, yet. So I think for Liquid, it's good that they're still getting pickoffs, but they're still missing just an extra little something. Maybe the BKB on the Monkey King will give them some more life. He'll throw down the Wukongs, he's got to stand his ground. BKB will help out along against the damage. Phoenix damage, SD.
I will say, though, it is very uncomfortable playing a Monkey King who's this far down in net worth, right?
Sure. Yep.
This is typically a hero that wants to have a good laning stage, get to the top of the net worth, and just kind of like keep pressuring you, so you don't surpass him. But he's in a situation now where, all right, Saberlight's also in a situation where, yeah, that's a lot of damage, but once you're leashed like that, what's your play here?
Die.
Yeah, that's pretty much all
play,
you got. Yeah, so that's another death from Saberlight here. But to go back to Mickey here, like, this is a position where he does not want to be in. I feel like there's so much on the shoulders of Nisha this game to just have, I don't know, one of those standout games, which he has had many, many times before, but Saberlight's game ain't great, that's for sure. And Mickey's game isn't where probably it should be at this minute mark as well. So I will say, like, this is looking incredibly promising for Tundra. As I mentioned earlier on during the draft, if they can manage to get an Aegis on top of this, it's going to be almost impossible to deal with them if they ball up.
That is going to be something as well, right? Like, often Nightfall can get situations where, you might have to BKB TP out of some problems. There isn't really that big punishment. Like, if he has a bad blink, what stops him from going, okay, I can just walk away from this fight, right? Like, he just presses BKB, yes, he can disengage, but there isn't like that BKB piercing punishment. There isn't that
it's
kind of
definitely a free BKB TP game.
It is a very free BKB TP game.
Maybe overlooked by Liquid a little bit.
Yeah, you need to improve on that one next time. Make sure you just got like a tusk or a Beastmaster to prevent Nightfall from doing his best play of the game. But Roshan will be going the way of Tundra. Liquid playing a bit more of a pick-off game. Roshan on the 5v5. There is no fight for them. They need to survive through this Aegis. Again, for Liquid to look good.
That is, I feel like
Many
Nightfall
items
has
down the lane.
stunned himself 3 times now. Nisha, oh, he's dead in the
Instant
water here. He's going to
Kill
kill
it.
the anchor. TP out. Does he have time? Plenty of time. He's going to be out of there.
Can Naga get out? She doesn't actually have TP. Oh, and Insane looking to go for a first item Blink Dagger. Often on Naga Siren, we see like a drum or a Solar Crest or some type of little
Mech or
utility, but
something, yeah.
straight for the Blink Dagger. Respects how much teamfight Tundra have, that in the speed of them initiating, he can sit back in the back line, far away from that Ravage, to then ensure that he always gets a song off. So I like the fact that Insania is respecting how quickly Tundra can jump and Saberlight. By himself once again, there is not a single teammate around him.
He's just going to walk it off.
It does look to be the case, and he's going for a BKB himself. He wants to be the front line. He wants to stop disappearing at the start of every fight.
All right. I mean, it's good he didn't die, that's for sure.
Yeah.
However, this does not stop the
ball, the Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take your Tormentor, but you are doing good damage to mid lane. Top lane is pushing in as well. Do you set up here if you are on Tundra? Is that a possibility? Do you have TPs available? No, you don't. Shadow Demon's TP's down. Phoenix is down for 4, as well as Tides. So their TPs will come up soon, but for now, they're just kind of stranded here. And I think at this point in time, maybe you're considering if you're Liquid going for a Tormentor, but no, TP is up now, and it looks like they will just... Oh, they want to take the fight on Nisha. He's actually going to show up here.
Ravage though, hits on 3. No BKB, no Nikkei.
The egg? Going
It's
down.
gone. Boxing also fine. Oh, wait, they're just dying.
33 is dead as well. They're fighting in the Wukong.
Where is Tundra? I mean, they're here now, but after the fact, too.
Definitely awkward.
Very awkward.
All right, chasing in. Assassinate on Saberlight.
Ooh,
That will finish him off.
That was a nice little curved assassinate there.
Yeah. Follow the target, and Nightfall will do some farming efficiency there.
I would happily argue,
Happily.
net win, Liquid.
I would not argue with you.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Did you want an argument?
A little bit. I've not had an argument yet. You know, it's like I've not played any pubs. You know, I've not had that
Oh,
guy
I
who says
see.
I want to give up. So it's like I kind of felt like I needed a little bit, but it's okay. We can do it later.
This is why we all play Dota. We need a little bit of that,
Just a little bit, you know.
of that toxicity in our life.
Okay, just to be clear, only if someone actively like breaks items or gives up, that's when I get a bit upset. But like if I play bad, people play bad, you know, that's just part of the game. Live
True.
with it, find solutions, win the game. But if someone wants to break items, woo!
Just going to drop the ban hammer
We're
on
gonna
them.
cook, yeah, exactly. But it is Christmas time soon, so hopefully we get another set of coal. Remember last year we got the coal out of nowhere? Like,
Wait, you got one?
no. Just I did not get any coal. Sorry, just that did sound like I did not get any coal. I
Remember, we got it.
no. I meant we, the community, got
Yes, yes.
blessed by people who were bad getting coal. There we go.
there
And
we go.
hopefully we also get more people getting coal for their bad actions in the year. That would be quite nice.
It is definitely refreshing.
It
for
is
sure.
so good, especially when like people go like, "Why do I have this lump of coal in my inventory? I didn't do anything." It's like, yeah, you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, get out of here, scram. Oh, wait.
Wow. Okay. All right. So this is kind of like the power of this build, right?
the Shadow Blade,
the
yeah.
Shadow Blade online. You catch this alchemist who does not have chemical rage up, and then all of a sudden, you're gone. Just simply put. And that is one of the things that needed to happen for Liquid. As I said before, he definitely needs to have a standout game, and this definitely is a step in the right direction of having that standout game there, getting the kill onto the alchemist there. Solo kill, by the way.
Yeah, look how quick it is.
Yep, it's just instant kill. I mean, if he doesn't have chemical rage running, even if he does, it might still be an instant kill.
Nisha is 4-0-3. Right, he's yet to be shut down. He's gonna find that jump. And, for Tundra, we can see the itemization path from Nisha. Right, you can see his quick buy. You can see the items he's buying. I'm surprised a little bit that Tundra didn't respect the inevitable Shadow Blade coming in. Right, like
Yeah.
this is just a very traditional, magic style build from.
Or maybe he just thought that he wouldn't die. You know,
Sure,
he
I
is
mean,
a strength
look how many.
hero.
There's a lot of sentries top lane. To be fair, there's like 1 ward, 4
There we
sentries.
go again. Deleted with chemical rage up. And we're starting to see a little bit of the power, especially of like this new shard being activated here because
Okay, right. How would you feel if you were in a pub right now? and this is your core. He's just died twice like this.
Yeah.
Pretty rough.
I mean, you have to keep in mind, right, the reason why he is... All right, hold on to that thought real quick.
Big
We're
fight.
going to go on Soxa here. We do have a leash on top of 33. All right, the backline of the sniper.
There it is.
He's doing all the damage.
This is the Tundra we expected to see, the layering.
Yeah.
If you don't jump the sniper, boom, he's going to right-click you. But of course, everything that's happened for Liquid is just a Nisha versus Nightfall show. Nisha currently 2-0.
Yeah, and as I was going to mention before real quick, it was like the Fiery Soul buff, right? Went from 20 to 25. Lena's ability is still 25 damage for each Fiery Soul charge. Add that on top of the fact that you get maximum Fiery Soul charges with the Thermal Runaway. Your
There's
damage
so
is
much
just
damage.
insane nowadays.
Yeah.
I feel like you just can't not go this build.
I mean, you just need to play near Warden Sentries. Like, basically, Lena is playing like a Nyx Assassin.
Yeah,
right? Like,
essentially
just a Nyx Assassin. And teams have figured out how to play against it with gems and ward and sentry. So for Nightfall to die top lane, then to die bot lane, of course, it is testament to Nietzsche finding that. But you need to either bait. Big
good
bait
save.
here. Yeah, very good disruption. And now Nisha does go down, but that's what you had to do. I feel like after the first death, the second death should have never happened. It did take Tundra, you know, another time to react, but of course, play around your detection. Do not allow Nisha to do this.
I mean, I will say, though, that Nightfall had a read on it. Like, he popped his ultimate before running at that wave bottom.
Sure.
I genuinely think that he just didn't think he would take that much damage. He probably thought that he could not die with
He did
his
die top
ultimate.
in 1.5 seconds, so he did understand the damage.
Well, obviously he didn't bring his calculator, but... Like,
I see. Yeah, he was still doing the mental... Yeah, he was doing the little kind of the finger maths and, yeah.
I mean, he tried, but
He did
either
try
way,
it,
like,
yeah.
I think he had the game read for it, but he underestimated the damage.
Sure. And also, you could argue, like, maybe Saxa has to always follow him now, where...
Agreed.
And, does Tide even survive this? I don't think Kraken even matters against the Lena burst, so
Not
like,
really,
who can really buy gem? Like maybe with Pipe, it's like you get Pipe on Tide with a gem, then you send him out into the wild, see what happens. But the issue is like Tide is a really good reinitiator, right? Like yes, he can frontline, but he excels when he has that blink to at least find the backline. So Alchemist technically is the one that needs to go up front.
I mean, he's not Tide's not a frontliner this game, right?
No.
Yeah, he does not have the items.
It looks like they have two potential frontliners, but against Luna, they don't really have any. And now Saberlight going onto the Tidehunter. Tidehunter doesn't have the Ravage, so will be able to go down there. And Lawrence on the low ground trying to right-click onto the high ground is doing just enough damage to force the disengage from Liquid. But they haven't got the damage. Again, the low ground really hurting them there. Multiple misses.
Again, Nightfall just shows up to stun himself here.
Yeah, he's a stunning performance, of course.
Very stunning on himself. But like, I think in general, like, I'm not seeing Nightfall. I'm definitely seeing a disconnect, right?
Yeah,
like,
a little bit.
Nightfall is kind of going by himself here in these team fights. If they all jump in like that, I would love to see the Alchemist follow up, right? But he comes in late. And because he came in late, he ends up stunning himself because there was no good opening, because he knows he had to go back in that fight. So Liquid, I mean, I want to say Nisha's doing it, right? Like, he's doing everything for his team right now, getting him in position. Like, sure, maybe Mickey's farm's not the most amazing right now, but he's also doing his job, relying on the fact that Nisha will be playing the map and making sure that these initiations can happen and he can get these picks, and that's exactly how they should go.
Nightfall going for the Dandelion Amulet.
I mean, I don't blame him.
I need to survive the burst.
Yeah.
At what point do we bring back the casual blade mail Alchemist?
I mean, you don't even have time to...
Do you think he has time to even press it?
No,
Actually,
I mean,
if he gets hit by LSA, he's just dead.
Yeah, I mean, he's just
Actually,
stunning you from invis. Like,
okay, that sounds like you know what? Terrible idea. He just needs better positioning. That's it.
maybe he needs an Eternal Shroud or something.
Okay, yeah.
No, I don't want to see it.
sounds
No,
awful.
I'd rather them.
I'd rather execution be better on the team.
Yeah, for sure.
Like play around vision, you know, jump accordingly.
You should not be building to just survive. I mean, maybe a Lincoln's actually could be a potential option.
Yeah, it could be okay.
That's like your only defensive option if you really need one, where you would just want to run out
Like
by
how
yourself.
rare is like Alk buying Lincoln?
Pretty
I
rare.
feel that's pretty rare. We can maybe get the. We don't have the stats available right now, but we can cook in the future.
It's a 3.7%.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Professional
Wow.
games. Yeah, no problem.
I look forward to some in the future going, did you know 3.7%? So, yep, that's true. Now, Tundra going to Roshan.
Okay.
They could
Roshan is
smoke
going to roar. All right, Nisha's actually leading it. He has a BKB now, though, so...
Ooh, Whiteman dodges and the Terrors hits nothing. I think
Oh,
they
they
found
see
Nisha at the
Nisha.
start. Nisha, he's dead.
Dead.
Okay, massive fight for Tundra here. Song to kill off the egg. But the high ground is Lorinov. He's
We
a
still have
perfect
Ravage
position.
too on Tidehunter if he doesn't want to use it. There it goes. Gonna pick off one onto Saberlight. He is now leashed, dead in the waters, you'll say. And Lorinov, he's doing it all for his team right now.
The
doing
Nisha
all the
show.
damage.
It's coming to an end.
It is now the Lorinov show.
It is, yeah, the Lorinov show. It's like Nisha tried to hold the high ground, but that is where who gets to the location is often the winner, right? The fact that Tundra, you look at the minute, right? They got 3 sentries there. They had the Observer. They had everything possible to prevent Nisha from having that wraparound. And then Nisha, the one angle he takes is the one where the sentries are.
Yeah.
If he took the left-hand side of the fight, there wasn't any detection. Yes, there is a gem on the sniper, but there was a chance where he wouldn't get instantly blown up. He takes the one path by himself, gets instantly jumped, and I think that is testament to also Whiteman, right? Like the fact that he is able to dive away from that initiation on the left-hand side, that Boxy's terrorized, hits nothing inside the pit. Meanwhile, Nisha goes down. Like it was kind of like a symphony of things went wrong for Liquid. And the only thing, if you ever want to take a fight, Nisha dying first or getting jumped, that's the only thing that can't be first. That could be like maybe 3rd, 4th, 5th in the list of things in the fight, but if it's your first thing, that fight is probably going to go in a negative way for you. So strategically, Tundra, they've kind of understood the motions that Liquid need to be able to have an advantage in these fights, and again, setting up, positioning is key. And
It's a big kill. He's alone. We're
he's
just
so alone.
Yeah, we're just praising him here, but this is going to be
Your
his
turn, yeah. Off you
2
go.
seconds. BKB. Will it matter though? I don't even. You definitely can TP. All right, close.
Easy BKB TP.
Yeah.
Nightfall taught it.
Yeah, he did it. Nightfall was telling him the whole time.
It's like,
just,
okay.
just BKB and TP. You'll
Laura,
be fine.
What happens is when you take Aegis, you farm really aggressively. You take the RTG playbook. You then waste the Aegis, and then you do my playbook and you TP out. And that's how you get to being top carry player in the world.
That's how you play carry.
But that's why you're still mid, because you've not learnt the way. And now he's getting paused because he's having to learn some more. So what do I do now after I've done this great play? Let me teach you the way, young one.
It's got to rinse and repeat. But I will say though, it's hasn't been the overall best game from Nightfall. I think the positioning, even in that last fight, he popped Chemical Rage very early. Had to blink out as well, fairly early on. However, having the luxury of being like this blink stunner with a carry mid allows you to play more aggressively, right? It allows you to play these fights a little differently. So I would like to see Nightfall just, instead of playing so defensively right now, which I think he is, do things like this. Just get in there for your team, do the damage. Sure, you're playing against Monkey, he's a little tanky, but you're going to bash him eventually. And that's what we want to see right there. I want to see Nightfall just, instead of playing backwards, play forward, right? And a lot of this game has been him showing up late, him getting initiated on, and not really just getting in there for your team.
I think the mindset is he is the carry, right? And
But
it's
he's
like realistically, he's not the carry.
Yeah.
He is like he is the initiator. He is the one that has to go first to bring life to Lorinov, to bring life to 33. And if Nightfall's always waiting, then it won't work out. And so that's getting scouted by the image.
Still
Disruption. And he is dead, yeah. But now Lorinov is by himself. No BKB for 20 seconds. It doesn't matter though. No, oh, nice song there from Insania. Just clipping the Alchemist.
Tide ended up finishing off Boxy before you get the terrorize off.
And the fights are so spread there that we're kind of just going, oh, okay, this guy's dying off screen, now this one, and that one. They're trying to poke it, but it does feel like every fight Tundra is getting better at least playing in a way that forces Liquid to not always be clumped up together, right? Like it's, and when was the last time we really see like the Nisha burst be, oh my god, wow, the burst, you know, it's like
It's coming now. Look at it go. This
We'll
is a
see.
DD running in.
it needs to be, okay, it's on a support, okay, there, okay.
Nisha burst. Wow.
Wow, woo!
Just saw it.
There it is.
Nightfall stunning himself. When's the last time we saw that?
Oh, I've actually got a counter. It's more than my 2 hands, so that's about it. I can't tell you the number after that.
I see. Can't count past that.
No, it's rough in the UK.
I'm from NA, I feel like. Can't even count past 1 hand.
Oh no. That's why they put us together. We
Yeah.
can count to 3 hands now. We're advanced technology.
Indeed. Oh, Boxy.
oh!
Oh! Okay! MVP for
There we go.
Tundra is definitely the Tormentor.
Oh, it's actually just so refreshing because like it doesn't happen too often now. Everyone kind of knows the damage required, the
But it
damage
still
return.
happens.
Like it still happens, but oh god, that was refreshing.
You know what the best part about that was?
What?
Is that they didn't even kill the Tormentor.
It's just gonna awkwardly be there.
Typically, that happens and someone dies and you get the Tormentor, but that was just straight up a
right.
double kill for the Tormentor.
Thoughts for next patch? You died to Tormentor. it instantly gets like a burst of HP and stronger instantly. So the next time you kill it, you need more resources. So it punishes you for not calculating the cost.
I mean,
So it evolves.
It sounds fun, but
You don't like it?
no, I'm deciding. I mean,
Okay,
I think overall, that's really stupid.
Fair,
But
that's fine. You know what my other idea is for Tormentor? Just to fuck with people?
yeah,
Every day, it's a random percentage change on damage return. So then, no matter what, you just like you just don't know if you can kill it or not. So then we just see pro players left and right just disappearing.
oh, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, let's make it RNG.
Yeah, it's like 5 and 10%. You join the lobby, it's like, fuck, it's a 9% one. No, you know.
You know what would make that really cool is Tormentor had a chance to stun you for damage return.
There we go.
Anyway, we're going high ground here.
Yeah, it
Completely uncontested at the moment. Sniper.
And then
He's
Alina
beating
was
on it.
dead. It's what happens when you die to Tormentor. You do have.
You lose a barracks.
You do lose a barracks, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, jumping in. They're trying to kill the Tidehunter, but not really much damage yet. He's half HP. Sunray trying to healing up, and now Timbersaw going in with the bash as well. Mickey
Great Abyssal Blade there.
also on the high ground. Insanely healing everyone up with the
Alright, you have no song, you have no BKB.
It just goes.
Just go.
I mean, Ravage and Egg and everything's available for Tundra.
I don't know if you go that far.
Woo-hoo, he does.
Alright.
Nisha. Detection.
Nope. Yeah.
Dust. He's so quick.
Wait, where did he
I
assassinate?
have no idea where he assassinated. That did not go to where we thought it was going to be. And now the Ravage onto 3. And now finally Lone off Rock's up. He assassinated something off screen. Don't know what that was about. And Nightfall. Also, he can't kill people. It's like such a slow fight, but of course still favoring Tundra. And assassinate. Oh, dodged.
Nisha's behind enemy lines here.
Mickey.
Let's see what he makes happen. Shadow Blade is up. We also have the
Do you
Laguna
think
Blade.
he's going to commit here or he's going to leave?
I think he's lingering. I
mean,
think he wants to do something.
Okay. All right.
Maybe he's going to go kill the Tormentor?
Round 2.
Yes.
Go on, mate.
He
Do
ac-
it for the fans.
He actually faked everyone out with
Yeah,
that one.
that was a...
That was for the fans, for sure.
Yeah. You know what would have been Chad? He Lagunas it, goes
Yeah.
to like 100 HP and walks past. He's like, I don't need this, but...
I think he would have died.
yeah, true, yeah. That was a bit spicy. But that would have been the ultimate move. Alright. Tundra, 16,000 gold lead, 36 minutes into the game. Of course, it does feel like everything we've been praising Liquid for has been built around, like, did they find the pick? Have they found, like, the fights are just simpler for Tundra, right? You know, fundamentally, the team fight, the pick-off, the general play is, it kind of plays itself out for Tundra. Whilst Liquid, it really needs, like, you need the correct vision, you need the correct map position, and of course, the early gem pickup from Tundra as well has been able to, you know, punish that greatly. The gem on the sniper with Hurricane Pike and then the BKB with the night vision. It is really, really hard for Liquid to actually find that entry.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this, in my opinion, goes back to, unfortunately, Saberlight not having. I mean, he died level 1 to an acid spray. Like,
Yeah,
that's
true.
pretty unforgivable.
I didn't realize you were going to bring it up so quickly. Maybe post-game we could bring it up, but yeah, he did die level 1 to an acid spray.
He did indeed.
Which then gave complete free farm to Alchemist and kind of snowballed the game from there.
And it just kind of like made the situation of like them wanting to play fast, them wanting to play ahead. Not a reality anymore, but we're going to go ahead and smoke out on Tundra here. The team fight is definitely incredibly in their favor, as usual.
One will go for an Aeon Disc.
Oh, we have a Scythe of Ice now on Tide, so
all right.
if he can catch Mickey or Lina with this.
And he took the gem as well, so
Yeah.
The Shadow Blade running away, it's going to help a lot. But maybe it punishes Zoronoff, right? Having the gem on the sniper allowed him to not die by himself. But if Tide and Sniper are now out of position from each other, there could be a world where that's now a new entry for the fight.
Yeah, potentially.
Sieging high ground, Sniper naturally will be hugging his Tidehunter and Nightfall stepping up.
Yeah, he just goes in there.
Now the Liquid are going to approach this. Again, they're down a lot of gold. They need to find the wraparound and already onto Boxy. Tickled. Oh, he's just deleted. No tickling here, just full on death. And the Aeon Disc coming handy.
Yep.
Nisha steps up to try and kill the Phoenix, but the Aeon Disc revealed no buyback on the Lina. He went for the Hex to then prevent himself having any gold for the buyback. And now with 2 dead for over a minute, it really feels like Tundra are just going to clean up here. Insania with the song, trying to buy as much time as possible, but unfortunately the song does not last 72 seconds.
It's unfortunately, it does not. If only it did.
No, I mean, you never know. We're waiting for a big patch.
Yep.
Maybe Ice Rogue misclicked. It happens.
Song now lasts 72 seconds. Chill out. I mean, I'm just afraid the damage might not be here, but they're going to try and go in. But at this point in the game, we got the reel in, but the heal is too much there. It's a little overwhelming. We're going to go ahead and get a Ravage too. And likely a GG will be typed on top of all of these abilities. And there it is. Well, I mean, I think in general, like this game, I did like Tundra's draft. It did give him a position to really abuse the fact that Liquid is playing this high tempo. They want to win lanes. They want to dominate the map, but you hate to say it, but I think Saber like really dropped the ball on this one.
For sure.
He definitely did not have a good laning stage, and I feel like this lineup really had to have this Alchemist get shut down by a Timbersaw.
Yeah, I
and
think
that was not the case at all.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'd agree with that one. I think like because Timbersaw struggled in lane, you created this kind of awkward shift of momentum needed, where it's like now Timbersaw can't play into the map, Monkey King needs to do something. Lina now has to be even more aggressive and can't just sit back and find casual pickoffs. Like she has to find the pickoffs. It can't just be I get a support and keep farming. So like the economy shifted a lot for Liquid, and then if anything, I think Tundra just showed this draft is what you want in a best of one, right? Like if you lose lanes, there's a comeback tool. If you need to play high ground, you have Sniper. If you need to play for the team fight, you have Tide. Like for a best of one, this has a bit of playability in all cases. But Liquid's lineups, like if you don't find that momentum, you struggle. And we had the same thing with OG, right? Like they have a lineup where it's like you win lanes, you crush map, and it's good. But if you struggle in the mid game, the comeback mechanism isn't as good, right? So it does feel like you need to be a little bit more stable and kind of insurance built into your lineups. And Liquid OG both did the same thing. I don't know. Do you agree with that? Do you think best of one should be a little bit more stable potentially with how you approach it?
I mean, I think this is kind of like the bread and butter of Liquid. This is what they really like to do. They like to play fast. They did it at TI. They're going to kind of live and die off it. That's just kind of like how they like to play in general. But I think that's it for that game, right?
Yeah.
And we'll be back for the next game.
terrible news. OG cannot make it past 4th or 5th in their group. They
That's
are
true.
locked in to the hardest position in the gauntlet bracket. They are currently sitting at 0-3. If they are, this is their final game that they are playing up against Spirit. And if they are to win this, it doesn't mean anything because they cannot progress further than 4th and 5th. Therefore, they will be the team which is like the true underdog. But they can claw Spirit into the 4th and 5th position as well by making them lose. So this is a kind of spiteful game from OG in this upcoming best of 1 where they can drag some of the potential favorites into a very difficult position.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it for sure. I think for OG, they're using this more as like a team building, like tournament, if we will, right? And they're gonna try and find to make things click because right now it's just not clicking. And through the games that we've seen recently of OG, doesn't feel like they're on the same page, right? It definitely feels like some ideas are much different than another player's ideas. I think the drafts have been a little all in as well, and as we saw from Liquid playing as well, that doesn't seem to favor this patch too much right now, where generally speaking, you typically fall back to more team fight, more stable drafts when a new patch comes out. But I do like the, the ability, I guess, to try and be aggressive in your drafting and wanting to play fast. But unfortunately for them, it has not worked out too well. And I think maybe it's time to take a page out of the teams that are doing well, like the Tundras and stuff.
Yeah, I'd argue, I think aggression is fine in the patch. I wouldn't argue as much as like aggression is bad, but I think for best of 1s,
Yeah.
normally aggressive teams utilize best of 3s nicely because in game 1, let's say you go too far in one dimension, you adapt it and then you utilize it in game 2.
Yeah.
So aggressive teams need kind of a full series to understand where they can be aggressive, what points they can do it.
Yeah.
So teams like Liquid and OG often can struggle in the group stage because they don't have that time to develop, right? And we are seeing it a little bit here, especially just with Tundra now beating Liquid in that fashion. But of course, OG are struggling. We are going to look at the draft now against Spirit. To give you that context, OG, they are locked into a 4th or 5th position. Of course, they can, potentially play for the, some seeding to get 4th rather than 5th. But Spirit, they are sitting at 0-2. They still have 2 more series to play. If Spirit can get themselves to a 2-2 position, then they maybe can claw themselves up to a 3rd or something just a little bit healthier to progress in the gauntlet bracket. Again, the gauntlet bracket is as simple as it is 4 best of 3s, all single elimination, concluding in the grand finals.
Yeah.
So if you finish in 1st place, you start in semi-finals. Every other result is 1 best of 3 further away from that grand finals. So every game matters in the group stage because you want to reduce how many games you need to play to get to that grand finals.
It is definitely always nice, and I think OG in general, they're playing to figure their shit out right now more than anything.
They are lost little souls out there.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily. I think aiming towards winning this tournament is the last thing they should be thinking about right now.
Okay.
They should be aiming towards winning a game.
Real question here. I think for a new team, formed, etc., breaking into the top 50% is somewhat a win for like first tournament together. Would you say that like that's a good benchmark? Like last place as a new team is a pretty rough. It hurts mentality.
Oh,
like for OG to find this tournament as a success.
Yeah.
After group stage in the gauntlet phase, right? Where would you say in the gauntlet phase is successful? Like round 2 quarterfinals? So they're
Probably
kind of breaking in, or?
I would say success in their eyes are probably round 3 quarterfinals.
Okay.
I mean, I think getting past round 1 is like great, but if you just get mopped up right after,
yeah,
you probably don't feel good. But if you win a couple down there, like, okay, we got things going, we're cooking a little bit. So yeah, I think if you get to quarterfinals, they'll not be happy, of course.
No,
but they'll
everyone wants to win, right? But
yeah, but they'll definitely feel that fire, right?
Yeah.
Like there's something here. We've definitely got something going. Whereas if you kind of get knocked out and lose every single game, you start to question, right? Like things aren't meshing. What's the problem? Like, and then all of a sudden people start pointing, not necessarily pointing fingers, but like questioning, like, am I the problem, right? Like, is this person like not meshing with me? What can we do? And there's just a lot of holes you need to plug at that point. So we'll have to see with this particular game. Team Spirit is similar situation right now. They have not won a game yet. Less games though, right?
I have 2 of them in my fantasy that have really let me down.
I've got Maposhka.
Yeah, I put Maposhka as my 5, and I put Malik as my offlane.
Oh,
I told you earlier, I put Malik as my captain. So he's my 2-time multiplier.
I thought you had an OG on there too.
No. I've got Falcons to carry. No.
How dare you?
How dare you speak of this? I'm trying to do mediocre in my fantasy league. So
I see.
No, I was very basic with the options. I went for like Spirit, Liquid, and Falcons, but for some reason, Spirit are are currently, putting it bluntly, shitting the bed a little bit in the group stage, and also hurting my fantasy league. But it's okay. Don't worry. Many more. Two games. Many more.
Many more.
So many. Yeah. Two games to go. But of course, we do currently see the Magnus Spirit and the Terrorblade for the OG.
Collapse Magnus?
Yes.
Yes.
For Malik.
Oh. Malik's?
You're trying.
I
You're
don't
trying
know
so
where
hard.
Malik goes.
It's maybe not as good, but of course.
I did. Okay, so I was logged on Dota earlier today.
Wow.
Wow.
You say it as if that's like some really like.
I mean, if you let me
benchmark.
finish my sentence.
No, sorry. Please take it
I
away.
was taking a little bit look at Satanic, right? And
Yeah,
he was practicing the carry mag too.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be a flex for them here.
Yeah.
Can be played in honestly all three positions here.
Okay.
So
No, I think Magnus is one of the most staple heroes to play, and I think again, like using the logic of best of one.
he did lose, by the way, very badly
Okay, well, that defeats the point, doesn't it?
versus a DK. But DK's banned.
Ah,
so
there it is. The
that was the
evolution.
problem.
No, but like, again, if you're playing a best of one, right? I think heroes having points of strong lane, mid-game active nature, and oh god, the game's gone terribly. How do we play out fights? Magnus kind of does it, right?
Yeah.
He's a good laner. He has skewer back for the high ground. He has RP for the entire game. I feel like if you're playing a best of one, there are certain heroes that feel better compared to like a best of three where you have maybe bigger strategies. So I like Magnus. I think it does provide all points of play to lean on. OG at least going for the Terrorblade. So far, carry Terrorblade hasn't done very well, right? We've seen Watson play it for Gaimin Gladiators. They lost. OG's played it earlier today. They lost. And
Yeah.
Terrorblade coming into the tournament was the off-lane hero, right? It's like you buy Pipe, you buy Manta, you keep buffing up people, you buy the Shard, you're throwing Reflections, it's doing more damage because you're a Shard. Like, it's overwhelming the map with both vision and pushing and turning your enemy carry against you, sundering allies. Like, it's super annoying from the off-lane, but in the carry position, you kind of are always hoping for that next item. You're always lacking a little bit of damage, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I was looking to see if anyone else played Terrorblade yet, and
I don't think so.
no.
Yeah.
But I do have to make an announcement though.
Ooh.
Wraith King has been picked and
You're
it
back
won a
to
game.
Oh, sorry, what? Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, definitely
Okay.
not.
Not yet. Okay,
Yeah.
no worries.
Wraith King was picked and
Oh.
it won a game, so curious if we'll see more of that hero.
Wait, was that on Falcons?
Yeah.
I got Skidder as my carry off.
And the reason I mentioned that, I've been hating on Wraith King for
Yeah.
many years now.
I'm guessing, did he go for... why did you tell me that? Now I want to look at this game.
I
and
mean,
look
it
at-
wasn't supposed to deep analysis. It's supposed to just be a fun fact.
It was a fun fact, but when you, like, certain heroes are kind of fun. Like, for them to, like, re-emerge, you
Right.
shouldn't have told me. Now I'm going to look into it. I want to see, did he go
Oh,
for
no.
which facet? And it's fine. Look, they're slow drafting it. Oh, look at this. It's Phoenix. Who cares? Let me think about this Wraith King.
Of course. I mean, it is potential
There,
that they could do.
Crazy. Right, back to you.
Yeah, back to me. I mean, Phoenix.
Go
Yep.
on.
The Sunray.
Woo!
Supernova. I mean, I think in general, like, this hero is pretty good against Magnus, so just because you do have the team fight match, right? And if you do manage to get an RP on multiple heroes, you can use Supernova plus a Sunray to try and keep them up the best you can. So it is definitely a good response here. Very curious as well to see where this Terrorblade is going to land. It has not won yet at this tournament. Will Tormentor be 2-0 again? I wouldn't. I wouldn't put my money on it.
I'm hoping Blast is actually keeping record, like a leaderboard of Tormentor deaths, so we can maybe.
I mean, Liquid just flat out won.
Yeah, but do you want to have it org based or player based? I think maybe org based is easier because there's higher numbers,
Yeah.
and then we can find like a really random gift to give them or something.
Yeah.
I don't know
mean,
if production's listening, but get the leaderboard cooking. There we go. So we're cooking up a leaderboard.
Alright, perfect. Lich?
Maybe they get like a downgrade on their flight or something. It has to be like a punishment. Like, you died to Tormentor that many times. It's like, sorry, you're now in like the back row of economy. You can't recline your seat. Like,
You have to go where they put the pets.
yeah, you got to load the bags onto the plane yourself. Yeah, you got to do everything.
And tell me a little bit about this Lich. It's
Lich
been gaining
is,
popularity.
So Lich did get a couple changes. Of course, he was very prevalent in pubs due to his facet. The one that increased the duration. It kept the lingering ultimate. What was it?
The lingering of Chain Frost.
Yeah. There you go. Frostbound. Sorry, I just need to get the name of it. So this has enabled Lich to feel very high impact, because obviously back in the day, you throw your ult, it doesn't connect, it falls off. But now it holds onto the target. When it doesn't have a bounce, it'll linger. It did get nerfed by 1 second less, so I think it's now 4 second lingering instead of 5.
Yeah.
But the laning is strong. You have Frost Blast to secure range creeps into pressure. Your shield got buffed as well, so now it's like 60% damage reduction. So you just throw it onto any hero, and it's really hard to kill them. So
Shadow Demon's banned too.
Yep. So there's no dispel. Like, it pushes people forward, Ultimate's hard to get rid of because it lingers. You have big physical damage reduction. We mentioned how Terrorblade has issues with damage due to its itemization. Like he wants a Manta, then a BKB, then like a Skadi. So a lot of items of tankiness. So Lich will remove that on that pick-off play. So yeah, I like it. And then Magnus, of course, containment to make Chain Frost look better. Very, very quick play here from like Invoker, Cause Wex, like Hurricane Pike, plus Lich, Mag. Like, this map could potentially become chaotic, 50 minutes into the game.
Yep, and a tale as old as time, picking Void Spirit when you see Invoker does give you that ability to just easily dodge the EMP, get out of trouble there. But Void Spirit has not been a hero that I've been super impressed with overall. Like, it feels like you have to get really far ahead for this hero to look good. Because, like, typically if you have to use 2 jumps to get a kill, then you're just going to die, right? So typically when I see a hero do really well is when you just use 1 jump, use all your nukes, and then jump out, and that last one gets the kill, so.
They do have Enchantress now.
Yeah.
Spell for the Lich, so kind of respecting the,
Helps, yeah.
the Frost Shield there. There's a little bit of pacing, but still I'm worried that OG, they're missing something right now, right? Like if Void Spirit shut down, Phoenix doesn't break the map, Terrorblade farms, Terrorblade can have a good lane, of course, but then Ench doesn't really play with anyone in the early game now.
They're missing a Mars, is what they're missing.
Sure, I guess. If they go for Mars, it's more...
I don't think they're going to get it, if I'm going to be honest with you.
It would be very, a Whisper classic, but it does feel like Whisper's hero needs to be a bit more statement, because if Void Spirit needs someone to play around, right?
Yeah.
And I think Void Spirit Ench by themselves is not enough to deal with like a Lich, an Invoker, killing off a Morphling as well. Like, the off-lane pick is so critical now for OG.
I'm just kind of looking at their lineup. But like, if I'm playing Terrorblade, the #1 thing I like to have on my team is stuns, right? Because if you pop meta, they run away, you feel bad. If I'm playing Phoenix, the #1 thing I want on my team is stuns, right?
Yep.
And if your only stun is Void Spirit, which I consider him to be like a half stun, like it's not a stable type of stun. It's very inconsistent. Like in Aether Remnant, it's not even the best stun. Like, it's an okay stun. So I definitely want to see something that's like hard lockdown for OG. That way they can take the team fights on their terms, just kind of how we saw Tundra do it, right? Like, you get a lead, if you find a pick, you drop your ult, and you can get some kills, and then life is good. So we'll have to see what they're looking for here. I really think Mars on Whisper would fit the bill here. You have the ability to just lock him down for this Terrorblade to hit him, the egg will go off. Of course, the other question is, do you want to deal with this Morphling in some way and try to lane counter him? If that's the case, then maybe you're looking at something like Beastmaster or something.
As much as I love the idea of Mars for the game, I'm so worried that the lane and the pressure you apply to get to that point of what you're describing is going to be an issue for them.
Well, you have 2 other choices then. I mean, Enigma is probably the best hero in the game versus Morphin lane. Beastmaster is pretty decent too.
Yeah.
Like, Morphling doesn't like playing versus summoned units, typically speaking. Underlord has also been notoriously good, but I don't feel like Underlord solves their draft's problems. That's why I'm not a huge fan of it.
Is there a world where the lane's gonna be so weak? I was like, if they want to go super crazy, there's like Pango Diffusal off. I mean, they have last pick, so they'll be able to kind of understand a little bit more momentum from Spirit. But yeah, the Whisper pick is so critical that they have, team fight insurance policies with Mars. They've got kind of speed of play with like Pangolin Diffusal, the Enigma that you mentioned, for just like all out break the lane. Of course, Doom Enigma, pretty good against the Morphling in the fights as well. Just doom him up, don't care. Or black hole him, don't care. Position 4 now for Spirit. Go for the Muerta. A bit more area control for it on a silence, dead shot. Kind of accelerates the pacing and just more ground spells to throw down. When you hit an RP, like, there is so much damage just to be thrown in.
I mean, I think at this point you also go down the list, right, of what's in the pool, and Shadow Demon, Lion, Willow, Rubik,
Got deleted,
Bat,
yeah.
all banned. So you don't have like a ton of options there, but this isn't a bad option either, so definitely not sad about that one. Now you're in a position where you decide where you want to go with this draft, and it will be the Beastmaster. I mean, I do like this one. As mentioned before, when you play against Morphling, you don't want to typically play one of these strength heroes that have one source of damage and you just get out CS'd because he has 20 more damage than you. These Boars, Hawk will help you harass. You still get the BKB lockdown through the Roar, which is what we wanted, so I'm pretty happy with that pick.
Yeah, no, I like it. It creates timing to play behind, and I wanted a timings-based hero for Void Spirit and Enchantress to utilize, right? Like if they went for a farming offlaner, it's like you have an active mid that will farm well against Invoker, but no one to really break open the game to create these timings. So I think Beastmaster does create the timings. I am still a bit worried that you've got a Terrorblade into a position 4 Muerta that can scale and do big magic damage against you. You then have Morphling as well that naturally pairs pretty well against the Terrorblade. You can get in and out of the fight. You naturally buy BKB to stop Sunder. You have RP as well. Like there's a lot of tools for Spirit to lean on in the mid game, the big fights. So for OG, Whisper on his Beastmaster, he needs a good lane. You need to play behind him, because if not, then are we going to create this narrative of 22 Savage needs another item, he still doesn't need the damage, I can vision this occurring down the line, but they do have the tools to bring him into the fights at the correct time, so we'll see if they can utilize that.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very critical how this Enchantress uses her Dispel too.
Yes.
Because I feel like if you roar someone and TB starts hitting them and they have a Frost Shield, well, GG, right?
Yes. Positioning and spell usage will be so critical for OG. It's like with Void Spirit as well. Like we'll go for an Aghanims, right? So when he jumps in, he might silence the Lich. He might even find the Magnus, prevent that counter initiation whilst Beastmaster's jumping. Like there are the tools for OG to use. It's just they need the items to be in sync and their play to be just clear. It can't be scrappy like the previous game where like Beast is hitting a tower and then suddenly like Void Spirit runs in elsewhere. And they need to be concise and just clean Dota.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's just play perfect Dota. Fear. That's all I'm asking for. Okay.
Just play. I mean, that's what I, as a viewer, demand. You are professional players.
Yes.
Do not make mistakes.
Yes, of course. You come to the event. You must only play the best Dota.
I mean, I used to be a professional player, and I made 0 mistakes. So
Wow, that is
so
impressive.
The bar I set these players to
Yes,
as well.
of course. As we are loading into the game. Ooh, naughty boy, turn that off. Don't know which player it was, but I just on nothing. Ooh, what happened? We might have a remake. We'll find out soon. The official's walking up to 9. What are you doing, boss? Well, hopefully they get to reload into the game soon, because it's kind of one team's on desktop and the other team's just sitting awkwardly loading, and also their cursors are very evenly positioned. It's kind of
this is what our screen looks like too. Just
oh yeah, it does. Yeah, I've not looked down. Yeah, oh well. I can't even load anything. I can't even see chat. I can.
Yeah.
Oh well, that's awkward.
We're just chilling.
So I feel like OG was smart because they closed Dota and restarted. We didn't restart it, nor did Spirit. So Spirit have just accepted fate here, just like us.
I feel like they know something that we
yeah,
don't know.
OG knows what to do. Spirit don't. We don't.
I mean, my excuse is
yeah,
I've never seen this before. I don't.
No,
play
I've
Captain's
never
mode.
entered a game and just had nothing. The abyss.
Are we restarting or what? I'm scared.
I am scared. The idea of leaving and missing out.
I'm not an abandoner.
No, I commit. That's what, respect to Spirit. They don't want to give up the game. They're not leaving. OG they dipped out as soon as they had the chance. They left the lobby. They left the game. Also the first to reconnect potentially. So swings and roundabouts. Yeah, I don't really. I'm assuming. You know what? You stay here. I'll disconnect.
Oh, you're gonna be the bad guy.
I don't want to be that bad. Okay, but okay. You know what? I'm gonna leave, but it's like an ethical leave for the greater good to find. I'm gonna see if there's like greener pastures out there, and you stay committed and you hold the fort. All right.
So you're not faithful. That's what I'm hearing.
Clearly not. I'm trying my best here, boss. The Spirit, they have.
I'll stay faithful.
You
here
stay
to the
faithful.
server.
Okay, yeah. You stay to the server. I'm reconnecting. We will find out what's happening shortly. Of course, the context of this series is OG currently sitting at 0-3 in the group stage. They cannot progress any further than 4th and 5th. 4th and 5th will put them in the pretty much the worst position in the gauntlet. They're gonna now have to play every single best of 3 possible together if they want to get the grand finals. And yeah, for Team Spirit, they're sitting at 0-2. They still can actually progress to a better seed, but they need to win the final 2 games. And I did reconnect to the game, and I am loading in. So
are you gonna load into a black screen though?
I did. Yeah. Oh, okay. You know what? I didn't. I loaded. I saw all the heroes load, and then they disappeared. So they're also probably.
Yeah, it looks like all the players are also hitting control alt.
Well, okay. All right. Well, should I do the same thing as well? All right.
You just did.
That's true. You know what? That's the best thing.
Again,
We can
though.
just copy what they're doing. we can just see, okay, how are they fixing the problem? We'll fix the problem too. Unlucky. Again, in this position, it feels worse for Spirit because they're the ones that's still kind of fighting for their position in the group stage. Whilst OG, it's like I either play against 5th, or I play against 4th. You know, it's like.
Does it feel worse for them? They OG literally.
I mean,
can't have anything but 4th
yeah,
to
true.
5th. I don't know if it feels.
Yeah, I guess it's. Maybe I'm just saying random words, but.
I get your point though.
Thank
you. Know?
It'd be awkward if you didn't.
Yeah, I mean,
that'd be rough.
Your point is that
oh no.
OG have accepted defeat, you know, so they have nothing to lose.
Oh, I don't mean like that. Oh God, no.
Well, Team Spirit, they still have something to fight for. I get it.
I mean, I've not checked the social media of OG. Let's see if they've. Wait, they're remaking the lobby. Wait, I gotta dip out. I'm not in the lobby. Oh God, the pressure. Alright, we're rejoining the game. So apologies again for the delay, guys. There was a random, very unknown bug in which every single player entered the abyss rather than the actual game. We can blame Fear for being here.
Yeah, that's definitely on me.
Fear, darkness, I don't know, there's some convoluted path there. Alright, give a second. Oh no, hitting leave game, even though I'm not even playing, it just feels so illegal. Ah, okay, play Dota, browse.
I mean, what is this?
Alright. Gift of. Actually, no, I won't make that joke. I was going to leak the password from again. I gotta find the password. There it is. Oh, you can't find. Oh, I don't know. I got you.
You do?
Yay! No. Just search it. Oh, you can't find the lobby. Unlucky. I'll invite you in a second. Hold on 1 second. Let me invite. Oh, I don't have your friends. All right, unlucky, mate. I'll join the lobby first, and then we'll get you in a second. Yeah, the players are joining. All right, I am in. So everyone's about ready to go. We just need to get Fear into the lobby.
Well, I'm just giving it a minute to breathe here.
Let's change the lobby name real quick. Again, you can't see what's happening right now, which is fine. We're just narrating what we're doing. It's a new vibe. It's kind of like a.
I'm gonna restart real quick.
Yeah, we'll restart. Ah, you're looking for a captain's mode. You're meant to look for all pick.
That makes a lot of sense.
You were filtered on captains. Yeah. Well, we're restarting either way. We'll be there very shortly, but of course the players, they have completed the draft. They are ready to go. We do have 2 drafts. The OG lineup, relatively OG-esque. I'd argue it's improved than the previous game.
Definitely.
It is probably one of the stronger drafts that they presented us, at least the ones that we've seen today. Spirit, though, leaning on some classics with the Magnus Invoker. So it's going to be kind of like the classics from Spirit versus the kind of the fresh ideas from OG. And we'll see how well Spirit can do. Fear is rejoining the lobby as I put the password in. There we go. See, easy as
everyone
days.
knew what that was.
Yeah, I realized that if I started making sounds for every password, then it's like you could probably guess the length of the password.
Go, start fast.
Yeah. So it's like quickly. But we're ready. Everyone's ready. Apologies for the delay. Literally no idea what that bug was. But
it was the black screen.
Yeah.
Of death.
Yeah.
But it happens.
We have no, I can't. We already made the Morse code joke about OG. I can't double down. That's.
Oh no.
No. As you can see from the window there, it's getting quite late here at night. Some of these teams are going to be playing into the final hours of this fine evening. I think Tundra and BB have the longest days. They're the only teams that play the first series and the last series. So they play at 10 in the morning, and then they play at like 7:30 at night. So depending on obviously the length of the best of ones, that is an insane schedule for those 2 teams. But again, it's like once you get this done,
players, they
play plenty of games in their day to day.
Do you think it's any different from when they're at home? You know, they wake up at honestly probably not 10 in the morning, but
as much as it might sound quite extreme to what I described, they have a 2-hour break in between the series, right? So it's not as if they're playing 3 intense games and they're having a massive break. It's they play a game, 2-hour break, they play a game, 2-hour break. So
play a game,
reality,
play 2 pubs.
Yeah,
play a game.
They got plenty of time to reset, to refresh, go for a walk, play pubs. Like the setup, as much as it looks intense on paper, they do have plenty of time in between the best of ones to understand the loss, to craft new strategies, to do what you need to do as a team. Of Cossack Nova though is kind of
23 Savages wearing
Honestly.
no socks.
he is. Yeah. That is like not my style. When I'm at a PC, need to wear some socks.
Yeah.
Just uncomfortable. I just feel like I just lose MMR if I'm got bare feet.
Maybe
Oh.
you should share that with 23. Spread the knowledge.
Maybe if he was wearing socks in the Razor game, he'd win. That's true. That honestly could be the thing holding him back. He was too wild in his play, just
Yeah.
like his wardrobe choices. We are going to be reloading again, all pick lobby. So hopefully we do see the draft screen. They will be quickly picking their heroes. Again, it's been a little bit of time, so maybe they forgot the hero, so it's going to have to be refreshed real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, imagine if a pro player misclicked now. Phew, they have to remake again.
No pro player has ever done that.
That is true. Misclicking is impossible in pro play.
It's true. The question is,
Okay.
no,
waiting.
we're not going to go down that rabbit hole, but
Okay. We're not desperate yet.
no, not yet.
We do still have a couple more games to play. This is the
Not
third
until I
game.
see it.
Oh, I see. Okay, alright.
This is the third.
Yeah, there's 2 more after this one, boss.
Oh, I thought you said this is the second.
No, it's the third.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Time. Oh, well, everyone's picked their heroes. They'll be doing the little bit of loading now, and we are finally underway. So again, apologies for the delay, guys. We had a lobby issue, then we had a remake, then I had to find the password. Things happen, but here it is. Spirit versus OG. OG secured. Secured.
Fourth to fifth.
Secured 4th to 5th. They're either last or second from last, but they have secured themselves.
You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong, no.
Definitely not.
No. Of course, Morphling. Going for the more facet. And ooh, okay. Naposhka changing up the facet again, not going for the lingering one with the nerf. Has opted to go for the extra duration based on death. So that's one little change up, at least from the little glance of facets that we see as we load into the game.
Wait, which one do you go? Whenever enemy dies. Oh, I see. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, playing even more around the fact that this Enchantress is going to be a high priority kill in this game. Because if X Nova can remove this Frost Shield, you all of a sudden have damage. But
Yep.
this is a mega good Frost Shield game. You're playing versus Beastmaster, you're playing versus Terrorblade.
I mean, also you got
Lots of
Magnus.
value.
So if you start killing people with Chain Frost, like the bounces, the kind of containment, like,
Yeah,
it's pretty high value.
To battle.
definitely. I mean, I definitely like OG's chances more in this game just based off the draft.
The late smoke fear, the one that we were so excited about. Look at it.
I think that was just you. But
I know, yeah, it was. All right, so I'm trying to get you into, trying to share my excitement. That's the point of Dota, right? I'm excited about something, I share it with you. Now you have that contagious excitement, and you go tell your friends. And all right, fine. Okay.
I'm going to tell all my friends about this
There
smoke.
we go.
But I don't have any friends.
Same. That's what I'm telling you.
Oh no.
We're Dota players.
Yeah.
Everyone's sitting at home by themselves in their room watching this. Like, yeah, that's true. Good point. Yeah,
Good point.
we're all friends together.
That's
the
true.
friends are is Twitch chat and the Dota community. Anyway, moving on. Whisper going for some body blocks. I joke. Love you all, guys.
Yeah. I mean, he's just trying to get the wave in a favorable position for him. This is one of the unique things about Dota that's I don't think any other game really has, right? Like you're blocking enemy creep waves to get your wave under the tower. It looks really funny at times, but strategy is involved in this one because the lane is going to shove in now. It means the lane will push back, and then he'll have better lane equilibrium later on. Naposha is TPing bottom. Okay. I mean, I guess that is his lane. He did decide to stay top just for a little bit because he realized the Beastmaster was just doing the laning shenanigans. He didn't need to be there for first wave. Trying to put a little bit more pressure on 23 Savage. And correct me if I'm wrong, 23 Savage already has a loss on this Terrorblade. Was he one of the
You
TV
are right.
losers?
Yep, he is one of the TV losers. Yep,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay. But they're going to run it back.
Yep. And the Terrorblade is very strong in lane, right? Because of people going for reflection, going 3-1-1. I've seen even some carry Terrorblades think about pipe as a possible itemization. Not really the case here with 23 Savage, but I mean, to be fair, pipe is high value in this game against Muerta, against Lich, even against some of the magic damage from Morphling early on. It's nothing to scoff at, but we'll see how OG wants to navigate the early game. Of course, playing behind Whisper was kind of the key theme of our kind of post-draft analysis there. It's like when Whisper gets online with his Helmet Dom, utilizing that, opening up the game is... Oh, wow. Lars is very aggressive in the mid lane. But 9 doesn't have any spells that everyone. Ooh, neutral creep to 9, very close. Actually, for OG getting a kill.
Absolute disaster in this mid lane here. He lost the double wave under the tower too. Gets first blooded. 9, he's really showing up here. Void Spirit is one of the heroes that he does excel on as well. Not that his Zeus is bad, we saw in the other game. It just like, it didn't seem like a hero that can do much with. But 9 already getting a solo kill.
Yeah.
CS 9-2 against the 5-1. This lane shouldn't be this bad for Invoker, but
No.
after that, he drags the wave behind too. Gonna get potentially... I mean, Lara will join him back there. It would be really cool if maybe a support can make a rotation here and punish the Invoker.
3 minutes, that's not really the
It's risky
case.
play, but
It
it could be really cool.
It
That's
could.
why I said.
Yeah, I think that maybe like Phoenix is the best one there, right? Because like, you can
See,
TP
here
in.
he is.
There it is. All right.
Alright,
I like it.
I want the cool plays because like he just TP'd in. If he dies again,
Yeah, all right.
then his game is giga over. They drop the sentry as well. On top of it,
Is he
he's
gonna
gonna
get
try
out?
and run out, and he's gonna burn out.
All right, okay. Fair play.
Well,
Very, very good TP there from the Phoenix.
3 minutes.
Yeah, all right. I kind of forgot that if I look at bot lane, Beastmaster's on the tower, so it's kind of
Yeah.
a free TP. So I didn't look at bot lane. I just kind of blindly spoke. So yeah, all right. Hats off to you, Fair. Good TP, good TP.
I mean, not hats off to me. Hats
I
off
mean,
to Ari.
Yeah, I mean, sure, but
I didn't
also,
do anything there.
I mean, nor did Lau. He just died twice. He's not really doing much at all.
Definitely not.
No, again, destroyed.
I mean, this is a rough start for Laurel. As
Yeah.
9, he's going to probably drag the wave again, do something similar, but no, he's just going to play normally. But yeah, that's definitely one of those things where if that happens to you as a mid laner and you're not incredibly experienced, you just want to leave.
That's true.
Like,
I mean, the fact that like you get
bad.
like, how often do we see solo kills in mid lane? It's very rare.
yeah, it is.
So 9 gets that, and then we see this like moment of great TP, Ari, boom, get the kill. It just kind of surprised me that Lau was so quick to run down the lane there. Like maybe he was in that kind of same position of like, they can't TP yet, we're still pressuring them, right? Like you have a lich in the lane, but not to be the case. And this is probably the worst starts to mid lane that I've seen in a long time.
Can't get much worse, to be honest.
No, yeah,
Unless
true.
he dies again right now.
I feel like you're trying to do it in a way that's like, unless he dies, bam, he dies. You're trying.
I think all the windows have been exhausted for
Yeah.
doing what you need
You'd
to do
like
in
to
this mid
think
lane.
it's now just a trader farm in the mid. But if anything, it's now Voice Spirit's gonna have 6 at like what, minute 5.5 or something.
I mean, then you can actually solo kill him, right?
Yes. You can then kill Invoker by yourself. And you can even look to TP down lane because Morphling and Lich are really playing quite far up into OG's off lane. So 9 he has all the tools to break open this game, and like, man, look at him, he's 200 HP, yeah, he got a 1, but under the threat of X-Nova, I'm really expecting 9 to take this early lead and kind of remind Spirit that, hey, I just, outplayed your mid laner.
I was also expecting 9 to put his gloves of haste into his inventory, and he did, so good to see.
Level 6, instantly jumping in.
Is he gonna burn? Oh no, not fast enough, but
No,
it's
Phoenix
not
is
enough
back.
damage.
Yeah, Phoenix is here.
Yeah, doesn't matter, I guess. Phoenix does show up, and they're pretty much just griefing Ari's game, but as a result of that, X-Nova will die, which had nothing to do with
I was like, how are you segueing this? Oh god. Right, that happens when you're casting. You talk about a point, like even like talking about the Phoenix TP. Like me saying 3 minutes, like in hindsight, like it's such a dumb thing to say. Like it's such a good TP. Why am I saying this? You're segueing. Yeah, it happens. You kind of blindly connect the dots. But Arcane. Sorry, I'm blind. Arcane rune now for Void Spirit.
And I think this is a must win here for
Yo,
OG.
come on, are they gonna kill Lau again? Like,
Impossible. I mean, he's level 5. Arcane Rune is up. The Wildkin is beating down with the catapult. It's just some old school gameplay where you're rushing mid, a 5-minute catapult, they go in again. Spells have been used. I mean, I think they're just gonna
yeah, they're just poking
back
him
up.
down.
They're just making space. This catapult every single second is
Yeah.
doing damage.
Now they get the kill
Yeah.
with the dust.
And he's definitely
I
in
see.
trouble here. Yep.
Okay.
Arcane Rune on the Void Spirit, that definitely secures that one.
Spirit hates Lau. Like, legit. Not a single support has helped him out.
I think at this point, you know, you kind of cut your losses, right?
That's true. Wait, how many deaths does he have now?
That's 3?
Radiant's middle tower
Yes,
Or-
4.
Oh, that's 4.
Yeah, he died solo.
Yeah,
died
walk
on
me through
tower.
this. Okay.
Then he walked back. Died and then died. Yeah, it's 4 very sad deaths.
And 9 is just like taking this game.
You'd think Void Spirit, you know, it's a better hero than Zeus, right?
I mean, yes.
There it is. He's
I
kinda
think that's
cooking.
correct, but
No,
it's more of like
is. There's other
Void Spirit
factors, yeah.
can do more stuff on the map than a Zeus can.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I kind of like to see from 9. Often I think when 9 excels, it's like this break from lane. Of course, he has a very good matchup, right? We've already said how Void First Invoker is good, but the idea of break lane and to think about more on the enemy side is what I always think about 9 as a good player. So this is the recipe for him to succeed. Like he's so chaotic
Yeah.
that Whisper, he's chill, he's now farming. Terrorblade also farming. There's no side lane pressure. We'll see how OG can do this. He has
Okay, they
no
burned
mana
his mana.
at the moment. He's
middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's something, but
Yep.
at the end of the day, you're just kind of annoying him. You are stopping him from making rotations on the map, so that is a win.
He's also just going for Manta. You know, Universal Hero, go for Manta.
Sure.
Was the kind of the build back in the day. Not trying to go for like any Aghanims or anything too early.
I mean, against Invoker makes sense too.
Yep, get rid of Cold Snap and ensure that he's able to stand his ground in certain moments and fights. But look at the supports, the Phoenix and the Enchantress. Running around very early on together. You know, traditionally you don't really see Phoenix be this aggressive, but with the cover of Enchantress with the creep, there's just enough kind of aggressive positioning available for them to go say hello there. Apostle blocking up the hard camp, wrapping around using the nighttime vision to not be seen here, get a good ward.
Yeah.
I don't think they can really contest from this ward though. They don't really have the heroes to go, hey, nice stacks, we're taking them. Unless like Mag comes down and they'll do some like big multi-hero rotation.
I mean, even jukes him a little bit. Ari thinks the ward is.
Close, yeah.
I mean, he knows there's a ward there, but he pings the wrong spot, so.
If you buy 2 sentries, you will find it. Just depends if OG wants to invest 2
Yeah.
sentries there this early on. That's the annoying thing with vision. When you walk into an area and you leave, it's kind of it. Especially on the support, there's a good probability that in that area there's going to be some mobs.
Right.
And most areas nowadays, 2 to 3 sentries, you'll find any ward in a triangle.
Okay, great silence into the dead shot. Ari will just go down here. Whisper. He's walking back in because 9 is on the way, actually.
Yeah, they're looking.
They're looking to get a primal roar, potentially.
There's just no levels on the supports, right? Level 5 on both the Lich and the Muerta. So no real punishment available for them. Hence why they do retreat very quickly. But more Satanic, very quick with the Vlads.
Yep.
Easy going to be able to farm up.
Oh, I forgot to check. What did Beast go for? Oh, yeah, he went for the Wild Hunt. So he's going for that full zoo build into Auras.
No, and yeah, Terrorblade just going for a standard build there. We saw that briefly. The Manta into the Dragon Lance. Lol. I feel like I've just been lol here, lol there. Back to the base maybe. Oh,
I
shit,
mean,
yeah,
he
mana,
just
but
can't
doesn't
catch a
matter.
break.
Oh, he can because he's dead that many times. So he's actually taken multiple.
He's taken
breaks
a
in
lot
this
of
game.
breaks,
He's taken a lot of breaks
Yeah, I mean,
to contemplate what he's doing. He's 0
he's
5
catching
0.
too many breaks.
Yeah.
That's for sure. I mean, as you mentioned before, like, his team has no interest in trying to help him. But, like,
No,
his
none.
heroes... Alright, they have Chain Frost, though. So the sacrifice of this...
Radiant's bottom tower.
Right, the sacrifice of Laurel has led to him post-gating Chain Frost really early on. And...
Yeah.
yeah, it's not even going to get cast,
No.
unfortunately. This game is domination from OG.
Yeah.
A lot of it does come down through the mid lane, and 9 completely outplaying
Yes.
Laurel, which snowballed into disaster, I want to say. But besides all of that, Whisper, he's online now too. Great rotation from 23, securing this bot lane as well. I like how they rotate to the Phoenix to top lane to defend that tower. In the meanwhile, Terrorblade does leave the lane, give Phoenix a little bit of EXP and protect your tower, so that is nice as well.
The key difference here is when you look at the items, right? Like the only item that Spirit will really lean on is Malik with the Blink Dagger. Other than that, every item OG will just pack a bit more punch. Yes, they do have the spells to find a pick-off like we see here. It's a little predictable for Spirit now. It's like Malik farms Blink Dagger, then you set up a Chain Frost. Whilst OG, they're always looking for that scaling, they're always looking for the next move and bringing Terry down for the tier 2. Posh's going to try his best to delay it with the Frost Shield, but
Okay.
they already have the numbers.
Poshka's just dead, but he does get the Chain Frost off.
Yeah,
Doesn't really do much of anything, unfortunately.
They fortified to make it look pretty.
The fort's down? Alright. Satanic. He should be fine. 20 wand charges here. If he dies, it's either they really chase sword or makes it
Or misclick, yeah.
horrible mistake. Yeah, he's going to morph all the way down, pop that wand. He doesn't even have to pop the wand if he doesn't want to.
Yeah,
He
just
just
those
morph up.
lads.
Yeah.
Pretty silly.
He's
I kind of hate morphling, by the way. Again, I'm not a carry player, but
Yeah.
just the concept of morphling just annoys me. Like,
No, I get it. I mean,
I like
I do play Morph and I do
Yeah.
enjoy the hero, but like I can see why it's very annoying.
I
You
feel
can
that-
just have unlimited HP.
Yeah, pretty much. Especially when people realize that Vlad is so good because like, you go down to low HP, you life steal up, then you
Yeah.
put your stuff back to strength, and now you kind of created more HP than what Vlad's normally gives you. So, yeah, it's upsetting, but you know, it exists. Can't complain. It's in the game. Well, I can complain. It's in the game, but
And that's the reason
Yeah.
why you're gonna complain. That's
that is
because it's
true.
something.
Yeah. I get a Reddit post about it. It's fine. Get a nerf. That's how it works, right?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
The more you complain, the more chances of them doing something about things you dislike are gonna happen.
Oh, by the way, shout out to everyone who puts on the bug tracker that Lich doesn't work when he has a clarity running. It literally is not meant to work. He's not meant to have any mana regen. People keep saying it's a bug. It's not a bug. Enchantress, though, is getting bugged in the top lane. Actually does, though, go down. But this is the blink reveal from Malik.
So what are you saying about the people that use clarities on Lich?
I mean, it gives you 0 mana. So,
Mm.
and then they complain to Valve directly on the forums saying, your game's broken, blah, blah, blah. I bought clarity, it should work. When it's literally patched to not work that way. So,
I'm glad we cleared that one up.
yeah, I just want to make sure those 7 people who keep spamming bug tracker just stop. Thank you. It's a very niche reference I made there. My apologies for
It's okay. Oh, all right. Not sure what he's going to do here, but he's doing it. That's for sure. I mean, he just denied the illusion rune. I think that's a really big rune to take away from the Void Spirit, especially when you are an Evoker.
Yeah.
Having that free Manta, very frustrating.
At least for LoL, it's a quad Wex Invoker. It's not like he's going Exort and also losing the game, right? Like, he's always going to have Tornado. He's always going to have EMP. Like, he's going to be able to provide some type of control to the fight. So, yes, he has been shut down, but, like, it's not the worst situation. Like, the silver lining is he will be able to present something to the engagement.
Yeah.
But they're still looking. They are smoked up. Like, killing 9 would be massive. Just really take the wind out of his sails. They do have the double supports. Now with ultimates available, they're going to see 9 when he steps down, but Ari is going to block it and skewer back.
Okay, is he going to egg?
No. Yeah,
He might consider it.
He's thinking about it.
I think he realizes
There we go.
I don't know if that's good, though.
No, it's not. No,
Is
pretty
it? He
delayed.
might get a double. All right, it was good.
Oh,
9. He's going to keep fighting here.
dude, 9's kind of baiting them.
Yeah, they even got, they might get the roar off here as well, potentially.
Yeah, I
Do they
mean,
have
this is
protection? They do.
All right, fair play. All right.
That was a beautiful egg, honestly. Just set up for 9. Sure, it didn't look that pretty.
No, it didn't look that pretty. No,
But
no.
it did buy those fractions of a second
It
for
kind of
9
felt like
to go on.
he could also pressed it earlier, and the same events could have unfolded. But
Perhaps.
perhaps it kind of felt like Ari kind of presented multiple chances for Spirit to kill him without Egg even going off, but eventually got it off. Yeah, that's the end. That's the key thing. It happened in the end. 9 capitalized on it, and for Spirit, they wanted a bigger kill. They wanted to find a core. Of course, if Lich can get his shard in the future, it will simplify the movement of Mag and Lich. You can find an RP on a hero away from any target, and then put down the Spire with the Chain Frost, bounce around and get kills. But that is not in play as of yet. And OG getting the kill near the pit. They instantly walk there. Doesn't look-
Sunstrike, we'll see it.
Yeah, but his Spirit in position. Lich does have Chain Frost, and he is smoked up. Is he just going to run in by himself?
Yes, he is.
Here we go, throw the ultimate! Yes! Is he going to kill anyone?
RNG.
RP? Ooh!
Okay.
Do anything? Kill
Sunder.
someone?
Sunder was used.
The Poshko with the Aegis?
All right, Aegis is gone.
They're so out of position now. The whole team's here. There's no Egg. 23 Savage. He doesn't have the Sunder. 300 HP. Ari's trying to keep him alive. He's like, please, I'm trying to save you. I'm sorry. And now 23 Savage also running away. Glimmer Cape to the left-hand side.
Oh, he
He's
juked him.
juking, but Rue's here now. Okay, there's no damage
There
there.
he
What's
is.
happening?
I mean, I think they're just running.
They're
out
just
of
running in
steam here.
circles,
Yeah.
both of them.
They ran out of detection on the last second there, but I will say that was
That's
oh,
Titanic.
excellent.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's still here. He has to be careful. He doesn't have Sunder.
he
And
does
Maposhka
not.
still has full mana, so there are tools available if they want to go for the turnaround burst, but somehow that felt like it should have gone a lot worse for OG.
I mean,
like-
that was definitely a Giga Chad play by Maposhka.
That
Just
was, yeah.
running into the pit, frost shielding himself, throwing the chain,
Yep.
setting up a nice RP.
There was a couple units
follow.
in the pit though, so it's like if only RNG was slightly better, then maybe one of the cores would have died, a little bit quicker, would have simplified that. But 23 Savage, of course, Sunder and
I
walking
mean, it's
away.
kind of hard, right? You're like throwing chain into a Beastmaster
Yeah, of course,
Terrorblade.
of course.
and
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
so many
I mean,
units.
like I want like perfect RNG. I want that only hero.
Back in the day, Chain Frost used to have a small AoE on each bounce.
Oh, that would have been disastrous here.
Yeah.
Maybe that could be a.
They removed
facet.
that one years ago. But
Yeah. They also removed Sacrifice. That was really
That's
fun.
true.
The Enigma and Lich Lane.
Yeah. My favorite offlane
The
duo.
no lane.
Yep.
Well, the Poshka kind of made a god. But again, he's in my fantasy, so good
He's
job.
in mine too.
Yeah. Well, place your wards, mate. I need more points. Oh,
Drop
God.
all the wards.
In good places. I don't want them on the spot.
I just dropped them.
Yeah, just for the points.
I don't think the algorithm cares about where you put them.
When we go to a break, I need to tell the players, like, yo, man, pad my stats, man. But OG, they thought they had a free Roshan. Outplayed by Maposhka, by himself. And that does prevent them from feeling as good. And Satanic now top of the net worth, 11,000 gold. It's a very, very good morphing game. But he is getting jumped right now. But the waveform, they didn't catch him with a stun.
Did that not hit, or?
I'm guessing it must have hit the Ancient Creep.
Okay. I mean, that's like kind of the issue with Void Spirit. Like, the Remnant is not reliable.
Oh, RP onto the board. Do they have any damage here? They do. They do.
Lots of damage.
They
More than
finally
enough.
kill him. That is the big kill they needed.
Yeah, that one goes to Malik too.
Oh, maybe not. to
Probably
him.
not
Oh,
what they wanted.
He's
but-
my my captain for my fantasy. Great kill, captain. Oh, captain. Malik though, poking. And OG still staying here with 9 going down. All of the early game was built around 9, so to still be here when he's dead is.
I mean,
that's
no
a bold
RP,
choice.
right?
It's still pretty bold, but yeah, I can see the factors that enable them to stay.
I mean, I think they read it well. Like, they realized there's no RP, so they could hit that tower a bit more, force their attention, and then now they can back out. Works out fine for them. But that kill on 9 was absolutely massive for Team Spirit here.
I think the building blocks for Spirit kind of returning to this game really will be, like, of course, like the 9 pickoff, the Roshan top, maybe there are, Malik finding that jump, the Poshka stealing the Aegis.
Right.
They are like kind of the 2 key things that have.
And I feel like the stage is perfectly set for Satanic to hard carry this game too.
Oh, 1000%, yes. Like your top net worth, you're on the way to Kanda, you're not dying to Tormenta.
Of course not.
No.
Nobody
of course
does
not.
that.
No. I don't think any pro nowadays would die to Tormenta.
That's just embarrassing.
It would be embarrassing. No, especially in the conclusion of a group stage as well. Like you've warmed up to the tournament.
They still got something to play for, you know?
Yeah, alright. I didn't mean it that way. I mean, to be fair, you know what? Yeah, I did mean it, alright?
Alright.
So we're gonna be honest here.
Alright, he's going in. Dodge it. Okay. He's going to back out. Whisper not going in because he indeed does not have a blink dagger, so going for pipe after the Helm Dom.
It is very close to it as well. I think this is like, when you look at the items from the team, right? It's a
Radiant's bottom
does
tower
23
is under
Savage.
attack.
Again, you're the character. You can. Well, actually, you know what? Let's pause that for a second. Malik looking in,
Pausing.
getting the RP onto the Beastmaster. Quick Glimmer Cape up with the dust. And Chain Frost onto the Beastmaster. Plenty of units for him to bounce around. And
Dead.
he just dead. The pipe, he didn't have it yet. He still needed his courier to go to the secret shop, then to buy that final component. And the Sunstrike scouting out Ari, but no stuns. Very close though. No G, they're in an aggressive position, but where was the layering? Where was the protection? You go grab a hero, but there was no follow-up from OG to keep Whisper alive. And I think OG, they just got caught being a little bit too comfortable. I think they accepted that they owned that area, and they just weren't ready for the run and grab.
Oh, here we go. Not even close. But,
No.
you know, like Magnus, as a viewer, you kind of watch him play, and it doesn't look like a big deal. Like, he got a couple kills, but
Yeah.
the emotional damage this hero does to your
it's
team,
awful.
it's insane. It's just like, you feel like you can't go anywhere without getting skewered backwards. And I think at this point, like, Malik with this blink is doing an amazing job this game.
And look at his build as well. Like,
Yeah.
he doesn't even want to get caught by a random remnant. Like, obviously, when you're sieging towers, Voicebook can put a remnant down next to the Terrorblade, so when Mag blinks in, he gets instantly stunned. Like, he goes, you know what? I respect that you can outplay me. I go blink BKB. All I need to do is reposition you away from your team that one time, and you get deleted. So he just goes blink BKB. So it's perfect itemization. I don't think there's ever a world where I can see any other path of items that looks better than this.
Yeah.
So
And him getting that kill on 9 also allowed him to get that
600
BKB in
plus
that
gold,
timing.
right? Yeah, exactly. And Whisper, he has the
Again?
pipe, but...
Oh.
Oh, Malik! Ooh,
Not like this.
not like, yeah.
Right. Actually purged off the shield rune too, but
Still has
can't
BKB.
purge off both the shields. He's
getting
getting body blocked, yeah.
Oof.
But it looks like he might just get out here.
He did not want to press BKB at all in that engagement. Panic kills off the Ancient Creep. It's away. That will... if he hits the skewer, Whisper's dead, just boom, gone. That net worth, that 2,000 gold, easily going the way of Spirit, so... Yeah,
I
Whisper,
mean, it doesn't hurt them, but at the same time, they would have loved to have that kill, right?
Yes.
So a little bit of saving grace for OG and all of their fans out there. But I will say, like, this game is getting scarier and scarier
instant
for
TP.
OG.
Yeah. Is that the
This
outpost?
Magnus yet
Ooh.
again in position. He doesn't want to RP yet, but maybe he should think about it.
Has mana. He has a wand, but does he have anything?
Okay.
Team?
Just
Team?
go.
Team?
Thank you. I thought for sure he was just going to RP him and burst him down
Yeah.
with the addition. But it doesn't matter then, just like
They're
that.
dropping like
he's
flies.
out. OG, they're starting to feel it now. This is
They're not... They're just lost on the map. It feels
Crumble
like
City.
the couple games that we've seen, like, they have early map movement, they falter, but then they get to this position and, like, it just takes one Whisper death into now suddenly there's nothing for them to do. Malik is, outplaying them left and right. Anytime he sees a hero slightly out of position, whoop, thank you, come to my team and you're dead. And 23 Savage, he's somewhat in no man's land there, right? He's just running through the lane, getting comboed up from the supports from a distance. Lol, sure, he's had a terrible game. His scoreline is comedically bad. It's 3-7-6, but he's hitting the EMPs, he's preventing the Sunders and just layering in perfectly. So the team player spirit is really helping the kind of the laning blunders that they had. And yeah, look at this slow kind of return of the economy going the way of Spirit.
I'm just missing, like, the initiation from OG. And all the games
Sure.
we've been watching, like, who's
It's
initiating?
9, right? 9 had the early game. He died that one time.
And then they
And
stopped.
It stopped.
Yeah.
Fully stopped.
But it's not on him. Like, and if you look at Whisper right now, I think this tells the story of this game. Look at his quick buy.
Yeah, he is trying to buy 7 Blink Daggers. Obviously, your inventory can only hold 6 items. Only 1 can be used if it's the same item. So if he does buy all 7, I think Seb will have some words. But
Yeah,
we'll
but
see
6
if-
would be fine.
Yeah, 6 is fine. Yeah. That's just good inventory management.
you just can't waste a slot like that.
Because as long as he misclicks one of those 6 buttons, he's going to be blinking in, and that's all we need him to do at this point, right?
Honestly, kind of feels like it.
It
Yeah.
does feel like it.
It
yeah.
does feel like so I don't want to put, like, blame on 9 or
No.
Whisper here.
I think it's
but,
a
like,
team effort.
everything that good that has happened this game has been an individual performance mainly, right? Through outside the laning stage, sure, great rotations from Ahri.
They're trading Roshan for a Rax potentially, and
Yeah, I mean that's just
look
I
at
don't know
Lal.
how favorable that
He's
is.
going so deep in. They're smoked. 9. He's going to be RP.
Okay.
Skewer back. Do they have enough control? Of course they do. No buyback. 295 gold away from buyback. They got the Aegis for Terrorblade, but at the cost of a Rax and now potentially
your
even
mid
further
laner.
map play and your mid laner. Yeah,
And if they continue on top
they're
lane,
not leaving the area.
you shouldn't.
There's 4 heroes here. Satanic baiting in the mid lane. But, okay, Malik does show on the way with the shockwave. But look at Love, still hunting, using the Ghost Walk. He wants to find more. And you got to argue, this Aegis doesn't really add any value, and they're skewering it with the vision advantage. With no BKB, so it's going to be just enough mana for Sunder, but it doesn't
Aegis
matter.
down.
Yeah,
All that advantage you tried to get, you lost your barracks for this Aegis.
it was worthless, and 23 Savage is dead again. He's dead just again.
Like,
Yeah.
this is so
That-
sad to watch right
It
now.
is.
Like, they're so desynced. The roar comes in after he dies. 9 TPs back solo, gets RP'd and dies.
Putting it bluntly, the OGs haven't really played Dota for nearly, what, 9 minutes of the game?
The synergy just isn't here.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
They are.
I mean, it's no
very
surprise
lost.
seeing as they are the bottom of the group here, but like
Sure.
it's not getting better, and that's
No.
kind of like the issue right now. Like I was kind of gonna go back and point at like the things that happened in the mid lane. Like Ari had a great rotation, but it was mainly just 9 at an individual level, kind of like outplaying him, creating the openings on the map for the team. But the team play, the chemistry, have not shown up today at all.
And OG, they will be finishing the group in 5th position, which means they do play instantly tomorrow in round 1, right? So they are going to have tonight.
That's brutal.
They are going to have one best of 3. And that best of 3, if they lose it, they are then eliminated. That is the point of the gauntlet. The gauntlet system is a single elimination bracket. So losing in this position in the group stage, you aren't eliminated, but you are put in this terrible position of you have to improve over one night. And if you don't improve, then thank you very much for playing, but you won't be going further than, you know, round 1 of the tournament.
And to clarify, we're not writing this game off as like they lost already. It's just they already
It feels
are.
like it's very close.
I'm just saying they're in that position regardless of they
Exactly,
win or
that
lose
is true.
this game.
Yes.
Yeah.
No matter if OG win or lose, they still are in the round 1, 4th and 5th position.
Exactly.
I kind of low-key was writing it off. It would make the OG win if they were to win a bit better.
Yeah.
You know, said the story, but it's okay. Oh, Malik showcasing that he
does
can
have
use
an
the
Aghanims,
Aghanims.
yeah.
Yep, exactly.
There's a butterfly on this Morphling.
Yeah.
And I think this is what people wanted to see from Satanic. I've been hearing whispers of his name and people wanting to see him play.
Very
And
strong.
Sure, this
carry.
is definitely not a hard game for him, but you have to prove that you can win the easy games too, and you can carry a game no matter the situation here. And he's doing just that. I feel like he's really farmed and doing exactly what he needs to in this game as he's hitting the throne with power. 9's going to go in, but instantly he's going to get grabbed by the Lich. I guess he'll get out right away. We do have a roar
RP?
on top of him. RP is definitely on top of all the heroes there. What
Oh,
a
the
great
combo!
run.
Woo!
And we can't even get a Sunder off this game. I don't know how much more morale you have left as OG to even continue this one. Your throne is exposed, and they're just going to call it.
Is called. So, yep. This now puts Team Spirit in a 1 and 2 position in the group stage, whilst OG will finish the groups in 0-4. I believe so far. Heroic in Group A also is currently 0-3, so potentially Heroic finishing 0-4, OG finishing 0-4. But yes, not the best start for a day 1 from OG, yet to win a game. Tomorrow they'll be playing a best of 3. That is the start of their kind of real run. Of course, elimination is possible
Does that mean
tomorrow.
they're playing Heroic then?
No, they would play against 4th or 5th. If they come 5th, they'll probably be playing against maybe Falcons or Extreme or Paravision. most likely.
Okay.
Because
Gotcha.
they got against 4th. But again, we're getting carried away. We're kind of revealing what what happened tomorrow.
Yeah.
But OG looking lost. Don't really know what's happening with them. On the flip side, Spirit, this game felt like they had just a clear identity on what they wanted to do. The Magnus, iconic for the team, even though it's a different player. Kind of felt like the same level of fishing, always looking for that next kill, finding and punishing OG. So Spirit looking very strong with this draft. They haven't looked very strong so far because they are also in a losing position with 1 win, 2 losses.
I mean, they didn't even look that great this game. Like Laurel, for example, he definitely had
that is
a
true.
rough one,
Yeah,
but still better looking than OG. Because
I mean, Maposhka, I think, to be fair, everyone stepped up. Lyle had a very bad lane, but he also kind of fixed it, right, with his map movement. So I think even though they had a bad time, they recovered well.
I think they showed team play, right?
Exactly. This was a really good team play win compared to an actual win where, like, if Spirit played like this against other teams, I think they would just lose the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
But against an underperforming team, you need good team play to get there. And, of course, Spirit still have more games to play today, so we'll see if they can get another win. But yeah, that's it for this game. We do have more games to play. Many best of 1s still. We do have 2 more series to play. That will be coming up soon. And yeah, break time.
Yep. See you then.
There we go. Hello, welcome back. We do have ourselves a delightful series now. Which one is it?
That's a
Liquid
great-
Gaming. I got you. No, don't worry. So it is Liquid versus Gaming, and currently Liquid is sitting in a 2-1 position, and Gaming also sitting in a 2-1 position. So the winner of this series, looking at a 3-1.
Wait, let me guess. They both lost to Tundra.
No.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, sorry, my bad. I was really bad at reading graphs, but it's okay. But basically, the point of this is Liquid Gaming. If you do win, whoever wins this series, you're pretty much saying that they're going to be the second place team, right? It's actually they are going to be the second place team.
Yeah.
So winner gets second, and then Tundra, if they lose their series, and it's like they're 3-1, but because they lost to Tundra, I'd assume that Tundra still stays first, and then Liquid will be or Gaming will be second. Again, I forgot to ask what the tiebreaker situation was, but it's probably based on head-to-heads and all this stuff because it's quite an easy group stage to follow. So yeah, I feel like Tundra most likely looking towards a first, Liquid and Gaming, winner plays for second, and yeah, so it's a pretty important series. Second place, very, very good. Still means that you...
I mean, Spirit could still technically beat Tundra, and then Tundra would be 3-1, and
Yep.
Liquid or Gaimin would also be 3-1.
Again,
so.
if we were smart, in our 5-minute break, we would have asked what the tiebreaker rules were, or what the head-to-head rules were, to make this better segment.
Dang it, I wish I was smart.
I wish we were smart too.
Yeah.
But we will be
Unfortunately,
safe.
we're not, and we're here.
But that's why after this game, we will then have the rules. So then after the game, the viewers can then find out. So it's like now you have to stick around watching the game to then find out the rules. So we actually baited the viewers to stay here for longer.
They're here because they love the game. There's no baiting necessary.
That's true, I was reaching. Either way. Pretty cool series. Yeah. Do you favor either team right now? So from what you've seen so far, Liquid Gaming, do you have like a preference or...
Definitely Liquid, I would say, is
Okay.
my preference. But I think Liquid is coming with kind of a condition. I think they're very conditional right now because they're playing with a new player. Was not impressed with Saberlight's last performance on the Timbersaw at all. He ended up dying level 1 to an Alchemist with the acid spray. I feel like that's illegal. Should never ever happen.
Still on your mind.
I will never forget this. I'm pretty sure. It's a Phoenix Alchemist level 1.
okay,
I feel like that should never happen.
If Liquid get to the grand finals, are we going to bring up this clip? And it's
Yes.
going to be a massive segment. Like, look at this, guys. Saberlight dies to Acid Spray level 1, and he can still make it to the grand finals. Is that going to be your bit, or what was...
Perhaps I'll have to really
Okay, we'll think about it.
workshop that one.
All
But
right.
I think in general, like right now, these two teams are somewhat evenly matched, but I'm going to give Liquid definitely like a bit more, like probably 55 for Liquid at the current moment.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sure, yeah, Liquid did win the online tournament, but like I'm not totally convinced with that because I feel like it was a great performance, sure. I feel like Gaimin is on the up as well. I think they're really finding a spot for Watson on this team. He looked a lot better in the Drow game, even though his early game was a bit rocky. But the mid-late game, as usual, Watson looked incredibly well. And I think that's where Watson slots in the best. Like, he's like that late game carry for you. Like, he's not going to be your super active early game. So if they can stabilize his laning stage, this team can look incredibly scary. And on the other side, there's also some stabilization that needs to happen too. And as I mentioned, Saberlight, he's always been that not necessarily the most stable. He's either going to like go crazy in the game or he's going to fall behind a little bit and maybe feed a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's some volatility to both rosters, and I don't really know who I favor. I think if it was a best of 3, I would lean Liquid, but basically based on 1, it really does feel like anyone's game because like we've seen like the previous Liquid draft, like you're talking about the Timbersaw, I thought that was like a relatively weak draft compared to what they were going up against. They were drafting for themselves rather than their opponent, and then we've seen with Gaimin, they fully outclassed OG in the draft in that game where I felt like OG had to make everything kind of perfect for themselves, otherwise they lose eventually, right? And in the best of 1, having that type of draft is really good. And we are going to have a draft, obviously, between them soon. Again, I'm getting carried away. I got too excited, but the I feel like it really does feel like whoever has better kind of late game insurance is going to be the draft. And yeah, I called the draft like 5 seconds early, but here it is, finally on our screen. I say finally, there's nothing happening. It's just Celery walking around by his chair, but
yeah, we
another
really haven't
sockless
seen
gamer.
like the game and style of them like winning in 20 minutes, right? Just like going in and buying mech, building pipe. Sure, they did that in the last series we saw, but they're
It's
not really.
gaming-esque, right? They love their auras.
Yeah, but they're not really using it to end the games in like 15, 20 minutes, right? So
yeah.
it's a different style, and I think when you bring in a player like Watson, you kind of do have to change your style a little bit, right? Like with Duraccio, maybe that works, right? Maybe that's like his play style. He's going to play really aggro. He's going to play fast. But
that is going to be the storyline of the tournament, I feel like, right?
Yeah,
because
for
we're
sure.
always going to be going, okay, so how's Watson fitting in? What's he doing? Like, how's he approaching this? Like, oh, you're like, there's always a clear point of reference because
I mean,
for these
Watson
teams,
just had like some white chocolate and a frap. I think he's ready to go.
He's chilling. But it's like, I think for both of these teams, it is so easy to reference them because they went from being at like the best to now, you know, at least for Liquid, they're having a little bit of a reform period. Sure, they won the online tournament like you said, but it's
Yeah.
like, for Gaimin, it's like they went from winning every major, didn't win that TI, into decent year, but kind of now they're falling off. Liquid win TI, struggled with the roster change, won an online tournament. Now we're kind of in this like, they're in the middle of the group type pack, but no, I think, again, Liquid are going to look very formidable, and Gaming just need to find their identity a little bit more. Ban-wise,
I mean, how do you make it work though? It's like you take a hard carry player
yep,
and you stick him in a team that
wants to
is
be
very fast and aggressive, right? So that is going to be their problem to figure out, right?
Sure.
And how to make it work.
I mean, the argument then is, I think, maybe on Quinn to be a bit more of that kind of not playmaker, but the kind of the one that connects the lanes, right? Because where
Right.
Doratio would go to off lane and then bring life, and then Quinn can decide what he wants to do because everything's happening in front of him, and he's like, okay, I make this move and that move. Now it's like your carry doesn't want to make the move. Your offlane are also relatively static in nature. So if Quinn doesn't make the moves, then you have 3 cores AFK. So unless Watson wants to change up his playstyle, like it's basically between Quinn or Watson, I think needs to change the playstyle. But Ace has always been like a foundation in the team. Right?
Yeah.
Like you don't change how Ace plays. I think Quinn or Watson need to morph a little bit into the new variation of gaming. That will
I feel
take
like
time, but
Quinn has been doing that for years. He doesn't have an issue. Like, say, for example, when he played on Quincy Crew, right?
sure. I mean, when he plays Pangolier and stuff, like he's obviously very playmaker, right? But like I'm referencing, for example, like the Viper game we just saw, right? Like how often do we often see like Quinn Viper, right? Obviously it was good for that game, so it's very different. But
Yeah.
I think on a very surface level, I think Quinn needs to maybe do the active stuff even more.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you. I
Okay,
think I
okay.
just think between those two, Quinn has more experience, right?
That's true.
So
And he also does it on gaming, right? Like I referenced one version of gaming. There's also many ways that they played aggressive, but yeah, I think Quinn is the easiest one to change. But also you could argue Watson's high skilled enough that surely he can learn the way of gaming, right? Like yes, he's a high ranked pub player, but maybe he can over time morph into what gaming want him to be.
I've got bad news.
What's that?
Celery, no shoes, no socks.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
It's a trend.
It's a trend.
But anyway,
So yeah, blast
you
it.
made some great points there, but Alchemist.
How do you want me to
picked-
segue from feet? Fair. What do you want to do? Huh?
Tusk was picked up afterwards.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Did Tusk, were his nerfs enough to warrant him not getting picked as much as he has been? I mean, he's getting ignored as much as he has been.
I don't think
Because he's
so.
not getting banned, but we don't see a lot of Tusk, at least not in the games we've been covering.
So
He's been pretty
his-
absent.
Innate did get nerfed, so it scales on punch rather than drink and his tag team of drinking buddies. So yes, you can argue it. He doesn't do as much attack slow on aura and stuff, but that's not the thing that makes him broken, right? It's like
Sure.
the idea that you have snivel save, you have shards for containment. Like yes, his innate was annoying having that aura, but it's still the entire toolkit of Tusk that makes him the lane winning, map playing hero. But of
Yeah.
course, you can see a couple of the players now. It's been a long day, many best of ones, potentially the fatigue kicking in just a little bit. And these are the critical best of ones.
We're still in gamer hours for sure. There's no way.
Fair. Okay, all right.
I mean, both these teams are European teams too, not even forced out of their time zone.
That's
so-
true. No jet lag. Yeah,
Oh,
true.
it's so late. It's
Oh.
almost 7 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It depends when they have to wake up. Maybe there's like some forced gym routine on teams where it's like you have to wake up at 7 or something. I don't know. Could be a 12
Bed
hour
by
day
9 or
yeah.
what?
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe. Never know. Jakiro. Ooh. Don't see that too often, but
You don't, and you normally don't see it for no reason as well, as I'd like to
True.
say,
Just
right?
just a random blind Jakiro pick, but if you want to look at lane enabling heroes, right? Tusk in the off lane, Jakiro in the 5, like they both bring life to the cores in that lane. Tusk can pull waves or even just be a body.
Oh.
Jakiro also can do that.
Yeah, I mean, tag team too, the double attack.
Double attack, yeah, sure.
tag
yeah.
team,
If he
extra
doesn't get
damage.
attacked in. Jakiro though, we don't see it too often because you are a very slow hero. You don't play the map very quickly. Your spells are just removed with a single BKB. Any dispel. Pipe also hurts you a lot, but the value of Ice Path is very good in bigger fights as the game goes longer. But key thing, lane is strong. Level 3 timing, 2 points draw breath. Off you go.
Pugno. I mean, I was very interested to see that Shadow Demon was actually ignored. It's been pretty hot, and they chose Jakiro over Shadow Demon, which to me doesn't make too much sense. I did like the Morta in the last game. This hero, the silence seems pretty powerful right now.
It
doesn't feel like there's that one position 4 right now that's just way better than the rest.
No, there's
that's kind of how I feel.
Like Morta, Lion, Hoodwink, they all kind of morph into the same archetype of good lane. Gaimin, the response from the Pugna and the Morta from Gaimin, sorry, and then Liquid, they go for the Primal Beast. Like they have a lot of not quick damage, but a lot of like nuisance in the fight, right? Like Jakiro's tanky, Primal's tanky, Tusk is tanky. They like to find heroes. Jakiro from a distance, Primal Tusk get on top of you. They're gonna easily stop Pugna from life draining. I would like to think. There's every hero can do it. And now even a Monkey King, there's 4 simple ways. I see life drain. One of them, please cancel.
Definitely looks pretty easy for them. And yet again, I do like the team's approach to ban out Saberlight's Dawnbreaker. He's like one of the only people playing this hero, but it does fit how fast that Liquid likes to play. So, and I think he's just one of his best heroes right now. We did see the Temper Saw. I'm going to go back to it again. Wasn't necessarily...
Don't bring up the acid spray. Please, man. Like,
acid spray and fire spirits. Level 1.
I'm so happy that production just doesn't have that clip ready. You know?
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's like we could just ruin you at this point. Like,
yeah. No.
Be in a corner just shaking.
I just like that ban a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense. But they do have to pick something up here for... I mean, they have multiple directions they can go. This Monkey King can be mid. It could be carry. Primal could be mid. Could be offlane. We don't necessarily know for sure. So, very flexible draft here. Meanwhile, Gaimin Gladiators, I would imagine they probably take a Quinn hero here. I guess they're debating between Quinn and Ace. Who wants to pick up their hero? Alchemist definitely going to be the carry.
Yeah.
But it's hard because, like, you're Gaimin yet again. It's like if you pick a melee hero, Nisha's just going to play Monkey mid versus you, right? So you kind of have to play a ranged hero. But you don't want to all in like you did last time and pick a Viper, because even though they did win that game, it probably was not the way they wanted to win that game, right?
Yeah.
Definitely did not have the best Viper experience, but they're going to go with the offlaner. We're going to pick up the Beastmaster right away. This is an old school Monkey counter. Still pretty decent. The boars reduce your attack speed. Axes for chopping trees down.
And the key thing is it's a hero that enables the Alchemist, right? Because Beastmaster will always seek for the fight. He'll run up the high grounds. He'll go pipe or BKB after the Helm of Overlord. Like, he naturally puts himself in positions that I can hit a roar, please follow me, and let's take the fight, right? So, yeah, I think we've seen that issue with Alchemist, even in the Tundra game, right? Like, Alch became the hero that had to go first. It complicated the game a little bit. They still won, but you do need to have that, and we'll see where they want to go. Of course, it is going to be the Quinn pick finally for Gaimin, but Liquid do have ultimate last pick in the draft, so they will be able to flex the Monkey King between the carry and the mid lane. So like you were mentioning, Quinn needs to think of a hero that can lane into Monkey King, and if anything, force the Monkey to carry, because maybe that makes their lives feel a little bit better.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think you definitely want this Monkey to go into the safe lane, so you have to pick a ranged hero that is going to do pretty decent against it. I mean, your options are kind of limited, though. It's like maybe Queen of Pain.
I was going to say Queen,
Queen of Pain's okay.
It's a frame perfect double Queen predict. Nice.
I don't know if you want to throw that Viper in again.
The mid Phoenix ban actually from Liquid. That's a nice one. Quinn's been playing mid Phoenix.
Has he?
Rising. Yeah.
Okay.
It's been rising up. You're going for like Vessel, Shiva's, Heart, Kaya Sanj, like super tanky, utilizing Dying Light. Like,
I mean, I've seen it. I've just never seen Quinn play.
He's dabbled. Weirdly enough, I keep watching his games, or at least the ones that I've tuned into on Dota TV, and it's like 17-3 and losing the game. But he's 17-3. Yeah, but again,
I mean, we saw Nisha play recently, but the Lina could be really good too. I think their lineup definitely can fit a Lina.
My only reservation with Lina is it puts so much emphasis on Beast being that like frontline for everything.
Well, you got Alk too, right?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, true.
I feel like you got 2 strength cores. You could definitely fit a Lina in. But we will see. I mean, I think, as you mentioned before, like Quap, I really think Lina can work too.
Yeah.
If you really want to go down that Viper route again, I don't hate it.
Okay, actually, first phase band.
I think that's it. I'm not sure what
Yeah.
else.
It
I mean,
doesn't-
Invoker's banned. So.
Yeah, I'm not really picturing the. Oh wow, what a great. I mean, technically you could. Actually, no, that's gone as well. Yeah, it just feels like Queen of Pain.
They ban. All right, they're
Back
going
for
the
a
Viper. Yeah.
Okay, alright.
Okay.
Sure. It against Monkey King, it does well. Look at the little smirk from Shane. He's like, ah, God, look at you, Quinn. Come on. You built your career on
It's
Vipers
to
and
win.
Huskers. Oh, God.
I mean, he certainly did not.
no. I mean, it's recent. Maybe the Huskers. Not the
Ending
Vipers.
his career on Vipers and Huskers. Definitely not building.
They're rebuilding. There we go.
There you go.
Trying to rebuild. You know, it's tough year.
Yeah.
Is that a RuneScape map he's got on his desk? My guy's gonna go to Lumbridge line? What's happening? Alright, whatever. Profit. We don't see this here very often, do we?
Mid-profit?
I'd like to think so. I think it's
Yeah.
pretty rough to put your Monkey King into that lane for the fun
Yeah,
of it.
no, I like that.
How much do you like it? Give me a number out of 10.
Out of 10,
How many
that's like
fear
a
points?
7.
It's a 7.
Yeah, that's
Woo!
like a 7.
Some good happiness right there.
Yeah. I mean, Viper can't really kill the Treant, right? So you can kind of trade with him. It's a little bit annoying. And when you get to the point where you don't want to lane versus Viper, what a better hero to not lane versus Viper than NP. And Viper's a very slow hero. He moves across the map very slowly.
Yes.
NP moves across the map very
slowly.
quickly.
Yep. Oh, very quickly. Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so I think this kind of fits the tempo. Viper, generally speaking, doesn't like playing for summon heroes, never has. It's a little bit different than before. You don't get like 4 summons anymore. You just get 1 big boy. So
I think
it makes sense.
Yeah, Liquid have this overwhelming presence, right? Like every single hero likes to find an early fight. They like to overlap. Like often cores don't like overlapping each other because it's like, oh, we're gonna have to trade farm here, we're gonna have to get out. But these heroes, when they get to the same lane, towers will fall, heroes will die. Like, this is very Liquid-esque from TI. Like I'm expecting 7-minute moves, 5-man rotations, taking towers, really break down the game because of the gaming. Beast is a area farmer, right? He takes tower, he lives there. Viper pushes mid, he lives in mid lane. Alk farms top, farm like every single core in gaming wants to set up a little home in their area, farm the jungle in the lane. If you can break that and you do force the overlap, gaming don't have good fixes. Like the smoke in early game, you don't want to smoke a beast too early before Dominator, before Overlord, right? And I think that's where Liquid, they've identified the intensity of farm needed for gaming, and they're going to have to just ramp up that timing, and they can do it. So we'll see if Liquid are able to execute on this one. And we've mentioned Primal being good against Bristles and before, but against the tankiness of Beast and Alk, same thing applies. You like to buy Shivas, you like to get into the middle of the fight. Like the Primal, I think, is the recipe for the mid game. If things go a little bit wrong, you play behind that Primal going in, and then Liquid can still play out a difficult game. So even if things go a little bit awkward, they have that plan B built in compared to their previous draft we saw where they did feel like a plan B. It was like once you start losing the game just kind of disappears from you. So Liquid have, I think, improved since the previous draft that we saw from them.
Yeah, and getting to the game, we're going to start out with a smoke from both sides, actually.
Oh, I don't get that
So-
really exciting smoke to.
Yeah, you don't get your delayed smoke anymore,
No, that's-
unfortunately.
You don't sound like you're that upset by it, but it's okay. We'll work on it.
Yeah, we'll work on it.
We
But
have
I
a whole
think
week to improve
to
it.
really enjoy and Celery, he actually got spotted there. So there is a chance that this gets dewarded here. But the supports are bot lane, so no sentries in the mid lane. We shall see.
Finding ace, tank
Oh, okay.
blood grenade, double hits from the.
Oh, he went to Crepify level 1 too.
Ooh.
Still gives away the first blood. Maybe he
Yeah.
can get a rebuttal kill rather, on Boxy, potentially. The boar. The
More
blood
slow,
grenade.
please.
Right click.
More right clicks.
Potential dead shot incoming.
1 second.
You got. I don't think they have enough damage for this. One more hit.
Will he
is
hit it though?
necessary.
It's the star points. Oh, he's not even going to go for the star points. Of
I-
course, deadshot accuracy is very important, just
Yeah.
like in.
Just send him a message
Sure. All right. What are we sending him?
that my accuracy and style points are
I'll give
greater
him.
than yours.
Yeah. All right. That's the angle you want to take. All right. Well, at least we can reference this when if they lose. Sorry. It's like, if only Tofu had the confidence to hit this deadshot in the bounty rune, would have helped.
Whoa!
him.
First blood and 3 bounty runes for Liquid. Great start for them. We talked about the tempo and how they needed to make things happen.
Okay. Yeah.
And Roshan just obliterates Boxy.
I'm guessing he did that on
Yeah, if I
purpose.
for
He had no
sure.
resources.
Yeah.
Yep. I didn't catch the HP of him.
Nobody dies to Roshan intentionally.
No. Tormentors maybe. But
Yeah.
Roshan, no.
Definitely Tormentors.
Okay, yeah, he was low HP. Alright, cool. Alright, nice.
We literally watched him. We're talking about the dead shot, remember?
Yeah, true. My bad.
Get your head in the game.
I'm an old man, alright. I'm 27.
That's very old.
Yeah, but I didn't know if he had like a salve, so I forgot to check his inventory at the top. My bad. Yeah.
Still better to die, I think, than waste your resources.
Alright, moving on. We do have the laning phase starting. Of course, Ace and Tofu. We'll be trying to apply some pressure here. Even though Monkey King is laning into a melee hero, with the boar slow plus the dead shot, there are plenty of ways for Gaimin to play into this lane. Save light.
Look at the synergy between Decrepify Pugna and Alchemist.
I was waiting for you to bring it up, man. Oh. I can't wait to scream about it if it happens. Oh, okay. It wasn't perfectly in sync, but not the best laning duo in top lane for kills. Even Pugna against Primal Waste not going to be very good. You decrep and then Liquid just runs over you.
Yep.
Try and
Don't
avoid
care.
magic damage, and Watson is taking a ton of damage. Gotta be careful, Saberlight. Dropping pretty low. Has a pretty big stick, so should be fine, Celery. Walking under the tower as well. Gonna try and force out that stick as early as possible. Doesn't want him to hold it. And he runs away. Back to his side of the map.
Buying a little bit of time there.
Yeah.
What
Little
did
bit of nuisance.
Alchemist? I see. He saved a little bit of money. I was gonna say those items he bought are not abusing seed money, but he really wants to get the phase boots as soon as possible, so he saved money.
I mean, movement is critical against Primal Beast.
Yeah,
right?
it
And
is.
Phase boots as well for the armor, for the tag team, so. And just a natural right click, so it makes sense, but yeah, it takes a little bit more time for it to really feel good in lane compared to other options like braces and stuff.
The one I'm most curious about is how this mid lane is gonna go. For now, NP's winning the Viper lane, so that's great. Tofu bot lane. Jin goes up. Oh, you can get one more.
Nope. Nice block.
Cannot.
Even the fire doesn't do enough.
Only level 1. Not gonna be able to take him down entirely.
Yeah.
And Tofu just buys 4 consumables on the courier to send his way.
But yeah. Going back to your mid lane, it is meant to be a lane that Nature Prophet does well in, right? Like you have the Treant Protector to... the Treant Protector, sorry. That's a whole different... Where? Yeah, sorry, he's in the tree line, sorry.
He's hiding, yeah.
You have the Greater Treant, there we go, that's what I was trying to say, to help get your CS and deny and punish, and you can also send up the high ground to bully the Viper. Viper likes to do these 1v1 trades. So yeah, it's just a good lane. And I'm really interested to know how Quinn will kind of deal with not being able to bully out your opponent with this matchup. Will he go for a different build to maybe farm jungle, or are there going to be rotations to mid lane from Tofu to help get those kills? Because Pugna is going to really help kill a Prophet, right? I think Tofu is going to be the key factor to maybe punishing the mid Prophet.
I mean, if you read it though, I feel like the moment you see someone run mid, you just TP to another lane, right?
Oh, yeah, true. Or the Prophet just TP'd out, Yeah, it's the advantage of Liquid's lineup. There will be kill opportunities pretty much everywhere. Like even Watson in top lane. Like, at this minute mark, you could see a Prophet just TP up and just get a free kill, right? TP back to mid, and off you go with the lane. And Nature's Prophet already on the way to level 5. 13 CS, 12 denies to the 12 CS and 6 of Viper. Accelerate.
Oh, okay.
Oh, good old turn right there. Didn't have enough time to get that concoction off.
And you can see why they picked this Tusk against the Alchemist as soon as it was shown.
Yep.
Easy laning stage. Charts up the concoction and just snowball it off. But yeah, 16 and 16 CS in the mid lane. That's a lot of denies. One of the big things I always... Yeah, I mean, one of the big things I look at for the NP mid is when he hits level 6, right? That's just going to be almost certainly a kill on one of the side lanes. Just imagine you just go on Watson, he's level 3, NP ult comes through, maybe he TPs in too. Could be an easy outlet to get a kill.
Takes a little bit. And also, I like to think maybe even Prophet, you can deny both water runes as well. You send your Treant to one, you go to the other. He hasn't done it yet. nor has Quinn even going for bottle. So
Yeah.
it's not that important, but he is actually doing kind of what I expected, just going for the Never Toxin build, go 1-3-1. Except the fact that you can't actually bully, go for your own farm efficiency, and continue trying to scale.
Doesn't feel great though. I think Viper is not a hero that. Sure, you can farm, but like, I'd much rather be an NP with a farm than a Viper with farm. So,
but it is kind of like my game is pretty bad because they counterpit me. So I think this is at least the best approach to dealing with the problem, right?
Yeah, I'm just being super hindsight here, I guess. Is like I'm thinking the Viper wasn't the right pick for this reason.
Yes.
But
if we live in the world in which we cannot fix that, then I think Quinn is doing the correct stuff.
Yeah, he is indeed. I hate that world where we can't fix them.
If you could harness the power of hindsight, then that would honestly be just, very scary.
Indeed.
Yeah. Or time travel. Just one or the other.
Watson, Boxy, kind of messing with his stacks here.
Celery thinking he's next assassin,
There
but
we
he's just
go.
a level 4 pug.
There's the TP. That did nothing.
No.
I don't even
back
think it
this
did.
way. Nope, back this way. That way. Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I'm like waiting for something to happen, but nothing's happening. I kind of got baited.
Yeah. I mean, I think the NP ult just didn't connect.
No.
Lost vision there.
Imagine the whiplash if you could attach the ops camera to the nature's ultimate.
And it just followed
Yeah,
it.
it just follows it.
I think people that have motion sickness would instantly throw up.
Oh, look at top lane. Celery. What did he get? Maybe walk away slightly and actually survives. What a gamer. And a Quinn, an early rotation. Were you ready for Quinn to be the first rotation from the mid lane?
I was not ready.
There it is.
Dire's middle tower.
I was not prepared for that. But
He left his tower against the Prophet.
yeah, I mean, he's
He
back.
won't lose it, but a reminder. Hey bud, this tower, you leave it. It's going to disappear.
It's definitely one of the funnier things in the game right now. You see this big fat tree and just deletes your
Yeah.
tower.
It's almost like the nerf to it was like, oh, it does less damage level 1, but it'll do the same level 4, but level 1, watch out. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, what a nerf. It was quite a misaligned nerf to the hero.
I
but
mean,
Radiant are scanning.
you didn't know about those people using level 1 tree into backdoor tier 1 towers at the beginning of the game?
sure, that's true.
I don't think anyone did that. I made that up. But it reminded me of
Yeah.
the good old cheesy.
You said that's true, but I was thinking of super old, like Lone Druid, like, the level 1 strat
Yeah,
where you
yeah,
all
that-
run.
that's what I was thinking,
okay,
yeah.
cool, we're on the same
He
page.
just 5-mana
Yeah,
tower.
yeah. I'm a little bit sad that we don't have, like, super over-the-top crafted strats
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, Nisha.
That part
Oh.
is dead. Alright, they
Oh,
got
he's
him.
dead?
Yep.
Like level 1 Roshans, level 1 towers, like all this stuff was like, it was so fun to see teams have like strats to it, but
It's like, oh no, they got level 1 Roche. Guess we lost.
now they smoke at 45 seconds. Ooh.
You didn't like the days where like you'd give the EXP to your mid SF and everyone would walk out on level 1 Roche
so cool.
and he'd be level 3.
But you had to find
one.
strategies that weren't obvious, you had to
Yeah.
find heroes that like didn't bait the enemy. But
Alright, Mickey, he's gonna throw the ulti out here, but just asserting dominance more than anything.
now Nisha's here.
Oh, he
Hello,
TP'd in.
Purple.
Alright, Quinn's low on mana though, so he can't really do too much here.
So we'll save temporarily. Yeah, they're just getting deleted right now.
Oh, Nisha's gonna get Lotus too. I think Boxy Lotused him.
Yep. 5 heroes are together.
And
As
one?
foretold, yeah.
Oh, okay, that doesn't help you.
Yep.
Dire's middle tower.
Well, that's pretty awkward.
That's a pulverize.
Yep. Got a 3k lead to the team without Alchemist. Thoughts?
Not good. Not
Okay,
good.
yep, fair
That's definitely didn't need me here to say that.
No. I kind of feel like chat's already agreeing with this one.
Yeah. Alright, so like here's the issue, right?
Oh, okay. Unpack it.
Alright, so 2 issues. One.
No, you started with 1. Now you're saying 2. Okay.
Alright. Well, it's
Getting greedy. I don't want 3 issues.
alright. One issue.
Okay. Yep. 1.
This Viper, right?
Yep.
We talked about we want Quinn to move on the map,
Yep.
do things,
Yes.
accommodate for Watson's playstyle.
Correct.
He cannot do so.
No, he tried. To be fair, he did TP once, but
It's
yeah.
not a him problem.
No.
It's
Yeah, it's
definitely a
I
hero
agree.
problem.
No,
right?
it is a problem. I agree. Okay, that's 1. Yep. Hero. Viper.
The
2.
next problem is you're not necessarily shutting down Mickey this game. In any way, shape, or form. This beast was supposed to do well, right? You picked it against the Monkey King.
Yes.
You had the potential to do so, and so your 2 drafting answers are just not really working out.
Yeah.
And you can definitely see that in the net worth right now. the Viper Beast severely struggling in this game.
Mm-hmm.
Alchemist is still farming, which is great, but he's like 100 gold above a Monkey King at 10 minutes. Nothing to write home about.
No.
NP also free farming, and Saberlight, you know, having a much better game.
It does feel like gaming are soon to create this issue of even if the net worth looks like it's even, it will become a Alcon 4 support style game where you're hoping for like that one Raw, that one Viper Strike to create chances for Watson to utilize his net worth. And Liquid, of course, they aren't afraid to bring that fight and to force it. So yeah, I agree. I think the two issues are very, very big for gaming. They are going to have to try and find solutions to it. Of course, Monkey King with the Orbital Corrosion, looking for the Maelstrom. Like he's ready to take earlier fights. And Watson, he has to be careful here. There is a couple Liquid heroes around. Having a gander.
Gonna
Foxy
stack the camp
just
there.
a little bit more north there. You can see on the minimap, he's ready. He's smoked.
They're going. Yeah, he's done for.
Yeah, plenty of damage. I feel like we could have probably shouted, "Oh, snowball and punch and macropire," but no. It's we'll let the spells do the casting there. That was pretty rough.
Not the spells.
Oh.
do the cast.
You like that one?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Thanks, mate. That's what I'm telling
What the
myself.
hell are we doing?
Hey,
Fine,
hey,
I'm
hey.
sure most people muted it anyway.
Oh no. Oh, that's fine.
Fine. This is fine.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, we have Maelstrom online for the Nature's Prophet here. He's got the big boy Treant. These guys do hurt for sure.
No,
on
yeah.
Towers. So
They're
this
gone.
will be going down. And it's starting to snowball now. I think the next big power spike we're going to see here is the Gleipnir coming online. I think that's when NP really starts to shine as a hero. You get that stable lockdown.
Oh.
Okay.
I
Very
thought
very
it was a
nice.
reap. Honestly,
It definitely looked like one, but it
I
was
saw
a debate.
acid spray and I panicked. I was like, no.
Oh no, Tofu! I'll pop the ult, but
He's gone.
I mean, you're playing Pugna, you're playing Morta against
Yeah.
pretty much
Can you feel
some
like
of the better heroes at dealing with that. Like, yeah, like for example, like Insania plus Saberlight. They don't care if you press the crab fight. In fact, it helps.
it
them.
helps him a lot? Yeah.
Yeah.
It does feel like Liquid are very close to that point where any minute you get that one kill and suddenly like the floodgates open. It's like go, and that kill on the Murta wasn't obviously the one to do it, but I think in a couple minutes time, I think Gaimin are going to be reminded that their need for farm, their constant inability to make moves on the map is going to hurt them a lot. And like the fact that 13 minutes into the game, you know, some players have Gleipnir at that time, or 12 minutes, the meme was, I've ruined it. But Watson doesn't even have a Radiance.
It was 13 minutes.
Was it 13 minutes?
Hector.
Was it
Weaver.
13?
Yeah.
can't
Did
remember.
you know Hector
Yeah.
farmed a 13
Yeah,
minute
it's very
Gleipnir
impressive.
on Weaver?
I mean, Watson can't farm a Radiance in that time, so it's pretty impressive.
Yeah. He is Hector.
He is.
All right, so
Yeah.
I
Segue out of that
totally
one.
lost.
Yeah,
on-
I was saying,
I had something on my mind, but I totally forgot. So
Yeah.
we're just gonna move on from that. Thank you for that.
No worries,
And,
thank you very much.
But yeah, the NP, he's getting very close to that glide. Oh, he's actually going for
Mjolnir,
Mjolnir.
yeah.
He's going for
It is
the
the
big
ver-
boy build.
Of course, Gleipnir did get changes post TI.
Yeah.
Mjolnir does feel very good. It scales your game. You put the Treant, the Mjolnir on the Treant, send
Yeah.
it down lane, so it's really good.
Can,
Nice,
some
you know.
rat potential there for sure.
We're doing ad-lib analysis. It's gonna hype. Yeah.
Oh, I remember what I was gonna say.
There it is. Wait, hold on. Watch Tofu die.
Yeah, I was
Yep.
gonna say this is like what the game should have looked like when Liquid played earlier, when Saberlight wasn't
Again,
feeding.
you're going back to the Timbersaw, man. Come on.
It's important.
Let him
Like,
breathe. No, I know it is.
I mean, if you didn't feed that game, this is how like you
Sure.
can't feed on Liquid if you want to play this game still, right?
Yeah, no, that's
And
true.
so-
Okay,
and, right,
no, okay.
so-
If
and
we're
like-
going super serious, then yes,
Yes.
that is the point that you've made now 13 times.
And I will not stop.
Multiple series.
I mean,
of
I'm,
other
at
teams.
this point, I'm not even flaming. I'm praising him. He's
Oh,
playing a really
it's in
good
the
game.
glow
On,
up. Okay,
yeah.
okay.
He's playing really well on this primal.
Oh, we're gonna pause. We can talk about it again. Oh, it's the Morse code. It's back.
Oh no. Is it Kazu again?
Just flicking the lights. Please, we want to get fourth. Can you?
Oh.
Oh god. Yeah, I can see the delirium sunk in a little bit. Well, it is. How often do you see Alchemist not be top net worth in games? To be fair, like
I mean, more times than not, but not a lot.
Yeah, it's pretty. Again, it
I'm
feels
not
pretty
more
right.
times than not, but more times than I'd like to see is what I
Sure.
want to say. But
Yeah.
yeah, it doesn't happen a lot.
No. No,
But if
Prophet.
there was a hero to do so, NP definitely could be that hero.
Sure.
He farms very quickly. Mickey, was he going for Saint Inyasha into BKB? Okay.
Yeah.
Tower has fallen.
Yeah, this game's looking pretty rough. You are playing heroes like Viper and Beastmaster. These are heroes that want to play from ahead, right?
Yes.
They definitely don't want to be on their side of the map. As you mentioned before, they like to control certain areas, but there is no control whatsoever. So, GG branch was dropped.
Doesn't work, of course.
I mean, it kind of worked. Got deleted right away.
Oh. Wow,
Saber
this
lights
is a
in.
tough watch.
Blood grenade is in. It just feels like you have no more map, right?
No, you just don't.
Yep.
This is just like the TI Liquid. You play lanes, you get some kills, fast forward a little bit, and farewell. Boxy with the blink dagger is hunting. They don't have any vision up here, but they do have the scan, so the scanner is going to allow them to see the creeps. Shards above dust, a bit off the marks. That's a good thing to say when you play by play. Watson now, 2 seconds on the concoction, by himself in the tree line. He's going to stun himself up, and just deleted.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, they're just sweeping the entire map and just deleting every single Gaimin Gladiator heroes that shows up. I mean, at this point in the game, I think you do have to do something that you just don't want to do if you're gaming, and that is pretty much just group up with your
Win.
beast, I think. I mean, yeah, they definitely want to do that too. But I think right now it's like they have to use this beast right now. As much as they don't want to, they got the Helm of the Overlord now. If they keep going back and forth and keep mopping up the map, it'll be a matter of time until this game is unplayable.
But is there a world in which Beastmaster can even use this successfully now? Because you're trying to run in down a tower with a blink on the tusk, the Mjolnir. Like, look at the items, right? Like, you're asking a Beastmaster to
I don't
try-
want him to run down a lane.
No, sure, but
Right.
like, you want him to still position in a way that he can soak up that next fight, or
I want him to, as well as all the Gaimin Gladiators, read that the Liquid are going to be aggressive
yes.
and be prepared for it as
Sure.
a team, right?
No, that I fully agree. I think going to a tower is you asking
Suicidal.
for the
Yeah.
you're asking for the game to end, right? So I think trying to hold a position, but Ace needs to be ready with I'll even Quinn, like, but Quinn has Dragonlance Treads. It's like 17 minutes into the game. Like, there's nothing to.
But I've never seen a team win ever where they just do nothing when they're losing like this.
No, sure. Like, they need to do
That's the thing,
something.
yeah.
But that is why Liquid is so dominant in these type of games, because to do something against Liquid when you're down, you're inviting 5 heroes to kill you when you can only bring 3 or 4. Or you have the damage to only really fight for pickoffs, right? So Liquid will always exploit your position, because any chance of you being active will be, okay, here's 5 heroes, you've died, take tower, take Roshan, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll have 20 KD, right?
I
It's
mean,
a
you
very
just have to
fine
hope they run
line.
into you like this, for example. Take a high ground. And obviously, if Liquid wants to, they can be very...
I mean, they also, like, you said about the
Conservative.
SMY, right? Like, both Primal and the Monkey went SMY, that was mentioned earlier. Like,
Yeah.
you just soak up Raw, you don't care. So even if Ace does stand his ground, that status resistance will delete the ability for that quick clutch kill. It is going to be some dire times ahead for Gaimin.
They are on the dire.
That is true.
Can't really change that.
That is, well, you can flip the other side. It's a coin flip.
We can't
Ooh, do you think?
control things that have
No,
already been...
I do hope Blast does coin flips on stream. That'd be cool. But like a really big coin.
Like IRL coin flips?
Yeah, why not?
I don't know.
Well, Watson's gonna die again.
He's okay for now, but I think he might tick out.
Oh,
he's
he's
good.
not dying. I take it. I'm so sorry, Watson. Forgive me.
Tanky boy.
Prophet didn't TP it. I was expecting a little bit of a Prophet action, but
I think he would have died. Got roared in the face. So,
yeah, sure.
I mean, I don't hate that right there, but I do like the ability that Gaimin is going in now, knowing that there is a dead Tusk on the field.
Like a Saber, like they're trying to hold the high ground, but
Time to walk in.
Run away. Oh,
Concoction goes flying.
onto the Monkey. It looked like it was meant to go on the Primal, but alright.
I think it doesn't matter.
It
what
doesn't
he-
matter.
yeah.
I just thought it was meant to be flying one way, though.
Yep.
Got the old bait and switch. Alright, Gaimin, they're gonna take a little freebie when they can. And Ace, he understands the situation. He's going for like a drum. Like, he's not even trying to go for a pipe or a big item. He knows that he needs to have just any cheap item. Now
Yeah.
completes the drum. That
I
is
mean,
gonna,
drum. I wouldn't even. I think blink might be essential too.
yeah, but it's not syncing with Alchemist. Alchemist isn't going for a blink himself, right? Like he's looking for a manta.
Somebody's got to go blink.
I mean, sure. Right now, no one's doing it. They got
Somebody's got to. You pick. I mean, other than when I
Okay.
say somebody, not any of the ranged heroes. One of
Anybody.
the two melee heroes.
well, Poor old Tofu.
That's just not helping him very much, is it?
Ooh.
Well,
Rich Tofu, the opposite of poor. Look at him. Move made.
oh,
What's happening? They're just... Okay, Liquid, they're doing a lot on the map here. Also, top lane Ace is dying as well, so they're trying to kill bottom. They're also trying to kill top. Liquid doing
we're gonna kill the Helm Dom creep too.
extra 250 gold.
Yep.
Okay, a rare moment where Liquid do a bit too much on the map, right? Like
Yeah.
normally in these games, they're very good at moving at as that multi kind of hero ball, but okay, they're doing top
I mean,
and
it
bottom.
seemed a little out of sync, right? Because
It
I
was
feel
very
like
out of sync, yeah.
I feel like Boxy went in and then he snowballed out, right?
Yep.
But the moment he snowballed out,
Then someone
Saber
else goes
went
in.
in, yeah,
And then
so-
meanwhile, top lane they're killing as well. So like the communication probably was very like go in, go out. Oh, sorry, you're talking top. Oh, it was, yeah.
I mean, it can be hectic for sure.
It can,
Whenever you're making 2 plays on the map at the same time, it's very high skill if you can do it, but
That's true.
very difficult as well.
But instant smoke from Liquid. They have this weird little kind of split play. They don't really care. They reset.
Yeah, they're smoking their primal, knowing that Tofu is just
Ooh.
invisible.
Yep. That's
Didn't
your-
expect that one.
But they do find Quinn.
Wukongs is out, but do they have control?
No containment at all. And now
Alright. Boxy's just dead. Alright, this is
What's
like
this one by one?
really
Oh.
weird by Liquid.
yeah, this is not clean at all. And Gaimin are going to capitalize on that. The roar onto the Beastmaster, Primal Beast. Sorry. I just wasn't expecting this from Liquid. They had a very good map position. They were doing pretty much everything they needed to do, and then suddenly the top play bot play into a very forced smoke, and we wanted Ace to be in the position. He's there. They kite back. They thought they contained Quinn in the edge of the Wukongs, but they just didn't have another stun to follow up, so he's able to walk away. Boxy thought he stopped the Pugner and the Mortar from entering the fight, but he really didn't.
I mean, they just needed to talk about who they want to focus, right? Because I saw Boxy on the Pugna.
I mean, Boxy wants to stop Pugner. Monkey King wants to go on Viper. But then where's that extra hero to help facilitate the Viper staying in Wukongs, right? Like they were missing that extra
he
little
shouldn't
piece.
come in, and neither did the Primal, right?
Exactly, yeah. And that's where, of course, we talk about Blink Dagger for the side of Gaimin. Maybe even a Blink Dagger for Liquid could help out. But we now see Watson. He went Yasha. He was thinking of Manta. He just keeps casual Yasha going for a BKB.
Okay.
But the farm continues for Gaming. They are trying to... I mean, they've overcome the aggression, it feels like, due to some liquid over-aggressive plays. I think maybe one more overplay from Liquid and Gaimin, you could argue, are somewhat back in it, where they can maybe dictate a smoke. I don't think they're in a smoke position yet. But
I think when they
one
finish
more-
this BKB, which they just did
Okay.
on Watson, they have more play opportunities. It doesn't make him invulnerable by any means. You are definitely playing versus a Monkey and a Tusk, of course, and Primal. So there's lots of ways to still deal with it, but I think he just needs it for the damage mitigation.
And they're going to have BKB
More than
on
anything.
Profit as well, right? So, like, BKBs are the key theme for both sides. And Beast, he has a lot of gold. He's able to buy a Blink if he wants to. He can also soon get a BKB as well from Beastmaster. So it's like, this is, I think, quite pivotal. Like, 3,000 gold. Team, what do you need? Do you want me to be tanky in front line? Do you want me to buy Blink? Got a couple options. And I'm not opposed to BKB if they continue to play this farm game for another 4 or 5 minutes. Like, it's not
Is
that
there
bad for
anything
them.
better than both of those? I don't know.
I don't think. I mean, you don't really care Crimson. I mean, you can buy it later if you want to keep your towers potentially alive. But
I mean,
I
it's
think
like
right now
you're playing BKB versus Monkey, NP, and Tusk and Primal. Doesn't feel like the best BKB game.
no, that's true. I think just even being able to like walk past like ice paths and the slows and like the Jakiro aspect could be enough to give him more purpose.
Okay.
But
Just wondering if there's a route for like some AC or Shivas or something maybe to make you tanky a different way.
That's true. I think this is one of the games where the argument could be stated for different choices.
I would say Blink is my favorite choice.
Yep.
Honestly, but
Again, I don't mind Blink.
let's see
They
what
don't-
Ace is
they don't
choosing
have a
now.
map position.
He
Well,
queued up
He is gonna
BKB.
be- okay, he's gonna be BKB. Again, like on paper, there's a lot of BKB piercing tools. I think even able to brush off a couple of spells will allow Gaming a bit more confidence. Like just buy time. He can also just disappear under the physical damage that you mentioned.
Yeah.
Easily a case.
I mean, it's just not a game where you buy BKB and you feel completely safe, right? But
No.
it still does give you a lot of protection for the cost, so I get it.
And I think what Monkey King now has BKB. Prophet has a BKB. There's a bit, oh, Liquid has triple BKB now. Saberlight's about to complete his. So those 3 BKBs you see on the top of your screen, that are all fresh purchases ready to use, 9 seconds. Just gotta wait for Saberlight to finish his. And an Aegis. Gaimin. They've done very well to at least find some windows of punishment. But they don't really have enough to be, you know, commanding the game yet. And it could also bait them into a full sense of security if they aren't truly respecting Liquid's item timings here. Gaimin, they are respecting it. They're kind of, you know, running around the map, trying to go for some pickoffs. Keep the kind of map as open as possible. They don't want to allow Liquid to kind of walk down the lane and, you know, create that tempo that they're utilizing in the kind of the earlier portion of the game.
I don't even think Liquid wants to just walk down the lane. I think they want to find opportunities.
Oh, for sure.
And
Pickoffs
use their
are the
lineup.
key, yeah. You got to be careful.
I mean, one of the downsides of these like Monkey King, Slark type carries, you just don't have Roche, you don't have building damage.
Luckily, Tusk fixes half of that, but not the tower part. Yeah.
I mean, the thing is,
I
like,
think Prophet fixes the tower part, kind of. Yeah.
he is good at hitting towers when no one else is there, right? Because the tree does die.
I mean, that's why this is the triple core lineup, right? You put Wukongs, the Primal tanks the tower, the Treant hits the tower.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the reason this tri-core works.
The one and only reason. But yeah, I think they're gonna play. Okay, they're gonna catch a straggler. He's left for dead, completely by himself. But it does look like they're kind of chasing after them on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. We're gonna have a bit of a self-stun action here.
Oh, the efficiency to hit the big ancient creep.
Yeah.
That's why Watson has been and will be a rank 1 player in the European leaderboard.
That play right there. No other reasons.
I'm reaching, man, all right.
But yeah, they're going to group up now, and the strategy you talked about, not even going to come into fruition because the stream's on cooldown.
Well,
I mean, Witchblade is coming online.
there's the blink. So Beast just did go for the good old-fashioned beacon blink. And post-Aegis, we'll probably see it in full effect. They're looking this. I wanted to find Watson, but off he goes. And this is where it's very uncomfortable for Liquid, right?
Yeah, they're
Find it for Ice Buff and Shards, but yeah.
definitely overcommitted for that one, which it's going to be a little breathing room for Gaimin Gladiators here. They might be able to push out the top tower.
You need breathing room though, right? Against
You
when you're against
definitely
Aegis, that's all you do. Skip waves, keep the map going. That
Yep.
is the recipe for success when you're against an Aegis.
But it's such a hard game, you know, because, like, you know, Monkey, you basically just have to have Monkey or Tusk, or even Primal, actually, just randomly running across the map, and you're going to find someone eventually. So I think it's Gaimin's job to kind of, like, predict that in a way, and just have more numbers.
But
or
also
potentially
discipline,
more vision. Yeah.
right? Like make sure that when you play the map push, split push game, if you stay for that extra wave and die, it all comes crumbling down. They run down the lane, right? So it's like this is very high skill, scary map play from Gaming, and so far so good. But Watson is about to run into mid game and potentially unfold that entire point. But the entirety of Gaming is behind them, and the Aegis is out in 1 minute and 15.
Oh,
What a
stun.
stun! Yeah. Underneath the tower though with the aura, Celery with the life stream, but the ice path is killing him.
He's got an Aegis.
He does have an Aegis inside the Wukongs, and Watson, he's about to. Oh, the
Okay,
BKB
they got the
method.
Aegis, but Watson, one more
Oh, he
proc?
runs
No.
away.
All right. Can they get Mickey again with a shard? No, he will get out.
Saberlight.
Saberlight's sitting on
70
1
HP.
They got
the
him.
concoction. Get the click.
We need it.
Yeah, I think Gaimin are pretty happy with what's happening here, right? With the fighting and tail end of the Aegis, and okay, jumping over them. Do they have anything to stop him from jumping? They do.
They
Watson,
do.
did he get him? There's no BKB, there's no TP. You're just gonna die, boss. He tried to be cheeky, but now you're gonna be in base thinking about it for 52 seconds. All right, Gaimin. They kind of offer up a pretty decent-looking fight for Liquid, but they kite back beautifully, and Watson on a sliver of HP, the man to the BKB. With the Chemical Rage, not enough damage from the right clicks of Nature's Prophet, and damn, if they get that kill, then sure, we're looking at a Liquid fight, take the tier 2, game continues, but Watson, very, very clutch escape there.
Yeah.
That's one of those moments where you watch back the fight, and it's like, what spell was the one that perfectly kept him like that? Who didn't do that final blow? Like, there's something missing there from Liquid for sure, but Gaimin,
I mean, they found Nisha here, too.
he's just dead.
He is.
He's gone. Farewell.
The train is coming off the rails a little bit here as the net worth lead has dissipated for Team Liquid here. I mean, they're still in a, I'd say, comfortable spot. I don't think this is necessarily unmanageable for them, but it's definitely not where they wanted to be. And I want to say in that last fight as well, the Monkey King with the Aegis, like, I was a little surprised. He was like dying, but then he popped his BKB and Wukong's before he died, so that wasn't available for when he respawned. And at that point, you just got to run.
Gaimin are just disengaging from every Wukong, it feels like. Right? We yet to really see that perfect.
Saberlight, is he going to commit to this?
He's trying. He does have BKB.
Okay.
He really hates Celery.
That definitely was a lot of hate.
That was a bit too much hate, you might say.
I mean, he didn't even ulti him? Wait, his ulti's on cooldown.
Yeah.
So he went without ulti? Interesting.
He was excited to scream at them.
Probably thought he'd be able to kill him with just the trample, but unfortunately not the case. Boxy.
Ooh, another pause.
Awkward.
Oh. It's okay. We have some light problems. It's okay, they'll be fixed. They have been fixed relatively quickly every time that has occurred.
It's got a mind of its own.
Troll. Again, it's the Morse code, guys. Ooh, the Ghost of Denmark. You know, Gaimin setting some scenes here. Again. So, ooh.
Anytime. All right, off we go. I mean, it's a little awkward because Boxy and Cellar are just staring at each other, both of them in vision, so not much is going to happen with that one. And Boxy's actually going to go out and buy his own shard.
Ooh, the pause killed him. You blame the pause
for
on
sure.
That one, yeah.
It was the pause.
I mean, he's snowballing into the wave. He just saw Sarah. Come on, that's a pause kill.
All right, so now I actually have to say the momentum is entirely in Gaimin Gladiators' way here.
Yep.
I think we have the Blink Daggers online that we really wanted to see for Gaimin. A lot of kills have been happening as a result of that. Ace really stepping it up at this point of the game. Watson, same thing. I think that one save. Yeah. That one save that he had right under the tier 2 like really turned this game around. But you're also kind of like bleeding from every lane after that.
You are, but also you could technically argue Watson surviving is a very small play that becomes, you know, massive for gaming's comeback. Like,
for sure.
But then also the game survives. Like Liquid killing top, but then try and make the mid move, then they smoke after. Like, I think if anything, everything occurred based on Liquid's need for more kills on the map. Right? They fail that, they smoke, they fail that, and then they don't kill Watson. So like 3 massive game deciding plays that can break momentum based teams occurred. And you can see it from the kind of the graph, right? It's like the first play, it hurts them. The second play, that's when the net worth's lost. They rebuild it, then Watson doesn't die, bam! Gaimin take over the game. And, you know, 3 moves they could make, they don't execute on their own moves, and Gaimin in the right position to capitalize on it, to then create this this even game. And now we are 32 minutes into the game. No major net worth swings. Beastmaster completes the Boots of Bearing against the move slows that Liquid can present. Not too opposed to it. Will help for a quick bit of repositioning in the fight. And of course, Roshan will be respawning in around about 2 minutes and 48 seconds time.
I find this Orchid pickup on Alchemist to be potentially a little questionable.
Due to the amount of BKBs already in play, or?
I mean, I just feel like against the lineup that has a lot of physical damage, right? And they all have BKBs.
Yep.
He's really relying on getting the stun off with like some Manta on top of Bloodthorn to really burst on.
Yeah, I think.
But if that doesn't happen, like you're missing out on an armor item.
That's true. I think the explosive damage of Bloodthorn that you kind of alluded to is the reason for it, because he's hoping, or he's knowing that, okay, Ace will find a hero, we have double blink, so if we work together, it will always work, right? There's no Lotus. You could argue there's a snowball save, but then someone else on Gaimin should shut down Boxy. So I'm not opposed to it, but it's
kind of like all in.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm confident in my team executing in the fight, therefore I'll buy it. If the fights are harder, then armor does look a lot nicer, but I think so far, like I said, the momentum is shifting towards gaming. So because of that, go back for the greedier, more aggressive items, like find that kill.
Alright.
Yeah, we'll see if it pays off. Gaimin now are smoked. Roshan will, like I said, it's going to respawn, but it's going to respawn into nighttime. So right now, if Gaimin set up, they're already set up a lot of wards down here. So a lot of resources, sentries placed, obs placed, 2 smokes even used. And this fight, if they take it right now, you could argue Liquid might just be able to respawn in time for the secondary fight. Depends, of course, how much is used in it. Gaimin, they are ready. They're jumping.
Yep.
Sablet's dead. It's gone. He does have buyback though. Not that he wants to use it too quickly, because he died very quickly.
I mean, good for him that he's on Roshan's on the Radiant side, right? So if he does buy back,
it's gonna
in a minute, you know.
Yeah.
But if they do want to set up, he can buy back and go to the outpost over there.
Sure. I mean, they have tier 1 tower for Liquid top, so they're looking good.
And there he's gonna go buy back straight to the outpost on the Radiant. They're going to go in the Monkey. He's going to drop the Wukongs. They actually have a Nullifier available here, but it doesn't really work on Morta's ult, as they will focus down Ace here. They do have Roar on cooldown, so he will not be able to get that one off. And Insania gets away, and they're going to kill him. And Quinn, with this Nullifier, he's not going to be able to get out of the Force Staff. I don't think they're done with that either. They're going to go for Celery. He's going to try and get out here, but actually Watson went in. I'm not sure about this one, Chief, but we'll have to see.
You got 1 kill. Is there enough? There's a buyback on Tofu. He doesn't want to use it yet. But Liquid, they're the ones using the buyback. They're the ones who want to secure this fight. Very, very split still. Of course, Ace did buyback and instantly getting zoned out. And now Boxy, we're looking at 2 fights here. Ace, again, he's going to die back here if he goes down, but he's able to walk away for a little bit. And on the bottom side of the screen, we are still seeing a bit of a scuffle, but now Watson, this is not a fight for Gaimin. It is so split. 1 by 1, the buybacks, the chain feed, everything they did to try and get themselves back in this game just disappeared in a single, set of buybacks. That was...
Definitely tried to all in that one.
They did.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure they got that Roche. Definitely probably feeling that this Roche, if you give it away for free, is going to mean too much, so they definitely want to go in for it.
It does feel like Gaming, as soon as they got the Saberlight kill, okay, cool, we got a big kill. We now can comfortably go back to our Roshan. We'll wait for it to spawn, and in that moment of chill,
damage.
yeah, so it's nature's profit. I think Gaming, they just got so comfortable with killing Saberlight that Liquid, as soon as they start, like, guys, like you said, they don't have spells, they don't have items, go. And of course, Liquid utilized buyback much better with the chase down, and nature's profit in your base. Farewell, you are gonna lose so much. There is no buyback on the Alchemist. He invested into the Bloodborne.
Yeah.
You're going to lose, what, 2 lanes here?
Ace did steal the Greater Treant, or whatever it's called, the Treant Protector. Oh, Roar was used on the Lincoln Sphere here. They're going to actually turn this one.
Quinn's
They're
dead.
going to kill Quinn.
He doesn't buyback because he's
no
missing
buyback.
gold.
873 of it to be exact, and mid barracks will also go down.
They're just... I'm a little bit speechless. Gaming went from doing all these little counterplay setups into 1 set of kills, and Liquid reminds hey, we are the aggressive team. We are the team fight skirmishers. And Watson running down the lane, but picked up by Saberlight. Now put back down by Saberlight. Will he be able to run away? It does look like he can. Oh, there it is. Oh, he got hit by the bird.
Watson's dead.
Oh, okay. Yep. Is that just over?
Yeah, no buyback.
Should we be
on
screaming
Watson.
it's going to be GG right now, or what's the deal here?
I mean, if Ace dies here, it's definitely going to be GG. However, you do have 3 heroes dead on the side of Liquid as well. So it's Monkey King and Nature's Prophet against Beastmaster Morta. And I'm pretty sure I know which of the 2 is stronger.
Okay, now, Liquid. Try for Megos against 2. Quinn's respawning though. Okay, this is just Roshan. I say that, they're going to get a tower because Nature's Prophet is level 25 and it is very silly.
He is indeed level 25, isn't he?
It's unfortunate for the game inside that they have to play against it. Probably the most broken 25 talent.
It's up there.
Yeah, easily top 3, top 5.
Yeah. How much damage does he do right now?
Too much.
310 bonus damage.
Treant does like 7 billion into the tower. So
yeah.
I
think if you play options, right, you just get 150 damage with it just being alive. Maybe more.
He's got the brooch as well, so you are going to be able to eat through. You can You ask like armor on this, well, doesn't really matter. It's going to have high magic damage.
Oh, Arcane Rune too. If he summons a few treants and just keeps them nearby,
Yeah.
he's gonna have like 1,000 bonus damage. Yep, 345. He went from like 110 to 345.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Very balanced.
Alright, let's keep spawning the trees. Do you think he's just going to run to the base? Yeah, he is. They're just running to the base. I mean, they have everything. But Watson has no Manta and potentially nothing here. He's going to have to BKB run away.
Roar. Okay.
Yep. No Roar, no out BKB. Arcane on the Nature Prophet. He's starting to create this this Treant army. He's got 2 down. 3 seconds to get the third one.
618 damage. One more.
It's a lot of
again.
Oh,
853.
All right, here it is. Let's see how quickly they fall.
Oh, he stole one of them. Okay,
Oh.
on ace.
Oh, I mean, it still falls pretty quick. That's a
They got
Meteor
it.
Axe for nothing.
Has fallen.
All right, they just need to spawn a couple more trees, and does feel like Liquid is on their path to getting another win, and they're jumping on.
Okay,
There's a
good
Beastmaster.
punch.
Okay, no BKB on the Alchemist. They're just poking for now, putting the flag down, killing off Tofu with the
just
Brooch.
dead.
And Quinn having to run away. Jumping for the Beast. Pulverize, couple right clicks, and Gaimin aren't really doing much here. They're not defending, they're just kind of using their bodies as a meat shield in the hope to prolong the game. But
I mean, they're doing what they can, but unfortunately, they can do nothing.
yes, they can do nothing. They can make the game get to 40 minutes, so it looks a little bit better on Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Liquid now just find them, poke them, prod them, and the Treants will just naturally be ending this game. So, can Gaimin do anything here? 2 are dead. Watson's gone. Buyback
This
as well.
one's in the bag. I think
Yeah.
they're definitely going to call it, but I think in general, like this game, it looked really good. I mean, this was Liquid's game to lose, by all accounts, right? But Gaimin definitely had some moments in which they took advantage of Liquid being a little bit sloppy.
Woo, yeah.
But it felt like they definitely went all in on that Roche fight in the bottom lane. They reserved multiple buybacks for it. Did not work out, and I think after that moment, the game just ended, honestly. It just ended right then and there, very abrupt. But Liquid, they just looked way better in this series overall. So
Sure.
this one game series.
This one, and I'd argue that this is a game where both teams learn a lot, though.
Yeah.
Right? Because Liquid, they were the aggressors, and then they kind of created their own errors to make Gaimin have a comeback. And then Gaimin, they put themselves in a winning position, and then they get comfortable based on 1 kill, not respecting buybacks, and lose a Roshan.
Yeah.
So I think both teams created opportunities for their opponents in critical ways that if this was in a elimination point, then it is something to stress about, right? It is something to worry, and I think both teams will need to improve on that going into the future of the gauntlet of the playoffs. And we are seeing a comparison, of course, Nisha versus Quinn. We wanted Quinn to be the active mid laner that brings life to the greediness. Didn't happen at all, right? No. Finished the game 5-5-5. Compare that to Nisha, right, with 565 last hit, 7-2-15 KDA. Of course, Nature's Prophet will farm up the entire map, will play the entire map, but again, we have some high expectations for Gaimin. It's not really connecting the entire time. Some drafts help, some drafts don't. And Liquid, still aggressive as ever, but making some errors. There we go.
There you go.
Fixed it. You want to send it to a break?
Yeah, we're going to head to a break. We'll be back after the break.
Thanks. a final best of one in a very long day. The other series, though, they're still going on. They're like a series behind because they had obviously some long series.
Yeah.
We've had some pretty short ones, but this one, it's Spirit versus Tundra. The conclusion of the group. And of course, Tundra, they are currently sitting in first position. And that is where Tundra don't have much to play for, right? If they win, again, we're going to see the bracket. You know what? Let's show the bracket. This makes my life so much easier. So, Tundra, if they win or lose, guess what? Still first place. Congratulations, Tundra. But if Spirit are to beat Tundra due to new startle and all these like funky rankings and whatnot, they will be able to overtake Gaming and get themselves to third place. So even though they're both 2 and 2, Spirit will overtake Gaming because Tundra is a high seed team. Beating them gives them kind of more kind of little fake little points to help them get higher.
Really?
So
Okay.
Spirit winning this, third place. Tundra win or lose does not matter at all.
Right.
Thus, it's all about Spirit in this series. Tundra, of course, they can try out some strategies, try out some new tech, but Liquid, they're
they
second.
can grief.
Sure, yes,
Gaming.
they can do anything they want right now because Tundra can force Gaming into a worse position. Spirit can, of course, overtake Gaming. Liquid is locked into second, and OG is locked into fifth. So this still has a lot of meaning, this best of one.
Yeah.
And because of the system, going into single elimination, like the finishing of fourth and third, etc., it's like you skip out an entire best of 3 every time you get a seed or higher. So it's super important, especially for Spirit, to be able to get through the series. Tundra, they've done well enough not to really need to have to put everything into it. But often in these scenarios, teams don't actually know really the ramifications of win or loss. They find out after. So I think Tundra will be going in, full guns are blazing, trying their hardest obviously to win this game. They're not kind of in the back of their mind going, we're already first. So it's still going to be the top of both of their games, but there's so much more meaning for Spirit in this best of one.
Yeah, I mean, they're Dota players. I think every team, when they're ahead, they want to crush their opponent, right?
That's true.
They want to make sure that everyone knows that they're undefeated. Every team or every player wants to go through a tournament at least once in their career where they just go completely undefeated the whole tournament. It's such a good feeling. So I'm sure that's what they want to do. There's a lot of tournament yet to be played, and this is the team that we were alluding to that wants to go undefeated here. They took down some of the giants already. They took down Liquid. They took down Gaimin Gladiators. And now they're looking to take down Team Spirit here. Tundra, they've looked incredibly good here. Nightfalls look surprisingly good on this roster. 33s look stable as usual. Lornoff has looked, I wouldn't say surprisingly good, but he's looked good throughout the entire year on Aurora.
Yep.
So he just looks like a good fit overall.
I think, if anything, Lornoff is maturing as a player and becoming more confident in what he wants to do. I think there were windows in which he would be over-aggressive or plays wouldn't kind of domino effect into better moments for his team.
Yeah.
And I think now his play and his moves feel like, okay, so that happens, and then now something else will kind of be generated on the map because of it. So I think he's got more purpose when he makes moves. I think that's really important, but it helps when you are playing with the likes of 33, right? He is often going to kind of push you in the right direction, and you know where else we can push ourselves in the right direction?
To the draft.
To the draft. Look at that
Let's go.
segue. Oh, there we go. That was... It's as if we've done this before. We haven't, but, we're doing it. So here it is. We do have a draft, and of course, now Tundra with the Invoker, first ban, and then Naga Siren from Spirit. Just to remind you of the importance Spirit must win to go up one more position in the leaderboard or in the group stage.
I mean,
Tundra,
you're
not so
definitely
much.
banning a Magnus too, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, I'm
think
banning Mag. Like, if I'm entering the series against Spirit, unless I have, the anti-Mag lineup prepared, early Yules buyers, vision finders. If I have all this concept ready in my draft, then sure, maybe I don't ban it. But I think a little nod. Even Lao's Invoker getting banned out. The guy died 4 times in
He sure did, didn't he?
Yeah, it was rough.
It
But
didn't really matter. So the heroes, Chen has been peeking in and out with some bans. Not sure where I feel with it right now, but I think Dragonite and Magnus are going to be 2 heroes that very likely are going to be banned in the first phase. And if not, somebody will pick it up. And there goes the DK. And I think Tundra is probably more likely to ban the Magnus than Spirit. So Spirit kind of have a free ban here. So we're not really seeing any shockers, I want to say, on Team Spirit's bans. Like Naga, we know how good the hero is. Alchemist has looked impressive as well. DK has looked absolutely insane. And I would say Invoker is the other hero that has impressed me a lot so far in this tournament. But all those are out. What direction do we want to go with Spirit? They're going to get rid of the Shadow Demon. Sometimes you see him in the ban, sometimes you don't, sometimes you see him in the game, and sometimes he is completely ignored, so completely preference there.
also for Tundra, we're talking about Magnus quite a lot for Spirit, but maybe they could ban it here. Maybe they don't care about it because they've been playing Tidehunter, right? They have heroes that like to frontline and soak up that jump. Maybe they don't care about the hero because they already have their own concept. Again, we'll see here. They do have one more ban available. And we'll see what they will go for.
They're thinking about it.
Yeah, they are. Load up what Spirit's been first picking. I'll refresh myself real quick. I mean, they've only been first picking one game, which was the Mag. The other two games was the Earth Spirit and Doom from second pick. So there's not like a lot of early information go off, but based on previous tournaments, they've been leaning towards Invokers, Alks, Chens in the first phase, even DKs. So kind of like most of the heroes banned out are currently their primary top picks for first, and they ban out Shadow Fiends, ignoring the Mag like we mentioned, and they go for the Doom.
Which is not the Tidehunter.
No.
So,
philosophy-wise,
completely different.
completely different. Yeah. I was testing. I was going to see if you were listening or not.
But we'll have to see. I mean,
just to be clear, I didn't want them to first pick Tide.
For sure.
Just to make sure we're on the same page. Right?
Yeah,
It'd been like a support pick.
well, what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
with Doom being picked, you can't pick Tide.
No,
anymore,
yeah, for
right?
sure. So if there is a time for Spirit to get what they want, and they look here, of course, Tundra.
I mean, I feel like
33.
the Mag just makes so much sense. You have multiple players that can play it.
Yeah. Your second pick.
Second pick, you won with it.
Yeah. We've been
Things are
yapping
good.
about Magnus for the entire draft so far. So if it didn't get picked, it'd been very awkward for us.
Yeah,
I don't know how we'd segue away from that if it just goes fully
They really
ignored.
threw us a bone on that one.
Thanks, Spirit. Whew. Yeah. yeah. Cool. Great picks, lads. No, I mean, okay, when you compare these lineups now, you do have.
Let's compare them. Doom versus
no,
Magnus.
no,
Who
but the
wins in a
foundation-
1v1?
It's like one of those TikToks. So just the 1v1 battle. Like, ooh, who wins?
Nobody beats Doom.
No. Or if you don't use spell, it just right clicks. Set up a story.
Mag wins for sure.
There it is. But no. So the foundation of these lineups are relatively different, right? Because Doom can pressure in certain lane matchups, but you often still play very farm heavy. Magnus, on the other hand, you farm 2,000 gold, you get a blink, and you go play the map. You smoke up. So I think in speed of play, it's different. So for Tundra, the supports need to step up and be ready to counterplay the expected Spirit moves, because the Doom itself won't do it until you have 6,000, 8,000 economy, right? So that's kind of the key difference in the foundation of the lineups. And we'll see where Spirit want to go with it. Or even Tundra. Because
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of support bans here too. Like, Bat's gone, Morta's gone.
They're
Shadow
great
Demon
smoke
went out.
gank heroes, right? Like, you combo these heroes with Mag early on, and very map breaking.
Might see a Pugna go out. It's been a little popular. Lion is a hero that I thought was going to be more popular.
I'm down for the Lich again for Spirit, right? Like, you're
Lich.
opening the second phase. You don't really want to reveal much. You pick Lich. You have since the gaze is so strong. When they blink in, if you have that precast, you are going to lock down. I wouldn't be opposed to it. You have Chain Frost with Mag. Like, again, it was the success of the previous Spirit game that we saw on the stream.
Yeah, first OG.
But there's a lot of position 5 heroes that can just fill this. There's like this pick here, right? Like, you can pick Ogre for Bloodlust and Empower. You can pick,
That's old school. Yeah.
sure, you can pick Clockwork just for vision to find Doom and hook jump early on to prevent him jumping you. You can pick the Lich, like I mentioned, for the Chain Frost. Like, there are so many supports where they look good on draft and they don't really complicate things.
I'm going to go back for the Lich.
Yeah.
I think last time we talked about this, it made sense. They went Mag and Lich. And I was like, oh, that's a good Shadow Demon ban. So I think they prioritize the Shadow Demon ban because they do want to play this Lich more often. So this definitely does make some sense. Strong laner, as well as all the other things you mentioned. This hero has a pretty good toolkit. And then now I think if you're a Tundra, you're going to slap some supports here as well. Maybe they go for the Pugna.
Which
This hero's
support
been
would you
going
slap?
up. I mean, Pugna doesn't sound too
Yeah,
bad,
yeah.
to be honest, yeah. But is there something better? That is the question. Like, Lion for the instant Hex, maybe? If Mag blinks in, you just have Hex ready.
If you're picking 4 and 5, I think Clock plus ranged hero feels really good.
Rubik, this is old school.
I'm so happy to see Rubik. I actually think Rubik's been disrespected, My guy, sure, you don't crush lanes as well as like a Hoodwink or as a Lion, right? But you still have Fadebot to secure range creep. Your game is still annoying because you get to steal spells and you get to protect people with Lift and your Shard. Like, the aura meta has somewhat disappeared, which Rubik would suffer in because you're kind of magic damage and stuff. So I think Rubik should be picked more. it's great into both Mag and Lich.
Yeah.
And yeah, I still think Clock would be very good though for Tundra. Like the vision stuff that I mentioned that maybe could be picked from Spirit, also very critical for Tundra to give Rubik a good game, to give Doom. Like Doom and Rubik, they need vision to play, but instead they go for a Pugna, like you called. So
makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
perfectly
Clock
fine.
also is, I wouldn't find Clock too,
Yeah,
but
well, no, like
the Rubik's
completely different games though, right? Clock's
Yeah.
hunting the map, Pugna's surviving the jump, right? And it does feel like Tundra will be offering up heroes to be, hey, jump us, but instead we'll counterplay with Rubik, we'll decrypt and life drain. Like the supports will break the jump from Spirit if they're in position. But Magnus is very good against these heroes because you skewer them so far away that you can't actually save them with Pugna because now you've got to walk an entire screen distance and
True.
you don't have cast range. So it's kind of like a very positional battle between the two, which often needs Mag if he has vision.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see Rubik specifically. Like, Rubik used to be the go-to against Magnus whenever you saw it. Doesn't really feel like you see as many like big steals in Rubik that are super impactful, but if you can ever manage to steal Chain Frost or even Skewer sometimes can be funny, but it's mainly going to be like the RP. If you can get a Chain Frost, you can do lots of work in a game as a Rubik here, which kind of warrants why they wanted to pick it. As you mentioned before, like Pugna, it's the more defensive route, right? Like you want to definitely keep like 33 up, for example, on the Doom with your Glimmer Cape, with your Life Drain, whereas Clock would have been more offensive. But Magnus is a hero that can break that chain very easily, so they're still going to go for it anyway, but maybe just that distance that's broken. However, you can potentially regain a couple steps and then get healed up and re-go if you don't get bursted immediately. That'll always be the tricky thing, and 33 likes to play his Doom very tanky, so maybe that's their idea of being able to just reinitiate.
In Spirit, they're eating for a little bit of time here to get their next pick.
It's been a slow draft,
It's
but
been a very slow draft there. Dawnbreaker, okay.
versus
So
Doom.
Mag now to mid lane. Dawnbreaker to off lane. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. I like the... I mean, Mag can also still be carry, right? We've already entertained the fact that Mag can
Yes.
be 3 roles, any core role. But...
I mean, I suppose, like, when you think of Dawn offlane, right, like, you typically want to pick it with, or against heroes that don't have stuns.
Yep.
So I guess against Pugna, it kind of makes sense.
Pugna also has good move speed, though, but with the Willow for the Bramble Maze, you're going to contain it to set up. So, like, you kind of... It's like a battle either way. I mean, I don't mind it. I actually like it, even for... Like, lane should be okay for Dawn. Should be relatively good farm. You get pickoffs if Tundra play out of position. But just the pure, like... Maybe you can go like Ags for the evasion. Sure, you can't heal through Doom, but like the evasion to keep the right clicks down the line. Even if you don't care about that and it's like Doom gets targeted, the Dawn jumping in, sure, again, no heal, but you get to throw your body and go, hey, you cannot go past me now. That guy gets to run away. Good luck trying to catch him. There's no real containment for Tundra other than lift. There's nothing to stop people just seeing. Oh, Sven. We do not see Sven.
That's a bold pick.
Yeah. Do you think the Sven is a nod to, hey, if you want to pick Mag carry, we're going to have a Sven carry, and it's like, we're going to have all this armor, so you need to play this Mag mid? Do you think it's like a way of just forcing the Magnus away from that position?
I mean, it could be, but I feel like Sven, sure, you do have like a stun that can stop like the Starbreaker, but I feel like the lane is hard. It's like a very difficult lane, and this does. I don't feel like you have to put Mag as a carry or a mid based on seeing the Sven. Not necessarily. So I don't really like the Sven pick that much, if I'm going to be honest with you. You are playing against a Lich too, right? So this Frost Shield is incredibly value. You are playing versus RP, which is good control too. It's
going to be the game of when does Sven decide to buy BKB, right? Like he wants to buy like Mask of Madness, he wants to farm. Does he then want like SMY then BKB? Does he want to do like some Echo Saber build? Like when's the BKB bought to survive? But then also he needs damage and like Daedalus, right? Like it's going to be a constant battle of survivability versus damage, and maybe it's the reason why we don't see Sven too much, but...
Yeah, I mean, you need too many items, right?
Yeah, I've just listed like 4 or 5 big items for him to like, I'm happy here, but not there, but then here.
I mean, I think the standard build is always going to be just Mask of Madness Echo, and you kind of gauge from there. Either you disassemble the Echo for the early BKB, or you go for an early Blink if you want to get aggressive. I feel like it's very difficult to fit an S and Y into your build unless you are skipping Blink.
To be fair, I just listed some random items. I was hoping you're going to pick up on someone's decided which build to go for.
Yeah.
But no, I think, realistically, Mask, Echo, see what happens is probably the shout.
Yeah.
What's happening? Puck ban. Okay, yeah, don't mind the puck ban. Supports hate. Like again, lockdown's pretty bad for Tundra. They are respecting that heavily, and Tundra do not have last pick in the draft. That is Spirit. So Lorinov is going to have to pick a hero blind. But I would assume you're playing against Magnus. From
I don't think you can assume too heavily, right? Because
Sure.
like, let's say for example, I think Monkey King is really good versus Mag Mid, but I would not pick that, for example.
Monkey themselves.
Yeah. But that is
Ooh.
definitely somewhat
Timbersaw.
yeah, I mean this one I
They-
like it a lot more because
yeah.
even if you do get counterpicked, this hero does have plays, but you are going to get counterpicked. That's the other thing, because as I mentioned before, I think at this point Satanic could easily play this Magnus.
Yep.
I know he's been practicing it, so
But with the monkey ban on mid to stop Timber from having a bad time,
is that the only hero that can stop him?
you don't want to pick Viper mid. That kind of might delete your draft a little bit from Spirit.
Queen of Pain?
Okay.
I don't think that's going to stop a Timber.
No,
right?
but it's like, it's a pick. They'll farm.
Yeah.
And it's more about map play rather than like, haha, I've stopped you from farming. But like, of course, both heroes, like Queen of Pain goes for like 2-point blink, 3-point scream. She farms, Timber farms. Nothing special happens.
Right.
It is going to be about map play. It is going to push Mag to carry role, and I think Spirit has the ability to be very, quick on map earlier than Tundra, but I think Timbersaw will be the X factor, right? Lorinov Timbersaw, he loves from laning phase, breaking open the game, bringing life,
Yeah.
but his cores are so farm heavy. Like Sven and Doom, it's kind of the same thing that we just saw in the gaming draft, right? It's like you finish lanes and you continue farming. That's
I mean,
exactly
his
what Sven
supports are
does,
pretty
Doom does.
garbage too for playing with him. Like,
Yep.
Rubik, not really great early on levels until he
that's
steals
true.
something good, and Pugna, he's kind of more of like the defensive guy. Whenever I see these Timbers mid, I like to see some rotations. Not saying they can't do it, but they don't have necessarily the best heroes for it. I gotta say, I really like Team Spirit's drafter.
No, I do. I think Tundra is the Sven or Doom is one. Like technically, you have to say Sven because Doom was first pick, right? But the
Yeah.
Sven pick was too farm heavy to make Rubik, Pugner, and Timber feel good in the game.
Yeah.
If you had one more somewhat active core, like let's say Gyrocopter for example, like a hero that can like pressure lane, make moves like that, will then bring life to Pugner, Rubik. You slot behind Timbersaw, game feels good. But the fact that you have a farm heavy Sven, the Doom or someone needs to step up to enable Lorinov as well. Otherwise, it's like a farm game. Spirit keeps picking you off. Again, like the Tundra, incredible scaling. But you have to hope that Spirit doesn't just destroy you in 30 minutes of like map play, right? That's the, or even let's say 20 minutes, right? It's a pretty different story. But yeah, Spirit, they have all the comfort heroes that enable them to beat or they win the previous series to some degree. Same kind of logic. We'll see if Tundra can set up a good kind of front line to protect themselves from the expected onslaught of damage from Spirit. And yeah, hopefully it's a close game, but we are enjoying the ideas of Mag and Lich. Oof.
Yeah, I mean, I think right now, like from my perspective, if they're Tundra looks like the stronger team, right? Just based off of results, but I think if there is
Wait, I was completely ignoring results with
Uh,
all of my analysis there. I completely forgot to
outside of
reference
that,
it.
I really think that Team Spirit has a much better draft in this particular game. It makes a lot of sense. Like, there's some things that I could be a little nitpicky on. It's like, sure, you pick Dawnbreaker versus Dune, you're not going to get that healing effect, but it is AoE healing, so that is something that could happen. I feel like Laurel's going to have a completely free game. Like, you have to doom him to kill this guy, and that is a very long cooldown, so that's not always going to be an option for you. When you are playing a hero like Magnus, it's really nice to have that mid laner that can scale with you.
Is Mag potentially too greedy though, where against high armor heroes, like the scaling of Timber and Sven, at some point in the mid game, he'll be like, I wish I had a Daedalus, I wish I had that AC, I wish I had that next big item. And because the game's very quick from Spirit, he's maybe trading as much farm from map play, and then when the game gets critical, he's like, he could second guess, I wish I did this, rather than, that could be something that we see down the line, but...
I mean, I think if Spirit do win this game, it's going to be very much so like the way Liquid wins a lot of their games, right? Where Nisha is the real carry,
Okay.
and like Mickey is just kind of like the supporting crew. I really think this co-op has to super pop off, but this is the type of smoke inks we like to see.
There we go.
There we go. You smoke for action, not efficiency.
Yeah.
And they give it to their mid laner. I don't know if that completely changes the mid matchup, but it definitely doesn't make it any harder for him, so he'll take it.
Also, shout out to Tundra. They are there's only two teams here, BB and Tundra, that had to play the first series and the last series. So Tundra did have to play Series 1 and Series 10 of today, all best of ones, of course. So, But they're gamers.
Yep.
They're fine.
Literally speed running the group stage here.
Yeah, I kind of like it. It's like
Of course.
no one's getting eliminated. You play the group stage. It's all best of ones, rapid fire, and then you get to playoffs, and every series has like intense meaning. It's fine.
I'm a big fan as well.
Yeah. I just like getting to eliminations as quick as possible because it means that teams have to really care. So date 1 day of groups, boom, get it done. Let's see what happens in tomorrow. We do already pretty much know who's playing tomorrow. At least 2 teams.
We will see.
Who joins them?
Pretty much.
Oh, the old Dawnbreaker lane. Dawnbreaker is a pretty volatile hero, in my opinion, where if you don't get a couple kills in lane, that you're buying an Echo Saber quite late, and then after Echo Saber, like you're looking for that next item, and sometimes you think about Blade Mail to jump in. And it does help. As soon as you get a couple kills, you're tanky. At Dawnbreaker, you jump into the middle of the fight. If you're not tanky and you're under-leveled, you're jumping into the middle of the fight to then be like a relatively squishy hero.
Yeah.
So laning phase is so critical for this hero.
Well, luckily for that hero, laning phase is also very easy. So that definitely helps. Like, you are high base damage. You have 2 nukes. The only thing that can really interrupt you is a Stormbolt, seeing as Sven has no mana right now. I think he actually just used the Mango or Stick. He's going to have to hold on to that Stormbolt, because if he doesn't, he will die on.
Well, it is riveting, though. We are seeing the race to the Echo Saber, potentially in the top lane. Between Sven and Dawnbreaker. Who can farm it quicker? Like piquing
Is
your
Sven
interest.
rushing it?
His quick buy has Echo Saber, which feels potentially illegal, but we will see if he wants to follow through with it.
Typically, I see the Mask of Madness first.
I agree, yep.
But
I was hoping you'd connect my point to that and start debating if this is even a good build. I will check Pro Tracker to see if maybe that's the current preference, but
I mean, I think if you go the Echo, you're not looking to go the Mask.
no. You're not going back for Mask after that. No, not for sure.
Which is also very unusual. So
Lifesteal is pretty nice when you want to AFK in the jungle. It does look competitive. Though, I mean, every pro pub, Mask of Madness is bought first.
yeah,
There's not a single game where Echo is first. So we'll see if he wants to commit to this. Maybe he just forgot to queue up the Mask of Madness. He'll fix his quick buy
I mean
soon.
that happens. He has plenty of time to think about it.
No, he doesn't have any time.
He's got to do it now. You have to put your whole game on your quick buy before the horn
God,
spawn.
that sounds awful. Like Amar would be griefing so hard. Like his quick buy is so grim. Sometimes you look at it, it's like, wait, you're buying what? Divine Rapier, or you're now buying what? Butterfly? Yeah. Thank God that's not a
Sometimes he
feature.
does buy those items.
True, he does.
At 33, cutting the wave here. Okay, that didn't really do much, but it did stop the creep wave a little bit, so they're going to get a couple denies.
It's a cool combination, right? You got Sinister Gaze, then set up for the shockwave, then
Yep.
the skewer. Like, if you get close to that tower, you'll be under it, and that is why Tundra are skipping waves. They do not want to get punished and brought close to the towers.
What happens if you use a Clarity on Lich?
You make a bug tracker report and you complain to Valve that it's bugged even though it's not.
I see.
Yeah. What'd you do if your Timber saw against Acid Spray?
You die.
God, you really need to be in hour 2 and hour 4 to get both of those references. Mid lane. Pretty much a trader farm though. 27-1 to the 23-1. An early rotation from Willow. Was looking to go for the actually just killing off Loranov. Oh, fairy fire, nice.
No
And in
need,
the
but they
water room.
baited out the TP, so
That's going to be a good TP debate. Now they know in the back of their minds, all right, if we go again, there won't be a Pugner to help. So we'll see if the Willow wants to wrap back around to mid at a later portion, but at the moment, he's looking to go back to top lane. And poke where possible. Of course, you cannot really leave Malik alone, as we've baited you because
Okay.
Raj got a solo kill.
alright, he had first blood too there.
Yep.
Nightfall on top lane. He has stun available, so you can't really commit too much than you already have. Honestly, Nightfall is doing better than I expect in this lane. I thought this lane could be quite disastrous, but he's managing, he's getting his farm. Certainly not winning it, but like, you're not supposed to win
It's
this lane.
damage
You're just
control, yeah.
supposed to survive, and he's doing a great job at doing so.
I mean, the key thing is they've not, bled a kill that has forced. Oh wait, we got to go jungle, right? It's this
Right.
stability of the safe lane that, if anything, brings more life to your game, right? Even though you're under leveled compared to your offlaner, You are still hitting creeps. You are still keeping that tower. But Queen Pain getting a solo kill. We saw how 9 was able to relatively create some opportunities for OG in that brief moment of single outplay. We'll see if Lau can create some opportunities himself, sorry. That sector does go down, and Preshow also dying. Just supports, deciding to go back to base. 3 bottle refills for the mids. That's all I'm seeing.
That's all you see.
Yeah. Simp, when you die, you go mid.
The thing is, you got first blood on Lornoff too, so Laurel's still doing really well in this matchup regardless of that. Sure, there was that one rotation from the Dark Willow, but still impressed either way.
Oh,
That's a rough life right there.
Yeah, that's awful.
That is why they picked Timbersaw.
It's the only reason.
To delete Dark Willow from the game?
Alright, do you think Nightfall will go full Echo Saber first?
No.
I mean, his quick buy is...
I understand.
It's getting close. It does look like quite an ugly
Okay, so
build.
like I won't be surprised if he does it, but I say no.
You say no.
Because I don't want
Because
him to.
at 7 minutes, he'll have Fred's Ogre Axe as his item build.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, I would be potentially okay with it if he waits until 7 minutes, sees if he gets, like, either the safety bubble or potentially
so based on neutral.
Verdu,
Okay.
and then maybe.
Okay, so if he has any additional regen,
All right,
he's
committed.
actually just going for it. Okay,
Cool.
but we did say that we wanted potential active nature because both Doom and Sven farm a lot. Is Nightfall respecting the fact that he needs an active core? So him going Echo Saber, even though it might hurt his farm a lot, he might play more into the map rather than the jungle. He can still farm the jungle, it's not as quick, but in the back of his mind he knows that he can join a smoke and he isn't griefing his team. I think it's high risk, but do you think there's maybe some logic he's applying here, or...?
Maybe.
Okay.
He's definitely a bit tankier in the moment, right? So
correct,
like,
yep.
I mean, it definitely makes sense. I'll say that. Is it good?
We'll see.
Yeah.
Again, that's hindsight. It was doing
Yeah,
great.
I mean, there's the Dawn trying to save someone doomed. Doesn't really work. That's why I was a little bit afraid of that pick there. Oh, he split the wickets on that one, and he's just going to die. Okay.
You're a cricket fan. Today I learned.
He just literally
That was...
missed.
Yeah. Thank God we don't have repay technology. That'd be pretty rough.
Yeah, it would be. Luckily, that does not exist. Oh, nobody saw it.
Oh, 2,000 gold already. All cores are just farming for Tundra. Maybe we expected a bit more laning prowess potentially, but hasn't really.
I mean, that rotation was absolutely huge. We're seeing a little bit of the weaknesses of... Okay, we're going to go in there, and Laurel's just going to be like, I'm coming back to steal that kill. And Malik, all right, he will go down here as well, so... Nightfall cleaning up a little bit. Soxa walking in to help him out there.
Even Lornoff was trying to join if needed, but wasn't to be the case. And
I mean, they were winning all 3 lanes like 4 minutes ago, right?
Yep.
On Team Spirit.
That is true.
And whatever happened in that bot lane, we kind of saw some weaknesses, right? Number 1 is Doom got 6 before Mag, which... a little strange that happened because Mag was winning in CS.
This is a massive setup for you to make another point about Doom vs Storm.
Oh, I was going to get there too, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you're teeing
And
yourself
then-
up. There we go.
And then when we got to the point where we all have our level 6 ultimates,
yeah,
right?
yeah, sure, tell me more.
And then Dawn, that's her power point in the game, right? You can't go on a hero, typically when Dawn is level 6.
Yep.
But you can if you have a Doom.
He's one of the
So
point again.
that turned into a situation where you're trying to help your ally,
Yep.
you TP in, you die.
Yep.
Of course, unfortunately, Laurel also just misses his ult. So effectively,
It's a big ult though.
you
It's pretty
miss
hard.
all your ults, right? Dawn ult does nothing. Mag isn't even 6, and Quap ult just misses. So you're just missing every single spell.
But this could be, foreshadowing the future of the game a little bit for Spirit, right? Where it's like their draft looks strong in map play, but if they do have a miss ultimate, it's very, very difficult.
Yeah, sure.
Satanic is.
I mean, it's not even missing ults on Dawn. It's just like ineffective.
Sure. Okay. I think we just look towards more like if Sonic Wave and RP don't connect, let's just always assume that Dawn ult is redundant to some degree. Let's just accept that's kind of a positional ult rather than a haha healing ult.
Sure, it's like a nature's prophet teleport.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Sort of really big cooldown.
I mean, I'd like to see it used in an aggressive way, right? Let's say,
Sure.
for example, Quap blinks in, and then
Yeah.
before the Doom goes off, like you just use it immediately. So even if you do a defensive Doom ult, it's probably not going to result in much. So
Okay. Mag went for the Sven build, and Sven technically went for a Mag build.
yeah, I mean,
They swapped builds.
I think. Okay, so I think the
Don't you
Sven is
dare say
doing.
lights. Go on, sorry.
I think Sven is doing the thing that I thought the only thing he could do with this build, right? He's
Echo SMY?
yeah, it's like you don't have the slots to go.
Sorry.
You didn't have a slot for SNY unless you skip the mask, right?
Sure.
And there's the aggressive usage here, which you love to see. Chain Frost will go out, and they just brought 5 heroes to kill that Doom.
Didn't get Whitemon on the Brambles, so hit it with the runaway.
That was a 5-man rotation to kill him.
Very casual 5-man.
Yes, indeed.
No, they're gonna have to, walk away just a little bit.
But yeah, back to Nightfall. Like I think he is very calculating how he wants to do his item build, and he really wanted SNY this game. And I think there's no way to get Mask, SNY, and Echo. You're gonna have to cut out one of them, and he decided to cut out the Mask. So that is definitely his choice here. So he's just not gonna have lifesteal, and he did get he got the Seeds of Serenity. So
Yeah, it's not
Good
as if
for
he's
him.
really, running out of HP, so no problem. Doom onto the Quap. Plenty of damage here.
he's dead.
And 33 currently is doing the kind of Amar variation of Doom, right? Running around with the critical strike from the Alpha Wolf. Whitemon, no, fine, just kills Dark Widow. Just getting kills. 5k gold lead now, just 100 naturally moving around the map, getting whatever they want, using Doom, getting pickoffs. Spirit, they're the ones now stuck in this farm game. We're not seeing Quap enter the game. Of course, Magnus is very greedy from the carry roll. He needs to farm. I'd argue 3 to 4 items before he truly pops off. It's like Mask of Madness, Echo, maybe a Blink. Then after Blink, he needs either BKB or big damage items.
From what I saw, you went a fairly early Harpoon on this carry mag.
Okay, alright. That's an option, but yeah, their Tundra, their lanes went so much better than I expected, at least on the side lane. And they're playing behind Loronoff, so we had some reservations a little bit, but based on how well their lanes went, all of those kind of potential issues that we had, they've disappeared now.
Yeah,
They're gone.
definitely.
We're not even caring about that. It is very much Tundra's game to dictate and do as they see fit.
Yeah, most definitely. And this is kind of like one of the downsides of Dawnbreaker as a hero too. Like, if you're not constantly fighting, I want to say. Okay.
He hit the ult, but also didn't hit the ult.
Is he going in for this? Oh, he stole Chain Frost on Rubik. Is he going to use it? And there it is. And he's just going to delete. The
So
rich
rough.
get richer here. Yeah,
Yeah.
Soxig ends up stealing Chain Frost, one of the better spells you can steal,
I mean, they just
especially at this
wanna-
stage game.
They just wanted to kill a little old Pugner, and somehow 2 supports now dying in response, and Loud now doesn't have ultimate. It's oof.
Yeah, you can see he does have the
Okay, he's going Harpoon.
the Harpoon is queued up. It'll help, but this isn't like your same Magnus where you get a Blink Dagger and then you get a couple picks, right? Skewer him to your carry. You are the carry now, so when you do skewer someone, you have to do damage, right? So that's why he's not going for the Blink Dagger. Sange is online for the Sven.
I'm about to have SMY. There's only a recipe left for the Yasha.
He did skip the Mask of Mana, so
Mhm.
regardless of that, still very, very farmed.
We are just at a point in the game where items just keep rolling in for Tundra. Kaya Surge for the Timbersaw. We already mentioned that BKB's on the horizon for Doom. Sven about to get his SMY himself. So there is plenty of opportunities for Tundra to cross the map and go for the fight. And even though they're not finding heroes here, they're just taking away Ancients, they're preventing stacks, they're farming very, very aggressively.
And BKB is almost online for the Doom. I think once that's online, what are you afraid of? I think nothing. And this goes back yet again to like, you look so good on Team Spirit.
Thank you.
And then you
Thank you,
lose
sir.
like
Oh,
one
sorry.
single fight, right?
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it feels like hopeless. And that was a big crit. Okay.
Why do I keep seeing Whiteman just run away on a sliver of HP? He runs to the
'Cause
jungle.
he is.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, alright. Chain Frost is still available for a quarter left of spell still. We'll see if he wants to throw one out.
SNY Dawnbreaker.
Ooh, yeah.
I mean, I think he's having a hard time understanding his purpose this game, you know?
Yeah, he
It's like,
does
what do
like
I buy? Do I
buffers.
buy auras? That's kind of useless, so I definitely not going Ags. The heal isn't great.
Blade Bow does nothing as well. They found the carry Magnus. And
It's like, oh no,
oh,
he
he's jumped
blinked
into it.
it.
Yeah. Now Malik's just going to die.
33
No.
with the BKB. I think he'll safely get
Oh.
out, but Malik is gone.
There he
Lich
eventually
dies on the
does.
back as well. Soxa, he's pulling a white one and just escaping with a sliver of HP.
There's no damage.
And
Like, everything-
Rue is dead.
Everything good about Spirit's lineup is like their usage of spells together. You have to coordinate. Any drop of coordination falls flat, they have 0 damage, right? Like you need to contain within the RP to get the right clicks, or you need to get the terrorize to combo with the chain frost. Everything needs to be together. As soon as that fails, Tundra will run wild. It's what we're expecting from like at least late game Tundra, like the tankiness to exploit the big team fight, but again, 16 minutes into the game to be in this position, of course, Tundra, they are the undefeated team right now. The only team still undefeated.
When
so
did they
far.
get so good?
Today.
Yeah.
The best of, maybe they're just the best of one team. We'll find out.
Alright.
On wait, hold on. If they win this, then they play semi-finals. So they have a 3-day break if they win. Oh, sorry, no matter what, they're already first. So
Oh.
they're gonna have a 3-day break to get better.
I mean, you're definitely like looking at them and you kind of get that vibe when you're watching them play. Like things are going poorly, but they always find a way to get back into the game.
The small movements were like during the cast, you don't really see every small little detail, but like the way that Rubik has moved around the map, he gets that extra pick, the itemization from Nightfall, the natural aggression from Lorinov. How did Whitemon survive 2 times in a row when he should be dying to then bait Spirit further? So there's so many little moments that Tundra is able to put in their favor, and Spirit gets the kill on Lorinov mid, but
I mean, we're kind of
never
seeing
create anything else, right?
This Spirit. We saw Spirit vs OG earlier, right?
We did, yes.
And I believe in that game, OG kind of like... Oh no, Spirit like won the laning stage. And things went a little rough for them, and
The
they had
OG
to come
kinda
back to the
fumbled a
game.
little bit,
Yeah. But this one, it's like, I don't feel like Tundra's going to give them that wiggle room to
No.
get back into
There
the
is
game.
no
That's-
wiggling or grooving or anything happening here. Spirit are very much... Oh, okay, wait. No.
No, wait, no.
No.
Yeah.
For the sake of the gods, oh my god, strength, okay. Chain Frost bouncing onto 2. Sonic Wave, they're dying, Nightfall. We need a little bit of wiggle room right now, Spirit, they're wiggling.
Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Oh, run away with the sliver of HP. Oh, he went back in. The Lich got him on the back lines, actually. Leposhka with the no-scope. Ends up getting him. What a position, though, for Leposhka to be in.
Oof.
What's he doing there?
Oh, he's gaming.
Yeah, he's definitely gaming.
Well, not enough, though, because it's only...
How much can a Lich do, man? I feel like
Not enough.
this man's doing all he can.
I mean, to be fair, he saw the Aegis in the OG series, right? So
He did.
He's doing a lot, but a lot isn't enough. He needs to do more.
He needs to do everything.
He does need to do everything right now.
Well, that's a reasonable ask for sure.
And also, just looking at the net worth, it's just so despair, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Down 33.
He needs to do everything.
He's doing everything. Okay. Come on, Rue. Oh!
What?
Okay. He was hoping for the TP cancel.
Very optimistic.
Very optimistic. And there is a ward there as well. So as soon as he misses it, he goes, oh, wait, is Rubik running to the right? Hits the root. Doesn't have a shard, so there's BKB or debuff immunity during that. And will eventually go down. So another little kill there. Feels nice. But going back to it, kind of feel like Magnus really wanted that kill. The fact that Dark Widow gets it, 700 gold, that would have been, the Mithril Hammer for the Magnus. We're already now, one big item deep into the BKB, but not to be the case. Yeah, we're kind of nitpicking a little bit. They are down 13,000 gold, so I don't think you can really complain too much for Spirit. Any kill is a kill at the end of the day. But
Yeah, I
BK
mean, it definitely helps, but like they need to hit their core items.
They
That's
do.
going to be super important. So, is there something Dark Willow can do with that money? I mean, Dark Willow won Blink Dagger. Maybe that'll set up some kills on the map. But for now, right into the Roche pit. I think they want to go ahead and put Aegis on most likely Nightfall if he wants to get into these fights. If I know my Nightfall.
Oh,
No.
Do
But
you
if
know?
I know my Nightfall,
yep.
he does not like to go into the fights unless he's fully protected.
That is true.
Which means I don't think he's going to go into the fights as he no longer has an Aegis.
I am yet to really see the effect of Break of Dawn, the innate of Dawn Break. Like, it is very good in moments where it's like, oh, they're there, cool, nice. But I think in all my games, I've had one game where we're chasing a guy at nighttime, it switches to daytime, and we get to see his TP and cancel it.
Yeah.
But it's like, I think concept is very cool, but when you read it, it's like, wow, this is amazing. But in execution, not so much. And you wanted to see aggressive sort of Guardians. Team Spirit didn't want to join.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, very aggressive. I mean, the Tormentor is a...
They ganked the Tormentor.
They did
guys.
gank the Tormentor, yeah.
I mean, I think the one use the Break of Dawn has is to lag everyone's PC.
I mean, that is a draft potentially for best of ones. You get like Broodmother, and you get like Warlock with upheavals and
I mean,
Fatal
it doesn't work at prestigious events like this that have the best PCs, so
That is true.
maybe in online
That's a good point.
matchmaking.
What a build from Dawn, actually. It's like the, you know what, I'm just going to do my own thing, and we might eventually sync up to be a team at some point, but I'm going to do my thing, you do yours, and I'll get back to you in 35.
Yeah, I mean, I really feel like if you can't use Dawn as a hero that makes it so you cannot initiate on someone, the hero's just not good.
That is true.
So the moment I see Doom, I'm just like, you just took away this hero's full toolkit in my eyes. Like, he's
Well, there
supposed
are
to be able
other
to save
heroes
you.
in the game that aren't doomed, at least, so maybe that was the logic. It's like, alright, we're doing that guy, but we'll save the others. But they are just getting picked off in every part of the map. Oh, he pressed BKB as well. That's pretty cool.
TP? No.
Go on, mate. Do it for the fans.
Farm efficiency.
I forgot that I had Spirit as some of my fantasy.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
just
well.
we're going on about the fantasy here.
No, I mean, I might bring it up now and again, you know, as a last thing. Nice little
I'm
additional
feeling kind of
minigame.
bad that I don't have any Tundra on my fantasy.
Yeah, I really blundered. I don't know why I didn't put Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I should put Boiler on off my end, but... Oh, Mag's doomed. So he's going to go back to base. Not really much to say, mate. I feel like Tundra just kind of walking it down mid at this point.
I mean, I had Quinn on my mid laner, but too many Viper picks now for me.
One too many. Lornoth is just styling on Spirit at this point. Lornoth is...
Yeah, he's got Ags. He doesn't care.
Yeah. Blink, Ags, Kaya-san.
Oh,
we
talked about
there
it.
we go.
Talk about the legendary Rubik skewer. I did mention it is funny. It does look pretty funny.
The one thing for Tundra that they have to identify is they played so well in group stage, teams will study them. So the one best of 3 they have in semi-finals, there's going to be so much study and respect put on them, no matter who goes against them.
Yeah, the meta
So they cannot
is
get
gonna be
complacent.
them.
Yeah. Tundra will dictate, I think, a lot of the, maybe at least tomorrow's series. I think Tundra will be influencing that a lot, but that is where teams are going to have to think about it. We are going to see a little pause.
They're going to be playing versus 9 other Tundros come 3 days from now.
Yeah.
All right, a bit of a reconnect here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure that will potentially save the outcome of this game.
Like
But
in pubs, you just get enough time, you like the game out.
he's going in. Not effective. I mean, he really wants that BKB, but
How far away is he?
he's about 1,000.
Oh, God.
So
Yeah.
he's got to wait. I mean, 1,000 doesn't seem like a lot for a hero like Mag, but when you are in a situation where you can't leave your base anymore, it is very scarce to come by money. So it's definitely not easy. We'll see what they end up doing here. Deciding when we should unpause, but I think for now, the play should be just farm your BKBs. Go when ready. Looks like everyone's ready. Back into the game. Keep in mind, Rubik, I believe, still has Skewer, which is
That's pretty nice.
very, very scary.
Very good skill.
Very farmed Rubik. Blink Skewer plus Glimmer Cape. You can have an invisible Skewer.
He's just better than Magnus at this
Just
point.
better.
Yeah.
He's just better.
I
I
do
mean,
like-
I always think it's funny. It's like, Rubik is better than the other hero. It's better than your hero. It's like, yeah, no shit. That's literally how the hero's designed.
It's like, wow, you want an award? You want a medal, bro? Like, what? Well, you need to be a good Rubik player, though, right? Like,
I mean, Naturally.
Yeah, I mean, this game is an amazing Rubik game, though.
Yeah, that's great.
Like, he could close his eyes and still get a good spell. He would need quick cast to be able to make sure he clicks the correct hero, but into skewer, into stun, and farewell.
Into the farewell, mate.
Yeah. Alright, Jesus, alright. I don't put an American accent when I'm casting with you.
Yeah. Maybe you
Yeehaw,
should.
look at that satanic. He's going down. Yeah, so we can do that if you want. It's the final game.
How dare you? That's not how I speak. Okay, that was.
These are the
F
best.
you,
Yeah,
dude.
these are. All right, no, these
That's
are.
space. It's space.
All right, come on.
Will it kill him? He brought his calculator for sure.
No, yeah, he's fine.
No, the Whirling Death ran off. With the Whirling Death, I think he would have died for sure.
Don't know why he was wanding though. That was a bit kind of one for the meme.
Aegis will be reclaimed by. I never understood, how does Roshan reclaim the Aegis like that?
That's like the spirit of Roshan or something. Really.
Yeah, okay.
What, you think there should be like a little mini Roshan that just runs around the map and just like.
There should be an animation of Roshan just
Yeah.
going into your soul and just grabbing the
I can
Aegis
see
out,
it. Yeah, that'd be good.
taking out of your heart like Mortal Kombat style.
Are we adding like a little mini stun to Aegis expiring so it just just punishes you randomly on the map?
Not even a mini stun, just like a 2-second stun. As Roshan extracts the Aegis from you.
And he just scurries back to the pit.
A good blink there by
Yeah, good
Fox.
blink, good
Very good, very good.
27,000. I didn't want to like say it to the viewers because like sometimes like
They can see it. It's
no,
on
no,
the
no. But like
screen.
some people watch the game like whilst they're like cooking dinner and like they kind of do it like audiobook
see.
style. So like it's kind of nice when you get to like the mid portion to be like 27,000 gold lead, 25 minutes. But saying that is very disheartening if you are a Team Spirit fan. But if you're a Tundra fan, it's amazing, right? You are listening
Yeah.
to your team just demolish a previous online grand finalist, you know, just weeks ago.
Online grand finals.
How was I meant to word it, man? Come on, I'm trying to.
Tournament grand finalists.
Sure.
But it
Feels
was
like a TI
online,
winner,
you're right.
but yeah. Like, I was gonna say TI winner. I don't know why I said online tournament. It's like that's like their biggest accolade. No. They got better ones, right? But in the last month, that is the probably the
Two-time TI winners, actually.
but online grand finals
Yeah.
in the last week.
And Spirit's very complicated because like they're 2-time TI winners, but then they're also 1-time TI winners, and then
There's some layers.
there's also
Zero.
new players.
Yeah, that's true.
They're all over the place.
Pretty messy. Looks like they're attempting to want one for the 4th time this game, it feels like.
Surely. they
There
get
it
this
is. Oh, Lorenoff's here to send them back to the base. Well, it's just a Dark Willow.
time. I mean, Lorenoff's job is just to eliminate Dark Willow at this point,
That one rotation, he now had like a target on his back. How dare you come to mid lane?
pretty much. You don't want to make Lorenoff angry.
No. He recently been bored. He
Certainly.
joined us, I think.
Okay. Soxel, Laurel.
He has Glimmer, but there's no protection down.
Is he gonna steal?
Oh, he didn't use Glimmer.
Just dead. I mean,
Oh, there's a gem. My bad.
Anyway.
Mag has gem. Okay, makes sense. Makes
But
sense.
the magic shield.
Alright, we're getting desperate.
I mean, to be fair, like Tundra is blundering a little bit here. That is 2 unnecessary deaths.
Mm.
We have seen games earlier today where, well, they ended up winning anyway, but it
Yeah.
did look like in a situation where
No,
you
I
kind
feel
of
like
like throw the game back in a situation where you should not.
Tundra has like 10 deaths available for them before the game gets a little bit spicy.
Yeah.
I think the good thing for Tundra, they broke the mid racks very early on. So there isn't this like, oh, we have to take racks into mag. Now he has BKB and Harpoon. Like there is still this like, oh, we already have advantage. And Spirit being down 23,000 gold and still on the map looking, hoping to find that next pick-off, but they aren't able to get one. And Tundra, they don't really want to go straight towards the high ground. Roshan is going to respawn in 2 minutes time.
So quick question here on Pugnar, right?
Right.
He does have his tier 3 neutral item,
Mm-hmm.
but he has not used his philosopher.
Yes.
Does that mean he's been inefficient?
It's very slightly, yes.
Yes, okay. Shame.
Yes. But again, Philosopher does kind of overrun a little bit, but we could say he has been mildly inefficient.
I mean, he's got another over 2 minutes on that thing.
That's right, you can talk to him when he comes to the studio in 3 days' time.
Okay.
We can do it for an interview.
Why were you so inefficient? I mean, if you get it right away, maybe they got the token late. You never know.
So then who are we blaming?
I mean, how'd they get their token late? Yeah, Nightfall's playing Sven.
Yeah, hit the creeps. Hurry up.
You already know he's hitting the creeps. Like that surely isn't an issue. All right, we got to
Can
do
it?
something. Oh, he got the creep wave.
No! Oh! Oh, that was so. Oh, God.
He got the entire creep wave there,
Yeah.
and now he's dead.
Yeah. I mean, fair play to Tundra. They just didn't tip him. That would have been a sort of story tip if Tundra really wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can't even kill Laurel.
Literally impossible.
It's just over.
I mean, it's been over for a while.
It has been.
Yeah, I mean, even if you do hit that RP, like,
Again, we haven't said it's over yet, the audio listeners. So now we're telling them it's over. Yeah.
but it's not really over.
It's not. We are lying to the audio listeners.
It's pretty much over, but it has not been called, as we do see the
A little flurry of
Dawnbreaker
spells
go down.
getting used. We're seeing some terrorizers to disengage, but misplay after misplay is what the Nightfall line is going to... Well, not Nightfall, it's Liquid's line, but Nightfall's using it.
Yeah.
As now only Poshka is alone.
And the Lich.
And a buyback from Dark Willow. But now Poshka's dead. He does
Triple
have buyback.
kill for Whitemon.
All right, little rampage situation, all right.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I mean, there's a buyback on the Lich. Whiteman, he wants it. No, he doesn't actually. I've lied.
Yeah, I'm sure he does.
Yeah, he does. How often do you see position 5 rampages though?
Never.
Yeah, I'm sure we get the stats. There's Nocturne on site. We'll ask him. We'll get the stats cooked up for a future random segment that has no meaning because Whiteman didn't get a rampage, but it's fine.
But it's interesting to
It
know
is.
if it's ever happened. Ever.
Probably has. Mag, 26 seconds until he can RP another creep wave.
Yep. I mean, you got to clear the creep wave.
It's important. It's critical. It's if you don't clear the creep waves, you cannot push out and find your next kill. So, Titanic.
He wants to go. Oh, he was cancelled by the blast.
Oh, God.
BKB was used to stop that. Nothing he can
No.
do in that situation.
Okay, 7 seconds.
I mean, he has no BKB now.
Yeah, but again, the creep waves, they're coming in.
Ah, yes.
1 second. Here it is.
All right, Nether Ward is down.
Collapse is watching Satanic. This is your time to shine. Oh, oh.
Fueled and doomed, right?
come
Don't
on,
think it's
Tundra.
happening.
I mean, Tundra are known for being anti-fun, right?
Yeah,
you know,
no
they win the
fun.
TI, no fun, whatever. But then you doom the Mag. He wants to hit an RP. Doesn't even allow him.
He wanted to so
wanted to.
badly.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, well played by Tundra there.
very well played. That was just beautiful to watch, honestly. Like the way that they utilized the early game, they itemized really nicely. They made moves. Starts with the Rubik with the rotations. Lorenov having the confidence on Timber to always play to his limits. And yeah, I think it was a flawless game that Mag carry was punishable with the scaling of Tundra. The speed in which Tundra scaled was our question. Like how quickly can they get there? But after what, 7 minutes, it was like, all right, it's done. It felt like they'd already hit kind of their peak of Spirit, never really getting to the items to deal with them.
I mean, Tundra's feeling like the team to beat at this tournament. At this
100%.
point, they're looking so good. I mean, Spirit, we've seen through their games, just through their record, a lot of work needs to be done with this team going forward for sure. So we'll keep an eye on them. And looking at one last thought, I guess, about Tundra. They're great. They're good.
Great
There's nothing
Final
else
Four.
to say.
There it is. But we are going to see the groups because, of course, this was the final game in Group B. So now we have the results. Tundra are finishing in first place. That means they will be going straight away into the semi-finals, a top 4 position for Tundra, and 1 best of 3 away from that grand finals. Liquid in second place, Gaimin in third, Spirit in fourth, OG in fifth. If you finish 4th and 5th in your group, you have to start in round 1 of the gauntlet. That means that you are 4 best of 3s away from the grand finals. So if you're a Spirit and OG fan, they have the hardest journey to get to the grand finals, and they play tomorrow. So there isn't no day break. There's no time to react and truly understand. You go straight back to your practice room. You have to understand what went wrong in your 4 best of 1s today. Then you have a best of 3 tomorrow.
That's hard.
That's very hard.
Yeah,
And
that's a lot of games.
yeah. So it's going to be difficult. It's going to be intense. But that is the joy of this format. It's get rid of the group stage as quick as possible and get to the important stuff.
Yeah.
And that is going to be tomorrow, where we have OG and Heroic, Spirit, and then whoever also finishes in 4th position in Group A will be the final kind of tomorrow games. But that is, I mean, pretty mental. Again, I like the fact that it's so rapid. You know, I think playoffs is important. Group, you know, it happens, it's there. But this is currently Group A, and the standings, Heroic kind of following OG a little bit with the 0-4, but look how close it is with BB, Paravision, Falcons, and Extreme all sitting at 2-1.
Wow.
And they're still, I believe they're still on the Paravision and Extreme series
it looks
at
like
the
it,
moment. which means it's like depending on who wins that one, then with Falcons BB, it's going to be a new startle between them. So again, I can't quickly tell you who's looking to be first because still got 2 games to play. But Group A still up in the air. The fact that you can be a game away from maybe first place or going straight away to 4th, and it's like you're either semi-finals, top 4, or the bottom of the gauntlet. That is, best of ones.
Yeah.
Very, very brutal. Any key takeaways that you got from today? Obviously, Tundra being like number 1 power ranking. Like anything else that's kind of stood out to you?
I mean, the format, I think, in general, has really stood out. Like, it's been really cool to be able to play just, like, 10 games, right?
Yep.
Or 10 best of ones in one day, and just kind of, like, get the group stage out of the way.
Yep.
And just, I think it's been pretty accurate, too, just by watching the teams play and how it's going to go. I'm very excited for tomorrow. And the meta, it is shifting a little bit. We're seeing some new heroes here and there. So I'm just excited to see more Dota and see which of these teams are going to continue to step up and challenge Tundra, for example.
Yeah. Personally, I really want to see how many teams try to do the, oh, look, Tundra's good, let's copy them. Or if there is like a refining yourself. Like, for example, OG being 0-4. Does OG tomorrow become OG 2.0? Or do they go, Tundra did this well, so let's just try and take that for tomorrow. And then if we succeed, then the next day we'll find something else. Like, Or
maybe just Group A is way better than Group B and Tundra is not even good. That's
sure.
That's the other
That's actually
twist.
true. Yeah, we're hyping up the group because we followed them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Coming into this, I was expecting Group B to be a little bit stronger potentially.
Yeah.
But based on the results, then maybe Group A could be the stronger team.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right. That's where I just hope that whoever, like, as much as Tundra did well, I kind of want them to potentially fall short. So I want to see the true underdog story. I want a 4th or 5th place team to go the distance.
You want OG to make it.
No, I don't care. Bro, there's 4 teams in the bottom 4, It could
just
be
one of them.
One of them.
Any of them.
I
Okay.
don't want to show no bias here. But it's like, as long as I just want to see that true story of, like, this is the gauntlet. You get the entire way.
Right.
And you get to, like, showcase, like, the development, right? Because that's what this is about. Rather than, oh, look, I'm Tundra. I followed the group, and now I won my semi-finals. None of that.
I mean, I want OG to. I'll be biased.
You'll be biased? Okay,
I mean,
fair
Heroic
enough.
already had their run, right? Pretty recently.
Sure.
So they already
Okay.
had it. Get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Spirit, they've had their time in the sun. It's
Yeah,
fine.
that's fair.
Extreme
But you're still
Gaming.
in that kind of, like, of all the underdogs now available, OG's the underdog you'd pick based on, okay.
Oh, for sure.
With that logic, yeah, sure. Heroic, they've had their time. Spirit, yeah. And then, oh, look at Falcons with their, nah, yeah, true. Yeah, good point. Yeah, good point. All right, fine. OG's probably the truest underdog that we have right now. So, fair play. But that's going to be for tomorrow and the next day and the day after. It's going to be 2 best of 3s each day and then best of 5 in the grand finals. So every day, eliminations are going to be happening, but that's going to be tomorrow. And no more B-Stream. That was only for today with our very unique double analyst cast.
Yes.
Hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, that's going to be it. So see you tomorrow for the main playoffs. Bye.